the body to go. Them birthday cakes, they stole the show. So sexual, she was flexible, professional, drinking Xano. Hold up, wait a minute, do I see what I think I will? Did a thing I seen, sure they get low. Ain't the same when it's up that close. Make it rain, I'm making it snow. Work the pole, I got the bang bro. I'ma say that I prefer them no clothes. I'm into that, I love women exposed. She threw it back at me, I gave her move. Cash ain't a problem, I know where it goes. She had them apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low. Them baggy sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. Turn around and gave that big booty a slam. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low. Hey, shorty, what I gotta do to get you home? My jeans full of guap and they ready for shows. Got a Lex Maybach for the sexy grown. Put tone on the rocks that'll make you moan. One step, come on. Two steps, come on. Three steps, come on. Now that's $3 grand. What you think I'm playing? Baby girl, I'm the man. I did a rubber bands. That's what I told her. Her legs on my shoulder. I knew it was over. That Henny and Cola got me like a soldier. She ready for Rover. I couldn't control her. So lucky on me, I was just like a clover. Shorty was hot like a toaster. Sorry, but I had to fold her like a pornography poster. She showed her apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low. Them baggy sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. Turn around and gave that big booty a slam. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low. Yeah, she was worth the money. The mama took my cash, and I ain't want it back. The way she bent that back, got her them paper stacks, tattoo above her crack. I had to handle that. I was on it, sexy woman, kept me shown and made me want it. 2 in the morning, I'm zoning, them rose bottles foaming. She wouldn't stop, made it drop. Jordan did that pop and lock, had to break her off that quap. Yeah, I was fine just like my Glock. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low. Them baggy sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. Turned around and gave that big booty a slam. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shorty got low.
Carson and Kennedy's Good Vibe Tribe. In this world filled with serious news reports and people doing stupid things, we say every little thing is gonna be alright. Yeah. Here's another story from a member of Carson and Kennedy's Good Vibe Tribe.
Kennedy, we have Stephen Mahler joining us inside the Good Vibe Tribe today.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Ouch! Check from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan and Morgan.
Proud partner of the Boston Bruins. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs.
Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom. Starring Greg Hill.
I have to be up in the morning. I like the loud noise and everything. I gotta be up at 4:20 in the morning.
You're like, what are you girls doing?
I mean, like, can you keep
it's
it down?
1:45 in the damn morning.
With Wiggy.
There were 3 older ladies. So when I say older, like
40.
And as I'm walking toward them with the dog, it smells like there's a rope factory fire. Like they're smoking weed.
And Courtney.
In Amsterdam, called the sky cake or moon cake or something.
Do
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
It's the weed cake.
Mooncake is what people saw on Instagram Live when Shime bent over during the match.
And Curtis.
I'm sorry, Curtis. I know you love the kid. And
I'm sorry for what he did to your team. I'm sorry for how he scarred you. I am really sorry. It must be really hard for you. I know we ruined Ken. It probably ruined you too.
And Shime.
That's very mean. You didn't hear my wedding vows, sir. They were passionate and very heartfort.
They were erotic.
Now,
let's get down to business.
It's time to party. It's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning. Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, Greg. How are you today?
Great, Curtis. How are you?
Oh, great weekend. How was your weekend?
It was fantastic. We are skeleton crew around here because Wiggy is on vacation and Courtney is not back until Monday, I believe.
1 week from today is
yes.
D-Day.
Yes. Well, I mean, the Boston Red Sox have turned our summer around, have they not?
I was thinking over the weekend about more shocking events. Like, obviously, Super Bowl 51 is a standalone. But, like, this is far more surprising than Wiggy called the Celtics being a top 3 team in the East without Tatum.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot think of a more remarkable in-season turnaround in my lifetime than what we're experiencing right now. I watched this team over the weekend, and the game Saturday, great job by Nesson, where you capture Lou Merlone and Dave O'Brien with the Wilyer Abreu homer to right. And the what I love about rain-delayed games at Fenway is that it's become corporate, like everything. The tickets are incredibly expensive. It's hard to get in. And when it's kind of one of those days where you don't know if they're going to be played or not, Ken and I were on. Ken did the pregame, and he got a text from the Red Sox, like, we don't know what the rain schedule is going to be. The Yankees game had been rained out, so you didn't know if the game was going to be played, when it was going to start, all of that. And so that stadium was full of diehards. Whoever was there was a Sox fan, masshole, true and true. And when that ball landed above the bullpen in the bleachers at Fenway, it was an organic, tarps off, incredible moment. Lou standing up, going nuts.
Oh, Lou said it best. He said, "This is what Fenway should be," and it is what Fenway Park should be.
Amen.
You know? And so
he goes, Fenway snapped, and it was. It did snap. It was awesome. I honestly, I cannot think of a good comp, like, other than maybe like the 01 Patriots, who started out 1-3 and then they picked. But like, this is a team that we were talking about as the worst in the history of the franchise.
Not that long ago, by the way, we were in Hull with Craig Breslow on the show, and we were talking about going on runs and how.
I mean, I feel like I'm more likely to go on a run than this team is. Craig.
Oh, jeez.
So
unbelievable.
It's an unbelievable turnaround, and we're gonna have Chad Tracy on the show Wednesday. I think you got to give him some credit.
I'm so happy for him.
I think you have to give some credit obviously to the players, but you have to give some credit to Breslow too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, what they've done.
You're never going to give credit to John Henry. No, we're not giving John Henry.
Well,
any
did you hear? They met the team on the tarmac after the break.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
And Lou Merlone and Dave O'Brien said this on the broadcast on Friday night, that they greeted the players and said, "Welcome home." Listen, Wilson Contreras spoke very glowingly about John Henry. He said that, we didn't hear anybody yelling, "Sell the team," over the weekend. So whatever they've done to congeal and to create this sort of me versus you mentality is great. I mean it sincerely. This is awesome. 13 straight wins.
Yeah.
You're in the playoffs if the season ended today. We all said, what if they get swept? I didn't fathom that they would sweep the 4-game series against the Rays.
I didn't either. I went to that game on Friday night, and I was thinking that it was going to be Hillman Jinx and Street Killer, and it was not. It's awesome. So and honestly, they have to be buyers. Like there's no other option there. And so I would expect that they will find a way to improve the baseball team. And as Scheim just said during the feed, you could, if you can take two from the Orioles here back to back, you are historically the best. You're on the best win streak ever in the history of the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, the last time they were on a 15-game win streak was 1946. Greg, you were the only one alive for that. So what was that like?
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I wish I could ask Wiggy who the president was then. No, listen, it's unbelievable. It is the definition of unbelievable. And the Yankees, they won last night, but they lost 2 or 3 to the Dodgers. You're now, I think, 3 or 4 games out in the loss column behind the Yankees. The Rays are, if you want to look at the one thing I brought up when we were talking about analytics, the number one sign, the number one mile marker barometer is the run differential. And the Red Sox currently have the second best run differential in the American League behind the Yankees. And so all along, even when they were 13 games under 500, they were still a positive run differential, which is the way people evaluate. Like, well, you're better than the teams you've played. You just have had either buzzard's luck or whatever else.
Yeah.
And now you're sitting here. You're going to have to buy. The one thing I did throw out to Ken on Saturday, what if a team gives you a haul, that's the term of the year, for Aroldis Chapman? You have Glasnow, who's pitched spectacularly. If you can then flip those guys that you get for Joe Ryan in the offseason or something like that, to me, that's the only one that you could be like, quote, selling. People would lose their minds. But analytics guys don't value closers. Like, that is the one deal you can make, and you could flip it for someone else that could benefit your team. But other than that, I think you're buying.
I wouldn't want to part with him. I really wouldn't want. I'm okay with parting with prospects. I'm okay with if they decide that, you're going to get Trevor Story back and Marcelo Meyer is an issue. I wouldn't mind parting with Marcelo Meyer, but I would not want to part with that closer.
I think you need to get both a bat and a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Because Crochet, I don't think you're going to see him the rest of the season. And that is concerning, but I don't want to get negative this morning, but he's far, far, far away. You had Roman Anthony's report over the weekend that he still isn't swinging a bat in Fort Myers.
Yeah.
Bizarre situation there. So you need to get an actual bat, and you need to get a starting pitcher, I believe, at the deadline.
But honestly, you have done this. You've done all of this without Crochet and without Roman Anthony. So are you really that concerned about when and if they come back?
Yeah, because you saw Connolly early, Suarez. Like, if you lose another pitcher, you don't have another Bennett to come back. Listen, it's been amazing. They've been, this is unprecedented. Literally, in my lifetime, it's never happened. But you still need to be adding. I think that the fan base will be incredibly frustrated. Also, it's a great opportunity for this ownership to invest in the short term to at least give the appearance that they're engaged and willing to spend before there's potentially no season next year.
Well, they are a playoff team right now, your Boston Red Sox, and that is 13 in a row. What did you think of the result on the pitch yesterday, Sean?
I thought Spain was unquestionably the better team. That game probably should have been over way earlier than it was, seeing as Argentina didn't have an actual shot until extra time.
Until the extra time. They didn't have a shot on net until extra time.
I thought they were doing the best they could, especially once that guy went down with the second yellow, got the red card, and they were down a man, and they were just kind of trying to stall for PKs and just couldn't hold out for the full 120.
Where you were sort of sentimentally rooting for Messi, right?
Yeah, it was one of those things where Argentina had been so good late in games that I couldn't bet against him. It was one of those. Spain was without a question the better team. You saw it yesterday. They absolutely dominated that game from beginning to end. Argentina just wouldn't go away, and that's what I was nervous about. I was nervous about that 119th minute goal that they would just randomly score somehow. It didn't end up happening, and good for Spain. Spain was awesome from the start of the tournament to the end.
I have to, a rule change. 2 yellows should not mean that you're down a player. Like, if you're down, if you should be like Zinedine Zidane headbutting a guy and then you're down a player. Like, it's such a disadvantage. It's a full game power play.
Well, the only thing, not the only thing, but one of the most frustrating things about being a casual viewer is what is and what is not called in that game. It is more frustrating. I would argue it's more frustrating than it is in the NBA. Like, it is, guys are knocking other guys over legitimately, and there's no call. And then there's somebody who brushes somebody,
steps on another guy's foot
in pursuit of the soccer ball, and it's a red card. It's like ludicrous.
Yeah, I would say if you are writhing in pain, then you have to leave the game.
That would be great.
Because if you're really hurt, that sucks. I'm sorry, and then get off the pitch, and we'll see you later. But the amount of times guys just roll around like they've been shot.
Oh, yesterday they sent the EMTs out there 12 times for guys.
And it's just
because they have to sell it afterwards.
Tedious. It really is.
Yeah.
I look forward to the next 3 years where nobody watches soccer.
Are you accepting trade offers for like everybody's texting in about Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer, and are you accepting trade offers for those guys?
I absolutely am.
You are.
I mean, I wouldn't trade Roman Anthony right now because he's at the absolute bottom of his value. I mean, if somebody wants to, say, hey, here's Mike Trout or something, like maybe I'd listen. But they're not going to trade Roman Anthony. It would be stupid unless they really believe that he is just a total and complete putz. And I don't think they believe that.
That's Jaron Duran.
Right.
Is the total and complete putz.
He's the putz pants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he swear to anybody over the weekend?
I don't know. I think he was, I guess he was quiet. I have no idea.
Yeah, he certainly was quiet.
Who he threatened to fight or who he called fat or I don't know. I don't know what he did.
That Milliken thing, Ken poo-pooed it like Milliken was Tyler Milliken is the guy on Section 10 podcast.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly Friday, I think.
Yeah.
Jones and Keefe went deep into it.
And he, said that Duran wanted to meet with him about something he had said. He literally just posted a video from the broadcast. He wasn't at the game of the interaction between Duran and the fan in Minnesota. Long story short, he goes into he meets up with him at the request of Duran, and Duran calls him.
I didn't think Duran requested it. I thought he just went there and said, "Hey, you want to talk about this or whatever."
No, I think that there was a middleman.
Well, I think
Duran texted Carabas
and said
and was
he's
pissed
fat,
about it.
He said he's a fat F or whatever.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Milliken went to the clubhouse to talk to him. It was like, all right, like we can talk about this face to face. And Duran was basically like, "F off, go away."
So you cannot be an advocate of mental health and use that way of being with other people who just simply posted something.
Correct.
Like
you can't be anti-bullying and then be bullying somebody about their weight.
Also, posting something you did.
Right.
Like you did it. It's not like
it
you
was
made
without
something
judgment. It was just here's the video. Like it was not even. It wasn't his video. It was Nesson's video. He posted it, and then like Ken was like, "Well, he was a scorned fan." Like what?
Who was a scorned fan?
Milliken. That he was like he was a aggrieved party. That's why he posted it. Like no, it's just what happened.
No, isn't it his job?
Like
I mean, he's a part of Section 10. Like he's supposed to be. If Jaron Duran is involved in a confrontation with a fan, that's what is reported on. It should be reported on.
So if Dan Shaughnessy went into the clubhouse and discussed something with Duran, and Duran called him a fat F, you don't think it'd be in the Globe?
I think.
Well, maybe not the Globe. That's a bad example. But you don't think it'd be on Twitter?
Yeah, I think it would be. I would hope it would be.
And I've never met Tyler Milliken. I don't know. I mean, but everybody that I know that has talked to him or knows him says he's a really good dude. Like, I don't understand how you defend that behavior. I would remove that, and then I think the team has got clear sailing. A very smooth flight for the rest of the way.
Yeah. No, I mean the vibe appears to be way better. Like, and I don't know what's responsible for that. I don't know if they got whoever IKF was complaining about a month or so ago being around the club.
Might be in Fort Myers.
They could be there could be a couple guys who were gone that were the reason why there were those complaints. I don't know, but it seems like they got a really, really good thing going, and I don't think you want to screw with that. So, All right. Well, we are going to get to Leeds coming up in just a little bit. They said it at 7:15 this morning. That includes what Sonny Gray said after win number 12 for him yesterday, and what James Harden said about a new big three in Cleveland, among the things that we will get to during They Said It. News with Scheim at 8 and Hill Notes at the end of the show, so you can leave one of those anytime on the Odyssey app on any subject, and we'll pick the best ones and play them back later. And we are back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, to get Leeds going this morning. Patches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. We are going to get leads going momentarily. Are we giving real life Tom a lead this morning, Shime? I would assume we are.
Your name's on the show, Greg. It's up to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, Wiggy's off. Wiggy's on vacation, back tomorrow.
Off Friday.
Off Friday for the match. By the way, Shime, good news for you on the match. I did not play well Friday at the Boston Golf Club.
Oh, how was Pete Kendall?
Great. Unbelievable guy. Great guy.
Awesome.
And played very well. Pete Kendall. But he's a natural athlete. I am not. So I'm shocked I didn't die. Like, there's no carts there. It's a hilly course. It was 92 degrees, and by the time I was done, I had 22,000 steps on my Apple step thing.
Hey, good for you.
Not good for me, Shime. I was out of breath by the time I got to every tee box. Are we walking on Friday for the match too?
I believe so, yeah.
With caddies?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. All right.
By the way, speaking of golf, talk about boring at the Open.
God. I'm so with you.
I mean,
it was not fun.
Oh.
The Bryson stuff was kind of interesting.
Oh, that was good. Rory calling someone else a dink is rich. Holy guacamole.
Are we getting to that during they said it?
Absolutely. And I also thought it was hilarious that everybody else that talked about it kind of defended Bryson except for Rory. It was hilarious.
You know what? Rory thinks everybody's his friend, and he has no idea that they all hate him behind his back.
I mean, do you think he was intentionally doing that when it comes to clearing the path of his swing?
No, I think all guys probably are a little careless around the ball, as Scotty Scheffler said.
Speak for yourself.
And I think that's what Bryson did, but I don't think he was intentionally trying to improve his lie.
Yeah, I don't think it was about lie so much as it was about the swing path of the club, like getting that fescue out of the way.
Yeah, I think he knew what he was doing.
Basically.
After watching Wyndham Clark at the U.S. Open picking twigs around his ball every single time, I'm not going to complain about Bryson.
Yeah, I thought the Rory reaction was just perfectly on brand. It was dull as can be. I tried to watch it yesterday morning. I tried to get into it briefly. Scheffler, the classic Scheffler, has a couple birdies late, and then on the 18th he bogeys, and some guy I've never heard of wins.
And also the guy who had the lead was done 2.5 hours before the final guy finished, and then the final guy finally birdies to win.
Not a great day.
Well, the match 2 is happening Friday for you Connecticut people, a bonus road show. We will be at Lake of Isles at Foxwoods, and I had a couple great suggestions on places to do a casual pregame the night before. So we'll talk about those at some point this morning. Speaking of Connecticut, this is Buck from Connecticut. Hello, Buck.
What's up, Greg? How we doing, my guy?
What's going on?
Not much. I'm listening just on my app on the way to work right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, we are so back. Curtis is happy. You're about to go on a run. Coming back next week. I'm working down here in Norwalk, and I love peppering these Yankee fans with just everything, and they got nothing to say. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I think it's at this point when you're talking historically top 3 run that you've gone on in the history of the baseball team. There should not be much doubt. I mean, if you're not on board at this point, I don't know what you're thinking. And we flip flop a lot around here. So
sure do.
We were talking about how this was an historically awful baseball team, and now they are on the precipice of being an historically good baseball team.
Before my very brief sabbatical, there were conversations about a 100-loss season that we actually had with a straight face.
Yes.
Now they are a team. They were, I think, 15 games out of the race. I don't even know. Now you're only 6 out in the loss column. You are now 21-27 at home after being, I think, 13 games under 500 at Fenway Park.
Yeah.
You begin a series against the Orioles. You should win that series. I'm just so glad, we have a summer now. It's not just, Bedard saying that Will Campbell got beat and Drake May got 15 phantom sacks at training camp.
Yeah.
We actually have the Red Sox. We have something to talk about. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, no, the baseball team is over 500. Chad Tracy has done an excellent job.
Looks like your manager going forward.
I would assume that he would be. I mean, he's going to be on with us on Wednesday, so I'm hoping that as long as Breslow remains in his position, I think Chad Tracy should get that job. I would assume.
And I would be shocked now if Breslow does not remain.
Yeah, I would be surprised as well. I would.
He'd
be
have to
shocked.
have like a total collapse at the deadline, right?
Yeah, I would also just say though, like I know Jones and Keefe did this. Like, can we have someone else do the deadline? Like he's made great deals. We all love Aroldis Chapman, Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray. I mean, that's an unbelievable deal.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
The guy
deal.
looks like Cy Young.
Yeah.
So, but at the deadline, can we just have Theo like slide over and make
You want
these trades?
Theo to sign off, like look over his shoulder.
Well,
while he's
Theo
always
is legitimately the best that's ever done it. So why don't he's like on the payroll? Why don't we just have him move over?
Yeah. All right, Shime. Let's get to Tom quick. Let's do it.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Shime, that lead is Pearl Jam, and leads are brought to you this morning by Subaru Summer, which is finally here. You get details at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Wiggy off. Courtney not back on the show until Monday. Real Life Tom is here with a lead this morning. Hello, Tom.
Good morning, Mr. Hill. How are we doing?
How's the social life?
Social life is going great.
Single, ready to mingle? Like what? Dating anybody? What's the update?
Got a couple of prospects on the radar.
But define prospect. What does that mean?
Tim Naring?
Like a draft prospect. You know what I'm talking about?
I see. Are you DMing with them? Are you
always in the DMs? Okay. Always putting up shots.
Okay, but nobody's serious.
No dinners
Nobody's
yet.
serious. No dinners. No putt shack either.
Okay. All right. What's your lead this morning?
I am so shocked by how fast NFL owners are removing the natural grass for the FIFA games. I feel like you would want to invest, especially at MetLife. That place is like a graveyard for Achilles and ACLs. I feel like you'd want to invest in your player safety, and especially with your biggest star, Patrick Mahomes, going down with an ACL last year, they would kind of put two and two together. Natural grass, better than turf for players' legs. But again, I forgot. Billionaires stay billionaires for one simple reason. They don't spend money where they don't have to.
Great point.
Excellent.
And what is the cost? Like, what would you guess the cost is?
Let's say it's $10 million, and that's insane. Every NFL owner, before they sell a ticket, a parking spot is purchased, or a hot dog is consumed, they get between $300 and $500 million in shared revenue from the TV deals annually. You can't. And the other thing is, how do you, if you're Roger Goodell with a straight face, say that you care about player safety when this is such an easy fix and it makes every field the same?
Curtis, did you say 10 million? The cost difference is synthetic turf can be anywhere between 23 and 127,000 per year, whereas natural grass is anywhere between 42 and 205,000 a year. That's it.
That's it. So it's 100,000.
So it's chump change.
Max, it's $100,000 difference.
Honestly,
Correct.
that
Yes.
is an
or even less than that.
$80,000 difference.
That is an absolute effing insult. How can you stand in front of your players and say that?
Yeah.
So it's $100,000, which is an accounting error.
Yeah.
According to Safe Healthy Playing Fields, that's my source here. So yes.
Great lead, Tom.
Yeah, Tom, excellent lead. Back with a lead from Shime, lead from Curtis, lead from me on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
Swing and a drive. Right field. He's crushed another one. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. Holy cow. The Sox are back in front. Abreu with another home run. 7-6 over Tampa Bay.
Fenway is snapping. What is going on?
The good life. It feel like Atlanta. It feel like LA. It feel like Miami. It feel like NY. Summertime shy.
13 in a row for your Boston Red Sox, and it's Red Sox-Orioles at Fenway this evening, 7:10 first pitch on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network and on the Odyssey app. And Orioles, I believe, coming in on a bit of a heater as well. I think they have won 7 in a row. So should be interesting test for the Boston Red Sox this series, and you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Shime, are we getting a movie review from you this morning? Did you go?
I sure did. I went yesterday morning.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been to the movies since Dunkirk.
Yeah.
And I would love to see this movie. I'll try and tough to get the time, but I would love to go see it.
What if the review is bad?
Well,
you have no idea whether,
because then I could rebut it. If I like it and
okay.
Shine didn't, then I can make it a good segment there.
So we'll get that 8:30 or something like that.
Sure, that works great for me.
All right, Shime. In the meantime, leads left, including this one from Shime. Hello, Shime. Good morning.
Greg, good morning. Yeah, it's all Sox today because this team is doing unprecedented things after what we saw to start the season. I couldn't imagine a crazier turnaround in the middle of a sports season in my life. Curtis had mentioned earlier, you asked him, would you be open to trading guys like Roman Anthony, Marcelo Meyer here at the deadline? I personally would like to avoid trading Roman Anthony. I don't want to quite hop off that train just yet. I think I wouldn't be shocked if they kind of just put him on ice for most of the rest of the season. But I am more than open to trading Marcelo Meyer. All the questions that surround him. I mean, even when he's on the field, he hasn't been great. He hasn't been healthy. And that's leaving all the off-field rumors stuff aside.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just as a player, has not lived up to it. And most times, baseball prospects don't live up to the hype. They just don't. It's just the way the sport works a lot of the times. And so for me, packaging Marcelo Meyer in a deal to go get a guy, I don't know, like a Francisco Lindor or a Jeremy Pena or somebody like that, a bat to come in and help this lineup and really just continue to improve things and help these guys continue to score runs, because we know the pitching is good. Sonny Gray has shown you this pitching staff is really good. We just need to continue to supplement that lineup and continue to score runs, and this team's going to be able to continue winning baseball games.
Are you on the side of those who are questioning whether getting Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer away from the clubhouse every single day has been what has improved the vibe?
I mean, I don't think it hurt. I don't know that. I don't know that Roman Anthony is entirely the reason why this team was a mess the first start of the season. I think between the coach and just some of the stuff going on, like I don't know that he was the entire problem, but I don't think removing them from the situation hurt this team at all.
I believe that if the players on the team really, really liked and defended Roman Anthony, the manner in which the organization handled his injury would have been a massive problem. And it's been the contrary. You have not heard a single other player publicly condemn or even as an anonymous source say the way this team handles injuries is wrong. The only other thing you've had was Crochet, where he was frustrated by something when it pertained to his lat. But like Wilson Contreras saying that the home run led to the fans not forcing his owner to hear, the owner of the Red Sox to hear, sell the team chance. To me, there's no love lost. I don't think they hate him, maybe. I don't know what the issue is, but there is not a connection to Roman Anthony. That there was no, maybe even there were players that were telling the team to get him on the field. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what happened, but if it was players mad about Roman Anthony, because the way they did it was wrong. Like, we all agree. The way they handled that injury, the way they talked about it, even Sam Kennedy said he was wrong.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago. Like, he can't even swing the baseball bat yet.
But I feel like the players on the team were like, I could swing a baseball bat right now.
Yeah.
I guarantee
it's fair to ask that.
Like, you are, we were talking about this, Greg, and maybe I was ahead of the curve. Maybe I was just being cynical. I've been accused of that occasionally. But when we were in Hilton Head, and I said, like, this is soft. Like, you should be like, you got the cortisone shot. What's going on? That was 3 months ago. Like, and you're not even swinging a bat? So that means you're done for the year, right? If you can't swing a bat in July, you're not going to be playing Major League Baseball in September.
No, I mean, I like you're gonna have to go rehab in Worcester or somewhere.
But you're gonna have to swing a bat, which is probably a couple weeks away, and then you're gonna have to swing a lot of bats.
Yeah, and then you have to decide, do you really want to bring him back when he hasn't played all season and have him playing in September?
And if he doesn't have $130 million, I think he's swinging a bat. Call me crazy.
Yeah. It's hard to say because there were people who were telling us during the World Baseball Classic, veteran players who were telling us that he is the face of the game going forward.
Maybe they just need to pay Bregman to be his, like, caddy.
Maybe. I don't know.
Unbelievable.
I don't know. All right, Shime. So you are buy strong right now if you are Craig Breslow.
Absolutely. You have to. With what this team is doing right now, they're proving to you they're one of the better teams in baseball. And Curtis has said this a couple times in the past, like that run differential thing is what I bet the front office was relying on, that Water would find its level. Clearly they were a good team. They had a positive run differential. They weren't like in the tanks like a lot of these teams were, and Water has found its level. This team is back to being good.
Well, I mean, Willier, that was back-to-back games with 2 home runs.
That was nuts.
The Gronk spike on the bat was fantastic. Oh, also, I don't know, are you addressing this in your lead? I can't tell you how many people were asking me over the weekend what has happened to Tom Brady.
I told you Friday.
He got weirder over the weekend.
No, but the second
people are coming up to me saying, I went to an event yesterday, excellent event to watch the soccer game on the roof of the Envoy Hotel. I'd like to thank the Bentley of Boston people for inviting me to it. Free food and it was fantastic.
University or the car?
The car. Many people were coming up to me and they were saying, "Why is Tom Brady so weird?"
I told you.
So are you getting that?
Well, I mean, I feel like
we'll get to your lead coming up.
We'll get to my lead. My lead actually has to do with LeBron James, but I can pivot to Brady.
No, that's fine. I can do it in mine. Or
we can do a whole hour on how psychotic he is.
Okay, all right. We'll do that and more on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI next.
Ready to ramp up the excitement, golf fans? BetMGM.
Red Sox doing things that haven't been done since 2004 and 2018, Chris Curtis, when it comes to winning game after game after game. And you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI.
I am shook, Greg.
What are you shook about?
I have just gotten to the point of my Starbucks where I can see the little message.
Yes. What does it say?
You're yummy.
Oh.
3 hearts.
Oh, really? You're yummy. Oh, do you remember
The gentleman was very nice.
I was going to say, do you remember the barista?
Yeah, he was, I think his name was Pablo.
Oh, very nice.
Very
all right.
sweet.
Well, Curtis, take it wherever you can get it. I mean, if it comes from the barista.
Amen. Baristo in this case. But,
hey, Shime, can we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis? Since we're thinking about it. What do we got today, Curtis?
Can I quickly say happy birthday to John Curtis?
Yes.
Today is his birthday. Been a very hard year for my dad and the family, and he has been a rock. So I want to say happy birthday to my dad. We had a great celebration yesterday out in Needham. And,
awesome.
Of course, on his birthday, he's still grilling and doing everything. Doesn't let anybody else do anything.
Yeah.
But thank you, Dad, for...
Is it weird to him when you Venmo him for the gift that you bought him for his birthday?
Well, Venmo. I just put it on his Amex. I said, here you go. You'll see it in about a month. 61 degrees in Boston, afternoon high of 84. Going to be an absolutely perfect day. Great night to go to, as you alluded to, 7-game win streak for the O's,
yes.
10-game win streak for the 13-game win streak for the Red Sox at Fenway Park. First pitch 7-10.
It was awesome at the game Friday night, and the diehards are back, and Fenway is back, and it's, as you said earlier, we have a summer, so it's and who would have thought a month ago there were people screaming sell the baseball team. There were people that wanted Breslow run out of town.
There were brown paper bag wearing fans kicked out. Unbelievable.
All right, let's get to your lead this morning, Curtis.
So I hate to be a little bit of a negative Nilly here.
You actually like it.
I
really.
do. I was born that way.
Kind of what you are.
You can blame my dad on his birthday.
Yeah.
So over the weekend, I saw a story from Brian Windhorst where LeBron James, who he doesn't want to rush, he wants to take his time, said that he absolutely will not play in Boston. He quote unquote hates Boston.
That's what he's been saying to people. Right?
And
That's
Windhorst went to the same high school. They are
Okay.
as close as can be. He's been covering him since 2000. So my question to LeBron James and Fenway Sports Group is, why are you in business with this guy? Like, why is he an owner of Fenway Sports Group if he hates this place? Why? God love you. It's capitalism. Do whatever you want. Invest wherever you want. But you get in this equity agreement with LeBron James, and you're going around telling people how much you hate it here. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, I've defended LeBron James. I think that he has been a guy that has been in the spotlight for a generation, and he's never had a negative story, never been in trouble in any capacity. Seems like he's a good dad around his kids, like all of that. Like, none of this is personal, but he's making it personal. What about Boston do you hate?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is it the traffic? Is it the expressway? Like the heat? Like what does he hate about Boston?
And Boston has changed a lot. Like I hate these tropes. And listen, I don't know. I'm obviously a very bald white male, and so I will never say that I can have the experience of an African American in Boston or anybody else. But like, I just go back to all the guys that have come through here. Like, does he not talk to Kevin Garnett? Does he not talk to Paul Pierce? Does he not talk to David Ortiz? Does he not talk to these guys that have played in Boston that have never left or that came here and were shocked at how much Kevin Garnett famously didn't want to give up his no trade.
Yeah.
He arrived here and he said, he still talks about his love.
Paul Pierce. Right. Like but then again, I will say that it was not that long ago that Kyrie Irving was talking about things that were said to him here that were inappropriate. So that he had to go step on Lucky.
I will say this about Kyrie Irving. He's the problem. Wherever he goes, I mean, that guy is an issue no matter where he is. He's been a cantankerous a-hole for the duration of his life. Like LeBron, I would ask him why you could do anything. The world is your oyster. You're LeBron James. Why did you decide to get into an investment opportunity in a city you despise? And why did the Red Sox decide to do business with a guy that's openly telling everybody how much he hates it here? I don't get it. Like, it is a whiff, I think, by both parties.
Okay, Curtis, thank you very much. the decision coming from LeBron sometime this summer. We believe it'll happen this summer, right?
Hopefully before the season.
Okay. Right. During They Said It, we are going to get to James Harden and what he said about a new big three in Cleveland. So that is coming up during They Said It at 7:15. I brought this up earlier, but it seemed like everywhere I went this weekend, somebody was asking me why Tom Brady is so weird. Yeah. And maybe at this point you have seen he was all over the Fanatics event over the weekend, and at one point got into a quote-unquote verbal altercation with Logan Paul, and then slapped him. At another point, he made a dramatic WWE-like entrance into the event from a casket. And so I just am wondering how the Gen Pub thinks about Tom Brady at this point. We talked about it briefly on Friday, and then all of this stuff happened this weekend. What is it can't be about the money. Yeah, I mean, that he doesn't need money, does he?
He's unwell.
Why is he doing these things?
He's not well. I said this to Ken. I mean, the second Shime will tell you this. I heard that podcast, or I saw the quote, and I said, "We need this. I'm out." And that was the sort of tipping point where this guy is rudderless. He needs to get away from Michael Rubin, who is this Fanatics guy that's like using his fame to get him to do all this dumb stuff. He has an addiction to attention. He needs the adulation. He needs to be front and center. And I think we can blame this on the jiu-jitsu instructor. Like, that is crippling, I would imagine. You're Tom Brady. You are a guy that's won everywhere, and your supermodel wife was schlepping the jiu-jitsu guy in your own home while blaming everybody else.
So she chose somebody else, and that's affecting him mentally.
Well, after publicly blaming, like, how many things do you think Tom did to try and acquiesce and make sure that she was happy? Like, I'll stop playing. We'll do whatever he did. And I'm sure she made sacrifices too. But this is, Tom's dad was spot on. He said, I'm not worried about him as a player. I'm worried about when the football stops. And what you're seeing is a guy that has the Logan Paul thing. Like, what are you doing, Tom? Logan Paul is a moronic, like, just
But
loser.
it makes perfect sense. He goes on a podcast with Cody Rhodes, says he wants to be in a WWE event. He's been, quote unquote, beefing with Logan Paul now for a while. Logan Paul's been doing a ton of wrestling stuff. He's actually not terrible at it. So obviously, Tom Brady's going to continue beefing with Logan Paul. They'll play it up for WWE, and then they'll end up having a match somewhere down the road once Logan Paul's healthy. Because I was told this weekend he's been out injured.
But Shime, that's what I'm saying, is that the second he went on that Billy Rhodes podcast,
Cody Rhodes,
this was already done. Like, he had already signed the deal.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Like, that was why I reacted that way, because you knew that when he was like, I want to go fight in WWE, that was already pre-scripted.
Yep.
I mean, I hate to break it to people, wrestling is scripted. This whole thing was in the works. He had signed on to do it. So there's two options. One, somehow he's in financial trouble. And I know we alluded to it briefly. Mego talked about it last week. Can we stop with the sob stories of people that lose millions of dollars? They kept going over the weekend.
Oh, it did?
Oh,
There
my
was more
God.
of it
Who
over
did
the
I
weekend?
see talk about? Oh, J.J. Redick was talking about how $10 million really is nothing. Like, read the room, people. But either he's in financial ruin and he has to do all this stuff, which I doubt.
No, I don't think he is. He gets attention. Does he not get attention being on Fox? Like, that's a great gig.
He makes $40 million a year to be the number one broadcaster on Fox, and he's got 30 million people watching every week. It's not enough. He is psychotic, and I mean that with the. I'm not using it as a pejorative. He is unwell. He requires this adulation because there is nothing he's coming home to. He's coming home to a big penthouse apartment, with Alex Earl, like, who's just whatever. Like, there is no there in his life.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you fix it. This is not going to end well. It is not.
All right, those are our leads this morning. We will be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. Curtis is so concerned with the behavior of Tom Brady that he has disassembled the Tom Brady shrine that he had in the bathroom at home. That's how scary this situation is currently.
He bears no resemblance to the man I love.
I don't know if you agree with this, but during the break, a text on the Subaru of New England text line suggesting that the only GOAT who has handled retirement well is Michael Jordan, and Tom Brady ought to follow in his footsteps.
Go watch Michael Jordan's acceptance speech at the Hall of Fame in Springfield and tell me he handled it well. He basically just handled every single feud he ever had on public.
Well, yeah, but,
I would
but
say
he
Wayne,
hasn't. But he hasn't done. He's not showing up at the at the opening of a new Chick-fil-A. Like he's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't do much. Like, he just floats around on his yacht, basically.
Well, he did I would say the best example of that would be Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky is a GOAT that has been above it all, been a guy that he does a little TV. The hair dye's not great, but he's been a guy that has not needed the spotlight in the way that Tom Brady has.
Tiger has, I guess, not handled it.
I would
well.
say no. I would say most don't. Unfortunately, when you're the best at what you do and you can no longer do it, like if you're a businessman, you can be Warren Buffett's 90. He's still Warren Buffett. Like, you didn't have to retire. Those guys are okay. I mean, I guess Bill Gates didn't handle it well, but yeah.
And there may be people like there definitely are some text messages from those who feel like whatever Tom is doing, Tom ought to be able to do, and doesn't bother him at all. Like
I love the man, so I'm concerned about him.
Yeah.
I am worried that this behavior, a middle finger to Logan Paul. What is it? If you get in the mud, don't be mad that you get dirty or whatever.
Yeah.
Like if you sink to someone's level, then you can't complain about where you are. Like that, Tom Brady and Logan Paul should be diametrically opposed. Logan Paul is a guy that's got like 5 functioning brain cells. Like, what are you doing? Flipping off people at the World Cup final in New York? Coming out of a casket? Like, what is this? Stop, Tom.
Is he going to have a character name in the WWE? Like, is that why he was coming out of a casket?
All right. Is he going to be like deflating footballs?
I don't know. It's very odd.
Oh, God. It is so, like, to say it's beneath him is an insult to being beneath something.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. I get it. But, like, I don't know. He's got way too much time on his hands. He's got and the other thing
But
is,
he shouldn't really. I mean,
where are the kids, by the way? Like, I don't see him with his kids at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what are you doing?
Yes, here's a 978 text that says, "Wake up, Curtis. The whole Logan Paul thing is setting up Tom Brady WWE appearance." Yes.
Hey, Einstein, I said that Friday.
We've been talking about it since Friday.
Yes, and Tom Brady should not be in the WWE. God, it's for
I don't know. Is that the way Patriots fans feel? Like, is it bothersome to you that Tom Brady is going to make a WWE appearance, or are you just like, whatever, it doesn't matter. The guy needs, if he wants to do it, I love Tom Brady, and I'm with him till the bitter end.
Make a cameo in Entourage. That's fun. Going on WWE is beneath you. WWE's for Gronk. We love Gronk, right? We all love him?
Yes.
He's a lovable guy who's done great things charitably in the region, the greatest tight end in the history of the NFL. He's a big, lovable goof. Tom Brady is the greatest winner in the history of American sports, from my opinion. He is amazing. He did more for this region to elevate our mood than anybody that's ever lived. To do this is just like whoever's giving him advice, I don't know who it is. I don't know if anybody is or anybody can. You look like an absolute fool.
Is he doing the recorded messages? What's that service that you can?
Oh, Cameo.
Is he doing those?
Yeah, he's right next to Dale. Tom will wish you happy birthday for $250. That is so weird too, by the way. Like, why? If you know somebody's being paid to wish you happy birthday, doesn't it negate the happy birthday message?
I mean, maybe people like it. I don't know. It's a couple $100.
But like,
I don't.
it'd be one thing if somebody's like, "Oh, I bumped into Greg and he said happy birthday to Sean." But if you're paying Greg to wish you happy birthday, then it's kind of fraudulent. I mean, I love Cameo.
Yeah.
Shime's on there.
Here's somebody who says Peyton Manning does commercials all the time. What's the big deal?
And guess what? Every Patriots fan ripped Peyton Manning for being on commercials all the time. Fact, not opinion.
Yeah.
Everybody did. Nationwide, we couldn't go 2 minutes without seeing a Peyton Manning ad. Tom Brady doesn't do those. Now Tom Brady's doing Logan Paul infomercials. Like, I'm sorry. Nobody loves the man more than I do. This is a absolute black mark. I don't get it. I really don't get it. You're Tom Brady. Act like it.
Here's a text that says, "Is his finishing move in the WWE the cell phone smasher?" I don't know if he does that or not. I have no idea if he does that or not.
He's filming his opponent's signals. To me, I don't get it. I really don't. You have how many months? You have 6 months in between, like your last call of the game and then the opener on Fox in the first week of September. Go to Ibiza with your, go hang out in Europe, go to the Greek islands, go to wherever with your kids. Do whatever you want. To do this, it's been like this month of psychotic, weird behavior.
He must get paid a fortune, though, by Michael Rubin to show up and do these things at the Fanatics event, right?
Okay, but like, does Michael Rubin own the WWE? Like, why would you? It's one thing to show up at Fanatics. He's done the Fanatics thing. He always goes and he talks to. He's like a mentor for the drafted quarterbacks. He does those, like he did that thing with Jaden Daniels and Drake May and Caleb Williams and all that stuff. But like, it's one thing to show up in the card vault thing, whatever. That's your business. You own it. Like, go around the country with Billy Costa's kid and do that. That's fine. But like the WWE is just such a weird. What do you think he's getting paid? $2 million
to do a
The
storyline in
WWE?
WWE. I would hope it's way more than two. I would hope it's more than $2 million. But you don't think it's for the money. You think it's for the attention only.
Right. Well, because there's no way he needs the money. Unless he's trying to buy an NFL team.
Well, he had to invest significant money in the Raiders.
Right.
So he has to pay that off or whatever.
Okay, but he's making $36 million a year from Fox alone.
Yeah. Whose second chapter, if you want to call it that?
Oh, Bills
has
is worse.
Has been
far worse.
Bills has been worse.
Far worse.
Shime, you agree on that? Why?
Yeah.
Because of Jordan?
Tom's is embarrassing. Bills is almost
Tom
pathetic.
won a Super Bowl.
Bills is pathetic?
Almost.
He's
getting to that point.
He's at child cheerleading contests in Baltimore. Bill's over under for wins in North Carolina is 4.5.
Yeah. I think he had to rename his boat to include her ring.
Yeah, he's wearing a Bridgewater State cheerleading ring. I'm sorry, it's not even close.
So his has been worse. Bill's.
Tom won a Super Bowl after the divorce.
Yeah.
Bill is at the ACC media lunch having breakfast with Dabo.
All right. Here's a text that said, tuned in at 7 o'clock. Is it just you and Curtis today? It's just me and Curtis and Shime today, yes. Wiggy's on vacation. Courtney's back Monday. That's the way summertime goes. People are allowed vacations. My sincere apology to you. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
yes, that's what you got.
Middle
you got
of July.
You got me, Curtis, and Shime today.
Oh, and thank you for engaging.
Yes, we certainly appreciate that. All right. We are going to get to They Said It coming up, and that includes what Sonny Gray said after win number 12 for him yesterday, what James Harden said about a new big three in Cleveland. You had some audio, Curtis, with regard to Belichick.
Paul Feinbaum, who is the college football reporter at ESPN, blowtorch to Belichick. I didn't realize that North Carolina was not – I thought they were going to be much better this year.
Yeah.
The over-under for wins is 4.5. That's like what BC is.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on or where they're headed, but Paul Feinbaum, who follows college football closely for ESPN, was unkind to the hooded one.
Okay, all right.
Over the weekend.
We will get to all of that coming up in exactly 2 minutes on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
scars of other summers where my shadows used to be. She is standing by the water as her smile begins to curl. And this or any other summer, she is something altogether different, never just an ordinary girl.
Chad Tracy, the interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, on this show on Wednesday, and then we are off to Connecticut for a bonus road show and the match too. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Who's the favorite?
Well, the way I played on Friday, I think Scheim has to be the favorite. I was horrible.
No, you can't do that.
Off the tee, horrible.
Doesn't matter. I can't. There's in no world can I be the favorite after what occurred last year.
Well, you broke 90 like a week ago.
Yeah, I mean I've done that a couple times, but
you broke an 80?
No, 90.
Oh, okay.
I've never broken 80.
But a lot of it for you, I think, was the pressure. Like you let the pressure get to you.
Very much so.
Last time.
Yeah, I'm hoping that my work on tempo and swing speed is going to pay off, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Tempo.
Yeah.
Breathing. I did a lot of Mac Jones breathing exercises.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that helps, but we'll see.
I mean,
by the way, so I just question for the room. I want a clarification before I was to do anything. Am I allowed to play a practice round on Thursday?
Of course.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I'm not going to get yelled at for cheating. Hey, this is my first time playing the course. Scheim played yesterday. I just wanted to make sure we get that out of the way now.
No, that's fine. Go down there, play it, get a practice round in.
Cool.
And then we'll do a little pregame somewhere the night before. See if we can get you all liquored up, and
perfect.
And hopefully that will ensure a win for me.
Hangover, I'll be sweating on the course like you read about.
The match too.
Because are we playing on the North course? Is that where we're playing? Okay, cool.
Yes,
I was invited to play on the South course on Thursday, so maybe I'll do that.
Sick brag. That might be brag of the week right there.
There you go.
Who invited you?
The superintendent of the South course.
Oh,
he shot me a DM. Shot a shot, and I was figuring. I wanted to make sure though I could play a practice. I wasn't going to get yelled at for playing a practice round, so
I would ask this question: why would you play the South course if you're going to be playing?
Warm up? No, just to keep it fair that I've never seen the North course. Greg has never played the North course, correct? So I wanted to I just like to keep things even.
I've played. Sick brag. I've played both courses.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. Maybe I will play the North
one.
It's been a long time. Fair enough.
Also, I've just been informed that working the snack shack that day will be Tom Brady. So if you're looking to meet Tom, he will be there from 1 until 2 serving dogs.
Right.
All right. Scheim, can we get to They Said It, please?
Chad, I know your job is.
They said it. It's time for
They Said It.
They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It.
On the Greg Hill Show.
All right, They Said It is brought to you every day by Catches Law, and at Catches, they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you've been hurt at work, reach out to Catches. Just go to catcheslaw.com, and they are there to help, and they don't get paid unless you win. So what's up first this morning, Scheim?
Well, Greg, we got to start with Sonny Gray, who has had a phenomenal season for your Boston Red Sox.
Absolute crime that he was not an all-star.
Amen.
Yeah. This guy has been popping off.
Yes.
He is 12-1 on the season. He spoke after the win yesterday about this Red Sox team.
We weren't a good team, and that was a fact. But we've always had it in us, and we are a good team. But at the same time, you can't get too high, you can't get too low in this game.
Right.
You just show up, stay in the moment, and take each day for what it is. And if you do that, and you have a mindset and you expect to win, you play to win each moment, play to win each game, then you'll be okay.
Would you have predicted the guy that talks about Japanese maples with us before the season started would be 12-1?
No.
In a million years.
No. Credit Resbot.
I mean, shocking. But there's no equivalent to what they've done. There isn't. Like where you were within a month, one of the worst teams in the history of a franchise that's been around for 120 years to 13 straight wins and you're in the playoffs. It's unprecedented. There's no comp.
Yeah. The only concern I have is if you can go on a run like this, and knowing this team the way they were 3 weeks ago, June 11th or June 16th or whatever it was.
Oh, shit, he did it again.
Can they go in the opposite direction quickly?
Oh yeah, I mean this could
Williams
easily
fucking
end
Abreu.
and be bad
That's
again
awesome,
soon. But
dude.
for right now, I mean, I think they win tonight.
Dude.
I don't know. I mean, they're hot as hell. They're at home. I mean, maybe Wiggy's off because he wants to do Pete Alonso because he's in town.
Maybe.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Who do you give the most credit to?
The players.
Oh shit, he did
I
it.
give the most credit to the players. I don't like if this win streak occurred after you fired Cora, like the Morgan Magic, like then it's like okay, there was clearly an issue there.
Oh shit, he did it.
I credit the organization for moving Roman Anthony. Not to say he was the problem, but at least to be proactive and get him to a place where things weren't stagnated. And I like to credit Chad Tracy a lot. Like talking to Gedman at the ground round at the first roadshow, and how just impassioned he was in support, and how the glowing he was in discussing Chad Tracy as a man, as a manager, and that he just gets it. And like Gedman is not a guy that I believe to be a BS artist in any capacity.
Come on,
No,
Willier.
it seems like when it comes
Whitefield.
to being
Oh
a player's
my
manager,
God.
he is stuck with
did it
guys.
again.
You know,
He did it
Caleb
again.
Durbin, he sat him for a week there, but then he,
15th of the
obviously
His
was
fourth in his
pumping
last
him up,
2
and
days.
that
He's a
turnaround is
nuclear
incredible
reactor.
when it comes to that
Holy
player.
shit.
You know, I think he's done a great job managing the rotation. I think he's a big part of it. You have to give him a lot of credit for the turnaround. You have to.
When you give players credit, couldn't you even focus in even more on the pitching staff? Like this pitching staff has been downright fantastic. The starters, we talked about Sonny Gray, but Peyton Tolley's been great. Connolly Early has been good. Like Ranger Suarez, when he's been out there, has been really good. And that's all without Garrett Crochet. And then even in a game where you don't have one of your starters going, in that second game of the doubleheader, your bullpen was nails for, 6 innings? After they gave up 3 runs in the first 3 innings, they were just dominant in the second half of that game.
That's
and so, like,
awesome,
I think you can really focus on what this pitching staff has done and how good they've been.
Shime, why people are texting in and going nuts in the Twitch chat that they're hearing Hogdale cursing like a sailor over our broadcast?
That's not me. I'm not playing any Hogdale.
Is it on,
What's going on?
Twitch?
Mitch?
Is
Hello?
Is it only on Twitch? Like Mitch has got to figure the Twitch sitch out.
What happened?
I don't
I
know.
don't even have like a Hogdale clip up anywhere over here.
He's playing like Hogdale.
We
What is he
need- we need
listening
the
to
Mitchuation.
Hogdale down there at Twitch HQ? What is Mitch
Maybe.
doing?
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, Mitch, we need you to come in here. What is going on?
We need an explanation.
Is it still going on?
I don't know.
Well, Tom, can you listen to it over there?
Twitch is going crazy.
What is going on?
He was playing. It was.
Oh, here's Mitch.
Mitch, get on a microphone.
We need to get on the microphone.
Shime, do you know how to turn those microphones on? Mitch, good morning.
Wait.
Hold on a second.
One second.
Shime doesn't know how to turn your microphone on yet.
No, I do. I just had to switch.
You look stressed out.
Yeah, I'm stressed out. Just every day there's something else over there.
What happened?
I have no idea what's going on.
Were you playing Hogdale?
No, I'm not playing anything. We have an issue with audio. Earlier today, things coming in and out of the system. So I'm sure there's another issue right now. So I'm on it.
Is somebody
somebody hacking
surreptitiously-
into our?
Is somebody
I have
feeding
no idea.
Hogdale expletives automatically into the
Yeah,
Twitch feed?
it's a software issue. It's a major issue.
Do you think
So
is it China? Like who do you think?
But why would somebody just randomly have Hogdale swearing?
we had Carson and Kennedy on here during the 5:30 hour, so there's just audio going in and out. But
Mitch
I'm
looks
on it.
like he is in a blender. I feel so bad for you, Mitch.
Hogdale.
I mean, it's a real problem over there.
This is the craziest Eddie Dale has sounded on EEI in a very long time.
I mean,
what the hell? It's just. By the way, it's just.
You got to get control of your operation down there.
All right, I love you, Mitch.
Okay, all right, there he goes.
I feel so bad for him. If you were not watching on Twitch or YouTube, he looks stressed.
He does. Yeah.
I don't understand it.
This show on Twitch is presented by Springer's Jewelers, and it is the summer faux pay showcase at Springer's. So that's happening Friday and Saturday in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. beautiful handcrafted Italian gold from Faux Pay. So go see them at Springer's, and maybe Hogdale will be up there as well doing a live. Hogdale and Tom Brady, both at Springer's this weekend. All right, we are going to continue with the rest of They Said It coming up next.
Last season, the Pats surprised the football world.
The New England Patriots are back in the Super Bowl.
Then, the biggest offseason trade happened.
A.J. Brown to the Patriots. I like it. Finally!
Go, baby. Now we call it Gillette Stadium again, and it's time for our football to be played. WEEI, the only place to hear the coach and the QB every week, kicks off training camp this Saturday with a special Ken and Curtis show at 11.
Still to come, the news at 8 with Shime because Mego is on vacation. Courtney back with us on Monday. Wiggy is on vacation. I believe during the break, Shime, you identified the glitch in the Matrix technologically.
Yeah, we think we understand what happened. So for some reason, Nick, the midday show producer, was
Chicken Nick.
Yep, Chicken Nick was editing Hogdale audio in the Red Sox studio behind us.
Okay,
and somehow that's now connected to Twitch as well.
Okay.
So he's taken everything out of program 4. So hopefully that should never happen again.
So we need the audio at some point of Hogdale over us with bleeps.
Okay, we would need to go. We'll have to have Mitch or somebody go back in the Twitch archive.
Well, yeah,
and
rewind, and then we'll get that because that would be hilarious in the 9 o'clock hour if we can turn it around.
Yes. Rare content replay, 9 o'clock hour.
What a fun story. Very quickly, I was at 890 running the board for the World Series in like 2007.
Back when AM was king.
Back when AM was king. Well, 890 was never king.
Okay.
And do you remember the senator who was caught in the bathroom and he said, "I am not gay. I never have been gay."
Yes.
So I thought I was previewing audio, and over this like unbelievable moment in the World Series, you hear, "I am not gay. I never have been gay," like 16
Those kind of
times.
things happen.
It really was a wonder.
Those kind of things happen.
Anyway, carry on.
All right. Yes. Carry on. Where were we?
They said it.
We were in They Said It, Greg, and James Harden has spoken and has let his feelings known on if he'd like to play with LeBron James. We can hear from James Harden.
Can we imagine a power trio, Mitchell, you, and LeBron next season?
That's the goal. That's the plan. You know, hopefully we'll see it in the next few days. So.
Yeah, in the next few days or next few weeks or next few months or maybe by the end of the year. Well, I guess LeBron's daughter plays sports and goes to school in the California region, and that is of a lot of importance to him, which is a good thing. And so that's why people feel like Golden State is is where he's going to go. So not Cleveland. But I have no idea. Nobody knows. Only LeBron knows.
Well, he has 5, right? Or 4?
Kids?
No, championships.
Oh, championships. He has
4, right? 2 with the Heat, 1 with the Cavaliers, and
Right.
then 1 with the Lakers.
So you want to get to 5, maybe you get there and, you're 1 shy of Jordan, but you have a better, more career statistics. Obviously, he wouldn't be the one getting the most credit for it, but
yeah,
I wouldn't
can't
be
see it.
surprised.
I can't see it working in Philadelphia. Can you?
No.
Okay.
No.
So that's off the table.
The only other thing I could think of, and I know it's probably not likely, is the warm sentiment of ending your career where it started in Cleveland, where you're from, the king of Akron, all that stuff. But I don't think it'll happen. I think Golden State's likely where it is.
And when do you think he'll share the information?
Halloween.
With us? Okay. All right. What is next, Sean?
Greg, we briefly talked about this earlier, but Bryson DeChambeau was handed a 2-stroke penalty after his, I believe it was Saturday round, where he had a great day. And Rory McIlroy talked about Bryson and the infraction and everything around it afterward. Here we can hear from Rory McIlroy.
So I was watching it live. I was up in the players' lounge watching it with a few other players, and as soon as he made the step into the ball, we all sort of looked at each other and were like, that didn't seem right. And then when I heard that he was called in by the rules officials, I think it was pretty obvious for why. I think there's no doubt that he improved the line of his backswing. So, and again, it's like whether it was careless or whether it was intentional, I don't think it matters. Hopefully it was careless, but I think the 2-shot penalty was justified for sure. I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
What a fraud. I agree. Bryson's a dink. Like I told you.
Well, I don't think he is.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I like the style in which he conducts himself. Like but I also don't think he was intentionally cheating. Like
No, I don't either. And I think a lot of people have come to his defense. Scotty Scheffler, Max Homa, Sam Burns. Like a lot of these guys have been like, yeah, Bryson wasn't cheating. He's like even Scotty's like, yeah, maybe we need to police people in general better because we don't do it enough. But he wasn't cheating.
There's no way, there's no way to get in there in the middle of the fescue without standing on the fescue. Like,
yeah.
I don't.
He was going to disturb the marinara one way or another,
Yes,
Greg.
correct.
But my issue here is that, fine, you can say Bryson's a good guy. Rory is so tone deaf.
Oh, he's such a douche.
He needs a mirror. Like, there were countless videos that people posted on social media in reaction to his judgmental rant against Bryson DeChambeau, where he had been doing very similar things, where he was being performative, where he was seeking attention, where he was bending the rules, where, like, whenever somebody brings in, like, the kids or the volunteers, you know they have the losing side of the argument. When he's like, do you think Rory McIlroy for 2 seconds gave a damn that a volunteer missed dinner at Royal Birkdale?
No. Now, I will say, is it accurate that Bryson tried to call Donald Trump during that thing?
Oh, that I have no
There's
idea
no way
about that.
that's accurate.
It's not.
I doubt it.
That's not accurate.
They did play golf together on his YouTube channel,
Yeah.
though.
So did Tom Brady.
I mean,
True.
Tiger tried to call him when he was pulled over for driving while
That's
under the
true.
influence, if you remember correctly.
Tiger, I think, though, has a little bit more cachet than Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, there's no chance. I think that was AI.
Yeah. I can't believe you didn't like the tournament, though. I thought it was excellent.
Oh, God, awful. But dull as a doornail.
You see that shot Rahm hit on Saturday, 2 feet or on his knees above the trap? Unbelievable shot.
Amazing shot. I think it was also hilarious that the guy who wins the tournament took 22 seconds from when Sam Burns hit his putt to step up and hit the putt to win. He took no time whatsoever. He's just up there, hit the ball, move on, hit the next ball. It was tremendous.
My favorite was when Scheffler had a chance and he was in the deep rough and he chipped it about 4 yards right to his left. That was when I said, "Oh, what a tournament!"
All right, we have more coming when it comes to They Said It. Curtis has been talking about this audio.
Oh, God,
about Bill Belichick,
the man who has actually looked worse than Brady after the divorce.
We will get to that next on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
If you are in the market for a diamond for any occasion, please visit the team at Springer's Jewelers in tax-free and beautiful Portsmouth, New Hampshire. The best prices and selection in New England.
here's my final serenade. Here's a gun and here's a blade. Here's a picture that I saved for too long. Here's my credit card and keys, and the reason I won't find peace. Here's a song I should not complete for too long. Well, here's my pride and here's my shame. Here's a trophy that bears my name. Here's all the mistakes I made for too long.
News with Shime coming up at 8. If I could, quick Odyssey app appreciation for Gabe from Charlestown, who works for Consigli. And I ran into Gabe at the grocery store yesterday. Very nice man. Listens to the show all the time on the Odyssey app. So thank you, Gabe. And you can, if you have yet to download the Odyssey app, you should. You can listen to us from wherever you are, whenever you want, any time of the day or evening or early morning or midday, whatever, on the Odyssey app. And that is also where you can leave a hill note and leave it on any topic, and we're going to play the best ones back at about 9:30. But we were in the middle of They Said It, Chime. What is next this morning?
Well, Greg, Paul Feinbaum is here to rip Bill Belichick a little bit. I know Curtis is going to be very upset with this audio. We can hear Paul Feinbaum.
I think his college future, and no one's taking away his 6 Super Bowls, but ending like he is going to end is really embarrassing and sad, and in many ways pathetic, Peter, because this didn't have to happen. He only took this job because he was bitter that he couldn't get an NFL job. He chose the wrong place. He has tried to use the magic of yesteryear, and it simply hasn't worked. And I'll break it to everyone who is curious how many games they're going to win this year. Their over and under in Vegas is 4.5. 5 wins would be considered a success, and that would mean another embarrassment. And yes, Heather is right. He won't get fired, but he should seriously consider retirement.
How long is his deal there?
3 years, $30 million, I think, or maybe 5 years. It was $10 million a year. I think it was 3 or 5 years. So I was shocked when I heard that their over under was 4.5. Like, the 33rd NFL team in your second year is going to be in the bottom of the ACC again. Like, what? He should have, if he could go back and take a mulligan, he should have been the Rex Ryan. He should have been in studio on the NFL Today or on. He
was actually pretty good when he was doing the television stuff.
He would have been viewed.
He was on with McAfee, and he was pretty good. And
I mean, in the absence of an all-time great as a head coach, he has been mediocre to bad. And this is not a great final chapter for him. It's not going to end well. North Carolina's a basketball school. I know he grew up and his first words were beat Duke, according to him. But this is another embarrassment.
I mean, also, to be fair, you got to give him some time when it comes to getting his own recruits in there.
Well, but every year is a new team this year. I mean, in the college football now, like every year you get a brand new team. It's not like you have to wait for guys you develop. And if he's the one that arrived saying that this was going to be an immediate success. Like that was his words, not anybody else's. So if they don't make a bowl in 2 years, Bill Belichick coaching North Carolina, oh God, is Lombardi still there?
I mean, probably. Who knows?
I mean, I have to say, rooting against North Carolina football is one of the fun things I get to do in the fall now, so I don't want him to leave. It is so fun.
I mean, is there any chance that there's an NFL team that would take a flyer on him?
There's a better chance that Mitch becomes the next producer of Apprentice than Bill Belichick is an NFL head coach.
This is Patrick from California. What's up, Patrick?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
First time calling into the station. I'm a Red Sox fan from the Bay Area in California here. Some of these hitters have played a little bit above their heads, but the only thing that's really got me worried right now. But number 4 in MLB in the ERA is really encouraging with this pitching staff that Craig Breslow has made. I'm going to see the Red Sox when they're in Sacramento here in a couple weeks, but overall, really just excited about the team.
Yeah. It's an extraordinary turnaround.
Good morning.
And it is. Has Breslow saved his job?
Totally. Oh,
totally. Okay.
Could he be the executive of the year in Major League Baseball?
They make the playoffs. He might be.
Unbelievable. unbelievable. There's no comp, Greg. There's no team I can think of that in season within weeks has gone from worst team of all time to playoff legitimate contender.
Yeah.
There wasn't a major trade. They actually lost players and they got better.
I heard Bradfo on the station yesterday giving the credit to the Tartan Army.
Okay.
Why?
Because that's when he believes that they got everybody fired up when they were at Fenway, and that was, from his perspective, that was the turnaround.
It's really the Jaylen Brown trade. They haven't lost since it.
That's true.
It is true.
Why?
Everybody wanted Jaylen Brown out of Boston, apparently.
The other thing is I love Bradfo, you know that, but he sees that the Tartan Army gets clicked, so now he connects it to everything he talks about.
Well, I think he really loves them. He went to Scotland, did he not? I think he went.
Well, his daughter graduated from the University of Edinburgh.
Oh, okay. So he didn't go over there just to see the Tartan Army.
I mean, maybe he wouldn't have gone if it wasn't for the Tartan Army, but I believe that his daughter graduating was the impetus behind the trip.
No Bradford, no party.
Right. Amen. No Bradford, no tilted brim. But yeah, it was listen, shocking, absolutely shocking. I cannot. The win, the comeback win Saturday was really like, okay. At that point it was 11, 10 straight wins, and you're like, oh, all good things must come to an end.
Yeah.
They swept the doubleheader Friday. It was a weird day where the late game was delayed. There was a rainy afternoon, whatever. Ken was on the pregame. He's a jinx, whatever you want to blame it on. And then you have Abreu with that home run. That is the moment, right? That's the moment of the season right now.
Yes.
Tarps off.
100%. That's the moment of the season.
You got Lou jumping up and down. Great call with Dave O'Brien on Nesson. Like, that is the signature. That's the, what was it, Eckersley with Mookie Betts in 2018 where it's time to party. Like, that was the 2026 version of that call. Just a great organic Fenway moment. Awesome.
Yeah, and so I am anxiously awaiting, as I think everybody is, the buying process, and you better be buying big. And so, and I don't, I'm assuming that you want. There's a lot of talk about Lindor, who's a lefty. Like, why are you adding lefty bats to this team?
You need a right-handed bat, and you need a starting. You need like a number 3 starting pitcher. That's what you need, and they have the assets to get it done. I feel like the fan base is now fully back in again, and you're going to be, if you approach this deadline the way you did last year, the boos that Breslow got in Fall River will pale in comparison to what he feels this time around, because fans are anxious, and we may be without baseball next year. So might as well go for it right now, because who knows what these prospects will be and when they'll actually get to the big leagues in the first place.
Here's a 617 text that says, which happens first? Bill Belichick goes back to the NFL as a head coach, or Greg goes on his run? Listen, Savage, Scheim, your buddy Savage was all over me, Savage Boston, saying I need to go on that run. I tried to get it set up for Fenway Park. Red Sox they're not into it.
Is it Dave Meller?
I feel like I'm more likely to go on a run than this team is, Craig.
Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
Yeah.
Is it the Dave Meller thing that he thinks that you will ruin the grass or
I think
ruin
that's what it is.
the field?
Yeah. Worried about that.
I mean, Chad Tracy's on Wednesday. We can ask him.
Yeah.
He's the skip.
Yeah.
I mean, he should be able to get
He
it.
could probably approve it.
Totally.
Go above Colin Birch's head or anybody else's head over there.
Far be it for me to say who's above his head, but my guess is Chad Tracy has some pull, especially today.
No, I mean it's an extraordinary turnaround. It really is.
How was the park? How was the vibe Friday?
It was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I think I said earlier, Lou was spot on saying that this is what Fenway Park should be. That game, you brought it up Saturday. People sitting through the delay, people like into it in the rain, and they get it done. It's awesome.
It was great.
Awesome.
What a great call. The tarps off, all the guys, just many of whom probably wanted to put it back on, but it was awesome.
Yeah.
Totally out of nowhere.
Were you guys doing your show over there?
No, we were here Saturday.
Oh, you were here Saturday.
Yeah, the James man came in.
Oh, he did.
We had a great. Yep, he took over for Ken for a bit, and no, it was Ken did the pregame show. What's with the wildfires? They come in, they go out. I don't know what was that again?
Yankees.
There you go. Boo Yankees.
You're doing the show Saturday from Gillette?
Gillette Stadium. Patriots training camp, as Ken put it, as the lid lifter. I'd never heard that term before.
Oh, the lid lifter? What does that mean?
The opener, like you're opening the lid. Something's happened to Ken. He's like, he bears no resemblance.
I've never
He's
heard
totally
that.
disconnected. I try and talk to him like off air, and he's like,
Pelota, como estás?
he's calling Worcester games. And then whenever we talk about Chad Tracy, he acts like he's known him for a lifetime. He's like, oh, well, when I was in Worcester, I'm like, okay, you did 2 games. You spent half of it at the omelet station in the press box.
Put a smile on that one.
Chad Tracy's being inducted into the Woo Sox Hall of Fame on Thursday.
That's awesome.
So
I mean, he deserves it, but
He does
I
deserve
am thrilled. I think it's going to be a record crowd at Gillette Stadium Saturday. The reigning AFC champions begin training camp. There will be, my guess, many Vrabel chants, like standing with the coach. There will be a lot of fans there screaming in his defense. It'll be, it's going to be. I don't know, it's probably been like 15 years since I've been at Patriots training camp.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see how it's set up.
it should be, I mean, veterans have to report Friday, Saturday, day one. Ken and Curtis there. And we will be back in exactly 2 minutes with Scheim and today's news.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with
right? Well guarded. And all of a sudden, he's standing on the right. You understand what I'm talking about? I don't know if anybody didn't. I just noticed it.
The news.
And he had plenty of time. He kicked it. It was within, I would say, a quarter of an inch of being perfect.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
Grade 3 toe turf.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Well, Courtney back on Monday. Mego on vacation. She's entitled to vacation. Somebody was in the Twitch chat or texting in earlier saying, why didn't you make Mego work this week? Because she deserves a vacation. The woman did an extraordinary job with us for 4 months. Let her have her vacation.
And she's got football season starting on Saturday.
Yes.
She'll be up in Maine.
But Shime willing to fill in when it comes to today's news. Hello, Shime.
Hey, Greg. Good morning. Last night we had an incident on 93 involving an Uber and state police. A person was critically injured when they were struck by a vehicle on I-93 in Quincy. Shortly after, their rideshare driver had called state police with concerns about their erratic behavior. So state police say they received a 911 call shortly after 9 p.m. from the driver of the Uber who had safety concerns about their passenger.
That's kind of scary.
I know. A trooper then went out, located the vehicle, and attempted to speak with the passenger when that person then fled on foot. Moments later, they were struck by a passing vehicle. The victim was taken to a Boston hospital with life-threatening injuries. Further details were not immediately made available, and police caution the information they've provided at this point is preliminary as the incident remains very active.
I wonder how often that happens if you're working for one of the rideshare places where you end up with somebody who is like a scary passenger.
Yeah, that is terrifying.
And you can't just, I guess you really can't just stop in the middle of the road and tell them to get out.
You can't? You can't just do that and then cancel the ride and give them their money back and be like, I don't want to take you?
I mean,
can't you refuse service in other jobs? Why can't you do that as an Uber driver?
I'm sure I guess you can. You have to accept it. But the other thing is, at least in the cabs, there was that divider.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Where, if you're in a Boston cab, it's not, you don't feel quite, I've never driven a cab, but I would presume you're a little bit more secure as opposed to a guy
You should do that. You'd make a great cab driver.
Oh, the best.
Very friendly.
Very friendly.
Love small talk.
I love small talk. Well,
the first thing I learned about Curtis on this show, he loves small talk.
I love it.
All right, what's next?
Well, Greg, speaking of driving, gas prices back up over $4 here. They've gone up 13 cents in the last week. The average price a year ago today was $3.14 a gallon. The Massachusetts average price currently $4.03. A week ago, it was $3.90.
Yeah, this is awful.
Yeah,
we need to get the hell out of there, figure it out, open up the Strait of Hormuz, and move on with life.
Between gas prices and energy, electricity prices, everything is nuts right now. It's tough.
I actually thought the governor did a good job when I asked about the Eversource delivery versus actual, because right now the delivery cost for my Eversource is higher than it is for the actual energy.
Yes.
Which makes no sense.
You pay more for the delivery of the energy than you do for the actual energy.
Which defies any form of logic that anybody has ever had.
It's a scam.
Total scam. But, my question, she said that, they have legislation and that there's a lot, that the Eversource has all these things that they do with it. My question would be, why don't we have competitive energy rates? Why can't more than one company come into the state? You know what I'm saying?
Skater girl Sherry in the Twitch chat is saying, "Oh my God, Curtis, she lied."
Oh,
so
okay.
They don't believe that she did a good job. I don't know.
All right. Yeah. I don't know what. If she lied, then you can explain to me how she lied. I don't know. She said she had legislation that was pending that would fix the problem.
Yeah.
I don't know. How would I know that that's a lie?
Yeah. I know we don't have happy hour, and she promised us that months ago. I
that seems like an easy fix.
I know you don't care about happy hour.
I do because I want you to be happy.
Some of us would like happy hour. I know Shime would like happy hour.
Mego.
I would love it.
Mego would love happy
Mego would
hour.
drink the city dry if there was happy hour.
You explained very well to me how difficult it is to make money when running a restaurant.
Yes.
So why do we make it hard on people?
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. Not just when the Tartan Army is here, but
Right.
the whole entire year. For
Incentivize people to come to a restaurant because give them 2-for-1 drinks because we're all adults and we actually have Ubers now that we didn't have 20 years ago.
Is the number accurate when it comes to what the World Cup brought to America?
Did you see this? So Brian Moynihan, the CEO of Bank of America, was on Face the Nation over the weekend talking about the benefits of the World Cup. $20 billion into the United States economy that wasn't going to be there if not for it. And unlike the Olympics, the infrastructure was already there.
Yeah.
So you didn't have to invest all this money in new arenas, new buildings, all that stuff. And pretty good success story, you would have to say, for the United States.
Yeah, $20 billion additional revenue brought to the United States. It's amazing.
Especially for a communist sport like soccer.
Yes. All right, what's next, Sean?
Well, Greg, bit of an irrational fear for you. So a man had to be rescued after climbing into a porta potty.
Ooh, I saw this over the
because he was searching for a bottle of Mountain Dew that he'd accidentally dropped inside.
Was this the former Senate candidate Plattner?
I don't believe so.
He had
no.
issues in porta potties.
A man in Kansas City had to be rescued from the porta potty. We can hear from Patriot Portable Restrooms partner Chip Counterman on the situation.
Okay.
Knocked again. The man inside said he was not going to get out. They looked inside and didn't see anybody. The lid was closed. No one was in the restroom. It kind of startled them. All of a sudden, a head popped out of the toilet, and he said, "I'm in here." He told them he was retrieving a Mountain Dew bottle that he dropped in from the night before. After it was cut open, the man was able to exit the toilet. Fire department did hook up water to their truck and gave him a free shower.
Gross.
Is there anything that you can think of that would be worse than being stuck in the waste area of a porta potty?
Nothing.
Literally nothing.
Literally nothing. I experienced the worst porta potty of my life when I was visiting the wonderful state of Michigan.
Oh.
It was, we took a drive out to Sleeping Bear National Dunes. These cool dunes, they're like 300-foot drop down to Lake Michigan. Really cool. But the porta potty there was the gnarliest thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Well, have you ever experienced one that wasn't?
Well, like
Aren't
some
they,
of them, though, Greg, when they've
I guess
been
if
lightly
you're first,
used.
If you're first in.
Yeah. Yeah, this
the
one felt
experience
like it
is
hadn't been
fine.
cleaned in quite some time.
But my question here is...
quite some time. It had fermented quite a
Were
bit.
you going one or two?
I was just going one.
So then why not just go outside?
Well, because there's people everywhere, Curtis. You know, I don't
okay.
want to. I don't want to get hit for was it public nudity or whatever. I don't want to. Just gonna whip it out in public.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Also, I'm guessing that there was something in the Mountain Dew that he was retrieving.
Had to be.
He left it there the night before. Is that what the guy said from the porta potty place?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's what he said.
He came back for it the next morning.
Oh boy.
It sounds like it was something else that he made.
Of all the places to leave something you want in the waste part of a porta potty,
Yeah, and then go back in and get it.
that is revolting.
You ever drop your phone in the toilet and then you have to wonder whether to pick it out or not?
No, I've never done
you
that.
haven't? Oh.
Have you done that?
Yeah, that happened to me once, a long time ago.
Oh, gross.
I just retrieved it.
Yeah, well,
you have to have your
Just
phone.
stick it in a bowl of rice to dry it out.
I did. I don't remember. It was quite some time ago. All right, what else?
Well, Greg, you want to win some money tonight? Powerball, up to $544 million. The drawing is tonight at 10:59. The cash value, though, that you get from this, I think, is like $241.6 million. So, there you go.
I'll play it.
Best state to move in the entire United States. So a survey was done, and they determined the best state to move to in the United States. Would anybody care to guess?
What is the rubric that they're grading on?
They are based on affordability, safety, education, healthcare, economic strength, and overall quality of life.
Florida.
No, not in the top 10.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts came in at number 6.
Really?
Yes.
What? Number 6 in the affordability part? Or number 6 overall?
Number 6 overall.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to guess Vermont.
Ooh, Vermont came in at number 9.
What's the best state?
Number 1 state to move to, New Hampshire.
Really?
Live free or
Yes.
die.
They got strong scores in safety, healthcare, education, and quality of life. 4 states in New England finished in the top 10. As we pointed out, Massachusetts 6, Vermont 9, New Hampshire 1, and then Maine came in at number 5. The very last state on the list,
California.
New Mexico.
Oh, New Mexico.
New Mexico.
Really?
Yes.
Feels like that would be affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 5 worst states to move to in 2026, New Mexico, Louisiana, California, Arkansas, and Oklahoma.
Huh.
Way to go, New Hampshire.
Awesome.
Good job by New Hampshire.
Probably because of Bernie's. Like,
I mean,
you move to a state where there's a Bernie's.
Hampton
and you can
Beach.
Be outside and enjoy the great food and fun and frivolity.
Lake Winnipesaukee.
Think about it. Yeah. We do a road show. You become affordable and good to live in.
Yeah, that's so New Hampshire, number 1 in the entire U.S.
Correct, Greg.
Okay, all right. Way to go, New Hampshire.
Yes.
We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. That's it, and we'll be back with the rest of the news after that. From the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios, no fee unless you win. Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. We are in the middle of the news. However, this is Jim from New Hampshire. Before we get back to it, Jim, what's up?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Hey, listen, up here in New Hampshire, you guys can't come up here. We're a constitutional state. We carry guns. You guys are too scared of guns.
Have you ever, if you listen to Wiggy at all? Wiggy's out trying to become
I know Wiggy. Wiggy's more than welcome.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's just Wiggy. All right. Well, I mean, I think Wiggy wants to live in Florida, I think is where he wants to live.
But Jim, if you have guns, wouldn't you welcome people without them? Then you dominate.
Right.
No. Because then they'll start changing all the stuff up here, politics, and, before you know it, fireworks will be illegal in New Hampshire. We don't want to.
All right. Well, are we allowed to visit? Like, if we want to go to Lake...
Absolutely. We'd love having you guys up here. You guys are the bomb.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Well, New Hampshire is the number 1 state to move to. So if you're thinking about moving, then give New Hampshire a try.
Wouldn't you be afraid if you had a gun?
No, I would not.
Really?
What do you mean? I don't know. I wouldn't be afraid.
Oh my God! I wouldn't be afraid somebody would open it, like something would go wrong. I've literally never held a gun in my life.
Well, what if you need to defend your family? Like,
well, what's going to happen? If somebody's in my house with a gun, I'm not going to be able to go get my gun in time to kill him.
What? What would you do?
I would just call 911 and hope he didn't get me. I don't know. What would you do, Mr. Like Don Juan?
I would take my glasses off and I would defend myself.
You would call Brett.
I would defend my family if I had to.
But right now, your best defense is Bullet and Little P.
That's right. Yeah, Bullet would scare him away.
Right.
Bullet would terrify him. All right. Anyway, we were in the middle of the news. Shime, what is next?
Well, Greg, 2 men are suing a North Dakota hospital after they say they were switched at birth 38 years ago.
Holy cow.
Kyle Bylan and Jeremy Morrison claim a DNA test shows that they haven't been living with their biological families since birth and were born the same time in the same hospital.
What?
Yeah.
So the parents that they have had for 38 years are not actually their parents.
Correct. We can hear from Kyle Bylan and Jeremy Morrison.
January 26, 1988, only Kyle and I were born in that hospital that day. It's the only time we've ever been together.
My aunt Martha and I were on Ancestry.com. I had done further DNA testing on my raising mom, Evelyn Newton, that came out conclusively that, she was biologically my brother's mom, but she didn't match with me on the platform. We kind of concluded and said, basically, look, Kyle, you were switched at birth.
That is horrible.
I feel like if I'm Ancestry.com, I don't give that information. Like, talk about,
ruining people's
ruining
lives.
your life. You would never know that. And, oh, my God.
Also, no offense, but if there's only 2 babies born, how do you mix the 2 of them up?
It's only 2.
On that day in the hospital.
Doesn't seem like it was super chaotic.
No. What, was Mitch working or what?
Oh my
God. How did that?
This is not Mitch's fault. Don't throw him under the bus.
I don't. What do you think the bag of cash you get?
Oh my God. Huge bag of cash.
You're
but what do you
Swiss?
do? Do you go back to
the
original parents, or do you try to have a relationship with the other?
That is so crazy.
That's horrible.
Oh,
I wonder how often that happens. I'm hoping not a lot.
I feel like it happened more earlier on just because there wasn't electronic records and scannable bracelets and stuff like that. But
it's only 38 years ago. There was that
True.
kind of thing 38 years ago. Was there not?
It's just
I
the
don't know.
amount.
I wasn't alive 38 years ago. I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
The amount of people around your when you have a child, the notion that this would happen just defies any logic. But I guess we're in, one of the great places for healthcare in the world. Maybe if you're in where was this? What was it?
North Dakota.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it happens in North Dakota more often.
Wow. Okay. What else, Sean?
Well, Greg, we can get to what are we doing?
And now,
what are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
I mean, that's the dumbest argument I've ever heard. What are we doing?
LB, what are you doing?
On WEEI.
What are we doing?
All right, Curtis, we listened to everything that happened over the weekend, and we have determined that we have a question about the point we've reached as a society in the form of what are we doing with regard to a new Senate candidate in Maine for our Maine listeners.
I love people that engage civically.
Yes.
I think that it's a
Okay.
wonder to be involved in politics, that we should all get off the sidelines. If we have an opinion, we should stop bitching from the radio microphone and go right and run for office. I think
Okay.
you should run for office. Maybe I will one day.
Okay.
In Maine, the Senate nominee, Plattner, with the Nazi tattoo, finally gave up.
Yeah.
And so now there's this very quick rush to replace his nomination in advance of the actual election in November for
Okay.
Susan Collins' seat. Very interesting candidate has emerged, discussing why she entered the race to replace Graham Plattner and take on Susan Collins. What exactly was this person's mindset?
Okay.
Entering, there was a debate, and this is what that person had to say.
Okay. All right.
Actually, Webb, what qualifications do you have to serve in the U.S. Senate?
Oh, I ran for office several times. Didn't win, but I did run. And then I'm a songwriter, and then I write my own books.
I mean,
don't we want more regular people
Agree.
in Congress?
Totally.
So
I feel like
so, I mean,
writing your own books, Bradford.
songwriter.
Great imagination.
Right. Left brain, a very creative brain.
I would love to hear the songs. But
would you?
Truth is stranger than fiction. Saturday Night Live, brilliant in most of its political satire over the years, could not have come up with a better debate than what occurred in Maine the last couple of days when you have those 4 candidates on a stage. It is aesthetically insane. We have lost our mind as a society.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm guessing one good thing is the individual's not 70 or 80 or 90.
Right.
So that's one good
thing.
That's one good thing there. People keep texting in saying, Greg, Lindor is not a switch hitter. He hits lefty 80% of the time. So, yes. If you want Francisco Lindor, go get Francisco Lindor.
I'm all set.
I mean, I don't understand and again, it's all speculative, but they seem to be in the market for a shortstop when you have Trevor Story coming back. And maybe you can read into this. You got Trevor Story coming back.
It doesn't look like there was a bit of a hiccup, though, over the weekend with Trevor.
There was?
Yeah, the sports hernia. I don't know who had it, but it's a little bit not imminent, the return.
Oh, really? The last I heard was Bradfo on Thursday say that he expected him back by the end of the month.
No, Alex Spear had something over the weekend. I'll get
interesting.
The
Okay.
exact quote.
You have Marcelo Meyer, and they also have one of their top prospects is a shortstop. So I don't know why that is the position of need.
I would go corner infield if I could, power if that's available. I know that's elusive these days. We all know Wiggy loves Pete Alonso.
Yeah.
But a starter, not front end, but number 3 starter and a right-handed power bat would be my goals at the deadline.
I would do Pete Alonso.
Yep. He's in town.
Some people would like it if Trevor Story actually never came back.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about that. But.
I mean, I'm not a big Trevor Story guy. I don't think he's a glue guy. His reaction to Cora's dismissal was eye-opening for me. And do you think people have shifted on Cora? Do you think people are now like that people believe that Chad Tracy was the impetus behind this resurgence, or do you think it is a...
Well, I think David, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for taking the call. Great show as always. I do believe this was the best thing that happened to the Sox was Alex Cora being let go. I mean, I've been on that bandwagon for a long time. I've been saying he should have been gone last year. They shouldn't have had signed, redo his contract. And the team is showing that. I think there was something there that he was just holding back the team. I know everybody used to say he was a player's coach and all that, but you get to a point you can't be that. You got to be a true manager. And I think he was something was lacking there, and it's showing. I mean, I know it's only 13 wins, but
yeah, I mean, he certainly had whatever issue he had with the young guys when Ken Rosenthal shared his philosophy about the young guys being brought up too quick. So I guess the result is the result, and it's been better without him.
Yeah, and I go more on the other side. I don't think Cora was the problem. I think actually Breslow and the organization have adopted many of the things that Cora was seeking for them to do, but they refused when he was here. And Breslow's job being on the line after the dismissal, with Tracy and Cora having identical records following the firing, led Breslow to do things that maybe were what Cora had recommended in the first place, i.e. buy the driveline guy, getting rid of Roman Anthony, getting those guys to Fort Myers, empowering the players with their own coaching staffs, removing...
I mean, to be fair, Alex Cora had an issue with Marcelo Meyer starting in spring training.
Yes.
Which he was public about.
And I think that Marcelo Meyer is different than Roman Anthony, but they are best friends, or very close. And so I think that there was an understanding that Cora needed Marcelo Meyer to know that he wasn't going to be, who is the guy that was Jordan's like Ahmad Rashad, like his guy that was going to just be around no matter what because he was buddies with him. So like I feel like Marcelo Meyer was held to a higher standard because Cora was like, just because you're boys with the future of the team doesn't mean it's a birthright that you're going to start the year with the big club.
You're automatically going to be our starting shortstop.
And not in Worcester that you'll be in with the Red Sox coming out of camp. And I also think that it's difficult for a guy like Cora to really assert anything if your legs are cut out from under you, and all the players are just told, listen to the analytics, and these are the players that are going to be playing. You don't get a say in it. Whereas Tracy was a guy that managed all of these players in Worcester and knew them in a way that Cora did not. So I'm happy for Tracy. I think he'll be the manager going forward. I think Cora will get whatever job he wants still next season if he wants to manage. And I'm so shocked.
It's unbelievable. That is 13 in a row for the Boston Red Sox. They will try to make it 14 tonight against the Orioles, and you can hear that here on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network and on the Odyssey app, and we will be right back.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan.
Well, the Durbinator says it's different here, and it certainly is when you're winning. And Caleb Durbin walking into restaurants, and everybody knows his name, like the Cheers song. And so, I don't know. I got a text during the break from somebody who says, because we were talking about what's different and why suddenly the 13-game win streak, and somebody said it's on the text machine. It's everything. It's making the change when it came to Alex Cora and his crew. It's getting rid of the drive line, the over-reliance on drive line, if indeed they did that. And it's Marcelo and Roman perhaps being away. It's all of those things. So I don't know. You had times here in the past when you ended up winning a World Series where you had guys who were free and easy and were a bunch of idiots, and so maybe it is oftentimes more about the vibe than you think it is.
It's also a self-fulfilling prophecy that, like, once you win, winning begets winning, losing begets losing. Like, you go in one direction, and so everybody's a little more relaxed. There isn't, quite the angst and stress, and especially in baseball where it's inescapable. It's every day for 5 months that you're playing, and if you're losing and you keep losing, it compounds on top of it, and it just becomes miserable. One thing I'll give Chad Tracy is he has been relatively steady. Even after losses, he was optimistic, saying, we played well, and I ripped him to shreds. Like, what are you talking about?
No, he was great. I remember the first time we had him on, week and a half after he got the job, and he was honest and transparent, and I think he's done a great job of leading that group of guys. He really has.
But I'm not worried about the chemistry being impacted.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Are you worried about whoever you bring in screwing with the chemistry on the baseball team?
Not really. I mean, it is one of the great qualities that Theo Epstein possessed, Greg, which was that you make deals and you know the guys that you afford to lose and versus ones you can't. And the Nomar deal was as much a chemistry move as it was a move for the on-field product. Because
so I think in hindsight was the Devers deal, right?
Of course, you were not a better baseball team in terms of talent, but you played better after it. And that's something Breslow actually said when they made the Devers trade. So I do think if you want to go over like the top reasons why they are where they are and not where they were, getting those guys out of here clearly helped clear the air. Whether it was Marcelo Meyer's fault or Roman Anthony's fault or Brian Bayo's fault, who may be back, there was this sort of pressure point, or there was something going on where they get out of there. They're no longer, moping around or bitching about the front office or whatever else.
Well, you feel like also Trevor Story not being around has been a difference maker also.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you have people that are, you worked around people when you arrived that were always talking about the old days and like, why are you changing? Why? Well, it's like, well, you're here because you need to make changes. Like, things weren't working. Let's make changes. And Chad Tracy is in. He wasn't loyal to Trevor Story. He wasn't against him, but there were the guys that were most mad about the Cora firing in hindsight were probably part of the problem. And you have Chad Tracy in here. They do need a bat. They do need a starting pitcher. I don't think it will jeopardize the quality of the locker room of the clubhouse. But I am concerned about, whether or not you're going to get these guys back up here and how that would impact the sort of the vibe that's been going on. Because Wilson Contreras, clearly the leader of the team, a guy that has really taken, Boston loves guys like that. Guys that wear the emotions on the sleeve, guys threatening people with fights on social media, just a crazy guy that we all want to, that's endeared himself to the region. I think Abreu getting hot is going to be unbelievable. I mean, he's had, 4 home runs over the weekend?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They're going to make a trade. They have to improve the team. Nobody would accept otherwise. I don't think Breslow would even dare to not make a move to improve the team. And I'm not worried about how that will impact what they've created so far.
But Breslow has saved his job.
Unbelievable.
A month ago, everybody wanted him out of here.
I actually felt bad for him when you did the running joke. I was like, oh, my God, are we piling on?
Yes. I mean, he really...
Not only have they gone for a run, you really reverse jinxed them.
I think so. Maybe it was.
We should
I feel like I'm more likely to go on a run than this team is.
Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
I was wrong about that.
They've won
Not only a run, it's a historic run.
13 straight.
It might be the longest streak in team history.
If you can somehow win these two tonight and tomorrow night, then you tie the best win streak ever by this baseball team.
Correct. The last time it happened was 1946.
Unbelievable.
We had just finished World War II, and they won 15 straight. You could do that again here.
Wait, so that would be, carry the two, that'd be 80 years?
Yeah, exactly.
Greg mocks the president of the baseball team. Says he's more likely to go on a run, and then they proceed
to go on a historical run.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I've been wrong about a lot of things, but I was wrong on this team.
I mean, Greg, I did not dispute it. I thought you were spot on. I thought it was a great line.
And you actually you had them getting to the World Series. You actually may turn out to be right when it comes to that.
We just delete the last 3 months of radio and go right
Never
back to
wrong,
that.
only early, Curtis.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable. You can't say it enough. It is shocking. Is there anything that you guys can think of that would be similar to this turnaround?
Nothing. Nothing off the top of my head.
Well, I mean, let's give some credit to Mike Vrabel and the Patriots, who really won 3 games and then got themselves to a Super Bowl.
But, I mean, in season.
Next season. You're saying in season.
Like the same team, by and large, with this very similar people around. And this wasn't like you fired Cora and then you won 13 straight.
No.
It was like this a while back when Alex Smith was still the quarterback of the Chiefs. They started a season like 1-5 and then won like 11 straight to get to the playoffs. Like it's something like that, but even still, I think this is even better than that.
Yeah, I mean it's unprecedented, literally unprecedented.
I thought for sure I was going to jinx it going to that game Friday night. I did not.
Me too.
Even I can't jinx them by being there.
Unbelievable.
It
really is. There's no other way to put it. It's
no.
Shocking.
It's unbelievable. This is Alex from Dover, New Hampshire. What's up, Alex?
Yes, hi guys, great show. Really, really love it. Keeps my day going.
Thank you.
I've been calling for 2 or 3 years about Cora, the absolute worst game manager I ever saw in 65 years of following the Red Sox. No plan for anything. No plan for extra innings. This season with the pitch challenging, absolutely no plan for pitch challenging. Standing in the dugout, no hit and runs, no hitting behind runners, no bunting. It's just a total disaster and no discipline whatsoever. In terms of Breslow, he has been absolutely lights out. 3 big moves, getting rid of Cora, Bregman, and Devers. Anyone question those moves? How about picking up Wilson Contreras? How about Darvin at third base?
Yeah.
How about Suarez? How about Sonny Gray? Will someone please get off his back, for goodness sakes? He's been the best general manager in baseball for the last year and a half. You think that's funny? Tell me one move that was a bad move. I
Good
challenge
morning.
the 3 of you. One move. One move. Give me.
Yeah, I mean, can you give him a move that Breslow made that was a bad move?
I mean, I would say that the return on Devers was not great. And then what they made the trade for.
But he got rid of the salary.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's exactly what you had said all along that the ownership wanted, right? Was to deal the salary. So in their eyes, it was a good deal.
Who's the guy they traded that has been lights out in AAA?
Harrison or Tibbs? Oh, Tibbs is the one that's hitting
Yeah.
in AAA, and then Harrison's the pitcher, I think, for the Brewers or whatever.
Those would be 2 trades, I would say.
I mean, a complete turnaround for the guy.
An in-game managing.
guy.
Cora was
for your guy.
I know. If they get to the playoffs, I might have to just come in wearing those baseball
They
pants
might
for a
get
week.
the full uniform if they make it to the playoffs.
Tarps off.
Oh, I'd be happy to for him.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, like, Cora was the manager of the team that had the most wins in the history of the Red Sox. I think he was a pretty good in-game manager. Like, I love these old guys that talk about in-game managing.
I don't know how much of the stuff that he was talking about was Cora or was the analytic driveline stuff. Like the fact that they are now able to bunt the baseball, like which the
But the analytic guy is still here, though.
No, there are analytics people there, but the main guy, Kyle Body, is gone, and
But before all this win streak, though, we said Breslow was the guy who was the analytics guy.
Is it possible that, light dawns on Marblehead and Breslow was like, all right, we got to stop relying completely, entirely on analytics. And if somebody wants to bunt the ball on the road, we're going to let them bunt the ball because they played baseball their entire life, and they're going to make that decision based on their life experience. Like,
yeah, or maybe it was the manager who didn't want to bunt the ball, and it wasn't the analytics guy who didn't want to bunt the ball.
Cora played the game using that type of, like, he was a guy that was his
He's
whole
also an
role was
analytics guy, though.
situationally.
But like, I mean, when it comes to, I just asked the question just because, I mean, Breslow's the one still here, and they've completely changed.
Right,
and
he
Cora's
changed
gone.
because his job was on the line. He was going to lose his job if they didn't turn this around. So desperate measures come in when you feel like you're in a desperate situation.
But they haven't even done anything desperate. Like, it's.
Well, they fired the manager. The head guy from Driveline left. They sent Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer to Fort Myers. They've incorporated They've allowed their players to bring in their own people around them. I feel like they've loosened some of that stuff.
You got guys like Anthony Siegler up here, who I think are just great attitude guys and great
spark
clubhouse
plugs.
guys.
John and Linda are meeting you on the tarmac. It's a big moment, according to Lou Merlone.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unbelievable story. It's incredible.
It really is.
All right. Well, 7:10 first pitch on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network and on the Odyssey app tonight, and we will be right back. Wiggy with a day off. He will be back tomorrow, and Courtney returns to this show on Monday. During the break, Curtis, you won't do it. I know you. I know it will not come off of the name will not come off your lips. But a texter says you got to give John Henry some credit for what's going on with the Red Sox as well. So,
in what way?
I mean, he has stood by his guy Breslow. He stood by and had some loyalty there, some faith in the man, and the turnaround occurred.
So you can't say he deserves credit if you ripped me for criticizing him. You can't have that both ways.
Yeah.
So, listen, God bless him. The team's doing well. I'm thrilled. I do know our guy Mike Loftus, the head of sales for the Sox at the station.
The sales cruiser?
The sales cruiser. The man who loves my legs. Calves, sorry. He was happy and enraged at the same time because he felt like this validated their approach. And I agree in that way. Like this is great. You're making it far harder on yourself than it has to be, but credit to the organization. Breslow looks like Contreras, Chapman, Sonny Gray, Chad Tracy, 4 pretty good moves and that's a big reason why you are where you are.
Yeah, it validates the approach. You mean younger guys, less salary.
Right.
But really, I mean, you look at Wilson Contreras, you look at adding Sonny Gray, as you're talking about guys that are big salary guys.
But
so
not long-term commitments.
Yeah.
That's what they would say. That's their approach, that they're not going to be hamstrung with long-term commitments. And the Cardinals are paying part of Gray's salary anyway.
Yeah.
Like, what a deal. Could you imagine you're a Cardinals fan and you're paying Sonny Gray to go 11-1 with the Red Sox?
12-1.
12-1.
Yeah, 12-1. Chime, I was promised a film review from you this morning.
Oh, I'd be happy.
So when did you go?
So I went yesterday morning, 10 a.m. showing.
IMAX?
Yeah, it was like X Plus, I think is what it's called.
So there's only like 70 cinemas in the country that have the Christopher Nolan filmed IMAX approval.
The 70 millimeter screen ones, those ones? Yeah.
So that wasn't one.
I don't believe so. No, it was like
a bougie.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's only 70 that he is approving of that can show the Odyssey?
Yeah, but everybody's showing it still. You can still watch it. Like I went to the X Plus at whatever Showcase Cinemas, and it was fantastic.
It was awesome.
I loved the movie. Greg, it's really the way I kind of view it is it's extremely difficult to make a story everybody knows and knows the ending to compelling television or compelling movies. And that's exactly what he did. He turned a story that is very familiar to everybody, but he put his own Christopher Nolan elements into it. I thought it was really, really well done. It is not like the best movie I've ever seen, but it was fantastic.
Was it full at 10 a.m.?
No. There was probably 15, 20 people in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like an impossible ticket.
No, I got in pretty easy. It was nice.
Awesome.
Brought my coffee in, enjoyed it. It was wonderful.
Popcorn?
No popcorn. Not that early in the morning.
Rank the performances.
Oh, man. Anne Hathaway was probably my favorite. I thought Matt Damon was exceptional. I would say my least favorite.
Oscar for Matt Damon?
Possibly. He'll get nominated, I think. My least favorite, though, and I'm kind of bummed about it, my least favorite was Tom Holland as Telemachus, the son of Odysseus, and I was not thrilled with his performance. They kind of made him out to be a dweeb.
Was Telemachus your favorite entering it?
No. Telemachus is fine.
Are you a big Greek mythology guy?
I love Greek myth, Greg. You have no idea. I thought what they did, the way in which they made Agamemnon seem like larger than life, I thought was fantastic.
Isn't that the soup that's got the lemon drop in it?
No.
Or is that a Doug Lielmo or something? How about Zendaya?
Zendaya was good. She's not in it as much as you'd think she's in it, but the scenes she was in, she was very good.
Did it feel long to you?
No,
because it's almost 3 hours, correct?
Correct. Yeah. So I was talking about this with Chick and Nick briefly. It did not feel like 3 hours to me. I wasn't checking my phone.
Did Nick see it?
Yes, he did as well.
What did he say?
He loved it. Like he said, he thought it flew by. He could have watched another 3 hours, was his words.
How many snacks? You get extra snacks in probably during the 3 hours.
No, I didn't. Greg, no snacks. I brought my coffee in. I just had coffee and a water. It's not a lie.
3 hours of the movies and you didn't eat anything?
No, I didn't need to.
That is crazy.
I rarely.
Greg, have you ever sat for 3 hours straight and not eaten anything? I've never.
I can't go to the movies without the whole. Like half of the reason to go to the movies is to get the box of Butterfingers.
No, that's the reason I went in the morning, Greg. I got up in the morning. I got a bagel and had my coffee. I took my coffee to the movie with me. It was wonderful.
That is wild.
Yeah. Very simple. Curtis, I never want to. You know me. I've had bowel troubles in the past. I missed meeting Drake May the first time because of it. I didn't want to miss any of the movie with any issues. So I make sure.
Wouldn't cause you to poop yourself.
You'd be shocked. I have a buddy who does nothing but like get sick when he eats popcorn.
Okay, but do you get sick when you eat popcorn?
Sometimes it goes right through you, kid. You got to be careful.
So high recommend from you.
Yeah, I loved it. I would strongly recommend it to anybody, especially if you love Christopher Nolan films. I think you'll like it. If you like Greek myth, I think you'll like it. I think they did a really, really good job.
Can I wait till it gets on HBO Max, or do you think you have to see it in the theater?
So you can wait. I think you'll enjoy it at home, but I think the theater experience, like the way in which they personify some of the Greek gods and like the noises they use, I think you can only really experience in a theater. The way in which like the horns and the boot, like the thunderclaps, like the Zeus thunderclaps, I think you can really only experience that in a theater.
Was Logan Paul or Tom Brady in it?
Neither was in it, actually, shockingly. Yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see it. It looks amazing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Shime.
You're welcome.
Film review, the Odyssey from Shime. And I believe we have the audio. We've obtained the Twitch audio.
We have.
Where Nick was editing or trying to edit Hogdale and the F-bombs over our show.
That is correct, Greg. Yeah. We have the audio.
Okay, so we'll come back and rare content replay on that for those who might have missed it earlier. Missed it earlier on Twitch with the Mitchinator. So we will get to that in a couple of minutes on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. to being a player's manager. He has stuck with guys. You know, Caleb Durbin, he sat him for a week there, but then he, was pumping him up, and that turnaround is incredible when it comes to that player. I think he's done a great job managing the rotation. I think he's a big part of it. You have to give him a lot of credit for the turnaround. You have to.
Player focus any staff like this downright fantastic. The starters we talked about, Sonny Gray.
That's the way it went on Twitch this morning, and we're not listening to Twitch, so we don't know what you're hearing when you're watching this show on Twitch.
That is
but
unbelievable.
I think we solved that problem. So somehow Chicken Nick was cutting audio up in a production studio, and it ended up somehow bleeding in on the Twitch audio feed.
Yeah, apparently the boards in the production studio are also connected to Twitch.
I see.
And so there's a certain program that needs to be taken out of all those boards.
I see. All right. Well, we're getting the bugs out. A new studio, a whole new studio setup for everyone. And
do we have any more of him swearing over us? I love that. I could listen to that all day.
And then even in a game where you don't have starters going, second game of the bullpen was nails for.
I can understand why people were losing their mind. Like we were mid break, and everybody was watching the show on. The same thing happened on YouTube, or was it just Twitch?
Oh no, YouTube and Twitch.
It was both. So everybody's losing. A lot of credit for the turnaround. You have to.
Player focus any staff like this downright fantastic.
All right. Well, you can.
So random. You just having coffee. You got your kids getting ready for camp or whatever.
Oh yeah, if you're like watching it at home, you got the kids packing them up for camp, and that's what you're getting on Twitch.
Holy shit!
Yeah. That never happens on the Today Show. I just want to let everybody know that's
this is not the Today Show.
It's a singular issue that we face here, not elsewhere. But, this show.
It's not even a guy at the radio station. It's some random guy. I mean, we love Hogdale, but he's just like a YouTube sensation, bleeding in, just blurring out.
Hogdale is the best.
I love him. Great. He's a real wonder.
He really is.
He's a great job.
This show on Twitch and on YouTube presented every single day by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And it is the Summer Faux Pay Showcase all day Friday and Saturday. Beautiful handcrafted Italian gold from Faux Pay. So go see them up north at Springer's. Can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, please, Sean? All right, Curtis, another beautiful day happening today.
Gorgeous. 72 degrees, mostly cloudy skies. Afternoon high of 85. Happy birthday to John Curtis. Tomorrow going to be 82 degrees, cloudy. The week looks great. Honestly, the match, getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Really? Good
80
weather?
degrees, perfect sunshine, low winds, so Shime can still. He said he was going to break 80, so I think he's got a chance.
What are you hoping to shoot in the match, too? 9 holes, Shime.
If we actually get to play the full 9, Greg, I mean, I'd love to shoot, 47.
Okay. I mean, you got off to a great start match 1.
Yeah, the first shot.
Striped your drive right down the middle.
Sure did.
Granite.
And then the very next shot was 90 degrees into the trees.
Right, point of entry.
Yeah.
That was a rough one.
That was tough.
Yeah. My favorite part of the first match was that Wiggy arrived at the 5th hole and it ended.
It was over.
He's like, why did I drive here?
It was over, unfortunately.
Unbelievable.
I'd like to I think that's the goal, Greg. I don't even care about my score. I'd like to make it past 5 holes. That's the ideal. Is let's get it more than 5 holes for the people. Let's give them a full match if we can.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I struggled on Friday. And I don't know if it was just the fact that my advanced stage, I had to walk 18.
It was also hot.
That's tough.
It was hot. I honestly, I was happy I made it through that I lived through walking 18 at Boston Golf Club.
But how great when you finished walking that amount was the 19th hole snack.
Oh, my God. I don't think I ate anything, Curtis. I was just hydrating.
Yeah. I mean, you're like Shime at the movies for 3 hours.
Yeah, if I had just walked 18 holes, Curtis, you can bet your bottom dollar I'd be slinging glizzies like you talk about.
Is there anything better than on like the 17th tee, thinking about what you're going to get in the lounge after?
Nothing.
Oh.
Now, will you eat pre-match too or during match two?
No, I won't eat. I never eat during rounds for the most part. I'll probably have a little something like probably during the show or before the show in the morning, and that'll be it until after the round.
I think that should be a part of it. I think we should both have to at least have one dog.
Oh, I mean, if we both have to do it, fine. I can hit a hot dog. I'm never opposed to mowing down on a dog.
I got to say, the Granite Lynx dog, spectacular.
Oh, so good.
God, is that good.
That's another prop opportunity, though. How many dogs?
How many hot dogs? I would take the under, honestly. I don't think it'll be a lot.
I would actually be interested
unless we're talking post round.
A Twitter poll from the Mituation. Who do you think wins match two? I don't know whether, because I feel like, Greg, you're down on yourself here.
Yeah, I am. I'm down. I did not play well at all on Friday.
Well, I'm playing today. I'll let you know how I feel after my round.
All right.
Brees played great. Brees shot an 89 there.
Holy cow.
He played great.
He's an athlete.
I let him down. Yeah, he's an athlete. Gets that from his mom.
Certainly not from you.
Good old 0-0.
I'm trying to find. It's really hard. We got invited to a place for Thursday night, and I'm probably not going to be able to find it. But we are going to do a pregame down there somewhere on Thursday night.
How's the pizza? Is that like a pizza area too, or is that more of a?
Wiggy wasn't Wiggy asking for a Beats?
Yeah, I think he wanted the classic New Haven of Beats.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you Thursday somewhere in Connecticut, and then on Friday morning, you are welcomed and encouraged to show up and to chirp Shime and myself during match two. So they're setting us up right on the tee box, do the show from number one there at Lake of Isles, and they'll have food, they'll have beverages, they'll have all that stuff for you. And you might as well come out. It's a Friday. The weather's going to be perfect.
Nobody works Friday in July anyway.
Yeah, no. So we would love to see you. Love to hang out with you.
And it's worth an invite considering what he's doing. Maybe we can have Tom Brady be the official starter.
Maybe we could.
I mean, he says no to nothing.
Maybe we could.
I do you think that there is any swing in the view of him? Because I know I get a lot of the people that want to mock me for my love of him, so I've been inundated on social media with people sending me the same video. Just so you know, I've seen it. I got it. I don't need it sent to me again. But do you think that there is any – because there's also a backlash of people saying, like, he can do no wrong. Why are you ripping him?
I think a lot of people, when we discussed this earlier and the things that Tom Brady did over the weekend, there were a considerable amount of people who were like, I don't care. I love the guy. What he did for this region is never to be equaled, and I don't care if he's – if he's hosting, if he's the grandmaster of the parade, the New Orleans, 4th of July parade. Like, people don't care.
Right.
So, but there are some people who think it's just weird.
And honestly, it'd be one thing if that was it, right? If he was just like everywhere, going to the opening of the some pop-up shop at the South Shore Plaza. But what he's doing is like bizarre, like getting into a fake feud with Logan Paul at the World Cup final, flicking him off. Like, it's just so beneath him. It's so strange.
You think the WWE, and this is going to upset Rich, but you think the WWE in general is way beneath
Of
Tom?
course. WWE?
But that could be just your snobby opinion. There are people who love wrestling.
Do you?
Wrestling's fun.
No,
When was the last time you watched a wrestling
no,
match?
I don't.
So we could say
It's
we
not-
don't like wrestling.
Yes, that's
Wrestling's enjoyable.
Yeah, I feel like if you're into wrestling, you probably have never done a crossword puzzle.
That's not true.
I mean,
Just because you like wrestling doesn't make you stupid.
I never said that. I just said crossword puzzle.
That's what you're insinuating.
Never would. Yeah, I feel like if you find wrestling compelling, you probably loved 2.5 Men.
2.5 Men was a great show. How dare you? I'm starting to take offense to all of this now. 2.5 Men, excellent show. Charlie Sheen was great.
Yeah.
Was it the coming out of the coffin part that
awful? But no, it was flipping the bird at Logan Paul at a freaking World Cup final, you absolute moron. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're Tom Brady. You remember when Tom Brady said that he had this story, right? Where he was a kid. He was talking about being raised by his dad in that he had scored poorly on a test. And, you know, when you score poorly on a test, you have to make sure that you show your parents. And so he had to, he's like, Dad, I need you to sign this paper. And he ripped the paper in half and he said, Dad, sign this. And his dad was like, I'm putting my signature on that. I'm not going to sign a half-ripped piece of paper. I'm going to sign a full piece of paper because it's got my name on it. I don't want to have the appearance that I am in any way not worthy of proper respect. And he talked at length about how, the family and how he's his father's son and he's Tom Jr. and that this means something to him to uphold what it is that his father has provided for him. And now he's getting in a fight for fake clicks for WWE, flipping people off at a soccer match, jumping out of a casket, selling Pizza Hut. What is going on? It's insane.
Here's the 617 text. I went to Brady night, love the guy, but everything he's done since has left a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, and also, I mean, if I were Tom, I would have no allegiance. I would say I own the Raiders. This team had every chance to keep me. They let me leave. I never wanted to leave. I won a Super Bowl elsewhere. I probably win more if I wasn't. However, when you're at Brady night, you say, I'm a Patriot for life, right? That's what you said. So, I mean, it looks kind of funny in hindsight if you say that and then you say you don't have a dog in the fight. I understand why people are bothered. I will never be ungrateful for what he did here. He's the reason he won 6 championships. He changed everything. He is the greatest player I will ever see in any sport at any
Listen,
time.
I don't have a dog in the fight.
And I just wish there would be a dog that would fight him to get out of these rings and get him back into the booth and get him out of the limelight for these idiotic reasons.
Is he going to be Tom Brady in the WWE, or is he going to be a character?
Ooh, good question. I don't know.
He'll probably be himself. Most celebrities come in, they're themselves. They don't play like a character.
Right. Well, everybody else in WWE is a character, so
Yeah.
you don't need to have another one there.
It's true.
Has anybody of his stature, is there anybody that you can say is on his same level who's been a part of the WWE?
I mean, lots of people have.
Like
Donald Trump's been on WWE.
Okay.
President of the
He's
United
not-
States.
Yes, he is.
Let's see. Rob Gronkowski. Also been on WWE.
Gronk is great, but he's not the GOAT.
Right. He was born for the WWE.
That's fair. Let me take a gander. Hold on.
I mean, I don't think
I'm not a diehard WWE guy. I'm a casual watcher, so I don't know all these things, but I'll find out.
I love when they do the DDT. Roddy Piper. Is Big Bam Bam Bigelow still around?
No, definitely not.
Game Dog says Dennis Rodman.
Oh, yeah. He's on the level of Tom Brady. Great point.
Mike Tyson, Shaquille O'Neal, Game Dog says.
Snoop Dogg.
No.
Floyd Mayweather. Apparently Arnold Schwarzenegger at one point.
No. None of those are the GOATs. And Mike Tyson.
Bad Bunny.
Look at this. If you have a face tattoo like that, you don't get to have.
Ooh, Shaquille O'Neal.
He just said that.
Oh.
Shaq. I mean, I guess, but Shaq still isn't. Brady's still ahead of Shaq. I mean, he's the GOAT. Is Jordan or Gretzky or Tiger or
Hugh Jackman.
Oh God, Hugh.
Drew Carey.
Drew Carey. Okay.
Mr. T.
Mr. T.
I pity the
Mr.
fool.
T.
Of course, Game Dog knows every wrestler. That's ever
Lawrence
done it.
Taylor.
That's on brand.
Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence Taylor got a victory against Bam Bam Bigelow.
Okay,
Full
all right,
circle.
all right. Well, there you go.
There it is.
There you go.
Perfect.
True GOAT.
True GOAT.
Yeah.
Much better than Brady.
All right. We are going to get to your Hill notes at 9:30, so still time to leave one on Tom Brady or on the Red Sox or anything else that we have discussed this morning. And we will be right back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show.
Attention. Have you
we weren't a good team, and that was a fact. But we've always had it in us, and we are a good team. But at the same time, you can't get too high, you can't get too low in this game. You just show up, stay in the moment, and take each day for what it is. And if you do that, and you have a mindset and you expect to win, you play to win each moment, you play to win each game, then you'll be okay.
It's my life, it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live when I'm alive. It's my life. My heart is like an open highway. Like Franklin said, I did it my way. I just wanna live when I'm alive. It's my life.
Sonny Gray, who is 12-1 on this season, acknowledging that they were not a good team, and now suddenly they are the best team in Major League Baseball, your Boston Red Sox.
Absolutely incredible.
This is Don from Brockton. Hello, Don.
Hello, Greg. This is a question for Curtis. So I remember about like the day or two before the World Cup started, you had asked him if he was excited for it, and he said he was actually excited for it to be over. So now that it's brought $1 billion in economic revenue to Boston and brought happiness all over, I'm curious, Curtis, was the World Cup here a success in your eyes?
Would you
or-
say thank you to Donald Trump, Don, for bringing it to America?
That's not the question.
I'm asking you.
though.
I'm going to answer yours. I'm just asking you. Would you say thank you to Donald Trump?
I mean, whoever put the bid for us to be a host.
Yes, that was Donald Trump.
Sure. Then him, along with the leader of Mexico and Canada.
Great, me too. So yes, I would say yes. How many times have I said I was wrong about the World Cup?
A
Greg?
lot.
Yeah,
A lot.
I thought it was unbelievable, absolutely massive success. I thought it was amazing. I watched every match I possibly could. I thought the fans here, the city of Boston. I actually thought Governor Healy had a great point that while yes, there will be a huge boon, and we don't have the numbers yet, but that she believed that the economic benefits of the city will be massive.
Yeah.
The long-term impact of all the people from Scotland returning back to Edinburgh and going back to Glasgow and wherever else they're going to in Scotland saying, you've got to go to Boston. It was unbelievable. It was a resounding success for Boston, for the country, and I would say it was unbelievable how great it turned out.
You didn't enjoy yesterday's match, though.
No, it's just...
I did.
I don't like... Well, that's probably because you were at a Bentley party at Envoy.
Yeah, it's beautiful outside.
Beautiful
It's a
outside.
rooftop.
Gorgeous.
Great food.
If I was there, I would have thought the match was great, too.
But it was, I mean, I didn't have a dog in the fight, which I think is better sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I just thought Spain dominated. It was like, it shouldn't have been, the score should not have been as close as it was. Like, it became dramatic just because it was so close in extra time, but at no point, like, I watched that game and I'm like, at no point did I ever think Spain was actually going to lose. They throttled at Argentina throughout that game. Like 20 shots to 0, like to 0 in extra time. That's ridiculous.
Well, also, thank God it ended during the extra time with a goal as opposed to going to kicks.
Oh, I wanted penalty kicks.
Oh,
because then Argentina might have actually won.
Yeah, no.
That's
the worst when those games end like that.
Oh, I think penalty kicks are exceptional TV.
Wasn't the last one decided on penalty kicks?
France
Qatar?
versus Argentina. I don't think so. I think Argentina won outright, but I'll double check that.
That was the last World Cup was decided the day of the Fail Mary. But
you were right, Curtis. They did win in penalties, 4-2.
Thank you. I will say this though, the soccer fans will now go in hibernation for 4 years. Like it's not going to lead to this boon of Americans watching soccer in this country, like the MLS. People watch the Premier League; they'll get into it, but it was a great success because it was in America and we all wanted to support it, but I don't think it means that soccer has arrived long-term in the United States.
I think the best way for you to like increase soccer viewership is to kind of do what the NBA has done where it's like, it's about the superstar. So if people actually care about guys like Erling Haaland and Kylian Mbappe, Curtis, maybe they'll watch a little bit more, but you're right. Like for the most part, it's not really going to change the viewing in the United States.
Right. Saturday's game was great also, I thought.
Yeah, 10 goals scored. That's a blast.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love that?
England, France. I will say, though, for me, the best match I saw was England, Argentina.
It was so good.
That was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
508 texter says the NFL ought to have a third place game since that one was so good.
They don't need that.
I don't think we do. The NFL, though, if I had a lead, what we do, lead muffin before?
Yeah.
I would give it to Real Life Tom for the desire to immediately tear out the turf. Yeah. I mean, the grass for field turf.
Yeah.
For what, $500,000 maybe?
No, for like an extra $100,000 a year.
Can somebody ask Robert Kraft that question?
Yeah.
I know, Stacy. Good morning. Why? Why can't you? Is it just because of all the money is it really? So probably it's that they'd have to fix it for the concerts and all the other things they do, right?
I would assume that's a part of it, sure.
So it's not just the cost to upkeep the grass. It's that if you're going to have Kenny Chesney and you have to get rid of you're going to ruin the grass with those concerts. So.
Sure.
But still, idiotic. It's short.
But even if it's an extra $50,000 to $100,000, so you're talking $200,000 a year max to maintain it more properly than turf. Like that's still way less than the $10 million you originally thought it was. Like it's peanuts to them.
It's insane, absolutely insane. I don't get it.
This is Steve from Andover. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. I'm just curious. I was too young in '04 to remember. I'm just wondering if you guys think that this team has like that same kind of feeling to it, whereas, a couple years leading up to it, you had some core pieces in place, you know, playoff team, and then you get to that '04 season and something just clicks. It's kind of special. I'm just curious if you guys think that this is along the same lines as that.
No, '04 was, the talent of that team versus this team is totally and completely different.
Did you know that in '04? Again,
yes.
I don't remember. You knew like everybody like at that time was like studs, or was it kind of like a bunch that just came together?
In '03, you were in Game 7 of the ALCS. You had a lead in that game in the 8th inning. You had Manny Ramirez. You had Bill Miller. You had Jason Varitek. You had David Ortiz. You had...
Unfortunately, you had Grady Little.
You added in that offseason. You had no closer, so you brought in the best closer in the offseason in Keith Folk. You brought in Kurt Schilling at Thanksgiving. So your front rotation was Pedro Martinez, Kurt Schilling. You had Tim Wakefield, Derek Lowe. You had an incredible roster. The infield of that team was, you had Bill Miller was the batting champion at third base. You had Nomar at short.
Varitek.
Your only bad player was Bellhorn at second base. You had Varitek, you had Manny Ramirez, you had Johnny Damon in center field, you had the Dirt Dog Trot Nixon right. Look, the whole roster right there. Boom. Yeah, that was an awesome team.
But what about vibe? Like is it giving you a vibe?
Well, that offseason vibe was awful because you had Kevin Millar going on Dan Patrick
is
with
this
the Sports
team
Center.
like the bunch of idiots giving you any kind of a vibe like that?
Yes.
Not yet. Or yes.
No, what this team has is Wilson Contreras, who would have fit in on that '04 team. That the leader of this team is a guy that is emotional, that wears his heart on his sleeve, is a guy that is balling out, came in, and is really, I think, the catalyst. I asked Ken what Breslow's best move was on Saturday, and he said Contreras without even blinking because of what he's meant just on the field, but more importantly to that clubhouse and the team. So, yeah, it feels like you have the similarity. Also, you changed managers. In '03-04 was the offseason. You bring in Francona. This year you bring in Chad Tracy in April. So, who knows?
All right, Red Sox on a long run. And you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI.
Last season, the Pats.
I got my eyes on you. You're everything that I see. I won't show how love anymore.
Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. Boy, I'll tell you, just ran into Rich Keefe, and he's not happy with you, Curtis.
Oh, dear.
You took a couple shots at the WWE fans, and he is not happy.
Well, he's the head of the Dork podcast.
I told him to come in here, so maybe he will join us at some
dear.
point this morning. In the meantime, Shime, let's get to Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
I want to vehemently deny that I ever left a Hill Note saying sell, sell, sell in regards to the Red Sox in true Mortimer and Randolph Duke Trading Places fashion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we were wrong. Many of us were wrong.
But the people that are ripping us for being wrong, there wasn't a soul in our listening audience that said, you guys are being too harsh on them. They're going to turn this around. Nobody.
No.
So what leg do you have to stand on?
Yeah. I mean, also, there is a little bit, it's incredible But a little bit to it is the how bad the entire league is.
Of course.
I mean, that's a little bit.
That's a big difference. You mentioned that when we went to break about 03-04 versus now. Like, the Yankees were in a wagon. Like, the teams in the American League in that era were dominant. What you're facing is nothing even close to that.
Boo hoo hoo, this is Greg Hill. Tommy left the area. He doesn't respect us anymore, so I'm just gonna badmouth him. He's weird. He's this, he's that. Get over it. You sound like a whining little baby. My God.
Yeah, I mean, it has nothing to do with him leaving the area. A lot of people said to me over the weekend, what is going on with Tom Brady? And I'm trying to answer the question. I don't know.
The only one that's fair and balanced is yours truly. I call balls and strikes. I love the man, but my God, what the hell are you doing, Tom?
The Sox are 13-0. With every decision John Henry has made, makes Chris Curtis look more like a numbnuts that he is. Damn you, John Henry. Damn you.
Oh, boy, give him all the credit in the world.
Yeah. There are a lot of people, a surprising amount of people who think that getting rid of Alex Cora made all the difference in the world.
I mean, it's hard to say that, though, because they were the same record, identical, for the same amount of time after the firing. Like, so it's hard to
Chad Tracy did not have Garrett Crochet. He had Roman Anthony for a week. And so I don't know. I don't.
I think he's the manager going forward, and in hindsight, it looks like the right decision. It's the timing of it doesn't add up. Like, I don't know whether Cora's team, if Tracy's team stunk and then got good now, why wouldn't Cora's team have continued to stink and eventually get good? Like, what's the difference?
Yeah. What do you think it was? What was the issue that led Breslow to decide that was the right move to get rid of him?
If you believe some of the things I've heard, that Breslow wanted to fire some of Cora's staff, and Cora said it's me and everyone or none of us, and they fired him. And so it was a power play by Breslow, knowing that his job was on the line if this didn't get turned around, and he didn't want to lose his job with an organization that was not doing what he asked. In other words, he wanted to put someone in place that would work with him, not against him. And we all now believe that Breslow and Cora's relationship had deteriorated to the point of no return.
Yeah.
So Cora basically said, pick one of us, and if you want to give John Henry credit, he chose the right guy so far in Breslow over Cora.
It only took their longest win streak in almost 80 years, but I think I'm going to start taking this Red Sox team seriously. And Alex Cora's been pretty quiet lately. What happened there? What? No eyeball emojis? No shrug emojis? What's going on?
Very true. Humble pie.
Oh, man, you guys fall for it every year. It's hilarious. I can't even believe they got Curtis to fall for it again. 4 years straight, the Red Sox heat up in the middle of the year. 4 years straight. And it has been 4 years straight where they either miss the playoffs or get absolutely demolished in the playoffs.
Well, when was it? Oh, 2021, so that's before the 4 years. They were in the ALCS in 21.
They didn't get demolished last year. They almost beat the Yankees, didn't they?
They won the first game.
Yeah.
I just, this is different. Like, I mean, it's just different. Like that's 13 in a row. It's a, if you can somehow win 2 here, the next 2, then you match the best streak the team has ever gone on.
Right. And the other thing is yes, the opponents suck, but think of how bad you were to be that bad against bad opponents.
Right.
So at least that's turned around.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable. I'm sorry. If this doesn't make you feel like you got the juices flowing after winning 13 straight, you have no soul.
Yeah. This is Craig from Westfield. Hello, Craig.
Hey, what's up? But couldn't the fact that the driveline people were asked to move on, couldn't that be the difference?
Yeah, I mean, they downplay that. Like Craig Breslow downplayed it with us, which was that Kyle Boddy was not around that often anyway.
Right.
But
Who needs him?
But I do think if you want to just look at numbers, look at sacrifice bunts. Like they have done that more this season.
Ken said it was like 14 times.
Yeah,
in the last
like
period.
I mean, so there was either an Alex Cora thing about that, or there was an analytic thing about that. And I think maybe that they were in such desperate straits that they just decided to let guys actually swing the bat the way they wanted to swing the bat and pick the pitches that they wanted to swing at, as opposed to overloading them with information. I don't know.
And the other thing about the Cora versus Tracy, the IKF comments were with Tracy here. That wasn't Cora. And he was saying that they're better on the road because there's not so many people, whatever the terminology he used was. So to say that it was like the dysfunction ended, like Cora left, and there was still that weird feeling with Driveline, or I think it's Driveline. I think that what IKF was referring to was
you think it was
analytics driven Driveline.
People have been texting in this morning who think IKF was talking about Marcelo Meyer and Roman Anthony.
Ooh.
Like their posses basically always being around?
Yes.
I think that's a fair perspective. Like,
wow. Yeah. That's a great,
especially with how this team has changed without them.
Wow. Yeah. That's a great point. Great point.
You think that's what it was?
I mean, it stands to reason. I go back to it, Greg. Not a single player publicly spoke out in defense of Roman Anthony and against the organization as it pertains to his injury. And in all my years of listening to this radio station, working here, I have never heard a situation like you and Sam when we were at the Flying Bridge in Falmouth, where you're talking to him and he's going out of his way calling you Dr. Hill, saying what he knew about the injury. If that is anybody else, that is a massive issue in that clubhouse, that the president of the Fenway Sports Group is mocking and belittling you for saying that the player wasn't as injured with the tear versus the sprain. And it was silence. Nobody stood up to his defense, unless I'm mistaken. Did anybody?
No.
And so if they have guys all around and they're sucking and they're not even playing and they're hanging in the clubhouse doing whatever, then that would be something that wouldn't exist on the road. And I guess that would be.
Well, and then you could even tie the Wilson Contreras comments from not that long ago, where he was talking about the guys that come up from AAA and have worked really hard and do a really good job compared to maybe some of the younger guys who didn't earn it and didn't have to work their asses off to get there.
I need to apologize to Scheim for saying Mego's goodbye speech on Friday was more heartfelt than his wedding vows. What I really meant to say was Scheim's love letter to Drake May was more heartfelt than Mego's goodbye.
Very true. That was one of the more the greater pieces of literature ever written.
You gonna go down to training camp and see if he happens to, spot you in the crowd and drag you out on the field to have a throw?
I'd love to, but I don't even know if I'll be allowed down there. Who knows?
Yeah, I'd rather listen to 4 hours of Odyssey than watch 3 hours of The Odyssey.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sean loved it, though.
You might hear Hogdale.
Oh, it's so good.
Loved it.
That'll do it today, Greg.
Okay. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
This hour of the Greg Hill Show is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
You're on the road, heading somewhere good. Jones and Keith coming up momentarily. Rich has entered the studio.
Hello.
Brag of the week for Wiggy last week.
Yeah, well earned. Great bladder control.
Right.
And
bowel
control.
control.
Both are important. You can't have one without the other.
Right.
Otherwise,
really.
what's the point?
If you think about it.
Yeah, Wiggy, it's funny because Wiggy comes out. He's like, I'm going for it this week. I got a Denzel Washington story. I'm like, I don't know. That might not get it done. The bowel control, though, that's it.
And he's told the Denzel story like 30 times.
I'm like, I've heard it. I've heard it a few times, the Denzel story.
You took some umbrage with Curtis coming at WWE.
Just bashing the wrestling. People like
WWE fans this
Is
morning.
it not the world's oldest form of entertainment? I would say that it is.
I don't think it's the oldest
Well,
form.
that's one. Well, second oldest form.
Speaking of Wiggy.
Well, then you can do it in public spaces, Greg. People, the carnies, they put on these wrestling matches. People loved them.
Small hands.
So who's the greatest? Let me ask you this. It's not rhetorical. It's a real question. Who's the greatest?
Hulk Hogan.
Who's the greatest defensive football player of all time?
Lawrence Taylor.
Was he not a part of the early WrestleManias?
We discussed
yes,
that on the show. Yes, he was. Yes.
What about Mike Tyson? You ever hear of Mike Tyson?
Yes.
What, Floyd Money Mayweather?
Yes.
You ever hear of him?
No money, though, anymore.
No, he's bankrupt now. He's for sure bankrupt. But no, if anything, I think WWE doesn't need Brady.
Right.
Clearly, based on that slap, he's not going to be good at it. He's very awkward
Very
with
effeminate.
It was like Gronk. They tried Gronk. Remember, he tried wrestling, and he famously wouldn't jump off of like a one-story like ladder onto a group of wrestlers.
Yeah, well, who
and Vince
would?
McMahon ran out. No, Vince McMahon did it. He's like, you got to do it like this. He's like 80 years old, jumping off a thing. They didn't like Gronk in it, so I don't think Brady's gonna be very good
I think
at it.
Vince McMahon was actually jumping onto female employees.
Oh,
that was what he was trying to do.
There's a lot going on there.
What are your thoughts on Tom? What's going on?
It is one of those things where guys don't know how to not be a player anymore. Right, like that's tough. You know, you're the most famous guy in the world for a while,
and then
now,
suddenly you're not.
Yeah, and now you got to watch other players play football, and so you're looking for what to do. Plus, it's not like when most people retire and they're like 70 years old. You retire now, and you're like, I got like half my life left. Like, what do I do?
Yeah.
And he obviously clearly will take money from anybody, which I guess most people are that way. But you see like some of the products that he's selling now, and like the things that he's getting into. So. Yeah, it's like, I mean, if you want to call it like a midlife crisis type of thing, that might be what he's going through a little bit.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you add in that he's clearly having some work done, which, to each his own.
Sure.
But
it's just a lot. It's never enough. The guy that ran for mayor, his wife, Spencer, who is
Spencer Pratt.
Heidi, was that his
Oh,
Heidi?
yes. Yeah. From the, yeah.
So, like, she had this, like, addiction to it, which
Yes.
I guess, but, like, there's never going to be enough surgery.
No.
The second you're done one, you're going to need the next.
Right.
So just stop.
Yeah.
Like, nobody looks better after a million. Has anybody ever looked better after all that?
No, it's going to be tough for Brady, too, because if you're in wrestling, you got to be able to act a little bit. You got to be able to show emotion.
Well,
his face, he won't be able to.
Have you seen
the tear ducts are locked?
Have you seen, for instance, Mickey Rourke?
I have. Yeah, he wasn't paying his landlord. Was that what it was? Recently, too?
But he had all of that. He had all that stuff done, and then when you get old,
Speaking of wrestlers, Mickey Rourke.
There you go.
What a great film that was.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right. So have you encountered WWE fans who have done a crossword? Because that was Curtis's statement. That was Curtis's.
I got a text from a WWE fan who does crosswords regularly.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah,
Was his name Jason Rossi?
No, Billy.
Oh, Billy. Okay. I could have told you who it was.
Right.
Okay, so, see, there is an overlap there.
Right. Are they wordlers
Or
also?
Sudoku?
Are they,
It might be. I don't know. Exceptional videographers. I know that.
That's true. Very good.
There we go.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What are we talking about on the show today?
How about those Red Sox? You guys talk about the Red Sox?
We did.
Unbelievable.
13-game heater?
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, we'll obviously talk about the Red Sox. Plus, we're going to do an emergency dork minute because I saw the Odyssey and Avengers Doomsday trailer just came out today.
Yeah,
We
Shine's
got the people are
very
talking.
excited
Did
about
you hear?
it.
Did you believe that Shime went to the Odyssey movie for 3 hours and ate nothing?
Nothing, huh?
No snacks.
Just kind of raw dogged it?
Yeah, I had a bagel beforehand.
Did you
I
love
went to
it?
a 10 a.m. showing.
Loved it.
You loved it?
Loved it.
I have to
It's
see
really worth going, right?
Yes. This is like what you go to the movie for. It's very cliche, but like the Martin Scorsese meme where it's like cinema.
Yeah.
That's what
Like,
this is.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's like huge movie stars and a huge epic movie. It cost like $1 billion to make. It's going to make double that. Like it was awesome. It sounded cool. It looked cool.
Like
everything.
the golden age of cinema.
Yes. This is, you're going to look back and you'll be like, you got to see the Odyssey. Like 10 years from now, there'll be a lot of movies that came out this year. You probably won't really rewatch them or talk about them. You're like, you got to see the Odyssey. You got to watch
like
the Odyssey.
Ben Hur.
Yes.
Great one.
People
All right.
died making that movie, Greg.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. All right. Jones and Keefe are next. We are back tomorrow morning at 6 with Wiggy back here. Thank you very much for listening, and have a great day out there. It's going to be beautiful, thanks to Curtis. So
Thank you.
enjoy it. Thank you. Bye.
ready for the Red Sox to never lose again, Keith?
Yes, I am, Jones. Holy mackerel. Keeping it going. They take a little break. You thought maybe that'd slow them down. Wrong. They're just as good, if not better, than they've ever been. I mean, this is truly remarkable. 13 straight games, and everyone's like, wow, they got the Rays coming up. All those naysayers last week. Yeah, but guys, they haven't played the Rays. Like the Rays?
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
There's at least one, maybe two people who are allowed to say if they choose, yeah, but the Rays stink. And that's us.
Yeah, we are not Rays people.
I don't think the Rays are very good.
Anti-Rays.
I'm not taking anything away from what the Red Sox did.
I'm doing two things here. I'm giving them credit for beating them, but I'm also telling you the Rays aren't that scary.
Well, I'm giving us credit for
Also
saying
us,
the
yes.
Rays also stink.
Yeah.
I mean, we're also much smarter than most people.
That is true.
So
there are many tests to prove that.
I'm only saying, I'm not trying to belittle their win streak.
Please don't.
It is 13 in a row. They are 2 off the longest win streak in franchise history.
What's the major league record? Do we have that?
Didn't
Where's
the
Stat
Mariners
God?
win
You got
like 20-something in a row?
Maybe.
I want to
With
say,
Ichiro?
yeah. I want to
Okay.
say like the post A-Rod Mariners.
East team had a 20 game
Yeah,
streak?
maybe something like that. We can get on
No,
it.
1916 New York Giants, 26 in a row.
Christy Mathewson.
Talk about a heater.
I think Christy Mathewson was hot.
2017 Cleveland Indians. That's what they were called
Yeah,
then.
not the Guardians yet.
That's what they were called then.
Yeah.
22 in a row.
Woo!
All right, so we got a little bit of work to do here, fellas.
Closing
But
in.
we're on pace.
Set your sights.
Oh yeah.
But I'm just saying,
Take a look at it.
In case anyone still wants to belittle the win streak,
Yeah.
no one else is allowed to talk down about the Rays.
No,
Most people
no,
were
no,
like,
no.
look out for Tampa.
Guys.
We got texts all last week. When they get swept by the
Yeah.
Rays, what are you guys going to say?
They're like, oh, they played the Angels. You're like, they played the Angels 13 straight times?
They have now swept the Yankees,
Yep.
the Rays,
That's right.
and the White Sox. 2 of those are 4-game sweeps. Those are also known as the best teams by record in the American League.
Let's say those are all current playoff teams, right?
Yeah.
Those are all current playoff teams. You know who else is a current playoff team?
The Boston
Red Sox.
The Boston Red
Holy
Sox
smokes.
are now tied in the loss column for the second wild card.
Yeah.
1 game back of the Cleveland Guardians. That's now what they're
Guardians for sure. They're breathing down their necks.
called. 1 game up on the Mariners, 2 up on the Orioles, who are also red hot. Sox start up with the Orioles here tonight.
Good.
2 up on
Orioles are on. Something's got to give tonight. Something's got to give. The Orioles have won 7 straight.
They're 2 up on the Twins. So not only are the Red Sox in a playoff spot, but some of these other teams have fallen off. The
Best
Jays,
news?
Astros, Tigers, they're all 4.5 out.
Best news: Astros have lost 4 in a row. They're 4.5 games out. They got a bunch of teams out in front of them, and that was one of the things that we said last Friday about. Obviously, we're rooting for the Red Sox over the weekend, but root against the Astros so they might become full sellers and then see what might spin out. Now, Yordan Alvarez would be like pipe dream, top level stuff, but even like Jeremy Pena or whatever, like could they end up dismantling their team a little bit? And based on the weekend, it's heading in that direction.
So you guys can discuss all day long here on Jones and Keefe. Your phone number, 617-779-7937. That's how you get in touch. You can also interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along and chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch.
Yeah.
Apparently that's where you get all the swears off the air as well.
Watch your profanity on Twitch, really. It's the Wild West on there. It's like watching a NC-17 movie.
We'll get to that coming up a little later. Plus, you can watch on YouTube. Watch their chat there. Subscribe to WEEI. Not all Red Sox, but mostly Red Sox today.
I mean, they deserve it.
With them being red hot. We'll get to some comments from Robert Kraft over the weekend about the Patriots, Tom Brady in a fight with Logan Paul, an update on Jaylen Brown, plus Rich Keefe.
Yes.
With an emergency hashtag Dork Minute. He saw the Odyssey this weekend.
I saw the Odyssey. Yeah. Short review.
You're going to, or you did?
Maybe both.
I think
maybe both.
I think that's an important characterization there.
It was incredible, and I will tell you all about my experience and more.
Okay.
Also,
we heard a little bit. We heard a little bit about it. It sounds like.
It was a little bit, but also the Avengers Doomsday trailer came out this morning, and so that's got the people talking. That's got the dorks talking as well. So
right.
we'll do both coming up later.
All right, some dork chatter.
Yeah, please.
At 12:45. But starting with the Red Sox, Keefe, it is 13 in a row.
Insane.
Some of the stats are crazy. So it's the second longest win streak in Red Sox history. It matches a streak from 1948. They had a 15-gamer in 1946. They are only the 6th Red Sox team to go 18-2 over a 20-game stretch. Tell me if some of these teams sound familiar.
All right, how these teams do.
Including the 2004 Red Sox.
World Series winner.
They also surpassed the 2018
World
Red
Series
Sox.
winner.
So they're playing I'm not telling you they're winning the World Series. I'm
But
just
you're not
telling
saying
you
they're not going to win.
I'm just telling you the streak they're on is like
yeah,
arguably the two best teams the franchise has ever had. 04, 18. That's how they're playing right now.
Makes you think.
It does.
It makes you think.
A little bit.
They're trending absolutely in the right direction. And, oh, by the way, trade deadline is right around the corner. And because the American League was so bad, every team was kind of in it. And not that every team was capable of a 13-game winning streak, but if you're able to do that, as bad as the start was, you'd be able to vault yourself all the way back up here. And so, yeah, they have a wild card spot. You mentioned how they're tied in the loss column with a second wild card spot. So not that long ago, they were one of like 6 teams fighting for one spot. And now it seems like they currently have one of the spots. There's actually 2 up for grabs.
They're
so
probably,
like the percentages are through the roof now.
They're probably one of 4 or 5
yeah.
in the mix for 2 wild card spots. Although, if you want to get crazy, Keith, they've swept the Yankees. They've swept the Rays. They're 6 games out of first place behind Tampa. They're only a game and a half behind the Yankees. That's the first wild card.
Hey, dream big.
Get nuts. Let's get nuts.
I mean,
yeah, dream big.
I don't think there's any reason not to. Like, do I think they're going to catch the Rays? I don't.
Yes.
But Tampa's lost 5 in a row. The Yankees have been abysmal without Aaron Judge. So why can't they catch those teams? And you're right. A bunch of the teams have fallen off in the wild card. So let's get, if you don't mind, and you can do this on the phones as well, 617-779-7937. Let's get in the Red Sox trust tree for a moment.
I'm in there. I'm already in there. I'm setting up shop. I got my shoes off.
Just us talking.
Yeah.
Okay? No one else needs to hear this. No one else needs to know about this.
Nope.
Get in the Red Sox trust tree.
Okay.
How far can they go?
They can win the American League. And then I think, it's baseball and things can happen and you go on and who knows what the Dodgers are going to look like. I think it would be crazy to pick anybody but the Dodgers. Like, I think that's sort of what they've sort of set themselves up
Tony's
for.
hurt. They're not letting him pitch anymore because his knees are messed up.
So but stuff like that would kind of open the door, right? But I would say that they would be the favorite. But I've always maintained, even when the Red Sox were terrible, I was not one of these like, well, it's just the third wild card. No, in baseball, it doesn't matter. Like, you get in, maybe your team's a little healthier, or your rotation is just pitching better at that time, or one guy hits. Like in 2013, David Ortiz hit. Nobody else did. And then they had a few guys that pitched their tails off, and they won the World Series. Like, that 2013 team, as the year was unfolding, you weren't like, that's a World Series winner.
No.
No.
Now you're like, it's a good vibes, overachieving team.
Yeah. And so I think this team is already a playoff team, like right now. Like, so we were sort of like speculating this when they were a couple games out. We were like, wow, what would happen if they get in? So they're already in with still a bunch of games to play. And if the Rays have the best record, I think that kind of encapsulates it perfectly. The Rays have the best record in the American League. What did this weekend look like? You don't think that the Red Sox can beat them in a series? They just swept them. If it's a 7-game series, they swept the series. So, yeah, I think they absolutely can win the American League.
Okay. Red Sox are tied for the second best run differential in the American League. That's overall. That counts the horrible start with Cora. Plus 45 matches the White Sox. It's greater than the Tigers, Rays, Mariners. Yeah. It only trails the Yankees in the American League. As we said, for a playoff spot, the Red Sox are currently sitting in the third wild card spot. They are a game out of the second wild card. They're tied in the loss column with the Guardians. They are not all that far behind the New York Yankees either.
You want to guess
those
them percentages?
Guess them percentages.
Percent to make the playoffs. Boston Red Sox. Guess them percentages.
60.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. 58.3%. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Considering it was like 8% a few weeks back.
So get in the trust tree.
Yep.
How far can this team go? Keith says win the American League.
What's your answer?
Win the American
Same.
League. I mean, maybe win the whole thing, Keith, with their pitching
right.
and with the teams they've beaten recently. And they're red hot, and look, a lot can change. But to me, I've always thought they were closer to this, not never lose again,
right?
But closer to this than they were to how they started. They had too much talent. And I thought for anybody who was willing to look past how much they hated Breslow, if you just looked at the roster, I always thought they were closer to a playoff team than one of the worst Red Sox teams you've ever seen. I never thought on paper that's what this team was supposed to be. So, yeah, I think they can win the American League. They could win the whole thing. They have the pitching to do it. They still need to make some moves. So the players have done their job. I think Tracy is doing his job. Breslow, for the most part, has done his, although there's still more work to do at the trade deadline. Henry better let him take on some payroll.
Yes, please.
Like, now it's time for the owner to do his job as well. But in the trust tree, how far can they go with who they've beaten? Rays, Yankees, White Sox, never mind beaten, swept them all? Yeah, they can certainly win the AL.
Okay.
617-779-7937. We'll get to your thoughts here on Jones and Keefe. And in just 2 minutes, we'll get to the best moments from the weekend. A lot of highlights, a lot of fun moments. We'll do that again. 2 minutes, Jones and Keefe.
It doesn't matter how we start the game. It seems like we're trying to find a way to win, find a way to get on base, find a way to have good at-bats. And we did it today. Thankfully, we have this amazing team right now. They're doing a great job, and the energy is up there.
If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way you like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time.
Red Sox are relentless, and I would agree. Wilson Contreras' words. They are now, Keith, plus 1,000 to win the American League. They were plus 6,000 at the beginning of July.
Buying opportunity or sucker's bet?
Still a buying opportunity. Plus 1,000.
Buying opportunity.
Still juicy enough to wet that beak.
Oh, sure.
Get in there.
I don't see why not.
So they've won 18 out of 20. They've won 13 in a row. In 20 days, they reduced their odds to win the AL by 5,000. So, yeah, I'd say that's a team that can win the American League, maybe win the whole thing. And, again, you look at the way they were playing. They actually just surpassed how the 2018 team, a.k.a. the most wins in franchise history. Some would argue the best team in franchise history. They went 17-2 over a 19-game stretch. The 2004 Red Sox, my personal opinion,
pretty good
for
team.
the best Red Sox team ever.
Yeah.
18-2 over a 20-game stretch. You just match that. You're 2 away from the longest win streak in franchise history.
Crazy.
So, yeah, they're relentless.
13 away from the longest in all time.
And they're they're getting there.
Move over, New York Giants.
They're getting there.
Yeah.
And they're beating up on good teams. It's not just, it was the Angels, as you said, Keith. It's the Rays, who've had the best team in the AL all year, even though I never believed in them. It's the Yankees. It's the White Sox. Even prior to really getting hot, they were beating up on, or winning series anyway, against the Rangers and Mariners. They've had some good series wins against some good teams.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. And, the pitching has been pretty consistent throughout the entire year. The fielding has been pretty consistent. They really cleaned it up from early, and they've been one of the best defensive teams in the league. And then we're just sort of like waiting for the bats, and they've found ways to do it. They've sort of embraced the small ball aspect of it, but then they've also run into some home runs recently, and what I think there's a lot of impressive things about the 13-game winning streak. Perhaps the most impressive is Wilson Contreras was suspended for 5 games, and they won all those games.
Came right back and started bopping home runs,
and
too.
He's like an MVP caliber player at the plate, and you're like, all right, he's kind of carrying them. He wasn't even in there, and they still were grinding away wins. And then he does show up, and he's like, oh, I'll stock a dinger right away.
Well, and yesterday he hits the home run, but also how they win that game yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, Gray was, I don't want to say great again. Gray was really good
No,
again.
but he wasn't his normal self,
Right.
and it was amazing. Like, that game was also a great example of, like, sometimes you need like a little bit of luck to kind of go your way, because Sonny Gray was kind of struggling a little bit. Meanwhile, the Red Sox scored a pile of runs without even getting a hit in an inning.
A wild pitch on a pitch that Durbin swung at.
A strike wild pitch. A swing and miss, and you score a run.
They
Like
scored
crazy.
a run, then a couple of infield, I mean, not even hits,
Like,
if you
no,
will.
errors,
I mean, fielders' choices, errors where the Rays are throwing it around. So,
like, pretty amazing.
Yeah, they score 3 runs without getting a hit in that 3rd inning. Contreras has the big bop there, and they wind up sweeping the Rays yesterday, and again, move or stay rather in a playoff spot. Text line, Reactionary Jones is back. As quickly as they won 13 in a row, they could lose 13 in a row. So there's still some that don't believe. I mean,
if they lose 13 in a row, we will be upset.
Okay, if you don't believe that, that's actually fine. They're the season isn't over. There's a long way to go. Maybe you don't think they'll buy. Maybe you don't think Henry will let them buy, et cetera. So, if you don't believe, I guess that's fine. I don't think we're overreacting. It's a ridiculous streak.
They've won 13 straight games.
I
Like,
don't
good
think
God.
we're overreacting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're reacting properly
No, I
to a
think
streak no one saw coming.
That sounds like a negative Nelson that texted that in, but I would say that if you do have cause for concern or like not fully embracing it, it would be those 2 other things. Is Henry going to allow payroll to be added to the team? And is Breslow going to be able to make a good in-season trade? I think the jury is still out on that, right? And so I think the team.
I think we're putting just an arbitrary thing on it, though, because he's made a bunch of good trades.
In
And
season,
so-
though.
No, he hasn't.
There's something
but-
different about it.
But if you can make a trade, shouldn't you be able to make one at the trade deadline?
I would think
He's
so.
made a bunch of good trades.
But
he
he
should be
hasn't.
able to make one at the trade
But he
deadline.
hasn't, so
no, I
you'd
know
like
he
to see him
hasn't.
do it.
But you don't think he can? I think he can.
I think I guess it's a possibility. I would have to, I'll believe it when I see it kind of thing. And also, we don't know how hamstrung he's going to be. Normally it seems like with these trades, he's being told to get rid of salary, not bring in salary. Or they're very specific on what kind of player they want back in return, whether it's years on the contract and all this stuff. So, like, how big of a net is he going to be allowed to cast? Or is it going to be like, you can do this. If this player has 1 year left, or I'm sorry, this player has 3 years left on his deal, but it has to be under this, and the team has to they have to pay for it. If there's a lot of restrictions on it, it might not even be a Breslow issue, right? So it's like he might be able to make a good trade, but is he going to even be allowed to?
Oh, it's a good question. Again, I think if you want to say Breslow hasn't fully done his job yet because the trade deadline hasn't happened, fine.
Yeah.
But he brought in a lot of talent. Tracy and the players are doing their job. Henry's got to open up his wallet at the deadline and add payroll to this team if you really believe in it. Meanwhile, Sonny Gray was called out a little bit yesterday after the game for his take earlier this year when he said they're not a good baseball team.
But he was right
Well,
at the time.
Here's what he said.
Okay.
We weren't a good team, and that was a fact. But we've always had it in us, and we are a good team. But at the same time, you can't get too high, you can't get too low in this game. You just show up, stay in the moment, and take each day for what it is. And if you do that, and you have a mindset and you expect to win, you play to win each moment, play to win each game, then you'll be okay.
I think he's right.
He's 100% right.
They weren't good, now they are. What changed? We can get into it, but yeah, I think he's right.
Especially that guy who pretty much won every game he pitched, and they were and his team's in last place. He's like, how is this right? How is the team, whatever they were like 14-3 in games that he started, and they were in dead last place? Like it was probably driving him nuts. He's like, I'm having one of my best years ever, and the team can't get out of our own way. And now they're a lot better. So, like, that happens, especially in baseball, let alone other sports. You'll see it where a team gets off to a bad start or has, like, a really bad stretch. Even really, really good teams, right? Teams that didn't bury themselves early, if they have, like, a terrible month of June and a pitcher's like, we're not good right now, it doesn't mean we're giving up on the season or we'll never be good.
No, and also, he's not saying they're still not good like some of these texters are. Some of these texters are like they're still not good. Johnny is in Brooklyn. Get us started today, Johnny.
What's up, guys? Great show as always,
It
and
is.
thank God the Red Sox are giving us a season. Would love to see them add a real hitter, but you know what I'm prepared for? I'm prepared for the New York Yankees to go and get Rafael Devers. I just can see it all. See the writing on the wall. 20 home runs, by the way, guys. All right, have a good day.
That'd be great. I would love that. Like for the rivalry and everything else, bring him in.
20 home runs.
20 home runs.
Okay.
All right.
The guy the Red Sox might trade for, Luis Garcia, has 20 home runs. Like, I mean, a lot of guys have 20 home runs.
Well, he's not doing it in San Francisco, Jones.
Okay.
The Giants
They
are,
hadn't had a 30
You know
home run
what?
hitter
The
since Barry
Giants,
Bonds.
you know what he's doing in San Francisco? Tanking that organization from the second he got there.
I mean, they're 20 and a half out.
Yankees, go ahead and trade for him. Go ahead and trade for him.
Yeah, no, that'd be
I
fun.
hope you do. He hasn't changed the thing there for the better.
Well,
He's only made it worse. So I hope the Yankees go get him. Honestly,
but
I would legitimately love it.
Whether it's Devers or somebody else, you do feel like the Yankees, though, likely will make a move. I mean, who knows when they're even going to get Judge back. The Rays are probably less likely to at least bring on salary. I don't think the White Sox are going to do that. Maybe the Rangers and the Mariners, who are out there in the West, one of them is going to win the division. Maybe one of them adds to their team.
Luis Garcia is like a name no one even barely cares about. The Red Sox have been heavily linked to him now, the Athletic and other
Yeah.
places. He's got 20 home runs.
Yeah.
So, like,
there are guys with $20.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that as like, oh my gosh, the Red Sox effed up with Rafael Devers, if that's what Johnny's getting at.
I don't think so.
617-779-7937. I hope that happens. It'd add to the rivalry. It'd be great. And it'd be great for the Red Sox because I'm sure Devers would go there and tank the Yankees too. We'll get to your feedback here on this.
Hard to tank them. They've already been kind of tanking themselves.
Well, it's true. Plus, what are the biggest factors in the Red Sox turnaround? Sonny Gray called them a bad team. They've obviously changed some things since then. What has changed? How sustainable is it? And in the trust tree, how far can this team go? We'll continue to get to that with your phone calls next.
He's a nuclear reactor. Holy That's insane, dude. Will your Abreu. Will your Abreu. That's awesome, dude.
Awesome moment. Woo! Awesome moment on Saturday. Huge weekend for Wilyer Abreu, who, if he wants to get hot, or maybe
nice.
too late, he's already hot.
I think he's hot as a pistol right now.
But that would be great because he started the year great. He kind of tailed off for a few weeks in there.
Yep.
Really even like a month in there. And now 4 home runs over the weekend. You had 2 in the nightcap on Friday, and those were big home runs, right? Like, they won the first game on Friday going away. We got out of here early on Friday, Keith. They won that first one 10-0, I think.
Yeah.
The second game, they were immediately down, and you're like, well, that was a fun streak. Now they're going to have a fight in the series. They'll probably split the doubleheader. Wrong.
No, they won that.
Abreu 2-run homer. Contreras hits another one back-to-back. So they're up in the game. Junior Caminero hits one that I didn't think was fair. You saw the replay. Fair ball. Abreu put him in front with another homer later in the game. So those are his 2 homers on Friday. Then he had in the nightcap. He has 2 homers on Saturday, 1 early in the game. And then the big one you heard there, the first base reaction, Keith, and then Siegler's reaction. You see the camera angle from first base?
Yep.
Where Abreu, like, spikes the bat. He's screaming at the bench.
They're
and
feeling it.
Siegler's screaming right back at him. You're like, like, that's a moment.
Durbin couldn't believe it.
I mean, you're down in that game, 6-5. It gives you the lead. You hang on to win that game. Like, that to me was a moment. Hogg was fired up.
As he should be.
Took over the Twitch chat earlier today.
He did. He hijacked it a little
But,
bit.
like, that was a spectacular moment. And that emotion, I think, is the kind of stuff that gets fans buying in on the team. I do.
I mean, they had that stretch for the longest time where it felt like the Revolution and the Bruins had a better chance of coming back from 2 down than the Red Sox did. Like, they just wouldn't. As soon as it was 2-0, it could be 2-0 in the first inning, game was over. And now they were down 2 runs multiple times in that game and fought back and won. You have these huge hits. Like, how many times have you seen, like, this team? Well, clearly none because they lost all those games. But, like, they would fight back, or the next inning after giving up the runs, they'd come back, sock a 2-run homer, and all of a sudden the game's tied. You're like, well, who are these Red Sox?
Yeah.
Like, what even is this? And it's a whole different cast of characters. Obviously, Abreu and Contreras, I think, are going to be, guys that are going to have to be at the center of it. But you've had a bunch of other players all kind of chip in as well. Your relative, Jahmai Jones, his first at bat, the Red Sox homer. I mean,
that was great.
Fantastic. So you're getting contributions from a lot of different players. And then now, like, that's just something they didn't have before, where they have the confidence that, all right, we're trailing, game's not over. A lot of game left. We can win in the 9th against the team's closer, like when they were playing the Mets, or they can just fight back in game.
What do you think that? Because there is like an intangible thing about that, where you're just like, man, we're never going to come back from this. It's never going to happen. We can't do it. Anytime we're down a run or 2 early in the game felt like it was over.
Yeah.
And now nothing does feel like it's over. Like there's an intangible thing in sports. You're hot. You're hot.
Yeah.
Is that a Tracy thing? Is that some of the player leadership on the team? Like, what is that? And I'm not saying I know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know
but
either, because it's
something flipped with this team where when they were down, they never had a shot. And now it feels like every time they're down, not only are they right back in the game and have a chance to come back, they do it pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it too, like in football, when a team just can't have a fourth quarter comeback, and they just don't. And then they do. And then you're like, all right, something kind of clicked there. And it doesn't mean they're going to have a comeback win every single time, but at least you know it's in their arsenal.
I don't know what it is. I would say it can't not be a Tracy thing. Like there might
got to be a part of it.
There might be something to it. And I'm not saying they never had comebacks under Cora. Right. And like, for all my criticisms of Cora, this is not one of them. But there might be an element to Tracy where it's like a lot of these guys did come up playing for him in Worcester. Mm-hmm. There is, it seems like, a positive element with him as a coach where he is like a rah-rah kind of guy. And maybe some of that is what's going on. I don't know it's definitively him, but I certainly wouldn't rule it out because it's happened on his watch.
But you also have an interesting collection of players right now where you have a guy like Contreras, who is an established major leaguer, but he also runs a little hot, and he's like, every game is a big deal to him, which is great. But then you have a bunch of other guys like, Flock of Seagulls, who's just trying to stay in the majors, and like Monasterio is just trying to play, and like guys that are just trying to get as many at bats as they can, and like they don't take it for granted. And you sort of Plus, on the outside, everyone's saying they suck. Everyone's like, all right, you guys are in dead last place and like all that stuff. So, like, I don't know. Once you start to get like a little bit of momentum, well, you can see where it's kind of carried them.
The Hogman, though, you heard the call of Abreu. This took over the Twitch chat earlier today. I heard some of this driving in.
Yeah, I think we're working some of the kinks out here at the new place, which has been great. I love it. But there's like a
everybody heard my whole editing process.
Somehow, some way they're connected.
Honestly,
so Nick's putting in the work before the show.
It made me respect Nick.
You never did before.
No, I never have. Not even one time.
No.
It made me respect the job that Nick does. He's here
talking to each other outside of like 30 segments.
He's here early. Listen to this is just one little Hogdale clip where he's cursing up a storm, and
Hog's
he's
a tough guy to get air friendly.
I didn't realize how much work went into me just requesting a Hogdale clip.
Yeah, no,
all the work he had to do.
You know, Caleb Durbin, he sat him for a week there, but then he, obviously was pumping him up, and that turnaround is incredible when it comes to that player.
It's like when you're,
I think he's done a great job managing the rotation.
You got to get the beep right.
Yeah.
You got to get the beep right.
Yeah, but there wasn't the beeps at first. So if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube,
Player focus any staff like this downright fantastic.
You got unedited Hog. Initially, that was a treat to everybody.
You got the full Hog there.
Full Hog. And as you know, you can never go full Hog, at least on the radio. At least not yet. Maybe someday we'll be allowed to curse, but that day is not today.
So that's just another reason to watch on Twitch and YouTube.
You never know what's going to happen.
You never quite know what you're going to get there.
Especially during like the Ty Law interviews. It's good to
Starters going. Second game of the bullpen was
no dump button on there.
Nope. That's true though. Ty Law, it's a good time to
Ty Law for sure.
It is Jones and Keith. We are live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. John is in the car. Go ahead, John.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Always love to talk to you, especially when the Sox are doing good. I like, but I like all this talk about like what's the reason the Sox are suddenly doing well, and I love all the comparisons to like making Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer into Drew Bledsoe and Mac Lane like stage diving at the Paradise. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's pretty simple. Like if you look at how the Red Sox have now done in May and June and now into July, like. Alex Cora is the problem. They were 10-17. They were almost pretty much 500 in May. Even as terrible as they were in June, they were almost 500 in that month. Alex has historically been terrible in April. This team has been underprepared for years and years. It happens again. Like the narrative, like, oh, Craig just did this to save his job. Well, he also did it because like Alex Cora kind of sucked every year the past few years in April, and he did it again, and he didn't want to see the team be terrible. So, yeah, it's Alex Cora. I mean, sure, there's other slices to blame, but, like, it's mostly Alex Cora at this point. I don't know what to tell you.
John, it's been one of the major changes this season.
John, I'm happy someone else says it.
Yeah.
Because I know exactly what he's talking about. I heard this morning. Greg and Curtis were on one side. Shime was on the other. I wanted to come in and kiss Shime right on the mouth.
You should have anyway.
I thought about it.
You should have.
But they're like, well.
That's an HR complaint.
Well, they don't bunt anymore in extra. Or sorry, now they bunt in extras and they never did. But maybe that was a drive line thing. I'm like.
No, it was a Cora thing.
It was Thank you.
Yes.
Did Cora bunt in extra innings?
Even the team, remember the whole David Hamilton thing? We talked about that when the Brewers were in town. Everyone was going nuts about it.
Forgot about that.
Yes.
Didn't even think about it. Another
David
great
Hamilton
example.
bunts now. They're like, even Cora couldn't get him to bunt.
The Red Sox, Breslow.
Yeah.
Were mad while Cora was still the manager and the Brewers were here, and you heard it in real time. Middlebrooks and Maloney were talking about this.
Oh, yeah.
You heard it in real time. They're like, boy, the Brewers really got Hamilton to bunt quick. And the translation there was Cora couldn't do it. So, yeah, no, they're doing things differently without Cora. And it's not just that big bad Breslow didn't let Cora do what he wanted to, unfortunately for some.
Yeah.
Now they bunt in extra innings. They bunt actually all the time. That was a Cora thing when they didn't do it. And anybody who can't see that, I have questions about how compromised you are, quite frankly.
Well, and this is it's a pretty obvious thing for this current team to do, right? Like if you told me the 04 Red Sox are dropping bunts down left and right, I'd be like, maybe don't. You got a lot of guys that can suck dingers.
Right.
Let's just maybe do that.
When you have a team that can't score.
This team, which is still the strength even with some of the bats waking up, the strength is pitching and defense. So after that, you need to maximize everything you do on the bases. And if that means dropping bunts down left and right, then so be it. And so I think they've kind of embraced that, and now the room for error isn't quite as thin as it was before.
So the runs scored, Keith, and they are still not a great offense. They still
That's
need
what I'm
bats.
saying. I'm not saying like just this run, like, oh my God, I know they scored 10 runs on Friday, but it's not one that you would, if we're doing tail of the tape against all these different teams, like, yeah, they're not going to have the best lineup more often than not.
No. They are plus 58 under Chad Tracy, run
Not bad.
differential. So they pitch well and they score a little bit. We've been tracking that for a while on this show. Another one that I've been tracking, but they've finally gotten above water on this. So I'll bring it to light.
Okay.
They're now averaging more runs per game under Chad Tracy than they were under Cora,
There
which
you
is
go.
funny because I thought Cora and that coaching staff, they knew what they were doing.
Well,
and this new coaching staff
has no clue.
You can't fire a whole coaching staff mid-season. How many times has Bradfo told us that?
I don't know why you
It's
can't.
unprecedented. You can't do that.
Maybe teams should. You'll win 13 in a row.
They are now, forget the run differential, forget the run prevention. That's always been better under Tracy.
Yeah.
They are now scoring more runs per game, 4.24, not by a lot, 4.24
right.
to 4.15. So that's now another thing. Feather in the cap of Chad Tracy and his coaching staff, because we heard a lot about the coaches that were out with the Red Sox
Sure
and how
did.
they knew what they were doing, and it
Right.
wasn't just about Cora. You can't fire the whole coaching staff because you're going to see the offense tank. Wrong. The offense has gotten better.
Smartest guy in the room might, in fact, be the smartest guy in the room.
Well,
in the case of your guy, Gregory Breslow.
Maybe. So what, beyond just the manager, because I do think that's obvious, what changed and how sustainable do we think it is?
So I think the pitching hasn't necessarily changed. It's been some different pitchers that have been out there. But like Sonny Gray has been a constant for him. I think Peyton Tolley has been pretty much a constant for him. But also throughout this winning streak, you've gotten openers. Like you've had bullpen games that you've won. Patrick Sandoval has shown up and won games.
One of them.
Yeah, but like it's kind of remarkable that you've had all these different guys. Like you haven't even had, as much as pitching is a strength, it's not like Garrett Crochet has given you a Cy Young season and Ranger Suarez has made every single turn. Like you've had a bunch of different guys in and out. So the pitching staff has been really good. Whitlock, Chapman, like those guys, once you have Guerrero's been a good find. So like you've had a nice run overall with the pitching staff. And then I think it's what I was saying before about how they have embraced what they are. And it could be extra innings, starting a guy on second base, we're like, we're going to bunt. Whereas before it was like, well, no, we can't play for one run. What if the other team scores two? You're like, you need the one. You need the one and do that. And I think the team has been pretty good at it. And every game, it seems like there's some like little thing that they weren't doing before.
I think as well, it is guys just kind of leveling out and doing what they're supposed to do. Baseball is a game like that. And for everyone who says, well, Sonny Gray might come crashing down in the second half. I mean, he might. He was not great yesterday. He still won. He only gave up the one run. He was good.
Yeah.
But, baseball is that sort of game. And there are outlier seasons. But baseball is a game where your numbers at the end of the year are probably going to net out where they're supposed to.
Well, then Durant should get hot.
Well, but this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think some of it was for whatever reason. Maybe it was Cora. Maybe that was just random, and Cora got boned by it. I don't know. But everybody at the same time was vastly underachieving. And we tried to say this in real time, and there was even a breaking point for me where I'm like, I can't look the other way anymore. They're 12 games under 500,
Right.
6.5 games out of a playoff spot. Like, all right, I guess they're just never going to do it. But for most of the first 2 months of the year, Keith, we're like, did anybody think they were this bad? We all thought they were a playoff team in spring training, despite their flaws.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
We all thought they were a spring training team. We knew they were better than they performed early. And I think guys have finally just turned it around and done what they were supposed to do from the start. They didn't do it in April. They didn't do it for half of May. They're doing it now. How sustainable is it? I think it's sustainable. This is what I expected them to do.
Do you give any of the, not credit necessarily, but any of the explanation for how they've won to the Anthony Meyer story, like just not being there?
A little bit.
I mean, part of it, and I'm not even saying it's like a personality thing necessarily, but like those guys were also not performing well. It's not like Story was great, then got hurt. Like Story was really bad, then
Right.
got hurt, and now his replacements have been better. Meyer, as much as we wished for him to be good, wasn't. And now his replacements, even though you never in a million years would have been like, oh yeah, get me Siegler and more Monasterio. Those guys have been better than Meyer. So I think if you want to talk personality, you want to talk entitlement or whatever, like that's fine. That's another conversation.
Look,
but those guys were all not good in the lineup.
With Devers, the reason we still get Devers calls, we got one earlier today, even though he's been trash in San Fran. The reason we still get them is because he does put up at least home run totals. I mean, he's on pace for, I think, by far the most strikeouts of his career. He's hitting sub 250. Like,
But he's
not,
like Adrian Gonzalez.
But this-
Adrian Gonzalez put up good numbers,
Yes.
but he didn't really want him. He wasn't going to work here.
But at least there's some production with Devers where I get the Devers people, even though they're wrong. I get them saying, well, you could use 20 home runs on this team. With Roman Anthony, he had one home run. Meyer couldn't hit. Trevor Story can't field or hit. Yeah. So, right. It
wasn't
wasn't
play Chang made?
It
Was
wasn't
that
just,
Friday?
the leaping play was incredible.
Mackerel.
He's great defensively.
Yes,
So
yeah.
the thing about those guys is you're not just replacing the attitude, which is what makes it tough. Devers was the attitude. You're not just replacing the attitude. You're also upping nothing production from those guys. To answer your question, I think there's something to it.
I don't want to just have a blanket statement like, oh, all the guys that are out clearly were a problem, because like I think if Garrett Crochet was healthy, he'd be helping the team. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's by no means addition by subtraction. Like I would like him a part of the rotation. He's not, but they're still winning. But there might be something. Plus, there was sort of the over-reliance on a guy like Anthony, where it's just like, he's the leadoff hitter. It's like, well, he's not getting on base. It's like, I don't care. Like, he's going to break out of it. And then that was kind of hurting him. More like Trevor Story. Remember, he started the year, he was hitting high in the order for like a long time. You're like, all right, those guys were like automatic outs. And then throwing Duran, throwing Durbin. At least Durbin's turned it around. So, yeah, there is something. And it just, I don't know, it probably just makes those guys look a little bit worse that they're going on this like historic run and they're nothing to do with it.
I think that's totally fair. I do. If I'm going to say they can go on a run without Cora and blame Cora, we can blame these players too. 617-779-7937. Are we starting to believe in Craig Breslow? We can get to that with your phone calls coming up next.
July, being in last place in the division, not having won as many games as we thought we were going to heading into this point.
I mean, I feel like I'm more likely to go on a run than this team is, Craig.
Oh, jeez.
Not
a runner.
A lot of that I haven't seen you throw a pitch or take a swing.
Oh, God.
Do you remember that interview, Keith? It was
I do.
Ruthless. I mean, it was hilarious from Greg. I'm not like finger wagging Greg. It was hilarious.
No, he got booed.
The
few
crowd,
times.
The crowd
Yeah, it was a
booed
road
him
show.
multiple times.
Oh, yeah.
He was getting the crap booed out of him.
He was angry, my friend.
Greg is getting in all these zingers
It
like
was a good
throughout the
line.
court. It was a great line.
Now he's got to run.
Now
My man's got to run. They were talking about it the
run.
other day. I don't know if there was an update on it, but they might have him run the bases like the kids do it after the game. He should get Greg.
Really?
I think he's going to run the
Oh, they
bases.
should.
He
Did
should
the man
run.
die? He did.
I mean, he might.
There's a chance.
Yeah.
Every time you touch one of those bags, there's a chance you can blow a hamstring. But I think he should. That'd be great. But like in his face, right? He'll wear it. You lost fair and
We
square.
want
not,
the
not
clicks.
lost, but like
We want the clicks.
Yes.
That's going to be a viral tweet.
Greg runs.
Get that out from one of the EEI accounts. That's going to be a viral. We could do it from the Jones and Keefe account, for God's sakes.
Red
Get
Sox
that,
went on a run.
get
Greg
that out
should
there.
too.
Yeah.
And I would think that'd be better. That'd be a better thing than making him run like a 5K or something. Have him run the bases at Fenway.
Run the bags.
Well, let's leave it realistic.
Maybe they want to keep him off the diamond. Just have him run the outfield. Have him do like how they do in
like
was it
sprints?
Washington or like
he
Milwaukee.
can race the freeze.
Oh, like a sausage race.
Have him race Wally.
Yeah.
Have him race Wally and Tessie. Line him up in left field on the foul line and then run all the way across the warning track. That'd be great.
I love that.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Seventh inning, like, let's give it up for Greg Hill, Wally, and Tessie. And then they just sprint.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Haul ass.
Who'd you take?
Probably Tessie.
Wally.
Tessie.
Wally. No one's saying Greg.
Nobody is saying.
No, I wouldn't.
You never know. Shime can set the odds. People can bet on it.
Great call.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, it's funny because, I mean, really, since that happened, the Red Sox haven't lost again.
No, they're on fire.
It's
They're on fire.
unbelievable.
It coincided with Breslow getting booed and then you waving the white flag.
Yep.
And then I think they took both of those things personally.
I think I
and
waved.
they have not.
I think I even waved the white flag before that.
Prior
I
to
think
that, yeah,
I
yeah.
waved the white flag on June 10th. I don't have a date on the Greg run there.
They also haven't lost since the Celtics traded Jaylen Brown.
Correct.
It's another moment in time. Maybe that's what they needed to do. Like, you guys need to make an awful trade.
So, do you think people have changed their minds on Breslow, or are they waiting for the deadline?
Oh man, people were so dug in, but I think you have to. I certainly can't speak for everybody. I'm sure there are still those that don't want to give him credit, but when you look at the players that are succeeding and the players that have helped get you to this point, how do you not? Like with the Wilson Contreras season alone, like if you think he's going to be like an MVP candidate, which I think he will be, he picked him up this offseason. Sonny Gray should be a Cy Young candidate. I know his odds are low. All the guy does is win and have a really low ERA, but he gets disrespected, doesn't make the All-Star team. Those are two offseason acquisitions, as was Ranger Suarez, who was an All-Star.
By the way, 2 of those acquisitions you got from the last guy, which I think is another feather in Breslow's cap.
Yeah, right. That's true. Yeah.
You got Contreras
Right.
and Gray from the guy who used to run things here and ran into the ground in high and
You
bloom.
lose deals to the Brewers, you win deals against the Cardinals, but you're doing deals. No, but even Durbin's turning around.
I don't even know that the Brewers one is a significant loss anymore. It's a loss.
Good
I don't
point.
know that it's a significant
Yeah,
loss.
2 months in, it looked like a bloodbath, but you're right, it is coming back around. But that's even another one, like where the worst move that he made in the offseason appeared to be Durbin, but he's turned it around, and he's actually having a similar season as Alex Bregman. So, yeah, then if you even want to go back to last year, or like look at Chapman and how good Chapman and how dominant he has been. So, yeah, there are a few players that he inherited that are good, like Wilyer Abreu, right? He inherited Wilyer Abreu. Heimblum actually traded for him and whatever. Like, he's been pretty good. But you look around at a lot of these other spots, these are our Breslow moves.
I think people should have realized Breslow was a pretty good GM last year. He made a bunch of good moves last year. I think you should have realized it then. But if you didn't, and you at this point, you might as well hold out until the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And I would even understand it. If you want to hold out and say it's all about the deadline, let's see if he's any different, well, then hold out till the deadline. But if he makes a move you like that, I think people are going to have to start acknowledging he kind of knows what he's doing.
Well, I think a lot of it, too, is even if the guys he acquired all had all-star seasons, but the team was, like, not in the playoffs, I think he would still get blamed for the Cora firing because there are more people that like Cora more than they like Breslow.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, if anybody's going to lose their job, shouldn't they all? Right? There were some people that were like, I don't mind Cora getting fired, but like everybody should be fired, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, there was a lot of that.
And then so the fact that Chad Tracy has sort of gone on this long winning streak, they're above 500 and they're a playoff team now. Like, I don't know how you can be so dug in on Breslow because some of his moves were already proving that they were good baseball moves. So the best players were guys that he acquired, but the wins weren't there, right? And so now that the wins are there, like, not sure how you could deny he's done a pretty good job.
Would you remove the interim tag from Tracy?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either.
I
don't mean to sound mean towards
him,
him.
But like, where's he
at
going?
one point was the top 5 all-time Tracy, and then he got bumped out for Tracy Bingham.
Well, shout out Tracy Bingham. I feel like you have the rest of the year and then assess it from there. And I'm not saying you got to win a round. Nope, just you have more games to play.
If he gets him in and he doesn't have like a Grady Little moment in the playoffs, then
Sure.
he should be the manager of this team going forward. But
I don't need to do it now.
I don't either.
No.
Maybe that sounds harsh towards Chad Tracy. I
What does
don't
a man
either.
need to do? Like he has gone on a hell of a run, but that's sort of the thing with the interim managers. I feel like you have that amount of time to get a real assessment, and then in the offseason, because who knows, maybe Breslow the whole time has had somebody in mind and couldn't because Alex
David
Cora was always
Ross or
here.
someone he's got a connection to, right?
But if not, or maybe he's like, you know what, this has actually worked out really well. Let's see how it goes. See what the communication is like at the trade deadline. I think that's important. See like the back and forth, and then what he does the rest of the way. So you don't need to do it.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. We'll start to mix in some Patriots thoughts next hour. Robert Kraft with some interesting comments. Tom Brady with some interesting antics we can get into. But on the way next, in just 2 minutes, I want to get into Craig Breslow, some of his comments about the trade deadline, and is he a little lukewarm on the Red Sox making a big move? I don't love these comments from my guy Brez. Let's get to him. 2 minutes, Jones and Keefe.
Headed to Fenway for the game? Park and predict.
the precipice of dead. They're still not all in at this point in terms of the trade deadline. And look, the next 10 days are going to say a lot about what the Red Sox do. They've got series against the Rays, against the Orioles, against the Blue Jays, all within the American League East. And while reaching the top of the division and overtaking the Rays is not a particularly realistic thing at this point, we see that they're still under 500, and yet they are tied for that final wild card spot. So if in these next 10 days the Red Sox keep winning, they will push. They will look to get batters. And, there were teams out there thinking Aroldis Chapman's going to be available, and Wilson Contreras is going to be available, and Sonny Gray is going to be available. The likelihood of that has gone down quite significantly because of their success. But at the same time, if things go poorly over the next few days, I think the Red Sox also understand not many teams right now have committed to selling. And if the Red Sox could take advantage of that, they certainly would do so.
Jeff Passan going into the weekend on the Red Sox and their trade deadline approach. He says catching the Rays unlikely.
I don't know about that.
And he
6
said,
out.
if they keep losing, they're going to sell.
Well, what if they keep winning?
I can't imagine they're going to sell.
They can't sell. I really don't think they can sell. They could do we tried and we got, Andrew Kashner.
No. They could do a small buy.
Yeah.
They could even do a small buy over here and trade Jarren Duran over there, which I would not consider buying and selling.
But they're not going to trade Chapman now. Whereas
No.
I feel like that was on the table.
Or Gray.
Doesn't mean they're going to acquire players that we want them to bring in, but there's a big difference between the two.
They're not trading Chapman. They're not trading Gray. They're not trading Whitlock. They're not trading, who else am I missing? Duran they can trade.
Yeah.
We did get Kashner already, so it's not like we haven't done something to help our ball.
Yeah, it was Gray, Contreras, Chapman were like the big ones. But
They
we
might
even
do
threw
a
like
small ad.
Whitlock's name on there.
Contreras was the other one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
They're definitely not trading Contreras. They can do a small ad. They should add in a big way. As we've been saying today, the players have done their job. Tracy's definitely done his job. If you want to say Breslow still has to prove more at the deadline, fine. I'd say he's largely done his job to this point. It's time for John Henry to do his, open up the wallet, let Craig Breslow add.
Oh, I thought you were going to say cook.
Let Craig cook, Keith. That is what they should do.
Craig
Good point.
cook?
Hadn't thought about that. But
Yeah,
then
all right.
I read Breslow, and I'm like,
This might just be the way he is.
maybe. For all the winning streak and everything else, I'm like, okay, they're definitely going to add in a big way. And maybe Henry is the sticking point here. Maybe Breslow even wants to add, and he's not allowed to. And that's why we get these lukewarm comments yesterday to Chris Cotillo. He says, I think it's complicated and that there's still quite a bit of uncertainty, even with our own personnel. And every day that goes by, we're getting a little bit more information about not just who we are and what we're capable of, but also what the outlook appears to be for some of the guys that are hopefully getting healthy. Breslow said on Sunday in the dugout at Fenway Park. So he's like,
okay, so I get why he's doing that.
we're still getting the cavalry coming back.
Well, but he doesn't know. They may not be coming back. So there's really, 5 potentially key pieces that are out right now. So
O'Shea, Anthony.
I was going to
Story.
go in order of likely return.
Oh,
It'd be
got it.
Suarez.
Yep.
Early.
Yep. Story.
Meyer. Oh, no, 6, I guess, because then Crochet, Anthony. So Crochet, Anthony, I'm not relying on. I don't think he is either.
You didn't have IKF. I noticed you didn't have.
I did not.
You didn't have Kiner Falefa on there.
Nope, because we got Flock of Seagulls here, so
Good call.
I'm good with it.
Good
Yeah,
call.
but Tanner Houck and Cutter Crawford are throwing it.
Oh, my God. We did get a call actually last
We
week. where a
did
guy
get a call
mention
about those
guys.
two. Yeah.
But so I wonder if he's just trying to figure all that out because nobody thinks pitching is a need. But if you're like, well, maybe you get some bad reports on, there's like 3 starters in that list. So
Mhm.
maybe you do need that. Also, I just feel like setting the expectation low for the Red Sox at the deadline, if you're Breslow, makes the most sense. You don't want to be like, what was the term that Warner used a while ago that we threw in his face for so long?
Yeah, why can't I remember
What
that?
the hell was it? It wasn't fireworks because that was a Wick Gross.
Full throttle.
Full
Thank
throttle.
you.
Full throttle. Thank you.
You can't do that. People so I get what Breslow's doing. They still have 2 weeks, 13 games, I think, until the deadline happens, but they got to do something.
Breslow kept going. The next 10 days or so are going to be really critical in informing that.
Okay.
meaning the direction at the deadline, understanding where guys like Ron Hare and Early are in the short term.
Yeah, makes sense.
Understanding where Roman is and Garrett and
Wow.
Trevor.
Roman's in Florida.
Because that's going to help dictate not just what we do, but where we focus. So still a lot of information to factor. Notice he only mentioned 5 names there. Meyer was not a name he mentioned.
No. Why would you?
Good point. He continues, I think to say that our goals have changed drastically implies that there was a set position 12 days ago or 14 days ago. The reason that we say we want to give ourselves as much time as possible to see who we are and to watch our identity emerge is because we believe that it can change, and it can change really quickly. So maybe it's a low expectation because he knows what he's done at the deadline. Maybe Henry's a factor there, Keith. I fear that he doesn't think they need to do a lot because they're getting reinforcements. I think my real answer with Breslow is we got to stop paying attention to what he says. And it's not like we can't have fun with it and mock it.
For sure.
But we got to stop paying attention to what he says and focus a little more on his actions. Because I think where people really lost Breslow was what he says and how he says it. And look, he's not a great communicator. But if you just boil it down to the actions and the transactions, I think he's actually been quite good. So I'm not saying we can't mock it, and it's not out of bounds and we should ignore it entirely. But I wouldn't use his comments to inform what he's about to do at the trade deadline. At least that's what I'm telling myself, because those are really lukewarm comments.
Yeah, because even if you get every single player back, there's still needs. And you're not going to get every single player back. But I think I get why he's sort of talking it through the way that he is. Because if you get Story back, he shouldn't just be the everyday shortstop.
No.
And if you can improve on the shortstop position, you should do it. It doesn't mean you trade Story. I don't think anybody would take him. But maybe he has to be a platoon guy. Maybe he has to be a second baseman. Maybe he has to be whatever. But, like, you could still acquire a shortstop. If you get Roman Anthony back, which I don't even think you are, you should get a different outfielder. Like, you have a bunch of outfielders. It's the same logjam that people talked about and Cora complained about at the beginning of the year. But Jarren Duran shouldn't be out there every day. And he hasn't been, if you notice. They were going up against left. He's not going to be out there. And Roman Anthony, I don't think you can rely on necessarily either. Plus, you have the DH spot, which is still, you know, Romy Gonzalez sometimes, Yoshida other times. So you still have the flexibility. If somehow, some way your whole team was healthy, you should be adding to it. And so I don't know why he presents it this way, but again, not his strength is sort of like communicating necessarily.
Roman Anthony, by the way, the update from Alex Spear yesterday, still not swinging in Fort Myers.
So, okay.
The plan is for him to start swinging once he's pain-free.
So he could be like an anti-DH where he plays left field, but they DH for him.
All-time fielder.
Yes.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. Let's go to the phones here. Ken is in L.A. Hello, Ken.
Well, Ken.
As the song goes, there's something happening here. Roman.
What it is ain't exactly
clean.
clear, you're saying.
You're trying to fool all of us.
Why is he trying to fool all of us?
He has either maybe some mental condition of some kind or a drug issue. There's something else going on.
You can't say that. Get out of here
mental
with that.
condition or a drug issue.
That's a leap. He has a torn ligament in his hand.
Yeah. There's something happening here, he says. I don't quite know what it is. There's something happening in the ocean.
I mean, you can get into, like, is he somebody that needs to be 100% to play? Right? There are guys in every sport that teeter on that line. It's like, are you hurt or are you injured? And, like, what's the pain tolerance? If you want to talk about that, I guess
you want to say he's a little soft.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's fine.
I
want to go there.
Not
Everywhere
ready
else,
to make the leap that Ken in L.A. is willing to make.
Something is up in the ocean right now.
That is
True.
what's going on.
True, something is up in the ocean.
Something's up.
Yep.
Eddie is in the car. Hello, Eddie.
Eddie.
Hey, guys, how are you? Two things. This team has finally turned it around, okay? They're playing the best baseball they've been playing in decades as far as the last 13 games go. Here's what I don't understand. Number one, I would give him the manager's job. I think he's proved a lot. He's got these guys doing something that Cora couldn't get them to do. And secondly, why wait 10 days? We finally got the fan base back where we want. What if they wait 10 days and they pass on a guy they could have gotten that could have brought this team to the promised
Okay, well,
land.
Eddie, when that happens, that's a fair criticism. No one's really moving right now, so I wouldn't worry about that too much.
Yeah, but I get his point about why not be aggressive now. Now it takes two teams to tango, so maybe the Angels, for example, are like, we're not going to do it yet, and they want to see what the final offers are. But hopefully Breslow is doing that. Like that would all be kind of behind the scenes, but hopefully he is talking to other teams and seeing what it would take to get him.
I would love for
Calling other teams before the deadline, not exactly his strong.
No, I
suit.
know, but maybe this is the year. This is what you got to do.
I would hope. What did Fleming text Ken the other day? He was like, they're working on big things. He won't do that on Twitter anymore, but he was texting. Ken was talking about it on the air. This is not like off the air info. Ken was talking about his text from Fleming the other day. So maybe they're reaching out to people. Maybe.
Hooking something up.
He mentioned the hottest they've been in decades, Keith.
Well, I mean, 2018, they seemingly never lost.
The last time they won this many games in a row, it's not the longest win streak in franchise history. That was 46. So 80 years ago.
Yeah.
Their lineup in 1948 when they won their 13th straight game. It was July 27, 1948.
Yeah, who do you got?
Dom DiMaggio in center.
Yeah, Dom was good.
He
had a long hit streak himself.
Johnny Pesky at third.
Fantastic. Numbers retired.
Stan Spence was in left.
Stan the man Spence.
Did Ted Williams get a day there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's probably in a war.
Well, I was gonna say, was he gone for Korea? Honestly,
might have
I don't know. It's post World War II.
Lineup is out.
Thank you. Lineup is out. This is hello. Lineup is out. Red Sox are taking on the Detroit Tigers. Stop. Lineup is out. Vern Stevens at short. Bobby Dorr at second.
Bobby Dorr
Sam,
also number up in the rafters.
Meele M-E-L-E in right field.
Sam Meele
1 for 4 with a walk that day.
Good eye.
Billy Goodman, Bertie Tibbetts, and Ellis Kinder on the mound. That's the last time they won this many in a row.
Good
Keith.
team though, right there.
Pretty good squad.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keith with all your thoughts on the Red Sox at the trade deadline. Let's mix in a few on the Patriots, though. Robert Kraft, some interesting comments about Mike Vrabel, some interesting comments about his expectations for the upcoming season. Let's get to that. 2 minutes. Jones and Keith.
WEEI. There's been a little bit of a tumultuous offseason we could call for your head coach, Mike Vrabel. What's it been like navigating that during the offseason?
Well, we're privileged to have Mike as our head coach. You know, no one is infallible. And what's great about Mike is he has great intellectual knowledge about football, all the technical skills. He relates to players beautifully, and he's someone I have a strong belief and faith in, and I hope he's going to be our head coach for many years to come.
Why do you say you hope as opposed to no? Because you are the owner. I mean, it's your team.
Sweetheart, I know.
Maybe I'm foolish.
Great follow-up by Stephen A.
Yeah,
In fact, I hadn't even heard that part of it. I had only read these comments in print, Keith, because for some reason, ESPN, despite having the owner of the Patriots alongside Michael Rubin promoting the Fanatics Fest this weekend, which is where Cam Scatterbu was doing that backflip and almost shattered his
He got
tibia.
hurt, right?
No, well,
Or hurt himself?
apparently
No, he says he's fine. but,
Apparently
like,
he's fine.
That shaved like another 20 games off his career.
So they were promoting that for some reason. I did not see footage of this interview
neither.
anywhere. I told Nick last night, I'm like, I can't find it. Reese aggregated it, meaning aggregated is the wrong word. He like typed out the exchange. A bunch of the other, typical aggregators out there didn't have this. I'm like, where is it? I went to the first take. Went to the First Take YouTube page, ESPN YouTube page, nothing. So I'm a little curious why ESPN wouldn't post that video.
Yeah.
Robert's in his 80s. Michael Rubin's there holding his hand. Maybe it wasn't the most flattering. I didn't see the full interview, so I don't know. But I had only read those comments in print. Great follow-up by Stephen A.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that he immediately followed up and was like, well, you're the owner of the team. What do you mean you hope?
Hope he's here a
He's
long
here
time.
for a while. And Kraft's like, oh, no, he will be. Because I was about to seize on the whole, I hope he's here for a while. It's like, Robert, you're the one in charge of that. What do you mean?
It's not like you're a middle college team where like he's gonna get called to a bigger spot or a bigger job. Like where else would Vrabel rather coach?
Sweetheart, I know.
Okay. Phew.
Close one.
Because like, what does that mean? Is there something that we don't know? So yeah, he just kind of eventually kind of lands the plane, and that's the guy he wants here.
Is the Vrabel storyline totally done?
No, I don't think it's totally done. I mean, it's really, really quiet.
He's not gonna get asked about it. Like, for instance, their first day at training camp is Saturday, right? We're gonna be there Monday. We're gonna be there 4 days next week.
yeah,
We're gonna be there for much of training camp.
I dust the binocs off.
As we were a year ago, and let me tell you, Keith, a year ago, I don't know if you know this about the Patriots. They made the Super Bowl. We were there at training camp. They made the Super Bowl.
We
Didn't
played a
win it.
small part in it, I would say.
I would like to think we played
Yeah.
a small part in it. So we're
Makes
going to
sense.
be there next week, 4 out of the 5 days.
We were there when Gonzalez went down. I was like, my hamstring. Right? We were there for that.
Covering it live.
We were there. We're like, Kyle Williams with a great catch. He's going to be a player.
Yeah, we had some misses.
The
Some
last
we'd like
catch
back.
he ever made. But, I'm excited about that. And, I don't think it's... I think it's the same answer I had like a couple weeks ago where you're like, if Diana Rossini continues to not talk or do anything, then it probably won't be a topic and it probably won't be brought up again. The team has moved on. The league's like doesn't care about it. So once games start, that's what people are going to care about. I think if Rossini hops on like Pardon My Take or Stugotz, like one of these shows that she's friendly with, it starts talking about it and is actually like honest about it, that might...
Would she not have done that already? It's
I've
been
no-
months.
I have no idea. But does she ever want to have a job
Does she
again
still-
in this world?
No.
You know?
As an insider?
No. In this world, I mean like
Oh.
a podcast host. There's like everybody's has a podcast.
Oh, yeah. I'm
'Cause
sure
if she hosts a podcast,
I'm sure she wants that. I'm sorry.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying like
she's-
if
her
she,
days as an insider are done.
But even if her podcast is about movies and TV, people are going to be tuning in and be like, can you at least talk about this and then we can move on?
No, you're right about that.
So if she does anything like in the public eye again, I'm saying she's going to have to talk about it. I don't think she's going to be breaking news
No.
of injuries in the NFL anymore.
No, I don't think.
But like,
I don't think anybody's. No coaches are going to be allowed to give her any more information because their wives are going to have a lot of questions.
so like I get Nick's point, like wouldn't she have done this already? But then if you had to bet between she never ever speaks again versus she talks again,
She'll talk about it.
Okay.
Well, and at what point too is she like, is the door still open for me to be together with Mike Vrabel long term?
So I'm not really people. You know how people are. The heart wants what the heart wants.
It's like
Jones.
right now, is she probably doing what is best for her and Mike? Yeah. If it's clear they're never going to be together long term, will she talk and turn her back on Mike? Maybe. But anyway, Vrabel's not going to get any questions about this on Saturday.
No.
And he shouldn't.
No.
I mean, I think
because what's new?
I think the local media has asked it. When I say is the story dead, I wasn't even talking about a new development. It'll breathe life right back into it. And I don't know that there will never be a new development on this again, although it's been a while. We might know everything there is to know about it. The opener, I still think that's going to be a dominant storyline going into the opener. It's a Super Bowl rematch, and then Vrabel's tumultuous offseason. Yeah, he was on First Take getting asked about it yesterday, the owner of the team.
Yeah.
Because it is still nationally something people are curious about. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And I say national. I think locally people are curious about it as well. I just think it's been asked quite a bit here. We've spent a lot of time on it here nationally.
Yeah.
That will be big and dominant, I think, then. It will be.
It is funny, though, because, like, especially nowadays where there's so many different things that pop up and, like, oh, this is now what everybody's obsessed with. Like, 3 months is, like, 3 years, like what it used to be. You know what I mean?
Really
like, as far as, like, different things that pop up and, like, oh, now we're talking about this. Now we're talking about Tom Brady and Logan Paul. Like, we're talking about different stuff as it goes on. But you're right. That'll be the showcase. That'll be the standalone game, Wednesday Night Football. And it'll be the easy thing to be like, well, a lot's happened since the last time these two teams played. And then they'll go through probably like A.J. Brown. And, oh, by the way, this too. Like, they'll definitely fold it in there. But it might just be more like a rehash. There's nothing like new to it, I guess is my point.
No.
It doesn't mean it won't be discussed or brought up.
Well, and again, it's a broadcast partner. Kraft's pretty influential when it comes to television contracts and that world. So maybe they'll get him to spike it as much as they can. But he was just sitting there on ESPN on First Take, and he got a question about Vrabel. I think it will be a big storyline, at least week 1 against the Seahawks with the whole football world watching.
Yep.
With the season kicking off, I do. You brought up the Brady stuff.
Yeah.
We can get more into this.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that, briefly.
Yeah, it's tough because Brady's not a great actor. And he could be kind of like awkward in this, and so this was clearly staged, which is fine. It's like it's a wrestling thing, but this is just another athlete that doesn't really know what to do post career, and is doing a little bit of everything. Like, he's announcing games, he's owning a team, he's getting involved in all these different kind of like pitches, and I can see why the WWE, who for years and years and years has been like, all right, how can we kind of cross promote this thing? How can we get either other athletes or actors or rappers or whatever into our thing to sort of like just build our audience. So I get why they would do it. I just feel like there's going to be a lot of cringy moments like we saw, right? It's a lot of like, ugh. And then like, 1 out of every 100 people on Twitter will be like, is that real? And then everybody else will be like, no. And then you're going to be like, it's just going to be more of that stuff. And you're like, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't turn down money either. And that's, I guess, what Tom Brady's doing.
I guess that's my stance on it. Like, Curtis is like, this is beneath him. I heard Curtis talking about this last week. I think he was the head of it. And then today, like,
I don't think it's beneath him. I just don't think he'll be good at it.
I don't think it's beneath him either. I think he's out here hawking Doritos,
Yeah.
and I think this is kind of what Tom Brady is now.
But like WWE,
So I don't think it's
like,
beneath him. I think it's beneath what we were sold Tom Brady early in his career, where he turned down endorsements.
Yeah.
He only wanted to do commercials with his offensive linemen, and like, it's a long time ago. I don't think it's beneath Brady. I think this is Tom Brady. At least now, I think this is what he is.
No, but that's also like, what, 40 years ago, you're like, oh, wrestling was something you didn't want to like tell your friends that you watched or whatever. Whereas like now it's on Netflix. Like, they cover it on WrestleMania. Like, it'll be like 2-night WrestleMania. They'll talk about like on ESPN. They had Danhausen on the whole playoff run, putting curses on teams. like wrestling is a huge part of the mainstream. It's what SmackDown is on Fox, I think, and like, so they have all these different connections. It's a huge deal. A lot of people watch it. There's a lot of money in it. So like, it's not like the minor leagues or anything.
No.
It's just a little bit different. It's out of his comfort zone.
No, and it's definitely cringy, not because he's stooping to that level, just because he sucks at it.
Yeah.
He sucks at like the acting part of it, the whole it's so transparently fake with him. Like, the idea with wrestling, don't make it transparently fake.
Yeah.
So I mean, with him, I think that's the cringy part of it. It's not that he's doing it. It's fine that he's doing it. He's just bad at it.
There's always that test where when you're watching wrestling and then like your wife walks in and like depending on what's on the screen, it's really hard to explain. Like, because there's some wild stuff going on in wrestling. So sometimes it might be like an actual match. Then other times it's like just complete nonsense and they're trying to do like a bit or it'll be something like that. And you're like, you're watching this, I'm like, yeah, I can't really explain it.
I can't defend this.
I don't know why I'm doing this either.
I'm shocked I'm married too.
Yeah. It's an upset of the century.
617-779-7937. You want to jump in on Tom Brady and the latest with Logan Paul, you can. We got more comments from Robert Kraft about his expectations for the team. Plus, the Forged in Foxborough episode came out. Some interesting comments from A.J. Brown about Drake May. We'll get to all of that next on Jones and Keefe.
And you talk about A.J. Brown. I don't know how many times a team, he grew up as a Patriot fan, dreamed about one day playing for the Patriots. He's won a Super Bowl playing for another team. He's coming to our team. Drake May is really special. You know, a very humble young man who knows how to relate. And I think he's right at the top of young quarterbacks. So I'm excited, but my sons always say, Dad, calm down.
You seem pretty cool in the press. You seem pretty cool in the suite when you're watching the game. You don't seem out of whack when you're watching the game. I mean, you handle it.
But my expectations are we're going to make the playoffs every year. And if you make the playoffs,
got a chance.
Like we saw last year,
you got a shot.
No one would have predicted.
That's right.
That was more Robert Kraft on with Stephen A. First Take late last week. Make the playoffs, you have a shot, he says.
That is true. Less so in football than it is in baseball, but last year, I mean, I don't think anybody expected it. Nobody expected, though, at the beginning of the year. Once the Patriots made the playoffs, though, we were feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, and I think long before that, I mean, pretty much once they beat Buffalo in Buffalo on Sunday night.
Is that week 5?
Yeah, we started to buy in a little bit.
Yeah.
I would say a few weeks after that, we were going, well, the AFC's pretty wide open. This team could go on a run.
We're saying, why not us?
Yeah, I mean, effectively, what we're doing now with the Red Sox is really not that different.
Right.
So I thought that was interesting just because Robert acknowledged my sons tell me I need to tamp down my expectations a little bit, and it gets away from me a little bit too much. Their over-under's 10.5 wins. I think they should win the division. I have them well over that 10.5. So, yeah, I think it's fair to have high expectations with this team. They had the runner-up for MVP of the league. They added A.J. Brown. I think they've had a good offseason on top of what they did a year ago. So I think it's reasonable to have high expectations. I wonder why Jonathan and everybody else are telling him to calm down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they're listening to a lot of the national discussion about the team because I think locally, or certainly you and I, are a lot higher on the team and a lot of the players and even the coach than the rest of the NFL is. Whether it is preseason odds to win the conference or win the division or make the playoffs versus individual player rankings. Like every single one that we went through, some of them I agreed with a little bit more, but even like Christian Gonzalez, he was 3rd, I would have had him 2nd.
Right.
A.J. Brown was 9th, I would have had him 7th. Drake May was 8th, I would have had him 5th, or whatever I had him on my list.
You had him 4.
Yeah, 4, so even higher. I would have had him 4. Milton Williams was like 9, probably would have had him like 5 or 6. Mike Vrabel, this was separate from the ESPN list, but like a couple of like Warren Sharp and somebody else did theirs. He was like 8th or 9th. I would have had him in the top 5.
We had him on our tiers between 4 and 10.
The team itself is not expected to win the division. I think they're going to win the division. So it's like all this stuff across the board is saying or expecting a Super Bowl loss hangover, which a lot of teams have, or just, hey, their win total is a little inflated because of the schedule. Fair, but they also won 14 games and then every playoff game until the Super Bowl. So you can fall down, 11 wins is 3 fewer than a year ago. So just when you look at it, like, oh, they're worse this year. Or the competition was a lot better, and they still actually got better. I think their roster is better, and we'll talk about it a lot next week when we're at camp and going through everybody that's there and all that other stuff. But I think the roster is better this year than it was last year.
I agree. What do you think the biggest storyline is going into camp? It's Gonzo?
Probably Gonzalez and his contract, obviously. And then I would probably say just A.J. Brown to me, like the big new piece and like how he fits in.
So I would have A.J. Brown in there. I think the Akis situation.
Dave Akis is a good one.
Reese wrote, I believe, coaches are there today, right? What did Reese tweet?
Yeah, it might be.
I believe coaches are there today. I think rookies report Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of the deadline for Akis to be there. Reese tweeted out today, Patriots check-in. Coaches are scheduled to officially return to the office today. He said also expect some news in the coming days on rehabbing players, i.e. Harold Landry, and their readiness for the start of training camp as they report earlier than the rest of the team. So rehabbing players are on the 24th, is that Friday? And then rookies are the 22nd. So I'd have Akis pretty high on the list. I'm with you, though. A.J. Brown and Drake May for like an on-the-field how's it look thing. that's going to be top of the list on when we're there Monday, a week from today.
And then O-line, right? We've sort of you draft one in the first round. Is he going to play? Is he not? Is Will Campbell? Now, some of that stuff in camp, and depending on when it's padded practice versus not, like, some of that's going to be hard to tell. Other than just what kind of rotation, the depth chart. And if Morgan Moses is getting a break, does that mean Lowe moves over there at right tackle a lot? Does he get any reps at left tackle? So, Vera Tucker, what's his overall availability? So I think the O-line, and then another one down might be Romeo Doubs. Like, because if you're looking at it and you're saying, all right, this is on the field, not nothing off the field, but A.J. Brown is what we're all focusing our attention on. But is Romeo Doubs going to be a big step up from what their number 2 receiver was last year? So if the number 2 was, I guess, Booty or Hollins, and you had Steph Diggs, now kind of overhauling that to Brown, Doubs, and then you still have Booty and Hollins.
Both spots should be better, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
A.J. Brown should be better than Diggs, and Doubs should be better than what Booty gave you. And Booty, in my world, is still on the team. Hollins is still on the team. Like, you should have significantly upgraded that receiver room.
And that's why for everybody that thinks that Drake May is going to have a step back, it's like, maybe I don't know if you're giving those guys enough credit. And if he does, it's like that would be pretty jarring because the room just got a whole lot better there.
Jones and Keefe, brought to you by Jackson Lumber and Millwork. You can visit Jackson Lumber and Millwork for all your residential, remodeling, or commercial building materials and supplies. At Jackson Lumber and Millwork, providing solutions and delivering results since 1946. A.J. Brown was on the latest episode of Forged in Foxborough. Patriots have been putting this out in the offseason. He spoke about Drake May and his leadership abilities, which is probably just a veiled shot at his former quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
I think most of the things he says will probably be that.
But let's hear from A.J. Brown again on the latest episode of Forged in Foxborough.
Very quickly for the Patriots.
He's a true leader, and he leads the room, and it says a lot that a young guy grabs everybody's attention, and this is a leader of men I'm speaking about, and that right there is not a trait that is easily found in men. So for him to have it so young and him to recognize that what he has in front of him, it speaks volume, man. And like I said, the fun thing is that he can make any throw. That's what you want to see, and he does it very easy.
So that second part is definitely a shot at Jalen Hurts. He can make any throw. A.J. Brown's like, I'm running wide open down the field.
He can make them all the throws. I just came from a place that it could not.
Or at worst, like, it's a 50-50 ball, put it up there, I'll make a play on it. And May can make that throw. Hurts probably can't. So I think the second part is definitely about Hurts. I do think it's encouraging. It might be lip service. We're not really going to know. But I think it's encouraging where he comes in and he's like, wow, that's a rare trait that this guy has that I'm already seeing. I mean, I think that is a positive.
Yeah, all part of the honeymoon phase, though, I still feel like, with all these receivers when they go to new teams. And so right now he's looking at Drake May. And it's funny, a year ago at this time, if he had come in here and said some of those things, you'd be like, yeah, I guess. Like, we'll see. But at least Drake May put together an awesome season. Right. So everybody has seen his ability to make all the throws. The leadership thing, like, hard for us to say from the outside. So I guess I'll take his word for it. He does seem to be less vocal than some other quarterbacks are, right? Leadership comes in every different way, and we've kind of gone over it with certain players, especially young players like this, because it's a position that you're automatically a captain. Like, you're automatically looked at. But
if you're not, it's a huge red
crazy.
flag.
And usually it doesn't last very long. Yeah. And then, but we did highlight Steph Diggs last year as pregame,
the vocal, emotional leader.
There's a place for that too. Like, so if you have 25, 26 guys on offense, maybe not all of them love the rah-rah, like, any dogs in the house, woo, 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 woo. Maybe they don't all love that, but some do. Like, some need that to get ready for the game. And I know in this clip, A.J. Brown's talking about Drake May, but I'm curious if he is going to fill that role or if somebody else is going to be
the fiery emotional thing?
I wonder if they're going to even have one on offense.
I don't think it's A.J. Brown. I'm not telling you I know either. I'm not telling you I know who it is. I do not think it's A.J. Brown.
Because it needs to be, like, genuine, because all those guys can sniff it out. If you're just, like, pretending to be that guy, that's really worse. Then that's, like, cringy, right? If a guy's, like, trying to fire everybody up, it's like, that's not really in your makeup. So I wonder if they'll have a guy on offense that does it, that we, like, look at pregame. Maybe it'll be somebody on defense, maybe like Byard or somebody.
So that's been my guess.
Yeah.
But you asked on offense specifically. I'm not sure who that guy is or if they even have it. My guess is it could be some Kevin Byard's role, which, by the way, this came out maybe at the tail end of our show. We had a short show on Friday. Kevin Byard did pretty well on that top 100 players list. He's in like early 60s, 61,
Which is
something
funny
like that.
ESPN didn't have him as a top 10 safety.
No,
and
they
yet
had-
he's the 60th best player in the
They
NFL.
had him getting votes, not even an honorable mention. So a gap there between the players and how the league views Kevin Byard at this stage. But yeah, maybe he'll be that emotional guy. Maybe.
He could be.
There was a little bit more in the Fords and Foxborough episode. You want to give me this Vrabel thing? I thought him talking about last year's roster was interesting because it makes you wonder how much he really believed in that roster a year ago. And in some ways, it makes you respect the job he did getting the most out of that roster.
From this day on, none of that matters. Where you were drafted. You have to understand it. We went to the Super Bowl, okay, and this is not a knock on them, with players that were not drafted, that were on second and third contracts, that were major contributors. We signed 2 free agents that were drafted in the 8th round. How many rounds are there, Baron? 7. There's 7, right? The 8th round is, hey, let's find a place for you to come and develop. So I'm going to tell you that first. It doesn't matter how you got it. The only thing that matters is what you do from this point on.
Okay, so that's Vrabel talking to the rookies. They
Well,
were
that
drafted
was-
in the 8th round. They really weren't. Troy Brown was actually drafted in the 8th round. There is
Correct.
no 8th round.
Yeah, no.
Undrafted. But what were you going to say? I'm
I
sorry.
was going to say that was a theme that he had last year. He brought it up a few times. I think he brought it up on Greg Hill's show. They brought it up on some of the TV broadcasts. The number of players they had that had been cut. And then Vrabel even threw himself in there as far as as a coach. He's
Yeah,
like
he's
basically
like, I got
fired
fired.
or cut. He's like me. You look at some of the other coaches on the staff and a whole bunch of the players that were there. A lot of the guys they picked up, really with the exception of like Milton Williams, who was like a high-priced free agent, a lot of those other guys, at least at some point in their career, were just outright released. And I thought he kind of highlighted that a lot as like a key motivation for him.
So it's a good point. You know, a year ago they had that underdog mentality, more about like who wanted us, who didn't want us, who believed in us, nobody did. This year, it's going to be a little different. You were in the Super Bowl, you had the runner-up for MVP, but I think a lot of people still don't necessarily expect them to win make the postseason, don't win the division. They're not doing great on these Jeremy Fowler lists.
No.
So if you want to play up some of that underdog angle, it's going to be more difficult to do this year, but there is some meat on the bone there for Vrabel. 617-779-7937. We'll get back to the Red Sox in the noontime hour. We also have a pair of tickets to give away. We'll be doing this all week to WWE Friday Night SmackDown at TD Garden on August 14th.
Oh, hell yeah.
We'll be giving those away less than a half hour from now, so stay tuned for that here on Jones and Keefe. Plus, it's becoming pretty clear the Celtics were never going to give Jaylen Brown his extension here in Boston. What's still unclear is the reason why. Let's get into that coming up next.
Wow, what is
That was Shams late last week on the Celtics. Not prepared to hand Jaylen Brown an extension. I think we've all wrapped our heads around that, Keith.
I love how it's like it could have gotten ugly. It's like they traded him for a bag of balls. Do you think it was going great?
So, great point. I just want definitive reporting, and maybe we're going to get it, but definitive reporting on why. Was it purely financial, why they wouldn't give him the extension? Was it the fit with Tatum and Brown? Was Brown all about wanting to be a number one? Or was it all about him just feeling like they owed it to him because of the season he had and he should be paid like Jason Tatum and there's going to be no hesitation on paying Tatum? So why won't you pay me? Like,
Hey, what happened?
we
Good question.
still want to know the actual reason. I think the Celtics, through some of their team-friendly media members, have put out a variety of excuses and reasons why Jaylen Brown was never going to get that extension. I still don't think we know the actual answer.
Well, in a word, optionality. So what we know from Brad Stevens, if you want to believe every word that he says, is they didn't want to pay Jaylen Brown 3 years. They certainly weren't going to pay him 5 years. And so they're willing to take on Paul George for 2 years. So like that, I still haven't really squared that away in my head, but they so wanted to get away from paying two players on the team 70% of the cap. At least that's what they kept saying. So we're willing to just shave 1 year off, even though we get a worse player, because we're so worried about what the 2029 cap is going to look like and the apron and the tax and everything else. So they certainly weren't going to offer Jaylen Brown that. And I wonder, because we speculated this a lot, one way to smooth over all the trade talk is, hey, Jaylen, we tried to get Giannis. Didn't happen.
Here's a bag of money.
Yeah. Well, he signed 2 more years, and then he probably says, yes, now I feel a little bit better. But they weren't even going to do that. So they were like, plan B wasn't, let's just, I guess, suck up to Jaylen Brown and see if he'll come back. It was like, all right, we have to trade him. And then he ended up getting this worst deal ever. So, like, if you believe Brad Stevens, and there are plenty of people who do, every time you mention this, you'll get tweets and text messages about the second apron and how you guys don't understand salary caps anymore. But you traded away Jaylen Brown for Paul George, so I guess I don't understand salary caps, because for 2 years you're still in a very similar situation as far as that is concerned, right? Like some of the other players and that you let go a year ago is a different conversation than the Jaylen Brown one is. But yeah, they must have already felt like this was a bad contract, so they didn't want to make it worse.
Yeah, I mean,
and by they I would mean Chisholm.
I think it was mostly financial. So if I'm going to hold myself to my own standard and say, well, what's the reason?
Yeah.
I still think it came from ownership. I think there were other considerations that went into it, the Tatum-Brown relationship, everything else, how Brown was going to carry himself if he wasn't given that money.
Do you think?
I think the main driver still was financial.
We played the cut a while ago. Ryan Russillo said if Tatum wanted him still on the team, he'd still be on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you for sure believe that? Or do you think they'd be like, hey, Jason, we can't afford it?
Yeah, I think he'd still be on the team. I don't think Tatum could get him the extension.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't think he'd get the extension, but yeah, maybe he'd keep him around for like another year, but I bet they'd be looking to trade him after that anyway.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the long-term plan would still be we got to do something with Jaylen. But in the interim, if Tatum was like, look, I want him here, I do think he'd still be here. I don't know if that means forever. And look, maybe Tatum's like, hey, I can reel him in. He's gonna go wild if he doesn't get the extension. It could be a problem. I'll reel him in. I think there are ways to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if Tatum wanted him, he'd be here short-term. Maybe not forever.
Right.
But short-term, yes. So I still think the main driver is financial. Let me ask a separate question. Do you think the Sixers are going to give him the extension?
No.
Do you think they're going to have a problem on their hands if he doesn't get the extension there?
No, not necessarily. It's one of those weird things where it's not that team. We've seen it in other sports where guys move and you're like, oh, they're going to want like a huge deal, or they're going to want this or that or the other. Like, remember, this is the first one that popped in my head. John Lackey had that clause kick into his contract where he basically was going to play for like under $1 million, but he did it in St. Louis, and we were like, oh, that's going to be a problem. Like, it wasn't. He went and pitched for him and then whatever and moved on with his career.
Right. It's a bigger issue
with the team that you came up with that contract with or whatever else.
And you feel like that organization was going to take care of you and they were going to make you whole, and they didn't.
It's also 3 years. Like, he's under contract towards the top of the league for 3 more years. But no, I don't think they give it to him. I think and it's probably just good business sense. You want to see what it looks like. At least the Celtics know And maybe they've obviously changed their mind on it or whatever all the other reasons are. But like Tatum and Brown won a title together. The Sixers have no idea what Brown, Embiid, and Maxey are going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't give him the contract extension if I was Philly. You get 3 years with him.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe LeBron too. Yeah, squeeze
Maybe
LeBron in there in some way, shape, or form.
Who might pick his team today?
Yeah, what is the holdup there other than just like look at me? Is it just?
What do you think?
You think it's just look at me, or you think no one really wants? Well, I thought you were going to say no one really wants him.
Yeah, both.
I thought you were going to say that.
Probably a little bit of both.
Okay,
because I think he definitely wants it to make it about
I think
himself.
we're kind of beyond the look at me, let me hold the offseason hostage. Like he could have done it last week.
Yeah.
And you'd still be holding the offseason hostage and look
true.
at me.
The
Like
decision was July 10th. So
free agency ended a long ass time ago.
Yeah.
Like a long time ago. He could have, if he wanted to make it about himself, he could have wrapped it up quicker. I'm starting to wonder if anybody really wants him.
Well, Brown wants him, Embiid wants him, and Maxey wants him. I don't know if the Philadelphia 76ers want him.
You think that's where he's going to go?
Yeah, that was my prediction. That was my prediction a few weeks ago.
I still think it's
Miami.
I still think it's going to be Miami.
I think that makes sense too.
Texter says you guys are missing the point as it relates to Jalen.
We normally do.
If Jalen wanted to be on the team, he'd still be on the team.
Disagree. I think he did want to be on the team.
I also think he wanted to be on the team. Yeah. It's not like he went.
Agree to disagree.
It's not like he went to another team and got his own team and got what he wanted. Like what Jalen wanted here, if anything, the extension.
Yeah.
But also his own team. We thought he's not getting his own team in Philly.
The easiest thing to do, if there was even an inkling of truth to that, would have been to put that out. All the different stuff that came out to sort of bash Jaylen Brown about he's the smartest guy in the room, the Twitch stream was a problem, his net rating sucks, his plus minus sucks. They never said he demanded a trade.
Nope.
That's the easiest thing to do to get a fan base to turn on a player.
He wanted out.
He didn't want to be here.
He was done with us. Yeah.
Like, that never even happened. They would have led with that rather than it still hasn't been brought up.
Nope. Texter also says, if it's financial, how do you explain trying for Giannis? Well, Simmons said they weren't going to give Giannis the full extension.
Yeah, because
they weren't going to give him the full 35% of the cap, and they weren't going to give him the full years. And now Brad also wouldn't include Ugo, so that's a little more complex, but there were financial considerations to what they'd take on with Giannis if you believe Bill Simmons. So that Texter is how I would explain it.
Yeah, and I still wonder if Brad Stevens thinks that there is no exception to the 70% of the cap rule. Like that's his like the Sith in Star Wars have a rule of 2. They're going to 2 Sith at a time.
Okay.
And so Brad Stevens' rule of 2 is you cannot have 2 guys taking up 70% of the cap.
You can't have 2 J's.
You can't have 2 J's. You can't or can you break that
Are there
rule?
certain exceptions?
Like if you had
and Giannis is an exception.
If for some
maybe.
reason like you had Wemby and Jokic, would you be like, can't do it?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
financially, we could not have 75 or 70% of the cap.
Oh, we won't be able to trade our pick in 7 years, and we won't be able to match salaries on a trade.
Good point.
It's like,
There's got to be an exception somewhere to that.
So I wonder
the Jays.
I wonder if in Brad's mind, Giannis and Tatum would be an exception, and he's like, Brown's good, but he's not there. Maybe we don't know, and we unfortunately won't get to find out.
Well, it turns out Paul George and Tatum are apparently an exception to that rule because they're taking up the same percentage of the cap. 617-779-7937. We'll get into your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. We'll also get back into the Red Sox coming up in a moment. Plus, another pair of tickets to give away here on Jones and Keefe. We're going to be doing this all week long. 2 tickets, the WWE Friday Night SmackDown at TD Garden on August 14th. You want to win that about 15 minutes from now? Stick around. We'll give those away, and we'll get back in the trust tree with the Red Sox.
Oh, good.
2 minutes on Jones and Keefe. High noon. Jones and Keith here on WEEI. We got the red hot Red Sox tonight.
Holy mackerel.
Here on your Red Sox flagship station. With a win tonight, they're one win away from their longest win streak in franchise history, Keith.
It's pretty good.
They would break out of a tie for the second longest win streak.
Okay.
At 13 in a row with the 1948 Red Sox. If you're asking who was on the 1948 Red Sox, we already did that lineup. We already gave you that lineup earlier today. But the 46 Red Sox won 15 in a row. They're closing in on that. They're firmly in a playoff spot, Keith. They are over 500. They're red hot. And we got in the trust tree earlier today. Why don't you reset for the people who maybe missed it? And you guys can dial us up at 617-779-7937. If you want to get in the trust tree and talk about how far the Red Sox can go and what their actual ceiling is, how far do you think they can go?
I think they can go to the World Series, Jones. And I've been pretty consistent on this. Baseball over the last several years has kind of proven that you can have 86 wins and then get into the playoffs, then get hot and get there. Now, you do have a team like the Dodgers probably waiting for you on the other side. And depending on health, like if they're full go, tough to predict a series win over a team like the Dodgers. That goes for anybody in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the American League has been so bad this year. It is so wide open for everybody. And the fact that this team is on a 13-game heater, they just beat the Rays for 4 straight, a team that has the best record in the American League. I don't know how you can go anything shorter than that. Like, why can't they win the American League? They're not even relying right now on complete full health. They're not like one of these lucky teams where you're like, man, they haven't had any adversary injury-wise. Like, they've been real healthy, like the 04 Red Sox.
Like the 04 Red Sox, or even to change sports on you, but like the Patriots a year ago were
Patriots
like,
were
wow,
pretty
they're
healthy.
really, really healthy until late when they lost Williams and why am I blanking? Who's the left tackle? Campbell.
Oh, Campbell.
When they lost all those guys late in the
Yeah.
year. So, right, even with the Patriots last year, you're like, geez, they're pretty lucky health-wise. You can't say that with the Red
look
Sox.
at the current active rotation and look at like the current active lineup that has won 13 in a row. But here we are. I was hoping they'd be in the hunt by the trade deadline. They currently have a wild card spot. They're one of the 3 wild cards, and they're breathing down the neck of the Guardians or White Sox, whoever drops out of the AL Central, for the second wild card.
Mm-hmm.
They're 6 games behind the Rays. It felt like they were 600 games behind the Rays just a month or so ago. So, yeah, their pitching and defense is at an elite level, and you wonder if their lineup can be good enough. I'm not telling you you're going to be confused with the 04 Red Sox or the 18 Red Sox with their lineup, but can they be good enough? They've now shown that they can come back in games, which they couldn't before. They could be down 2 runs and actually win a game. So, no, it's not just the recency bias part of it. Yeah, 13 in a row is really hard to ignore, but it's just the aspect of baseball. You get in, I think you can win your American League.
Well, and I maintain what they're doing, and again, not 13 in a row, not 18 out of 20, but just the position they're in, the third wild card. I maintain they've always been closer to this. 2 games over 500, third wild card, competing for that, tied in the loss column with the Guardians for the second wild card, a game back of that. I've always maintained they're closer to that than the worst organization and or team rather in the organization's history.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were in the running for 3 months, April, May, June, as one of the worst teams we've ever seen in this franchise's history. Like, the worst offense, on pace for one of the worst win totals. Like, on paper, I never believed this team was that. They have too many good players, too many players with established track record. They also have young talent on top of that, especially on the pitching side. I never thought they were that bad. It's why we spent the better part of the first 2 months of the year anyway saying, well, we all thought in the postseason they were a playoff team, or in the preseason, rather, they were a playoff team. And I thought they'd win whatever, 88, 89 wins. You were right around there too, Keith. Like, that's what we thought they were. And to go out and perform as one of the worst teams in franchise history never made sense. So I maintain that. And then for anybody who still doesn't believe, that's fine. That's okay. You're allowed to not believe in this team, especially until and if Breslow even does anything at the trade deadline. I think that's totally fair. But now you got to tell me who you believe in the American League. Is it the Tampa Bay Rays?
Can't be.
Who they
It
just
cannot
swept
be.
4 in a row?
Yeah. No,
Is
not
it
for me.
the New York Yankees, who they also swept 4 in a row, and God knows when they're going to get Aaron Judge back?
We never see him again.
Is it the Chicago White Sox? They just swept them.
And they have all minor leaguers from the Red Sox on their team.
Those are the top 3 teams in the American League by record. After that, it goes Guardians, Rangers, and Mariners. They've won series against each of them. The Orioles right now are red hot. They've won 7 in a row. They're the second hottest team in the bigs.
How about this?
Let's see how that goes this series. But, like, all right, fine. You don't believe in the Red Sox. That's okay. Who do you believe in the American
Can't possibly
League?
believe in anybody, right? If it's not the Red Sox, or even if you want to say they're not the favorite in your mind, like they have to be one of the teams on the short list. So, like you said, they just swept the AL East division leader, the AL Central division leader, and they currently, right now, would be in first place in the AL West. Even after the horrible start that they got off to and where they were, and even being under 500 at the All-Star break and all this stuff, they have a better record than Texas and Seattle. So, like, and then you sprinkle in run differential where they are tied for second in the American League. That's overall, right? That includes the bad start. That's all of it, all put together. That's the Cora Sox. That's the Chad Sox. That's all of it. Second best run differential. So, yeah, and that's if they make no moves. Now, this is the other thing, and we've gotten into this, and we will for the next 2 weeks. What do you do at the deadline? What do other teams around you do at the deadline? Because right now, I like their chances, but let's see, like, how aggressive are some of the other teams going to be? That could reset things.
It could. Brett in the Twitch chat, guys, Sox are fool's gold. In recent seasons, they've always collapsed after the deadline. Not last year.
Last year they were in the playoffs. Everybody made last year sound
collapse. They didn't collapse after the deadline last year at all. They made
so
the playoffs.
Strange. We heard that a lot at the time, but even before the 13-game heater, just sort of, once Chad Tracy got his personal record above 500, everybody was like, yeah, well, Cora would have done the same thing. Or like last year, Steve was like, last year's team, I don't know why we're looking at it as like a failure regular season-wise.
Yeah,
they made the playoffs, and they won the first game of the wild card, and you're like, all right.
They didn't go as far as they should. I wish
Right.
they beat the Yankees. They probably should have beat the Yankees. They were up in game 2. They won game 1. Their third base coach doesn't know how to wave somebody in. So, like, whatever. They didn't go as far as they should have in the postseason. Don't tell me they collapsed after the deadline last year.
No, I think the biggest kind of criticism or concern you should have is, will they add at the deadline? And not just like, will they make a move? Like, do you get this year's version of Dustin May or Danny Jansen?
No.
Like, yeah, it's a body.
You
but
need
like,
another Schwarber type move.
Yeah,
You need, to credit Bloom, who I thought was a bad GM.
Yeah.
You need to make your best move since Schwarber in 2021.
But I think the guys that are on the current team, that includes everybody. That's the players. It's the new manager. It's Breslow. I think they've all at least put themselves in a position to not only be playing like meaningful games. That was sort of like the low bar that I had. Like, just be in it. Make it be a full season where you like are actually looking at the standings. They've done that over the course of 2-3 weeks. When you throw the All-Star break mixed in, they have more than done that. And now let's see this thing through. Try to make this team the best you can possibly be. And why can't they win the American? What's the compelling argument why they can't win the American League? There isn't one.
I mean, again, if you don't believe, I get it. But now you got to believe in a team. Is it the Rays who they swept 4 straight games? The Yankees who they swept 4 straight games? The White Sox who they swept in Chicago where they hadn't lost a series in months? Like, go ahead and tell me who it is. I'll wait.
There's no great team. The 3 best records in baseball are all in the National League. So it's like the American League is there for the taking.
And I believe, let me double check this. Hang on. I need the full league standings. I believe they've allowed the 3rd fewest runs in baseball and the fewest in the AL. They're by far the fewest in the AL. So if you believe in their pitching and going on a run.
Dodgers are better.
No, but I'm saying in the AL,
you're right.
they've allowed the fewest, and you're right, they're second in baseball now.
Second in baseball.
Only the Dodgers have allowed fewer runs than the Red Sox, 362 to 368.
Yeah.
The Red Sox passed the Brewers this weekend.
Other kind of fun little stat looking at the standings is the 3 current active winning streaks. The 3 best winning streaks in the American League are the Red Sox at 13, the Orioles at 7, who they begin a series with tonight, and the Mariners at 2. So, like, there's just no, like, so the fact that they've won 13 in a row just shows you how crazy that is.
That's the streak.
It's hard enough to sweep a series, let alone all of these in a row.
It is. You guys can jump in on the Red Sox trust tree. How far can they go? I agree with Keith. They can win the American League. They can win the whole thing.
I mean, they could.
The way they're pitching
the Dodgers,
and the way they're playing.
Yeah.
I find it hard to pick another team in the American League that you're really going to throw your weight behind. So, again, we'll get to your thoughts on this. We'll also get to some highlights from the weekend, some real fun moments in a 4-game sweep over the Rays. But first, be caller number 9 right now to the contest line. That's 617-931-0937 for your chance to score 2 tickets to WWE Friday Night SmackDown at TD Garden on August 14th. You can see, Keith, undisputed champion CM Punk.
Hell yeah.
Cody Rhodes.
Okay.
WWE Women's Champion Rhea Ripley.
Hello.
United States champion Trick Williams.
Okay. So who's who?
And more.
All right.
Get your tickets now. Ticketmaster.com. Again, caller 9 right now to the
Contest
contest
line.
line. That's the contest line, people.
line.
617-931-0937. You got a chance to win 2 tickets to WWE Friday Night SmackDown.
Good luck.
TD Garden, August 14th. We'll be doing this all week here on Jones and Keefe. And we'll get to the highlights of the weekend, along with what the Red Sox need to do at the trade deadline in just 2 minutes on Jones.
Thank you very much for Wilson. You guys just tied for the second longest win streak in franchise history. You sweep the Rays in a 4-game series, the first place team in the division. What's impressed you most about the way this team came out to do this in this series, in the first series out of the break?
We are relentless right now. It doesn't matter how we start the game. It seems like we're trying to find a way to win, find a way to get on base, find a way to have good at-bats. And we did it today. Thankfully, we have this amazing team right now. They're doing a great job, and the energy is up there.
Run, DMT. For you, fresh shit.
That was Wilson Contreras yesterday. 2-run dinger for him. Pretty great. Red Sox scored 3 without getting a hit in the 3rd inning. So Sox are hot, 13 in a row, as you know. I agree with them. They're relentless, and right now they feel like they're not out of any games, which makes sense, Keith. I mean, they won on Friday, the first game of the doubleheader, in a blowout, 10-0. But the second game on Friday night, that was a game where they're immediately down 2-0. You're like, maybe this is not the night for the Red Sox. And Abreu smacks a home run, 1 of 4 this weekend. He smacks a homer. Then Contreras goes back-to-back. They're in front. Caminero ties it up. And then Abreu hits another homer to win that game 5-3. Saturday was the real game where you're like, all right, well, this one's done. They're down in this game. They're not going to win it. I think it was 6-3 at one point. They trimmed it to 6-4, then 6-5. Then Abreu hit the 2-run shot, his 4th in 2 games to put them up 7-6. Bullpen closes it out relatively easily. And then they have, again, a pretty easy win yesterday. Gray didn't have his best stuff. Contreras had the big swing there. There is something going on. And this happens in sports. You get hot. Just like early this season, whenever they were down by a run or 2, it felt like the game was over and they had no shot at coming back. But there is something going on with the team where I buy in with what Contreras is saying. And maybe he deserves credit for fostering this environment. we're down, we're relentless, we're not out of games, and we believe it.
Yeah, because there was this insanely long streak the other way where as soon as they got down by 2 runs, the game was over. It could be in the first inning, second inning, ninth inning, didn't matter. They were down 2, they lost. And now that they've shown the ability to break through with that, that's huge. And maybe that'll also balance out because that number was so insane that they would just never have a comeback win. But if you just look at the 4-game series, I mean, you see them doing a little bit of everything, whether it's hitting home runs or even in yesterday's game, having an inning where they score 3 runs without even a hit. So, like, some of that is a little bit of luck, right? Or taking advantage of the other team making mistakes.
No, when you're swinging at a pitch and it bounces to the backstop and the guy scores, that's a run. That is a fortunate bounce for sure.
But there's also, like, a good ABS challenge in there, too, in that at-bat. And so, like, all of a sudden they've gotten some of those right. They're not perfect, but they've gotten a few more of those right. And so that's been promising. Plus, the pitching, for the most part, has been there. You know, I know on Saturday the team gave up 6 runs, but other than that, they had the shutout in the first game on Friday. Then they gave up 3, and then yesterday 1. So, like, the pitching and the defense has been pretty reliable, and so it allows for not the greatest lineup in the world to still have some success.
Let me also present to you, while the good vibes are flying around here, Keith, 13 in a row.
Yeah.
Peyton Tolley also got married this weekend.
Congratulations to Peyton Tolley. No, he got married during the All-Star break.
Oh, is that what it was? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He was talking about – I'm sorry, you're right. He was finally talking about his marriage
so
the other
congrats
day.
to friend of the show. Must have been a small wedding because we did not get invited.
He got married over the All-Star break. He was talking about it Friday or Saturday. You're right. Yeah, no, we didn't.
I'll send a gift.
I thought we were going to be co-best men.
I thought I had a speech ready. But that's okay. Maybe he went a real small wedding.
I had just married shaved into my chest.
Oh, that's cool.
Is what I was going to do.
That's real cool.
Just waiting for the moment.
Yeah.
So he just got married. This just came out. Our guy Gordo, Play Tessie, highlighted this. Tony Seagulls.
Yeah?
Engaged.
Congrats.
And going to be a father.
Oh. No, but congrats.
That's a lot of good news all at once. Sometimes you want to space out that good news.
Are they the same person?
Well, yeah, good question.
Shotgun wedding.
I'd have to ask Gordo for more info on that.
No, but congrats all around.
How about that?
I love the sound. I love love. And so this team right now, everyone's just smitten.
Vibes are
high
with this team.
What about Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer? Those guys, they're not tied down, are they?
I would say
unlikely.
Unless they've met someone, in the case of Roman Anthony, a nice woman in Fort Myers.
Fort Myers lady, yeah.
I'm not sure that's the case.
Yeah, well, no, but congratulations to
all the Seagulls out there. Future Seagulls, baby Seagulls, all of them.
Well, was yesterday the first game he didn't start in the winning streak? Like
Maybe.
And it's funny because it's not like he's hitting 500 with a bunch of home runs or anything, but like he has been the leadoff hitter for the vast majority of those wins.
And he is like the definition of a vibes guy. Like
he
hit his home run against the Yankees and was like firing the crowd up. Not the crowd firing him up. He was like firing the crowd. He's like, come on, let's go. Let's go.
I can't hear you.
When Abreu hit the homer on Saturday.
Guys, fired up.
Abreu spiking his bat and hollering at the bench and like flexing to the dugout. The guy that's flexing right back is Seagulls.
Seagulls is the man.
So, that's working out for the Red Sox on and off the field.
I guess so. Love is in the air.
It is. Let's go to John in Franklin. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. So I just wanted to give a quick comparison, see what you thought of this. But you know what team is giving me vibes of is, I'm going a little bit back, but the 2001 Oakland A's Moneyball team. They knocked off like 20 in a row, and they got super hot, and they were built on pitching, if you remember the big three there. And they just had a lot of cast-offs and kind of role players and just mediocre bats, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what this team's like, giving me vibes of. And to be honest with you, I agree with you guys. The American League is completely wide open. It's just kind of a big trash heap, and if they do something at the deadline, like get a power bat and maybe like another good role player, like a la, Steve Pearce, World Series hero back in the day, I think kind of the sky's the limit just based on their pitching.
Yeah, look, I agree with the pitching part of it. The A's in 2001, that was Hudson, Mulder. Was Zito there yet? Or was Zito not even there yet? He was?
They won 102 games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they ripped off 20 in a row.
They did rip off 20 in a row. They were 102 and 60, and they lost in the first round.
They did have the MVP and like 5 Cy Young candidates, but
so
they had
the movie won't tell you that.
No, right. They'll ignore those guys.
So they had Giambi.
Yeah.
Was Tejada there yet?
They had Miguel Tejada. They had Eric Chavez.
Yeah, he won MVP that year.
They had 3 guys.
He won MVP, not Giambi. Okay, so Tejada won it.
No. Tejada didn't win it in 01.
Okay. He eventually won
Giambi
MVP.
came in second that year. But
Billy Koch.
Oh,
No,
was
no,
it
no, no, no.
Closer?
Or was it Folk?
No,
No, it was Koch.
It was Koch. Billy's
no,
nodding.
It was Isringhausen.
Dude, it's the 02 team is the team he's talking about, not the 01 team.
He said 01, though.
He did
didn't
say
He said the 01 Moneyball team. The 02
So he-
team is the Moneyball team.
So he effed us up. Got it. So we're talking 02.
Well, whatever.
There's
01
our
was
problem.
still Billy Bean and whatever else.
Yeah. The A's typically.
I don't think they are because both.
Because wasn't Damon still on the 01 team?
A's typically not a flattering comp.
But both of those teams, right? I don't like that comp
Right,
because
right.
that is like, all right, they were fairly frugal in how they spent their money, and then they would lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And now they won over 100 games. That's also different. This team is going to be lucky to win 85 or whatever it is. So I don't really buy that part of it.
What do you call the American League? A trash heap?
Yeah, a little bit of trash heap. Yeah. So like,
I mean, he's not wrong. It's
no,
a trash heap.
but
Yeah.
can you be the best of that trash
Yeah.
heap? And I think they can.
Ooh, this is a good point by Depressed Sox fan in the Twitch chat. Twitch.tv/Boston WEEI, where sometimes you might hear the cursing from Hogdale.
You never know.
While you're just sitting there listening.
Mhm.
Depressed Sox fan, where's the old Jones take of are the Red Sox peaking too early? I mean, they might be. I mean, if we're being honest.
Tune in tomorrow.
It's early to peak.
If they get to 14
it's
wins.
July 20th. That's not
Yeah.
typically when you want to be peaking.
Is there a win streak that's too many wins? I mean, if the A's won 20 in a row, you don't want that. It didn't work out for them.
Too many for them.
Yeah.
Good point.
No,
What
they-
happened to the 48 Red Sox? They didn't win a World Series.
They didn't make the playoffs.
No. Did they not?
The 48
Yeah.
Red Sox? I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. The 46 Red Sox was the longest win streak.
They did go to the World Series.
They did.
Yeah.
All right, good for them.
Famously did not win, though. There's a bit of a drought. They were part of a drought.
Okay. So, yeah, at what point is too many wins in a row the line for me? It's a good question by the Twitch chat. 617-779-7937. Let's get back into your phone calls here. How sustainable is this streak for the Red Sox, and what are the biggest factors in their turnaround? We'll get to that with all your phone calls next.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch.
angle, carrying back, carrying the out. It is a 6-1 ball game. Wilson Contreras, a 2-run bomb, 22nd of the year. This Sox team is just on another level. They are operating on a different planet than any other baseball team right now, dude. What the is happening? What is going on?
We haven't mentioned this in a while, Keith. If you want to get back in the trust tree, we already talked about the Red Sox and how far they can go, and it's just us talking. Maybe they could win the whole thing. Certainly win the American League.
Why not us?
Their pitching can carry them a long ways.
Sure.
You'd love to see Breslow do something at the trade deadline, or maybe more accurately, let Henry or have Henry let him do something at the trade deadline. But let's get back in the trust tree for a minute. I was nervous about my guy Hogg earlier this year.
Yo, it was looking pretty dark.
Worried about the Hog, man.
Yeah. There were a couple of, it was kind of touch and go there for a minute.
He was taking some of these losses, let's say, hard.
Sure.
He was taking the losses.
You and off.
Yeah, that might have been a low point
He's
for him.
feeling every single one of those losses.
Yeah.
The little engine that couldn't. You blow.
Didn't like Durbin there for a little bit.
Stubby
Neither did I.
little baby arms.
Not a Scrappy Doo fan.
No, he was not.
No.
But even
Stubby baby arms is how he described him.
But Durbin's turned the season around.
Yeah.
Sort of the face of it. Being like, because meaning like, not that he's the only reason why they're doing well, but just if you took one player that sucked, the team also sucked, and then you take one player that's been better, now the team's been a lot better. So
here's a for instance. First 48 games with Durbin. .63,
That seems high.
479 OPS.
Yeah.
He had one home run.
Off a position player.
Correct. So no real home runs.
No.
One home run off a position player in that 17-run game. Alex Cora's last, actually. The last 43 games, Keith, 305.
Woo!
894 OPS, 8 homers. He also has reduced strikeouts and increased walks. I'm sorry, his walks are the same.
Flashes
in a small
the
amount of
leather,
time.
too.
Yep.
The whole time he's been a good fielder. But, yeah, like those hitting numbers are stark. And so not everybody has had that kind of, like, really bad to really good. But we've seen some streaks, and maybe Willie Abreu is about to be on another one right now as he has multi-home run games in the same series. So we'll see. But, yeah, he's been one of the reasons for the turnaround.
No, for sure.
No.
That's absolutely the case. 617-779-7937. You can dial us up there. When it comes to the turnaround and buying in, I will say, and our guy on Twitter, Keith Zapphire.
Zapphire?
Yeah, did tweet in.
Is that your birthstone?
No, I don't. You know what? I don't know my birthstone.
I think mine is.
I'm an Aquarius. I don't know what my birthstone
You're an
is.
Aquarius?
Yeah.
Well, does that have to do with your month, not your sign?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want your sign. What's your birthstone so I can get you something?
I said I don't know. I was just trying to volunteer what I knew.
What's March?
What's March? I don't
Yeah.
think that's how they do it. Your birthstone is the whole month?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
It's not like your moons and your half moon and your moon rising and all that stuff. You don't need to worry about all
I'm
that stuff.
aquamarine, and it looks like also maybe bloodstone, which is sick.
Nice.
Cool.
Blood diamond?
The bloodstone.
Okay, you don't want those.
The dark green gemstone flecked with red spots of iron oxide.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that would be cool. It's traditionally associated with courage, which I have. Vitality, I also have. And physical strength, which I definitely have.
That's you.
Yeah. Bloodstone. I'm going to have to get some bloodstone earrings.
Stud earrings.
You get my ears pierced, then order the bloodstone
Well, I need
earrings.
to get my ears pierced, and then I need to stop crying from the pain of getting my ears pierced, and then I need to get some bloodstone studs in there.
Well, I was watching the halftime show of the World Cup yesterday, and
nice. Brag. Good for you. Not a lot of people watch that.
Justin Bieber was singing some slow, awful song, and I was like, he had a nose ring, and I was like, yeah, I could pull that off.
Hell yeah. Like one of these? Like a bull?
No, not a bull ring.
Oh, like a stud?
Yeah. No,
Stud?
it wasn't a stud.
Like
It
a
was
hoop?
It was like a little ring there. There's no. You got a little something there. You got a little something. Oh, you did that to yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you wanted to do.
Good luck.
Yeah, no,
He's a trendsetter. He's a trendy guy.
Yeah, it looked super cool. I was like, maybe I'll get one of those. I could put a bloodstone in there.
By the way, thanks for asking. My birthstone is amethyst.
You're amethyst.
I'm an amethyst. Yeah.
All right. I'll update my order.
It's purple. I don't know if it makes my eyes pop.
It could.
Yeah, it could.
You get that on a nice necklace or a ring. That'd be cool.
617-779-7937. 793.7. Real quick before we get to some phone calls here. This is Chad Tracy. He would rather win than lose, as it was going earlier this year.
I agree with him.
But I think you can put this on a T-shirt. Winning is cool.
It is.
I know your job is to one game at a time, win games, get in the race and all that. But what you guys are doing is approaching and surpassing history making. How do you put that in words?
It's really cool. And one game at a time. Go to the next game, Baltimore tomorrow, and get prepared for them and keep doing it. So I won't shy away from what we're doing is pretty incredible, and it's a fun ride, and we want to keep it going. But focus on tomorrow and get ready to play again tomorrow.
We're not removing the interim tag, unfortunately, right? Neither of us?
I would not. I don't think you have to. I'm enjoying this run that he is on, but
It's really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. I would tend to agree with him. 13 in a row. Really cool.
Red Sox, really cool.
Yes.
I do.
They're cool again.
I'm with Chad Tracy. Red Sox are cool again.
So I appreciate that. But no, I
They're
don't
getting
think.
married. They're having babies.
But see what happens
It's
here.
really cool.
See what happens, right? See what happens at the deadline. See what happens in the second half. See what happens, in September. Hopefully you do make the playoffs. We'll see. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Like at the end of the year, I'm not. So like a couple weeks ago, you were like, yeah, they're gonna go probably do a big search and they're gonna get somebody else. Like as of right now, he's probably the favorite, but I'm still not giving him the job.
No, me either.
I don't think you have to.
And if that's harsh, it's harsh. But
hey, it's
make the postseason.
It's not show friends. It's show business.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make the postseason. You'll get the interim tag removed. Make the postseason. Breslow will keep his job.
Right.
But they still got to close the deal on that. Tyler is in New Hampshire. Hello, Tyler.
Hey guys, this run has been amazing. I will admit, I was pretty upset at the beginning of the season. The only thing right now that could damage what they've done so far is one, if they take their foot off the gas. But also, I'm kind of wondering if John Henry and Sam Kennedy and the powers that be are sitting there going, "Oh, well, see, we don't need to do anything else. Look, we just won 13 straight. Why do we need to get anybody else?"
So, I'm sorry. He had more.
That was
sorry.
a quick trigger.
I thought he's pausing.
Man, sorry, Tyler.
My bad, Tyler. It's been a fun win streak. I didn't mean to make that not fun.
Yeah.
The Henry thing I think is real, and this is not to let Breslow off the hook. Breslow still has to make deals.
Yeah.
But we've been saying today, the players did their job. Tracy's definitely doing his job, much more than the last guy. And I think Breslow, to this point, has brought in a lot more talent than people realize. He's still going to make moves at the deadline.
Yeah.
Henry has to be willing to take on salary. You don't need to take on a Devers deal and $300 million, but you got to add some salary to this team and be open to adding salary to this team at this deadline. And it's fair to start looking at the owner and what he actually wants. Is he happy just sitting there going, "Oh, we're in it and we can make a run and we don't need to make any moves"? And Crochet might come back, Anthony might come back, Story, whomever else, Early, Suarez, those guys are all going to come back. We don't need to do anything. Right. Or is he going to open up his wallet? And I think we don't know the answer. We can guess, but that's a significant part of this deadline.
Well, it's sort of that combination. So Tyler mentioned, maybe don't make any moves because like the run that they're on. And then he probably was going to say this because he got cut off, but all the players.
Tyler, I apologize.
Yeah, well, we brought up the example how for every multiple years it was like, well, Chris Sale's coming back. So sometimes you're like saying that a guy's coming back who may or may not come back. You don't know what version you're going to get. So like I don't like the idea of like, Crochet's coming back.
If you're telling me Suarez is coming back, I believe
probably.
you. If you're telling me Early's coming back, I probably believe you.
But even if
you're telling me Anthony and Crochet are coming back, I don't believe you.
But also,
what are you going to get when they come back?
Yeah, that and you still have other needs. So the team at the very beginning of the season, we all knew what the roster was, and you and I and many other people still thought they were going to be a playoff team. So let's say they all come back, which, spoiler, they won't. But they all come back. You still need another bat. You could use either a DH, you could use a middle infielder, you could use a left fielder, some combination of all those things. Hell, if you can upgrade catcher, go ahead and do that. But there still needs to be had with everybody. So I don't want guys, like who's going to be better than Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet coming back? I don't know. Probably a few, especially in the case of Roman Anthony.
No, it's true. I would hope they're not expecting much out of those guys and they're making moves, and Henry's willing to open up his wallet independent of whoever they may or may not get back. It's Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. John is in New Hampshire. Hello, John.
Yeah, hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
So the turnaround by the Red Sox, it's driven by pitching, right? And I think what this highlights is Alex Cora's inability when he was the manager to manage the pitching staff, and in particular his relationship with Brian Bayo, or the way he managed Brian Bayo, where every 5 days here comes Bayo. He clearly is not pitching effectively. So that whatever decisions led to Bayo being sent down or only used in this relief role, that is a key to the success so far, and also highlights an ineffective piece of yes.
So I think some of that's fair. Like, I don't want to go too far with this with Cora. I've argued about this with Bradfo too. Bradfo's like, well, they kept Bailey. How are you going to give Chad Tracy any credit when they kept all the pitching guys and got rid of all the hitting guys? Like, how are you going to give Chad Tracy credit for the pitching and blame Cora for that? And I'm like, well, I don't know. It worked on one guy's watching, it didn't. I don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes, but it seems like Tracy's more dialed in. Bayo was a pretty good example of that, although the Bayo stuff did trickle into the start of Chad Tracy's tenure. So,
but they were the first ones to decide to
make him an opener.
Yeah, or make him a bulk guy.
I'm sorry, give him an opener.
But then also send him to the minors and like the whole thing. So, and then you could have thought he was addition by subtraction, but the truth is he even get brought back up and was a part of this 13-game winning streak. They've used him to a fair degree.
No, it's true. Justin is in D.C. Hello, Justin.
Hey, gentlemen. I think I don't understand how you guys are taking a victory lap on Craig Breslow.
We're not.
When I look at this, that's what it sounded like the last 2 hours or so. You guys are, ridiculing people who maybe didn't think this team could go on a 13-game winning streak.
Justin, just to be clear, I didn't think they could go on a 13-game winning streak. And I said, if you want to hold out on Breslow, hold out till the trade deadline. I just said if he makes a good move at the deadline, maybe people can start realizing he might actually be good at his job.
Yeah,
that's all I said.
I just think the last two off seasons, you have to give him credit. And based on, what happened with the players he picked up last year and to this point so far this year, all his best players he picked up in the offseason.
You hate him, Justin, so I understand why you personally disagree with that.
Yeah, don't paint me as irrational, Jones. If he makes a good move that overcomes his original sin of getting rid of an elite hitter for nothing at this trade deadline, when he's failed at his last two deadlines and this team makes the playoffs.
Which hitter is that?
Rafael Devers, my friend.
Isn't Wilson Contreras better than Devers?
Isn't Luis Garcia better than Devers?
Yeah.
No. Luis Garcia currently, yes, at this point in the season, which is 100 games, not 162.
Okay. Just this year.
Let me finish my point, though. You guys are taking a victory lap on Wilson Contreras. You can't win a World Series or even get through the playoffs without at least three hitters with an 800 OPS or above. Rafael Devers' career always has one of those. Wilson Contreras is the only other player on this roster that always has a career 800-plus OPS. So what I am saying is this is a great team that's like a 78 to 82-win team, like I said. Contreras and Abreu are hot. Jake Bennett is pitching like a Cy Young candidate. That's the only reason why they're currently winning. The pitching is way overperforming.
Okay, well, he got Contreras and he got Bennett. So I don't know. If you don't like him, you don't like him. I guess I don't know what to tell you. The Devers stuff is wild to me. People still going back to Devers on a day like today.
Yeah, I'm good with Devers being gone.
That's at least the second out-of-nowhere Devers call we got today.
That's really strange. Yeah, I don't know. People love Devers.
He always has an 800 OPS. Not this year. I don't think since he's been a Giant. And I believe he's on pace for the most strikeouts in his life.
Nice.
So, 617-779-7937. I see Nick frantically looking numbers up back there. Does he have an 800 OPS this year?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I think he did last year because he had like 30 home runs with them last year.
Okay. Maybe he did last year.
He combined between the two.
I thought he was like a 750-something OPS. Am I wrong?
He's 783 this year. He was 807 with the Giants last year.
So barely.
But
okay. If you don't think they can win, or Rafael Devers will help him win, I guess I don't know what to tell you.
I guess 2020 he didn't have an 800 OPS.
There are still those people out there who go back to the Devers trade as a reason they don't like Breslow.
Yeah.
Even though he won that trade. He may have effed it up afterwards with what they gave away, although let's continue to see.
Also, he was forced to trade him.
Yeah.
So
that's also fair.
I understand maybe he didn't love the return at the time. Just
you're really mad at Henry, not at Breslow. Yeah.
Did Chaim Bloom got a bad return for Betts, but I don't think Chaim Bloom was like, you know what we should do? Trade Mookie Betts. So those guys getting traded away, I don't think was the
flipping the return for nothing is the worst part. Well, I guess Durbin, but I mean,
yeah,
I'd rather have James
no
Tibbs
longer
with a
call it
1,200
nothing.
OPS.
At least it's a little
in
bit better
AAA.
now.
Let's see what I'd like to see Tibbs actually do something in the majors before we're like, oh my God, look at this guy. Like I would like to see that, but okay,
Maybe you will.
maybe we will. It's not like the Dodgers seem like they're in a real hurry to call him up.
No.
617.
He's only 23 and their roster's loaded.
Okay. If he was such a good hitter, I feel like I could find a spot for him. That's just me.
Oh, he's back under 1,000 OPS, though. He must be slumping.
Cold. He had a bad weekend.
PCL. That's like that league is like the Coors Field on steroids.
Oh,
Is what that is.
forget about it.
Ball just flies out of the yard there.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. More of your phone calls coming up. We'll continue with Breslow and the trade deadline. I didn't love his comments. They felt lukewarm to me as a way to put it. So we'll circle back to that coming up. But Rich Keefe had a busy weekend.
Huge.
Busier than normal.
Yeah, it's normally pretty packed.
So with the Odyssey premiering this weekend, Rich Keefe went and saw it. He has a review on that, among other things, with an emergency. # Dork Minute with Rich Keefe next.
after years of war. No one could stand between my men and home. Not even me.
Promise me you will come back.
What if I can't?
A face. A fleet.
Jones, listener, you can break my life up into two parts. Before I saw the Odyssey and after I saw the Odyssey. We are now living in that second part. Because a Friday after our show, our great show on Friday that we did, I went and saw the Odyssey in IMAX, brag.
Wow.
This is the biggest screen you could find on the Eastern Seaboard.
Now, not to interrupt, but Nick, you saw it as well?
Yeah,
not
IMAX,
an
no.
IMAX. Okay, that's
He
I wanted to
watched it
clarify.
on a plane.
He watched
I watched the
from
normal version.
You watched it like a plebe.
Somebody had a great one.
Yeah.
They were like, I watched it the way Nolan intended, and they photoshopped it onto a TI-83 calculator. No, so people were talking about how it sounds crazy, and it does. It's like a super loud movie. It really is awesome. To me, it lived up to the hype. I'm going full 6 out of 6 on the Odyssey. Woo, absolutely loved it. It is the type of movie that even if you're not a frequent moviegoer, you go to the theater to see. Not that it won't be cool at home whenever it comes out, but it is an absolute. It's like an epic, right? That gets tossed around a lot. This is an epic. It's big time movie stars, huge budget. One of, if not the best director in movies right now. Put it all together. It's one of the oldest stories ever written, and he puts it on the screen, and it was awesome. It was 3 hours long. Didn't feel like it at all. I didn't have to worry about it. My Jermaine Wiggins bladder and bowel control was fine.
On point.
I stayed in there the whole time. I had my Twizzlers and
Did you get your Long Island iced tea?
No, I didn't get the Long Island because I went in the afternoon.
You want to overhydrate?
Nah, it was closed.
Did you go with the
Bar's
plan?
closed.
Oh, okay, got it.
That's actually why.
I
was
see.
like, you son of a.
No happy hour at the IMAX?
Yeah. Did you go with the eat all the Chinese food to
No, but I did have pizza. I had a bunch of
dehydrate
pizza.
yourself? Okay.
Bunch of pizza, no drink.
Good.
When I had the pizza. So I think that had a similar effect.
It worked out.
So I went there, watched it. It's awesome. I'm telling you, the performances are great. The casting is great. It's a lot of people that Nolan works with a lot, but Matt Damon was really good. And he's the one that's pretty much in it wire to wire, as he would be, right? He plays Odysseus. But Tom Holland plays his son, and Hathaway plays his wife. They're both excellent. I could see them getting nominated for Oscars or whatever else. John Bernthal, who I love, is in this. Lupita Nyong'o, Robert Pattinson. I mean, John Leguizamo's good. Like, you got a lot of good stuff, plus some,
you guys were
some
talking
crazy creatures.
You guys were talking up Leguizamo today. I'm like, what was he in? They're like, the Odyssey.
The Odyssey.
Oh.
It was like really good.
He was acting his tail off.
How about that?
Yeah, so it was
Zendaya. Did you say Zendaya? She's in it?
Zendaya's in there. Yeah. Like, there's so many great people you like forget about them. They were just so good. But yeah, this one had a lot of expectation, clearly, and to me, it lived up to it. I know the last movie Nolan did was Oppenheimer, which also won a ton of awards, was a really good movie. That one also was of the 3 hour variety. I liked it a lot, but that one felt more like 3 hours.
What'd you give that for a grade?
Probably like a 5.5.
Okay.
I think I did, or
So
maybe
some-
even a 6. Like I was up there.
Yeah.
It was one of the best movies of the year in 2023. This to me, and this is fluid, these can change, but I ranked all the Nolan movies. We talked about it last week, like favorite one. I might still lean Dark Knight just because it is Batman and it's the Joker. It's Heath Ledger's Joker. Like, I love that movie. This might be my next favorite of the Nolan movies, over Memento, over The Prestige, Batman Begins.
Would you go that far? You said we talked about this last week. You said Prestige was probably your number one. Is
would
this better?
say, if not 2, then 3. Like in there, 3, 4.
It's up there. Rotten Tomatoes has 95% critic score, 97% audience score. So the people are really enjoying it. I don't know who would watch that and afterwards be like, thumbs down. Like,
that's dark.
Well, I have an idea who might.
It doesn't have
It's
to be
the
your
people
favorite.
giving it a 1 on IMDb.
Oh, because Elliot Page is in it.
Yeah.
Like, God forbid.
We're actually
And it's not.
we're actually
Elliot Page is
getting we're
not
actually getting
Achilles.
comments on that currently. So yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, people were all up in our. Now I say people. This is a classic case of, if you're on Twitter, which you and I are, you might sometimes get like the vocal minority, but then it kind of like balloons into something. I saw, actually, speaking of Twitter, a great tweet over the weekend where he's like, a guy saw the Odyssey with 2 of his friends, and then afterwards he's like, man, I can't believe like all the like outrage over the casting. And the other 2 friends were like, what are you talking about?
Right. What are you even?
I don't know what you're talking about. Because people are
discussing,
mad
yeah.
about like Lupita Nyong'o being Helena Troy. People are mad that Elliot Page was just even like, existing. People are mad that Elliot Page exists, let alone it's in the movie. But then there was a rumor going around that Elliot Page was Achilles. Nope.
Not the case.
No. In fact, Elliot Page, and I won't spoil too much of it, but like based on the character that he plays, perfect. Like really like good. Like and had a pretty good good role and was not in the movie very long either. So yeah,
everybody who was boycotting the movie
is missing out on a hell of a movie.
Got it.
Is what I would say.
Yeah,
So I love the Odyssey. Davey Eyeballs, who's been teaching the Odyssey for years and years and years. This is like his Super Bowl. We'll do a full podcast tonight on Dork, and it'll be available on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
The Odyssey on the Odyssey app.
AUDACY.
So that'll be tonight.
ODYSSEY? Something like that.
Yeah,
we nailed it.
So we'll do that. We'll do spoiler free to start, and then we'll do all the spoiler full in the world. So
Nice.
We'll do that tonight. Also today, though, this morning at 9:00 sharp, released was the official trailer for Avengers Doomsday, which will be in theaters December 18th. And this is all the characters. They're bringing characters back. They're adding characters. They're taking characters that were initially in other universes.
Helena Troy.
Pretty much.
Okay, good.
Wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah.
Although I think all the characters from that movie have been superheroes at some point, right? Just about everybody.
Oh, the actors, yeah.
Well, Matt Damon's made a bunch of like cameos,
cameos in
Thor and stuff. Anne Hathaway was Catwoman. Tom Holland is Spider-Man. John Bernthal is the Punisher. Robert Pattinson is Batman.
Yeah, okay.
So like they kind of
already covered it, yeah.
So they're bringing everybody back. The X-Men characters that like came out in like the early 2000s, like your Patrick Stewarts and your James Marsdens. So they're in this. The big bad is Doctor Doom. It was a very Thor heavy. Chris Hemsworth's Thor. A lot of him in this.
Too much?
Well, he seems to be kind of the main character. Chris Evans is in it as well, so they're bringing him back as Captain America. People have made the analogy that Infinity War and Endgame was just like dumping out a bucket of toys and being like, everybody's in it. And like, this seems like that even more so. So I'm like a little skeptical, to be honest.
Uh-oh.
Because the Infinity War Endgame, like that whole saga, the Infinity Saga, was kind of like each movie would sort of add something to it. And like Thanos was like referenced, then you saw him, then he was like eventually like built up to be the ultimate villain, and it made sense why everybody was versus him. Doctor Doom has been in this version of the MCU for like 10 seconds. And it was like his hand at the end of like Fantastic Four. And now the whole galaxy's out to get him. So I'm like, I'm in. Like I watch all these Marvel movies, but I'm a little cautiously optimistic. I would say.
Cautiously optimistic after seeing the trailer.
Yes,
but all
in
in
on Odyssey.
On the Odyssey.
Yeah, hell yeah.
AUDACY. Get it on your phone. It's free. It's easy. Take it with you wherever you go.
Yes.
That is an emergency. #Dork Minute
Had
with
to do
Rich
it.
Keefe. We'll
Had
have the
to do it.
regular one on Wednesday.
That's right.
At 12:45.
I'll have more thoughts.
So yeah,
I'll have more thoughts.
we'll satiate all you dorks out there on Wednesday if you're looking for that.
Jones, you should go see it.
Before the Dork Minute?
Yeah.
Ooh, maybe.
You
Could
got
be.
time. You got time.
Take Lucas. There's nothing he can't see in that.
Can't tonight. I got TV tonight, Brad. Can't
Oh
tonight.
my God.
Let's see. Maybe Tuesday.
Maybe
Tuesday. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe it'll be available
Perhaps.
on Tuesday.
Okay.
It's a quick 3 hours.
We'll get back into all the latest with Craig Breslow. Lukewarm comments, I thought, about the trade deadline. We'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
these next 10 days, the Red Sox keep winning, they will push. They will look to get batters. And, there were teams out there thinking Aroldis Chapman's going to be available, and Wilson Contreras is going to be available, and Sonny Gray is going to be available. The likelihood of that has gone down quite significantly because of their success. But at the same time, if things go poorly over the next few days, I think the Red Sox also understand not many teams right now have committed to selling. And if the Red Sox could take advantage of that, they certainly would do so.
Final hour, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. It was Jeff Passan. He's had a couple of stinky takes. He thought the home run derby was going to be bad.
Wrong.
He hated the format.
Wrong.
And as of Friday, he thought the Red Sox were still going to be selling.
Also wrong.
I mean, I think that's wrong.
Yeah. I mean, they got, 13 games between now and the deadline, but they are currently a playoff team.
I mean, they'd really have to lose out the rest of the homestand, I think, to even consider selling.
Well, a texter earlier in the day did suggest they could lose 13 in a row as easily as they won 13 in a row.
Good point.
That's what that would be.
Texters, by the way, are weighing in on the Odyssey.
People loving it? I can't read the text.
Keefe.
Yeah.
The Odyssey.
Yeah.
Again, that's AUDACY.
Get it on your
I loved
phone.
it.
Yeah.
It was okay.
It was okay?
Didn't quite follow the actual story as written.
Okay, well, there's a lot of different versions and interpretations.
There was a bit of artistic freedoms taken.
It's a movie.
And parts of the adventure were left out. It can't be many. The movie was 3 hours. They couldn't have left many parts out.
But it could have certainly been longer. Like the Odyssey, if somebody was like, it's going to be a 10-part series, it could have been. I mean, I haven't read it since high school or whatever, but I'm saying like if you could have for sure made it longer. You had to cut stuff out.
Have I actually read the Odyssey? I'm not sure I have.
You probably read the Cliff's Notes version
Maybe.
or Sparks Notes or
I
whatever.
at least got like a Sparks Note version.
We discussed it in class. To say that I read it, you might maybe I am speaking a little too freely.
I'm not sure I read it. I don't want to say you have or have not.
I know.
Iliad?
The Iliad?
Are they going to make the Iliad?
They honestly could.
I think, didn't they kind of already do that with Troy?
Well, from what I yeah, but Troy was bad.
Troy was the Iliad.
But from what I understand, there are parts of the Iliad also in this version of the Odyssey.
They kind of mashed together the Iliad.
But it is a movie.
Yeah.
Right?
So yeah, you're allowed. I assume when I see a movie, there are some artistic freedoms.
But that's an interesting.
It's not just word for word.
That's an interesting critique. This isn't close enough to the Odyssey that I remember. I'm a little upset that this story from a million years ago.
617-779-7937. We can get into some comments from Craig Breslow to Mass Live here in a moment that I didn't love.
Okay.
But quick, Keith, you know the Red Sox have crossed over. They've gone mainstream. They're red hot, and everybody's talking about them.
They're huge.
When even Mike the Hoops Guy wants to discuss baseball.
All right, Mike.
Hello, Mike the Hoops Guy.
Hey, boys, quick point today. What you're going to get back in the trade market is whatever the market will give you for Jarren Duran and Brian Bayo. Put that package together, and that's all that Breslow's going to give you.
Okay, that's not much.
I'll tell you, getting rid of those guys, though, I wouldn't mind it.
Addition by subtraction.
A little bit.
But if you're hoping
that's all you're doing, then no, I don't want that.
If you're ditching those two and the return is like whatever you're getting,
no,
then yeah, that would not be a very impressive return.
Shoot higher than that.
Text line is saying, Jones, what exactly should Breslow pick up at the deadline? Name names. I thought we did that last week.
Zach Neto.
Neto was a name you had
Byron
on your list.
Buxton.
Jeremy Pena, Buxton, Lindor, Seager.
Jordan Alvarez.
Jordan. I like Arise.
Hunter
Goodman.
Yeah.
Actually a great man away from
He's
Coors Field.
Great man.
I think you're going to hear from him coming up in the grab bag, I would imagine.
Oh.
Maybe not.
What do you mean?
Thought he had a good day yesterday.
Oh.
I thought.
Well, I don't like to spoil myself. I usually read those in real time. So
someone kind of scared me that I forgot something.
I was like, what am I supposed to do now?
Some would say maybe the best day yesterday, but we'll get to that.
Well, we'll be the judge.
So is that enough names for you at text line? I mean, we've been kind of kicking those around for a while.
A lot of guys that could help.
But those are some of the specifics. Frank is in New Hampshire. Now, I think he's soft snitching on himself, as we like to say. But go ahead, Frank.
Frank, go ahead. Breathing or scratching or clawing out. Hey, Frank. Hey, what's up?
Good stuff, Frank.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
Let me ask this question.
Let's go to Frank.
For him. He wants to know what he should see or what he needs to know going into the Odyssey.
Oh, you need to know that it's 3 hours, so go to the potty beforehand, and then just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride.
Apparently, he missed Did Grot Cook last week.
Yeah.
which we were going to do today, but we axed that. We did an emergency hashtag Dork Minute instead. But apparently, again, soft snitching on yourself there, Frank. You missed, did Grok cook last week? Grok said you don't need to know anything.
No, you really don't.
Go in blind.
Yeah. Like John Leguizamo's character. So I would say.
Spoiler.
Sorry about that. Well, if you, again, it's hard to spoil so that it's been out.
3,000-year-old
Yeah.
It's been out for a really long time. But
I
just
heard it's not totally true to the original text,
I heard
though, which is
that.
a shame. Yeah.
But I would look at, like, any time a book is turned into a movie, how many times have you read the book or need to read the book? Right? Like, I'm sure it adds to it. I'm sure there are plenty of people that are like, I enjoyed that better, and that's fine. But you could still go in. They explain it to you. That's the whole point of the movie. This isn't like a sequel. This is like the first movie. So just to have yourself a good time.
Yeah. I think you can go in without much knowledge, other than
you need to know that it's pretty loud.
You got to be able to hold your pee for 3 hours and that it's loud.
Hold your pee, and hopefully you don't have sensitive ears. Then you're good. I think at that point you're just rolling.
Okay. Hopefully you don't have sensitive ears listening to Breslow as well. I did not love these comments to Mass Live. Chris Codillo. He said, I think it's complicated in that there's still quite a bit of uncertainty, even with our own personnel, when asked about the deadline. And every day that goes by, we're getting a little bit more information about not just who we are and what we're capable of, but also what the outlook appears to be for some of the guys that are hopefully getting healthy. That's what Breslow told Cotillo yesterday in the dugout at Fenway.
What?
He said the next 10 days or so are going to be really critical in informing that, understanding where guys like Ron Harris Suarez and Connolly Early are in the short term, understanding where Roman Anthony is and Garrett Crochet, Trevor Story, because that's going to help dictate not just what we do, but where the focus is. So still a lot of information to factor. Notice he left Marcelo Meyer out of those names.
Not included.
He also said, I think to say that our goals have changed drastically implies there was a set position 12 or 14 days ago. The reason we say we want to give ourselves as much time as possible is to see who we are and watch our identity emerge, because we believe that it can change and it can change really quickly. Those do not sound like a GM that's got a big deal lined up.
No, it does not.
So I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah, and I look at it sort of two different parts. Like, if you're telling me that you're getting some positive feedback on your pitchers and you feel like specifically Suarez and Early are going to be back, because right now you have an opener going, you have Sandoval going. So if you think you're going to get those guys back, I could see crossing that off as a potential need. But even if you get Story, Anthony, and Meyer back, I need a bat. I need a bat or two, even with those three guys, because I don't know if I can rely on any one of those guys. So I get why any GM wants to make sure, all right, what's the status of our active roster? Who's going to be back? What's that going to look like? But even if some miracle, every player on the team was healthy, they should be a buyer, not a stand pat person.
Agreed.
You should go out there and make a couple of moves.
So I'm hoping, and this is not to say we can't mock Breslow for what he says, or, it's out of bounds. Like, we can mock him and we can have fun with it. I'm starting to think we need to judge Breslow a little less on what he says and a little more on the actions, because listening to Breslow is frustrating, and I would highlight these words as an example of that. If he doesn't do anything at the deadline, he deserves criticism, but I'm going to try my best to ignore those comments.
I know.
And hope that he realizes they have to invest in this team, assuming he's allowed to, and his owner will let him. And even if not, even if his owner won't let him take on payroll, then get creative. Ditch Duran, ditch Yoshida, ditch some salary to add pieces here and there. Ditch Bayo. There are ways to do that. Meanwhile, this is from Jim Bowden. This just came out.
Ralph
has different trade scenarios. Would you do this trade, Keith? Red Sox you're going to like this.
I get
Hunter Goodman.
Yes.
Some would say maybe the best man in baseball yesterday.
Yes.
Hunter Goodman from the Rockies.
I'm doing it.
You would have to get.
Or
you might
am
not.
I? Okay.
You would have to give up Carlos Narvaez.
Okay.
Marcelo Meyer.
Oh.
Oh, you're already an ooh. You're not going to do this.
All right, what's the rest of it?
Connolly Early. And Kyson Witherspoon, who was their first-round pick, I think, a year ago.
I would not.
Meyer, Early, Narvaez, Witherspoon for Goodman.
I would not trade Early.
In any trade or in that trade?
That specific trade.
Okay.
Meyer, a month ago wouldn't have traded him, but now you're buying in on this team, and if Goodman's not like a rental, so you'd have him for a little bit. Yeah. And Witherspoon, hey, maybe he's great, but you do have a lot of young arms, and obviously Narvaez, whatever. But
those Goodman numbers were great away from Coors
Field.
Field.
That's intriguing. That's one you got to at least think about if you're Breslow. I think early would be a deal breaker in that one, right? Like Goodman's good, but I feel like you'd be missing out on Connolly early.
Okay, that's from Ralph. 617-779-7937. We can get back to the Patriots as well. Robert Kraft with some interesting comments about Mike Vrabel, his tumultuous offseason, his expectations for the Patriots this year. We can get to that mixed in with all your Red Sox thoughts in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe. How's Robert Kraft on with Stephen A. Smith on First Take, one of the most recognizable owners in the sport, next to Michael Rubin, heading into Fanatics Fest, on Stephen A.'s show, First Take.
Right.
And for some reason, ESPN doesn't promote this interview at all anywhere. I wonder why that is. I tried to
scrubbed from the
why?
internet.
Yeah, kind of.
I know. I don't know why.
Nick, peel back the curtain. It wasn't on like their YouTube channels. I didn't see it anywhere on social media.
I had to. Somebody bootlegged it and posted it to their own YouTube channel. And it was like the thing where they have to play it, the image in reverse so it doesn't get copywritten.
Okay. Why was this interview buried?
I don't know.
I haven't watched the whole thing. Was Rubin like really holding Robert Kraft's hand because he's in his 80s and like he's looking like he's in his 80s? Like I have
But there was
theories on it.
nothing in there that would make you. This is from the sound of it that would make you think.
He did say
I
we hope.
listened to the whole thing and it didn't really sound like Kraft was any different.
Okay, so I wonder then. But he did say, "Well, I hope he's our coach." And Stephen A. Good job by Stephen A. is like, "Well, you're the boss. Like it's your team." He's sweetheart. I know.
He knows.
Like. I don't know. Maybe I don't have any other theory as to why ESPN wouldn't promote the crap out of that interview. Never mind, bury it.
Yeah, I don't know. Is Vrabel leaving? Is he going somewhere else that we don't know about? Or like, I don't think so. I think he just sort of maybe misspoke and then good job by Stephen A. for at least calling him out there. So rather than like speculating about it after the fact, and then he kind of clarified that he will be here. But yeah, it is weird. You'd think they'd be kind of promoting that a little bit more. It's not like he does interviews, but not like a million interviews. So weird.
Twitch chat says it was a paid event and you had to be there. Is that a reason why ESPN didn't promote it? I don't know. I mean, it was on First Take. I would think they would be allowed to promote that on their YouTube channels, but maybe I'm wrong. So I don't know. It's odd to me that they didn't promote it, but neither here nor there. He acknowledges the offseason for Vrabel. Stephen A. does a pretty good job following up and saying, well, if you want him to be there, he'll be there. I'd imagine. It's up to you. And so Kraft comes out emphatically. I wanted to use that as a gateway into training camp starts up on Saturday. We'll be there on Monday. We're there 4 of the 5 days next week. Maybe that's all the days they have open training camps, but we're there Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday next week. I don't think the Vrabel storyline is going to be a big storyline locally at training camp anymore. I think Vrabel's had his back and forth with the media. Kraft is even getting asked about it nationally. Do you think it's totally done, or do you think barring massive updates, because an update is its own thing, Diana Rossini does an interview or there's a development from Vrabel's personal life, then obviously it'll be right back there front and center. But I still imagine it's going to be a big storyline going into the opener, Patriots-Seahawks on September 9th or whatever it is, that Wednesday. Do you think it's done as a big storyline in that way?
Yeah, I think it's done as a big storyline. I could see it being added in, especially if they do like a mega pregame show leading up to the season opener. But you do have the Super Bowl rematch as like the storyline. And, is Seattle going to defend? So Seattle's going to get a lot of that attention as in the lead up. I even think like A.J. Brown coming in or Drake May being the runner-up of the MVP. I think there's going to be a lot of that. Plus, the opener's not for a couple months. So it's been pretty quiet for the last month already. Mm-hmm. So if it remains quiet for another 2 months, I know it happened this offseason, but it seems like so long ago.
True, but Kraft was just sitting there on First Take, and Stephen A. got a chance to ask him whatever he wanted. And actually, it wasn't even Stephen A. It was the Shea
Gilgeous-Alexander.
Not Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, whatever her name is, Cornette maybe.
Okay,
and she's the one who asked that question to Kraft. They're still asking about it.
So I guess if you're talking about like a pregame show leading up to the opener
broadcast, I'm talking about the whole thing. Yeah, but definitely the pregame show. But even within who's doing the opener this year? Is it Buck and Aikman, whoever it is,
Peacock or whatever it is,
whoever it is.
But they're not
part of the broadcast.
Yeah, but if they don't have Robert Kraft on their show, which I doubt that they do, if they only have like 2 minutes with Vrabel and it's sort of like in a tunnel interview, are you going to talk about it? Like, I don't know who you're going to ask about it.
I mean more like a talking. I don't necessarily mean like Vrabel getting peppered at halftime, but or running out to start the game. But I mean, is it a part of the broadcast? Are they talking about Vrabel's tumultuous offseason? Like, are they locked in on that? And what happened?
In a 3-hour pregame show, let's call it, I bet it gets like a mention. But I don't think it's like.
See, I would think more than that. What about I'm talking about in the game. Do you think it'll get brought up?
Oh, so that's always like a good prop bet because we would always talk about that when there was any kind of like scandal with any player. Like, does it get brought up? And I feel like more often than not, it does not.
Well, Kraft is pretty influential with all these television contracts and the broadcast companies, and it's going to be a broadcast partner.
This is also a subject specifically that I'm sure there are certain broadcasters that maybe don't want to go too deep into this story. True. Because they're like, well, and that I'm speaking for everybody. That could be play-by-play, color, sideline, people that are working on the desk, whatever it might be. Be like, do we really want to go down this road talking about all this stuff, or like, do I personally want to go down this road talking about this stuff? So
it is NBC, the opener.
Okay, so I mean, it might get brought up, but we've seen this before because the Patriots have been involved in several different scandals, right, to all different degrees. And I feel like you wait for it, and then it might be like a passing statement, like in between plays sometimes. You're like, that was it? That was all they spent on that?
I'd imagine the way the game plays out will be a factor too. Like,
if it's a blowout,
the Patriots
are getting crushed.
Patriots are getting their ass kicked. You better believe they're going to focus on that. Vrabel's tumultuous offseason, how it carried over and impacted them. So maybe the game has a lot to do with it. That's fair. That wasn't all Kraft was asked about. Kraft was also asked about his expectation for the team this season. Here's that exchange from late last week on First Take.
How are you feeling about your New England Patriots this year, sir?
I'm feeling pretty good. And you talk about A.J. Brown. I don't know how many times a team He grew up as a Patriot fan, dreamed about one day playing for the Patriots. He's won a Super Bowl playing for another team. He's coming to our team. Drake May is really special. You know, a very humble young man who knows how to relate. And I think he's right at the top of young quarterbacks. So I'm excited, but my sons always say, Dad, calm down.
You seem pretty cool in the press. You seem pretty cool in the suite when you're watching the game. You don't seem out of whack when you're watching the game. I mean, you handle it.
But my expectations are we're going to make the playoffs every year. And if you make the playoffs,
got a chance.
Like we saw last year,
You got a shot.
no one would have predicted.
That's right.
Okay, you got a shot.
They really are finishing his sentences. For
They
him.
really are
I don't really
diving
catch.
in.
They're like, you mean you got a chance,
Well,
right?
he's the one that got back on track.
Yeah, it's
He's
a
like,
good
well,
point.
you asked me about my expectations. Let me answer the question.
That's a
let
good
me
point.
get there because he's like
Really
Drake May, AJ Brown wanted to play on the Pats. You're like, okay,
They really
drafted him then.
filling in the gaps for him. Meanwhile, Ruben's there holding his hand.
Yeah, so that was a little bit of a roundabout way to get there. But also, playoffs wasn't always his goal.
Nope.
He had said Super Bowls for many years.
Fair. I didn't catch this the first time we listened to it. I caught it on a re-listen there. He called Drake May. What did he say? He's up there with the best young quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's. Ooh, you think there's something there?
Well,
about-
I don't know. I think a lot of Patriots fans probably would argue with that.
Yeah.
And say he's up there with just about any quarterback in the league, not named Mahomes, Allen, and for me, Lamar. I
Do you
think he's
think
right
that's
there with everybody
already
else.
looking to next year's contract and being like, I can't say he's the best.
Oh, I don't know.
I think he's right at the top of young quarterbacks.
Young quarterbacks.
Young quarterbacks.
We're going to pay him like
12.
12. Oh,
Yeah.
so maybe negotiating right
I mean,
there on
that's
first
if
day.
you even want to give him that much credit for that.
I didn't want to, but interesting.
Because
I thought about that.
I laughed at Jim Harbaugh when this offseason he was like, Derwin James is the best safety in football and maybe the best safety of all time. And then like a week later, it's like record-setting contract.
Yeah,
Because like, of course he wasn't going to sell for anything less than that. So if Robert Kraft's like, Drake May is the best quarterback in the league, first of all, that'd be wrong. But if he was like so adamant that he was,
good point.
They could use that.
He's already negotiating against Drake May. Huh. I like it, Keith. 617-779-7937. You guys can jump in on this with all your phone calls here. You can also dial up Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way today at 2 o'clock. We'll get you the clip du jour. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
Jones and Keith fans.
Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sad.
Grab bags.
You don't know the half of the
Junk that's submitted for grab bag.
Last season.
All right, time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And Jones, the red hot Red Sox are in action again tonight. So they can stay hot. Woo! Sox stay hot tonight. Red Sox, Orioles, 2 longest winning streaks currently in Major League Baseball. So something's got to give.
It does.
13-game heater for the Sox. Orioles have won their last 7. First pitch, 7:10. Thank you. Pre-game, 6:10. Right here on WEEI. Best friend of the show and newly married Peyton Tolley on the hill opposite Shane Baz.
Pretty good pitching matchup.
Yeah, it is.
I saw this stat, Keith.
Oh,
early entry for stat of the week.
You were firing off a bunch of stats earlier in the show today. We got
Was
a lot
I?
of competition. Yeah, a lot of the Red Sox streak.
Oh,
and
their
other
winning streak.
teams and
The lineup from
Yeah,
1948.
You had the 46 lineup. I
Oh,
believe
is that what it was?
Yeah, you keep saying 48. That team's
Well, no, I think they've tied the 40. No, I think they've tied the winning streak from 48.
Great.
I think I had the 48 lineup.
46 was the team that went to the World Series and lost.
And
48.
They won 15 in a row. Yeah. Today's game.
Yeah.
Between the Red Sox and Orioles is the second time in baseball history with 2 plus 7 game winning streaks where the combined win streak is at least 20 games, Keith.
How about that?
The only other time? September 13th.
Okay.
1884 between the St. Louis Maroons.
Okay.
And the Washington Nationals, apparently.
Washington Nationals.
Washington
We're a
Nationals.
team. We're a team. Now they're back.
Yeah, exactly.
Good
So
for
that
them.
was those win streaks were 12 and 11. Not sure who came out on top that day, but that's
Yeah.
the last time you had 2 at least 7 game winning streaks with a
Okay.
total added up to 20.
Okay.
How about that?
All right.
On. The nurses all gathered round, and they gazed in wide wonder at the joy they found. The head nurse spoke up, said, "Leave this one alone." She could tell right away that I grab bag to the bone. Grab bag to the bone. Grab. Grab. Grab bag to the bone.
And I don't know who that individual
Well,
is.
I like the commitment.
He sends a lot of grab bags, but
He
you could
does.
tell even that one even tickled him. You could tell.
I think he enjoyed himself on that one.
You could tell even that one he thought he really knocked it out.
We have, sort at some point, I'll give these guys credit. We have kind of like a 4 horsemen of the grab bags. Where there's like, wouldn't you say, Nick? There's roughly like 4 or 5 guys.
They
that
send in a
there's some
a
regulars.
large
There's some regulars.
bulk. Yeah.
But we're getting them every day. You can send them in Keefe at
There are
WEEI.
722 of them.
Probably 500 from those.
That guy, yeah. They're kind of cornering the market there. But don't be intimidated. Get in there.
You can get in there.
We'll still play them.
You just said it. Where do they send them again?
Keefe at WEEI.com.
Yeah, get
is where
those
you
in
can
there.
send them. Jones, the World Cup has come to an end.
Yeah.
It wrapped up yesterday afternoon from the New York, New Jersey stadium where Spain defeated Argentina 1-0 in extra time.
That doesn't do it justice for how lopsided, one-sided of a beatdown that
so
was.
Spain dominated, absolutely dominated. However, they were up 1. They didn't score till extra time. So past 90 minutes, it was still 0-0. Then Argentina, down a man, had, I would say, 2, maybe 3 unbelievable chances to tie it and maybe even force kicks. Didn't happen. Spain never trailed in the whole tournament.
Yeah,
they never trailed.
Did they only give up 1 goal the whole tournament? I think that's
might
I think
be
they
something
did. I
like
think
that.
that's all they did.
6 games in until they gave up a
Yeah.
goal.
Yeah, they were insane. So they were the winner. Mbappe won the Golden Boot over Messi, so he scored the most.
Good job,
most
Mbappe.
goals. But big success overall. World Cup was a lot of fun.
It was. Our pal on Twitter, Matt at Jones WEEI at Keefe21
Our
said
Twitter pal?
no minutes on the World Cup final.
We gave you some minutes.
We're giving you some minutes. We talked a little bit about the halftime show earlier today too. It was just, I mean, Argentina basically no-showed for that whole match.
Tough.
If you want to pile on Messi for losing another big game, you can.
You
If
think
you want
he'll
to
be
pile on Argentina, do I think he'll be back at 43? Maybe. I mean, he's still dominating.
He might be because he was so much better this World Cup than Ronaldo was last World Cup.
Yeah.
And Ronaldo still came back for one more.
I
So I
mean-
bet Messi does play again.
I mean, if I had to bet, I'd probably bet against it, but like I don't close the door on that at all. If anybody can do it at 43, it's him.
Okay.
But if you want to get on Argentina, I think the entire team blew off media after the game.
Oh, jeez.
Wasn't there a fight after
Let
the
me
game too?
let me rephrase that. They did not.
Please do.
They did not follow through on any media
Oh, is that
obligation.
right? Okay.
The The former manager here used
While
to
you're
do that.
down there, would you mind me?
Blowing off the media. I meant ignored their media responsibilities is what I meant.
Right. Sure you did.
So if you want to get on Argentina for that, but I don't think there's a lot to talk about in that game. It was mostly a bore fest that Spain dominated.
And then Justin Bieber tried to put you to sleep with like the slowest song I've ever heard played at a stadium. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Ted Lasso was there. Shakira was there.
Yeah, that's nice.
Kids
Shakira
choir.
was there. Yeah.
Nice.
I did.
Nice.
Blackburn had a good tweet yesterday. He's like, happy to see the GOAT for one last run. And then he's like,
Shakira?
Shakira.
Grabbing bags. Grabbing bags. Grabbing bags. Grabbing bags, 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 bags.
British Open was won by Ryan Fox, 10 under par for the tournament, defeating Cameron Young and Sam Burns, who finished second and third. Last year's champ, Scotty Scheffler, was in a tie for fourth with Tommy Fleetwood. That's what you had, right?
Yeah,
you had some Fleetwood money in that?
That's who I had a future out on.
Well, he won money. He won a lot of money.
He
won a ton of
If
money.
you bet him top
Yeah.
5, you didn't bet him to win the tournament like some of us.
No.
Yeah. I think I had a Shane Lowry top 20.
Oh,
Didn't
good.
cash.
All right.
I think Matt Fitzpatrick top 20 didn't cash.
Right.
Yeah, so it was a bit of an empty tournament for me. I honestly didn't catch a ton of it yesterday.
Okay.
It was so early. All the leaders went off at like 9:30 yesterday, so I honestly didn't catch a ton of it. I did see Fox was able to get up and down, or get the birdie rather, on the final hole, which 18, one of the harder holes throughout the course of the tournament. It did not play well.
No.
And he was able to get the victory yesterday. So congrats to him, I guess.
All right.
Keith's ex-wife. Grab bag.
I mean, you say that now, but
Yeah,
trust
not
me.
that difficult of a proposition.
Celtics preseason schedule has been announced,
Oh,
Jones.
hell yeah.
4 games starting on October 8th. Then they'll play the 10th, 14th, and 16th. And their second preseason game is home against the Philadelphia 76ers and Jaylen Brown.
Wow.
And then they're at Philly in their final preseason game. So who knows if Jaylen Brown will play in one, both, or neither, but there you go.
I wouldn't think he'd play in the one at the Garden.
Unlikely.
Maybe
That'd
he'd
be a
play-
waste, wouldn't it be?
Maybe yes. Maybe he'd play at the one in Philly. Who knows? I mean, I can't imagine the Sixers. Most teams don't take these preseason games very seriously anyway.
No.
I can't imagine the Sixers are going to roll like Embiid and their full lineup out there much in the preseason. So my guess is you won't see much of it, and even if you do, it won't really count towards anything.
Doesn't
the
count.
regular season,
Yeah.
will, yeah.
I was sitting on an embankment on a highway going through the Northern Kingdom, and there was a dead grab bag and a small beer that had never been opened, and I drank the beer.
Big NBA trade over the weekend, Jones.
Oh, yeah?
As Lou Dort went to the Hawks, part of a 3-team deal. How about the Hawks giving up on former #1 overall pick Zachary Ricochet? He goes to the Mavericks. Ryan Nembhard also going to Atlanta. Some picks tossed around in there as well.
I think the Thunder have acquired like 7 second-rounders this offseason, which is another way of saying nothing.
They've also shed over $200 million
A ton of
worth
payroll. So-
Isaiah Joe, Dort, and Aaron Wiggins, which I understand what people are saying when they're like, look at the Thunder are giving up on players. They're giving up, though, on...
I think Dort's a real one. I didn't think the other two were like real players they were giving up on. This is one where I'm like, all right.
But is he what, their 5th best player?
Yeah, but if we're talking about the second apron and teams should be in it, and if you like your roster, that's the kind of guy that I wouldn't want to give up on. So the Thunder are another team ditching out of the second apron, which is what the Celtics did, which just makes the Celtics like everybody else and not special. But okay, that's another example of a team dipping out because Isaiah Joe and Andrew Wiggins, bench players.
Yeah.
Dort, I think, is a real.
He's
feels
all
like
defensive player.
Well,
Yeah,
and a real part of their success over the last few years. Yeah.
Oh, we a grab bag
but we're grabbing. We're just bags, what are you grabbing? Said there's another grab bag in my eye. My first grab bag broke my heart for the first grab bag, and I was like, grab bag, grab bag, grab bag, oh, like grab bag, grab bag, grab bag, oh, like grab bag, grab bag, grab bag, oh, thought you'd always be mine, mine.
All right, so over the weekend, apparently, Bego was doing a show here on WEEI.
Oh.
And blamed me for something. So I'm like catching strays on the weekend. We got tipped off to this. I haven't even heard this yet. I know what it's about, but I've not heard the actual context. So let's hear what Mego is saying about apparently me.
One of our coworkers brings the fruit flies with them. And I don't know what they're bringing. I'm gonna guess it's Keith.
Yeah, I'd guess Keith. That's a good place to start.
Arkin!
Jones doesn't eat much.
No.
So it's probably not him. Keith's a
I've
big
probably
eater.
seen Jones eat twice.
Wiggy
in
and Hillman,
2 years. of
Shime, a lot of big eaters in the morning.
Not really.
No?
They don't really eat on the show, though.
They don't?
Not really.
In between break, they're not eating?
I mean, Greg's eating blueberries that he brings to and from
Fruit
the studio.
berries or fruit fly. Come
He-
on.
He
That's
brings them to and from the studio every day, though. He never leaves them here.
never?
No, I've never seen that.
Um,
And you know me, I'm watching like a hawk.
Ted's a big eater.
I don't see the afternoon show, so I
Yeah.
can't implicate anyone there.
Okay. I think Rich is into like healthy food, and I don't know about Ken.
What's healthy food?
I think Rich is like
Again, fruit. Is
Yeah,
Rich
that's true,
is
right,
Rich
yeah.
at major risk for the parasite?
could be. He does go to Taco Bell.
All right. First of all, it sounded like a busy show. Second of all,
Sox are on a 12-game heater.
Wow,
Maybe talk
so
about that. No, but I would say
she said you bring the fruit flies.
That's insane. So at first I thought, was that something about like my cleanliness? Is she like, oh, he's
Yeah.
gross. He's like pig pen.
He's like a pig pen type human
Flies
being.
are falling around. Like guy stinks. I
Right.
don't know if it was that. But have you ever seen me eat fruit?
No.
Let alone
actually.
fruit in here?
No.
So how am I bringing fruit flies then?
Also, you're only eating food that's already here. You're not
I'm
really
eating the
bringing
food
the fruit
that's here.
flies. You're just bringing, if anything, you were bringing the fruit flies from out in the break room into the studio.
Also, I eat so incredibly fast and leave no evidence behind that like it can't possibly be me. What a weird thing.
Fruit flies don't have enough time
I
to
was Team
survive on
Mego,
the
too.
food.
I was
wow.
Team Mego. I was on Mego's
you
side.
you said
Was.
oh boy.
She's accusing me of flies? That's disgusting. If I was like, oh, somebody's bringing flies in, definitely Keith. And then Arcade's like, yeah, probably Keith.
What if?
And then they're like, oh, Greg actually brings fruit in the morning.
Hear me out on this. What if Mingles has security footage of you bringing the actual flies down with you? What if that
If he
exists?
can find footage of me eating fruit in here,
and a bunch of flies
Yeah.
buzzing around you,
Yeah.
and then you'll
I'll
bend the
give-
knee just like you did with the Celsius.
I'll buy him a sapphire. That's what I'll do. That's outrageous.
See my grab bag? Cost you $20.
I still can't even believe
You're
it.
not even over. It's the second grab
No.
bag now.
Does Tracy Bingham follow me on
No.
Instagram? No.
No. Especially now that she
At
knows
Rich
you're
Keith WEEI.
a gross
No. Okay.
trash bag of a human.
Apparently, I stink and have flies all around me. Horrible. All right, let's find out what's going on with our guy, Bob Ryan.
Hold on.
Oh,
There's a lot of stuff going on.
There's a lot
back
going.
here.
There's a lot of moving parts. We're in a new building. All right, I'll tell you what's going on.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, Jones has the great Bob Ryan tweeted.
I would imagine.
He has. Yeah, he has a standalone tweet.
Oh, good.
It's not in reference to anything or replying to anything. He says, "Of course, I meant to proclaim Gordie Howe, not Gordie Hall. Blame autocorrect." He just kind of fired that one.
Say delete something?
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe we're missing something in there. Yeah. All right, so you
I
didn't
don't
mean
really-
Gordie Hall.
I don't really get that one.
Okay.
Do
you have anything else?
Yeah, somebody came up with a top 10 list of tight ends.
Nice.
Yeah, it was Megan Fox, Anna de Armas. No, it was football tight ends. Football tight ends. Nick just perked up. He's like, "What's this list?"
Well, I haven't been able to listen like the last 5 minutes because there's so much going on back here. But
It's
I heard
been
on
good.
the Armas. I was like, ooh.
Jones has been swearing the whole time, but it's been good.
Everybody heard it like Hogdale.
Top 10 tight ends.
All right.
And Rob Gronkowski was 1. Tony
already-
Gonzalez
already
2.
wrong. Oh, really wrong.
Shannon Sharp 3.
Yeah.
Antonio Gates 4. Travis Kelce 5.
That's
Followed by
disrespectful.
Witten Winslow Sr., Mackey, Ditka, Newsom.
Okay.
So
I
Bob's
bet-
response
I bet
to
Bob has a
that-
gripe about Dick is too low.
Bob responded, "Thank you."
Gronk number 1.
Yeah.
I bet that's what he's saying. Either that or he hates Winslow Sr. Get hitting Winslow
Also,
Jr.
somebody goes, be honest, is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar a better basketball player than Shaquille O'Neal?
He said it.
To which he
said,
dove into that.
obviously,
Are
yeah.
you serious?
Yes.
What informed NBA fan doesn't know this? So he was mad about that.
He had the skyhook,
Also, he was mad about President
Shaq would have broke him in two, but he had the skyhook. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
President Trump standing in front of Team Spain winning the World Cup. Bob said, just another self-centered day in the life of the POTUS. So he was mad about that.
He didn't comment on Brady.
I don't think so.
Okay. Interesting.
And then he has a bunch of, he's had a lot of tweets. So let's just move on.
Hey, Jones! I bet your wife is at QuiltCon with Keith's ex-wife. You grab bag!
Who was the best baseball player, Jones? Was it Jackson Merrill?
No.
4 for 6, 2 home runs, 4 RBI, 2
Good
runs
line.
and a steal.
No.
Drake Baldwin, 5 for 5, 2 home runs, 3 runs scored and a steal.
Good line, no.
Hunter Goodman, 3 for 4, 3 dongs, 5 RBI. Nolan McClain, 6 scoreless, 10 Ks. Or Yamamoto, 9 innings, 2 earned, 7 Ks.
Real nice. Got to go with good. Maybe great, man.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to this.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Leskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, we have a ball player who played for and was an all-star with the Baltimore Orioles, part of a 14-year career where he also pitched for the Snakes, Royals, Dodgers, Tigers, Braves, Twins, Astros, and Indians.
Miguel Batista.
No. Broke into the majors in 1988.
Oh.
Rookie of the Year in 89. All-Star in 90. And then hung up the spikes after the 2001 season.
Starter, you said?
Closer. 27 saves as a rookie, then 37 where he was an all-star, followed by 31, 36, 29. Then he had a long gap until he got another 30 season with the Snakes. Last
What
pitch
year was that?
with the Dodgers. Snakes in 98. 6th in the Cy Young in 89, 12th in the MVP. And then made his lone all-star
Wow.
in 90, and his nickname was Otter.
Otter?
Otter.
Is that a hint? Got to be.
It can't not be.
They're all hints, Joe.
They are all hints.
Otter?
Otter.
I don't know this person.
You know, this player is a good pitcher. I would have thought he made maybe 2 All-Star games, but only the 1.
I'm cheating and looking.
All right, let me see. Does Twitch have it?
Is it Arthur Rhodes? That's not right. Is
No.
it? Okay.
No, it's not Arthur Rhodes.
I don't think they have it.
Otter. Want me to tell you?
I'm pretty sure it's not what Butter Guy wrote. Yeah. Why do you tell us?
Well, we're talking about Greg with 2 G's Olsen.
He got it.
I do kind of remember him.
Pitcher Greg Olsen. There was catcher Greg Olsen.
Not to be confused with Kevin Gregg.
Yeah.
Greg Olsen with 2 G's.
Son.
Yeah.
Sin.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Otter was the nickname.
That's right. That's what they
I
call
do
him.
like, as I was glancing over at the text line, they are calling you the scum bum of EEI.
Me?
For bringing the fruit flies around. Yeah. That's what
I
they're
can't.
calling
I mean, I'm guilty of a lot of things, Jones, but bringing fruit flies in, I would have to say, is not one of them.
I think they'd be like real flies.
Oh, that's different. Yeah. Look, real flies are probably more likely, actually.
Could be the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Greg Olson.
2
Congrats.
G's.
Is our random ball player. That's how you play it each and every day in the grab bag here on Jones and Keefe. We're live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. And we'll get you the clip du jour on the way next.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook.
16-game heater. We started to talk a little bit about birthstones.
And our guy on Twitter, Keith Zapphire.
Zapphire?
Yeah, did tweet in.
Is that your birthstone?
No, I don't. You know what? I don't know my birthstone.
I think mine is.
I'm an Aquarius. I don't know what my birthstone
You're an
is.
Aquarius?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with your month, not your sign?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want your sign. What's your birthstone so I can get you something?
I said I don't know. I was just trying to volunteer what I knew.
What's March?
What's March? I don't
Yeah.
think that's how they do it. Your birthstone is the whole month?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
It's not like your moons and your half moon and your moon rising and all that stuff. You don't need to worry about all
I'm
that stuff.
aquamarine, and it looks like also maybe bloodstone, which is
That's cool. Blood diamond?
No, bloodstone.
Okay, you don't want those.
The dark green gemstone flecked with red spots of iron oxide.
Ah, that's great.
Yeah, that would be cool. It's traditionally associated with courage, which I have. Vitality, I also have. And physical strength, which I definitely have.
That's you.
Yeah. Bloodstone. I might have to get some bloodstone earrings.
Stud earrings.
You get my ears pierced, then order the bloodstone
I need
earrings.
to get my ears pierced, and then I need to stop crying from the pain of getting my ears pierced, and then I need to get some bloodstone studs in there. By the way, thanks for asking. My birthstone is amethyst.
You're amethyst.
I'm an amethyst. Yeah.
All right. I'll update my order.
Okay.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Well, a lot of education there.
Learned a lot about each other today.
I do like how I'm like, that's not how I claim to know nothing about it, which I don't.
Yeah.
And then I go right out and prove it that I know nothing about it.
We're like, what's your birthstone? He's like, well, here's my sign. I don't care. I don't care what that is.
Sapphire did tweet you back and said, Keith, you're distracting from my
Sorry.
tweet. We never really did read his tweet.
No, Jones was trying to compliment a nice tweet. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow, Sapphire.
Sapphire, we'll get there.
Shoot your shot, Sapphire. It's Jones and Keith. We're brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Head to the Nines Thursday night to play trivia. Enjoy 6 packs of bone-in wings and a chance to win 99 gift cards and other great prizes. You gotta love the Nines. We are back tomorrow, Keith. We got some tiers for you.
Tier Tuesday.
Tier Tuesday.
Keeper Madness.
We also got the Madness for you as well.
And have the Red Sox won 14 in a row the next time we talk to you? Most likely.
Probably they have. Stay tuned for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way in just 2 minutes here on WEEI.
888-267-2420. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Hey, man, they're invested. They just want everyone to know that they're invested, man.
Yeah.
Are they invested? Will they make a big trade?
No.
Are they calling teams?
They have to now. Are you kidding me? They have to.
It's kind of like in the Odyssey. The boat goes past this island with the sirens on it.
Yeah.
They're these hot babes, I think, that are over there on the island, and you want to stay away.
He's doing it again. It's the Ken Laird.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. How the hell are you? And they are still wiping the sweat off the seats from a nonstop barrage of tarps off moments over there at Fenway this weekend. Oh, with the weather being as nice as it was, I was indoors watching a lot of TV because you could not turn it off. They are now the must-see show, your Boston Red Sox. And then, of course, there were the weird moments that happened at the World Cup final, which we'll get into a little bit later on. It is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937. And we are at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. All right, Truth Serum, how much of the Boston Red Sox did you guys watch this weekend?
Oh, every pitch. Are you kidding me?
I watched quite a bit. I didn't watch as much yesterday, but the doubleheader of Friday and Saturday, I definitely tuned in, Rich.
It is one of the rare times that I think I saw every pitch of every game. I'm talking, it was like tough to even use the restroom. And if I'm doing that, then my God, people are talking about this team. The way that, Ted, you're going to get your Peanuts music ready, because the way that some of the biggest critics of this team have now completely done a 180. Oh, my goodness. I'm talking the haters are now saying world championship.
Oh, whoa.
Is there a lot of that? I feel like it's a little bit tempered, but you've been hearing a lot of that?
I heard somebody who is very critical, I'll share it with you later, say that they could win the American League and possibly more, which, of course, that's what that would mean.
Yeah.
That's what that would mean.
Mm-hmm. Well, some would say that the Tampa Bay Rays were the best team in the AL going into this last series, and they just wiped the floor with them. 4 in a row. So, maybe not the craziest thing at this time to say, considering they just beat maybe one of the best teams in the American League over the weekend.
The only thing that we don't want is for Donald Trump to become a Red Sox fan, because we learned this weekend he is the sports curse. The minute he says a team's going to win, like he did with Argentina, like he did with the Knicks, like he did with Team USA, it is over. So let's just hopefully he has a grudge against Boston and continues that. All right, let's get to some sports that happened, shall we?
What just happened?
Sports happened.
Oh, yes. Sports indeed happened, and it's brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you gotta get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. The Red Sox went from sell everybody to where do we book the parade in about 3 weeks, Stiz.
Wilson Contreras hits a fly ball deep towards the triangle, chasing back Mullins in the triangle, looks up, and is gone over the triangle, just to the right, and into the stands for a Wilson Contreras 2-run home run.
I'm 4 for 4. He was my guy.
That ball was headed for the triangle, and the wind pushed it far enough toward right center field that it made the bleachers.
Oh, my goodness.
6-1 Sox in the fifth.
Joe Castiglione, it's so funny how he'll just pop into a broadcast. Like, oh, wow, I didn't know he was there
That's
day.
the Sunday series. All year, Joe on Sundays.
He still brings it, though, too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Of course he does.
Man.
He's awesome to hear on these broadcasts. But the Red Sox have won 13 straight games, capped off by that 6-1 win yesterday to finish an improbable 4-game sweep of the AL East leading Rays. Who am I kidding? Everything is probable now with this team. The last time this happened, Harry Truman was president, and gas cost 16 cents a gallon, as they say. But the best stat that I saw going around yesterday was that the last time the Red Sox lost, Jaylen Brown was still a member of your Boston Celtics. So in just 20 games, they went from a season low 14 games under 500 and the worst record in the American League to a season high 2 games over. They've won 18 of their last 20. And Wilson Contreras can tell you, They are confident as hell right now. Hit it, Wilson.
Thank you very much for Wilson. You guys just tied for the second longest win streak in franchise history. You sweep the Rays in a 4-game series, the first place team in the division. What's impressed you most about the way this team came out to do this in this series, in the first series out of the break?
We are relentless right now. It doesn't matter how we start the game. It seems like we're trying to find a way to win, find a way to get on base, find a way to have good at-bats. And we did it today. Thankfully, we have this amazing team right now. They're doing a great job, and the energy is up there.
You know, I heard some people saying it was the fight was the moment that everything turned around with Wilson, but I think it started a couple, like a week before that, right? With Contreras all of a sudden going on this heater. They're trying to use the fight as the period or the turning point of the entire season. And I, if I'm not mistaken, they were already in the middle of by then, right? They had already beaten the Yankees, correct?
Well, they've gone 18-2 since the 24th of June. That's the Colorado loss, which did feel like rock bottom. And then they came back. They came back late, and they beat Schlittler. Durbin had a big 3-run homer in that game, and they ended up sweeping the Yankees over the weekend. So something, I don't know how you can say that's a turning point, because it was very bizarre.
Yeah,
Ted, we were crushing the team after that Wednesday after they lost to Colorado. They blew it. Ugly Meyer error, shoveling the ball to second base.
Easily probably the worst team in the major leagues.
Right.
The Rockies.
So maybe it's just the Yankees sucking, helping you out, because they had 6 unearned runs in that game, and they don't have Judge, and that got you going. And then they still did lose 2 or 3 to the Nationals before going on that West Coast trip to Anaheim, Rich. So it's very hard to pinpoint one moment.
Well, when they went, what were they on that West Coast trip? Weren't they
Yeah, they were 9-0.
I know. So getting away from Fenway, I don't know. That maybe was it when Caleb Durbin started getting hot with the bat? Was it when Roman Anthony was basically sat down because of his injury? It's hard to define exactly when, Rich, it was, but. Leaving Fenway for those 9 games on the West Coast, that's really when it all started.
Yeah, and you know what? Contreras obviously has been excellent, but how about Wilyer Abreu? What a weekend.
Tremendous.
It was unbelievable. So he, I guess, became the first Red Sox hitter since Mookie in 2016 to hit back-to-back multi-homer games. And I think the best thing about what we've seen from this team is that, it doesn't matter who they put in front of them. It's like a good team, bad team, fall behind a few runs, it doesn't matter. The Red Sox over the last 3 weeks have kind of been like Thanos. They're just inevitable. You can't count them out. Whereas, at the beginning of the season, if a team got any kind of lead on you, you were toast. And Ted, do you make anything of that? How they've just completely changed their DNA over this past month?
It's just an overall attitude change. I don't know if maybe Wilson Contreras getting more comfortable as a leader of this team. Maybe he's been a little bit more, kind of vocal. The way he's playing, he's inspired guys to play. I think the energy of Anthony Siegler, you can't underestimate that as being a positive. Just bringing energy. A lot of times it's just energy that you need to bring when you have such a long season. That can be impactful. Caleb Durbin, I think, is the little engine that could. I think when he starts hitting, I think that guys can feed off of that as well. So. There's a lot of things that I think are contributing. I also think they're maybe leaning into a philosophy that's a little bit more clearly defined now. I think that they truly are playing small ball. They're manufacturing runs when we were being told they're all beginning of the season that's how they were going to win, and they really weren't doing that. But now they're hitting sacrifice flies. They're putting the ball in play a little bit more. More bunts. So philosophically they've changed how they're playing, and so I think that's contributing as well. And then obviously. The pitching, even though they had guys, you got great pitchers. Ranger Suarez injured. Obviously Garrett Crochet being injured, but it doesn't matter. They have guys that are filling in. They're doing phenomenal. They're still in this 13-game win streak, guys. They're still striking out at a higher rate. They're still striking out almost 9.5 times a game, but they're timely hitting and putting the ball in play. And their pitching has been exceptional, and that's a big reason they are where they are as well.
Well, Ken, Chad Tracy, my guy, now 40-31 as interim manager since taking over for Alex Cora. And, Cora let go after his 10-17 start. When do you start the discussion about giving this guy the job for real?
Well, I think you start the discussion internally. You have to because, right now, Joe Morgan in 88, which is a name that people still talk about. Heck, Joe Castig has him on the broadcast whenever he can. The guy's still hanging in his 90s and going strong. Walpole Joe went 45 and 26. Tracy's 40 and 31. It's not that far off. And to do this, that team in 88 won 12 in a row. They won 19 to 20. They won 24 straight at Fenway. But this is sort of a similar vibe you got going on. And so I think you do say this is like an all-time franchise streak. You look back to Joe Morgan and say maybe we do need to give this guy the full tag. But then again, you're still only one game up on third wild card, and it could collapse, and you could look bad if you do that.
Let me ask you guys this question, though. Ken, Rich, what do you guys think is the profile of manager that you need for this team and this organization right now? What does that profile of manager, in your eyes, look like?
Well, I would say that because you have a lot of young players and a lot of guys who are coming up, it has to be someone who can connect with the young players. Also, you do have several sensitive players, so you have to have someone who knows how to psychologically handle comments to the press, knows how to protect his guys in the locker room, and I think both of those things are strengths of Chad Tracy, whereas they may have been weaknesses with Alex Cora.
Yeah, and he's definitely playing small ball. You're right about that, Ted. Like, in terms of the identity, if Cora was the anti-small ball guy, he never bunted. This guy's bunted 14 times in July, so he's embracing the identity of this team, and Rich is right about the youth. He's definitely connected with some of those guys, although, obviously Roman and Meyer are the two quote-unquote most important young guys, so I don't know how he gets along with them. He just shipped one of them to Fort Myers.
Yeah.
Right.
There are still a lot of things to play out. I wouldn't do it now. But I think if at the trade deadline you feel a comfortable lead, like you might use it as something in August or September to reward them going into the postseason.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out the benefit other than if I'm Chad Tracy, I'd be like, thank God. Because, you're right. You're jumping from, Howard Johnson to, he's staying at the Verb or something. It's like how are you going to – for him, I would feel great if he got it. But as a team – I'm still trying to figure out the advantage of doing it right now. The guy is obviously, right now it seems like if things continue in this direction, it's a guarantee. Because it sounds like even if they barely make the postseason and get bounced, what he was able to pull them out of is so impressive.
Because he took over with the team was eight games, I think, under 300.
10 and 17.
Yeah. So so you got to base it off of that, and what he's done based off of that is really impressive, Rich.
But now, Rich, you don't want to give Breslow as much credit. But you got to give Breslow credit for firing Cora. I guess in hindsight, one thing led to the other.
Listen, that is absolutely a check mark for him. Absolutely. But I told you I'm not going to give you my judgment on Breslow until we see what he does at the trade deadline. Because
But who's the best hitter on the team? Who's the best pitcher on the team? Who's the best reliever on the team? And all three of those guys came directly from Breslow's offseason. I mean, it's unbelievable.
You're making good points, but it is such a major part of his job, and he hasn't really done it right since he's been here, is the trade deadline. And right now, this is a team that deserves to be invested in. This is a team that absolutely, especially, what did I say before this weekend? I said, man, if they, for some reason, if they just happen to miraculously sweep the Rays, and I was kind of being sarcastic when I said that. I was like, if they sweep the Rays, I'm like, if they don't go all in, it's a fireable offense. Like, this is something that this team absolutely now deserves. So I'm holding my judgment on Breslow until the trade deadline has come and gone, and then we'll see from there. Speaking of that, there have been some insiders who seem to have an opinion and some inside information as to what the inner discussions are with your Boston Red Sox. I don't know if I like this from what I'm hearing right now. I'll get your take on it. We're not going anywhere. We'll be back in 2, live from Fenway.
Hi, it's Tom Caron, trusted voice of the Boston Red Sox.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. Also, you can go to the Odyssey app, press that little microphone button, and record a message for us. We play it later on the show, launching us a take grenade. All right, so your Red Sox are it's really, this is the strange, I was saying this on Friday, is the strangest plot twist that I can imagine in sports in a long time. From the absolute worst team. And by the way, there are a few people, and I can't believe this, who are still like criticizing people on like social media for they're like, well, you talk so much trash on this team at the beginning of the season. You should be able to enjoy this. I'm like, dude, nobody. You know what? I'm going to just go ahead and say this now. The Jets are winning the Super Bowl because there is not a take that's more insane at the beginning of a season than if anyone saw those Red Sox play and say that they were going to be able to turn this thing around.
In fact, Rich, you were ahead of the game. After they beat Atlanta on May 27th, you were celebrating like they had won the World Series. Ted and I were playing the Peanuts music. But you knew what was up, you know?
There you go. I'm the guy. You know what, Ken? Thank you. Thank you very much. I deserve credit. Ken. I knew back in the day when they were awful that they were going to turn this thing around.
And I think, but here's just a highlight that. I don't think people are caught up in this team yet. Even with the 13, I don't get the sense on the street.
Really? Did you see the tarps off Friday night?
It was okay, but I don't. I feel like the attendance, they haven't sold out a lot of these games.
You're right about that. The numbers. We can ask Bradford about that. I'm kind of curious what he.
I think
they're sold out, but just the attendance, the bodies and seats.
Let me ask you this: this time last year, the feeling felt very different. This time last year, and I don't remember. At the record, wasn't that much better at this time last year.
They were hot again going into the break.
Yep.
They came out okay. I mean, they made a postseason run. I think vibes were pretty high last year.
That's what I'm saying. I think they were higher
last
year than they were this year. And I think part of it just if we're being honest, there's a lot of guys that are contributing that are new and that we've never even heard of, right?
I couldn't disagree with you more, Ted. And maybe
really?
It's just because I'm, and it all has to do with like, the people that you talk to and the people that you're around, right? And just for some reason, I think that the people that I know are like, we're so disgusted by this team that what they're seeing now is like, I can't believe they've done this. Like it's like it's a stupefaction. And to be quite honest, I am kind of shocked that these games are not sold out because like there was the early afternoon game on Friday. I mean, it looked packed and it was a hot day, like hot as hell. And I was like, if there's any day where the stands might end up being somewhat like not empty, but just kind of shallow at parts, completely full. I'm getting a different vibe, but it doesn't mean that I don't know. Are they? Are you? It feels to me like people are talking about this team now.
Yeah, maybe. I don't feel that way. I feel like there's still a wait and see.
Well, when you win 13, that's going to start changing people's minds.
Yeah,
sweeping Tampa.
Yeah.
Just think about this. I mean, it's been 78 years since they had a winning streak this long. You go back to Ted Williams was 29 years old. You may not see this again until 2104.
Mm-hmm.
Like
it is unbelievable.
It's the magnitude of what you've just done is going to sink in.
You look at some of the odds a month ago where they were to make the playoffs versus now. I mean, it's jumped 65%. I mean, in the last month, which is it's incredible. Maybe I don't know. I just feel like maybe it's happened so fast, Rich, that people aren't caught up to it. I don't know if the World Cup had something to do with it. The Jaylen Brown stuff had something to do with it. People were focusing on different things. I just feel like the interest in this team.
Hooters was closing. People were distracted.
I mean,
there's a lot going on.
It's just it's apocalypse is coming, man. When that happens, but to me, I don't feel like people are as invested in this team this year at this time as you were last year at this time.
All right. Well, let's go to Matt on line one real quick. Matt, what's happening? How's it going, buddy?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, how you doing, guys? No doubt it's been a great run. I just want to bring up one point that hopefully they understand up in the front office. Like, being penny wise and pound foolish is not going to work. So hopefully, what I'm saying is if they sign the guys that they needed to in the offseason, this would be even better. But as far as the trade deadline goes, Rich, I think you were just saying, I'm holding on to see what Breslow does as well. I mean, he has a lot of chips in his corner. I mean, you have Franklin Arias, and they might not want to get rid of him, but if the right deal comes up with, some solid players, you're going to have to let go of him and maybe a pitcher or two also. But, there's no doubt they got the pieces they could make a run on this. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, listen, as I said, they have no excuse to not make some sort of move. And I know that because here's what I'm fearing, Ken, and I'm sorry, this is to me, I've seen this happen with teams before where you'll have an injured star or two be out, and like they're due to come back sometime soon. And the way that management spins it is that, well, the health of our players who have been out are our trade deadline acquisition. You know, it's as if we went out and got, these great players.
That's the Celtics playbook right there.
Ted, you nailed it. You nailed it. That's exactly what they've done for years. And
the Bruins did that one year with Louis Erickson. Louis was their own rental. They rented him for an extra half a year.
Right. And I'm afraid that that's what's going to happen. And they deserve better than that. They've played their asses off under the worst conditions, under like a depressing era where their coach or their manager was fired in the middle of the season, where everyone's talking trash on them, rightfully so. They were awful. And for them to pull this out, Breslow honestly has to make a move because they've shown him that they're worth investing in. All right, let's go real quick to Kellyanne in line 2. Kellyanne, how's it going?
Oh, very well. I'm a very happy camper these days. Well, I just called to say I really have liked the Red Sox this whole season, and I don't mean to sound like I'm one of these, oh, yeah, now that they're winning. This team has so much talent that I used to say to my fiancé, why are they not winning? There's so much talent. And I guess the pitching, and now they started hitting, I think there's such a great chemistry and vibe and passion. And I think that's what you have to have as an athlete, is a lot of passion. And I was very sad when they gave Contreras a 5-game penalty, and they gave the pitcher only 5 because he only pitches probably once in that rotation.
Sure, yeah.
And
I mean, that's unfortunately
unfair.
that's the imbalance sometimes, Kellyanne, of when a pitcher gets suspended. By the way, Kellyanne, I love her to death. She sounds lovely. She sounds just like the woman from Christmas Vacation who brought the Jell-O mold.
Maybe.
Should I say it? The one who sang the
You don't get a lot of
Michael Banner.
2-name first names up north. He's
Yeah,
really
that
a
was
Southern
Conley.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We're hearing a lot of that.
Maybe the Wilson fight was a turning point. I don't know. It was during that Nats series, which was kind of their last
That's
kind of
good.
low
Yep,
point. I mean, you
good
brought
point.
that up, Rich. 2 others on the text line. 508 texter Dice says, what about the tragedy in Venezuela? Maybe that sparked Contreras.
That's a good point.
Sure.
And then another one, 857, Red Sox have not lost since Roman went to Florida. To me, that was the moment.
Yep. I mean,
All right, there's some weird Roman stuff that's coming out, too. I'm glad we have Rob Bradford, who's going to be on with us in about like 15 minutes, because there's a new article about Roman Anthony, and there's questions now. I mean, with this team doing so well, what's it going to be like when he comes back? And it obviously seems like he doesn't want to be down there. Very, very strange. And we'll also ask him about what we're hearing about trades. I know Craig Breslow has made a comment to publicly to Alex Spear as well. And I don't know what to make of it. As a matter of fact, we'll talk about that when we get back. 617-779-7937. Taking your calls, too, on the Red Sox and among other things. And by the way, later on, we also have to talk about how weird Tom Brady has been over the last year or so. Like, Tom Brady is going next level weird. And I know we've spent a little bit of time on just how strange some of his endorsements have been, how strange some of the businesses he's been involved in is. But now we're getting to a place where he might need a friend to tell him.
This one
maybe
seems to be
just
the
disappear.
tipping point in this story, Rich. This last little thing here.
I agree, Ted. This might be the one that everyone will see our side of it. Because, being in New England, we pay more attention to Tom Brady than most. This might be the one where collectively everyone goes, Tom, you need a buddy to just tell you no. So we will get to that.
True.
Right. Well, actually, we're going to talk a little bit about the trade deadline. We'll talk about Tom Brady here in a few right after this. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, Teddy J. We are in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by New England Ford Dealers and Employee Pricing for All. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. And I'm hearing we have a huge Ken Laird fan on line 2. Ryan, how is it going, sir?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I think the problem is not so much even who they go out and get at the deadline if they do get it. Obviously, we're all skeptical about Breslow here, but, we'll see what give him another chance. Is that all the guys hurt, who do they want actually back other than obviously Suarez and Crochet? But I don't know, long term, it might be better just to give his shoulder the year because, you got him for another 4 years or whatever after. But who are these guys that are hurt do you want back? Do you really want Trevor Story back? I mean, want these guys back?
It's a good question, Ryan. Before we let you go, it says up here that you're a huge Ken Laird fan.
I am. I grew up 3 houses down from Ken Laird. We used to play wiffle ball. I used to throw a soakie at his head every night. But
what was
Teen
Teen Ken like, or a young Ken Laird? What was he like?
He used to do analytics for flag football back in the 1980s.
Explains everything.
Sure didn't interrupt next Lady Ryan's, but I do appreciate the support.
Thanks, Ryan.
But do you want Trevor Story back? Yes, if he's playing like last year. He was a 4-WAR player. He had 25 homers for you. If he's this year's Trevor Story, who had 206, no. I mean, it's just he better go to Great G Swing and get to Lorenzo before he gets back in the lineup.
Real quick, since you brought up Trevor Story, can I just give you the comparisons between him and Andrew Monasterio? Because
Monasterio's hot.
So right now, both of them. So Trevor Story played 41 games up to this point. Monasterio's played 60. Trevor Story has 3 home runs. Monasterio has 5 home runs. You got they're basically almost the identical at bats. 165 Trevor Story, 163 Andrew Monasterio. 19 RBIs for Trevor Story, and 17 RBIs for Andrew Monasterio. The 206 average that Trevor Story has, that Ken just mentioned, 239 average Andrew Monasterio has. In the OBP, it's a slightly better for Andrew Monasterio than it is Trevor Story. The point is, Andrew Monasterio, I think, is slightly better, but it's not a huge difference. But I think his defense, believe it or not, has been a little bit better than Trevor Story's.
And Chang's been pretty good defensively.
And then you got Chang, who's, if you want to put Chang in there, who's only played 12 games. He's got and only 33 at bats compared to these other guys that got about 100, a little over 100 more. But he's got 10 hits, 5 RBIs, a 303 average. So he's the guy that's been playing better than those two. But he's only got 12 games so far in the bigs.
Well, Rich, that's why Breslow gets paid the big bucks, and he's going to have to decide whether that's sustainable or not. There was a caller during Jones and Keefe I thought made a great point that you need 3 800 or better OPS hitters in your lineup to win in the postseason. Mm-hmm. And they have 2. Right now you have 2 that you trust, Contreras and probably Abreu. And maybe Rafaela, if he really stays hot and turns a corner. But I don't really trust them to be like a guy who carries you in the playoffs. So the Yankees, if they're healthy, have 4. They've got Judge, they got Rice, they got Goldschmidt, they got Bellinger, they got Jazz Chisholm. I don't think you're as good as the Yankees right now. You got to go out and get a legit bat to help out the rest of the lineup.
But to Ryan's point about not wanting the injured guys to come back, I think the most fascinating of all of the guys is Roman Anthony. Because, obviously, if you can get the Roman Anthony that you were promised and the Roman Anthony at his best, you, of course, would want this guy back. It's really strange, however, and by the way, I'm in the camp of the guy can play, put him back in. Obviously, there's no question. But it is weird because the way Roman Anthony is discussed and the way that he seems to be talked about and the way that he seems to be written about by people who cover the team is that it might be more of an issue than just his play. Is that maybe he's just not gelling with the rest of these guys. And that's, once again, we're gonna get Rob Bradford on, who's very close to everyone. And I'm not. It just seems to me that there is something off between, just by the little nuggets that we're hearing from all of the different players, things that could be looked at as shots toward players who aren't coming back. Maybe the way that he's rehabbing. And I wonder whether or not this awesome thing that they've got going and this great chemistry might be shaken up a little by bringing in a guy who was the chosen one, who was, at the beginning of the season, was set to be the biggest star of this team, all of a sudden being inserted into something where, a bunch of kind of scrappier players have built up into this beast that it's become. Do you guys kind of feel the same thing, that it might be more than just the baseball part of it that could be distracting to his return?
Man, do I? Are you kidding me? Absolutely. To me, it's fascinating to see kind of Chad Tracy's comments about this, Rich.
Yeah.
How they've changed from when he first got injured to now. Basically, what was the narrative? He basically was talking about, hey, well, he'll play when he's comfortable, and it's up to him with pain tolerance and that kind of stuff. So it was kind of like he was putting it on the player. Chad Tracy now, if you listen to some of his comments, he talked to Alex Spear of the Globe. This was in yesterday's Globe, and this is what Chad Tracy said about Roman Anthony. He's like, look, we're not going to resume hitting until there's still discomfort in the hand. He's a big piece of our lineup. It'd be great to get him back, but the whole point is we don't want our the player injured, especially when it comes to swinging a bat. So just continuing to get him to where he feels confident in his mind that his hand feels good. That's our goal. And then he also goes on to say that Anthony doesn't really want to be down there. He really wants to be back with his teammates. I mean, if he's not even swinging the bat down there, I mean, why does he have to be removed from the training room here?
What's he doing in the training room if he can't swing?
Right.
Do you put the hand in the ice tub, or what do you do?
And I've said
that's a great point. That is a great point.
How do you rehab a ligament in a finger where it's distracting? Like, you literally, if you can't do much, you can't. They're not massaging it. I mean, maybe they are, but okay, it's just getting your finger massaged and getting it stemmed and iced, and I don't know. I mean, there's not a whole lot. I can't imagine what the rehab is for that. It can't be that hard.
Plus, Rich, remember, I mean, and it's a different injury, but Durbin, fractured a finger or something at one point this year, or dislocated it. He was back the next day. Roman has been out since May the 4th. Yeah. It's July 20th, and he's still not swinging a bat. What is going on?
It's strange, too, because, Ted, the line in that comment from Chad Tracy to Alex Spear that stood out to me was, so just continuing to get him to feel where he feels very confident in his mind that hand feels good. That's our goal. Like, that to me almost is like, like how that almost like is how bad can your hand be after this length of time? Maybe this is something where he's a player that doesn't want to come back unless he's 100%. Maybe not even an 80% or a 75%. He wants to come back 100%. And listen, as I said, Bradford's going to know so much more about what the people are saying on the inside and how they feel towards him. But it just, to me, seems like comments like that might have been put out into the universe. As a matter of fact, I was just saying Chad Tracy protecting his guys. This kind of sounds like the opposite, in fairness. This almost sounds like he's putting this message out there to Roman Anthony through the press. Like, I want the world to know that this is something that's really more mental than it is physical. So let's get with it.
Would you even put him in the lineup if he was healthy right now? I don't think you could play him.
Yeah, dude, he's so good. I mean, when he's good, he's great. So absolutely,
I wouldn't put him in there in the middle of a 13-game win streak.
I tell you, if he's active, he's ready to go, and you don't put him in there, that's going to be a big news story. I think
work your way back up.
I hear what you're saying, but I mean, you could make an argument. You look at Jarren Duran's numbers. I mean, he's had a lot more at bats. Jarren Duran is, I don't know. They're actually not really. I mean,
he's streaky.
At least Duran's a plus outfielder. I mean, you know what you're going to get with him. By the way, 978 texter. Do you think this is fair, Rich? Would Anthony be swinging if he didn't get that $130 million contract?
Oh, listen. That's obviously a great question. Once you kind of have that money, and Ted, I think that you can probably attest more to what people sometimes are like when they get that money. Have you seen people who sometimes, I don't want to say get fat and happy, that's not fair at all, but maybe they won't risk as much to go out there and show the world how good they are when they've already got the cash.
It happens. It doesn't. I think it's a little bit more infrequent than maybe people would think, but it can happen certainly. I mean, a lot of guys. I mean, because football, you're always thinking for yourself, so you're looking for that next big contract. So you never, if you don't want to get that labeled on you that you're somebody who was just chasing. I think that's a big reason. If you remember, J.C. Jackson never got an extension here. They were worried about him getting all the money and then him going in the tank. Well, the Chargers gave him all that money and he went into the tank. So there are guys.
See, don't pay Christian Gonzalez. You never know.
I mean, they know those guys better than we do. They're on the inside, but there are guys that once they get that money, they don't feel like they have to work as hard or they're not as hungry. And that dangling that carrot, that big contract, is a big carrot. So once you pull that lever, and that's not something you can use that's something you worry about, is them not mentally attacking the game like they would have if they're still chasing that money.
Let's quickly grab Mike on line one. Mike, how is it going, my man?
Good. Couple of things real quick. First of all, I think everybody is unfair with this evaluation, Roman Anthony, and all these conspiracy theories. He's a young kid. I believe he's probably loved to be playing, and for people to say that it's mental, it's this, I think is very unfair. And the other thing is, a long time ago, an old-timer told me, you're never as good as you look when you're winning or as bad as you look when you're losing. The Red Sox need help. They're not as good as they've been for the last 2.5 weeks. And they're not as bad as they were the first 14 weeks. They're somewhere in the middle.
Sure, but Mike, real quick, they are what their record is. They're a combination of the two. You're absolutely right. They're not as bad, they're not as good, but their record right now has them in the playoffs, and that means you need to invest.
Answer me. I don't know. I don't have the numbers in front of me. What was their record last year, right after the week after the All-Star break? I think it was pretty similar to what it is now.
I will check that for you.
Now, I
didn't like what they did at the All-Star. I did not like what they did at the trade deadline last year. So I mean, I'm somebody that if you are in the playoffs, you invest in your team. And
they
this
were
team
53 and 45 at the All-Star break last year.
Okay,
8 games over.
Yeah, 8 games over.
And by the trade deadline, they were 9 games over. So they kind of held water.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a believer in, especially if you have this kind of momentum and you're beating good teams. Like, this does not seem like a fraud team to me anymore. Like, you have enough of a sample size of them beating very good teams and sweeping very good teams. So, yeah, I think that you absolutely have to invest in them. All right.
We do have a texter who dropped an FG, a fool's gold. I mean, the Cam Newton stuff just won't go away. It might be Cam himself.
Listen, he's absolutely right. At any moment, they could just completely collapse because we know that they've been this before.
You said they're a championship team. Come on.
I never said they're a championship team. I said that they're definitely. Now, I've texted you a picture of a championship trophy.
Twice.
But I've never actually said the words. I'm holding back.
Fool's gold written all over it.
All right, Rob Bradford. He knows all these guys personally. He's got the inside scoop. He's shaking the trees. We will have him on with us next. is 93.7 WEEI. Ted. Like 3 weeks ago, and now where do we book the parade? Seems to be the sentiment in all about 3 weeks. And a gentleman that could set us straight on all of that is the great Rob Bradford. He is closer to this team than anybody else, like a baby to her mother's breast. Rob Bradford is a man who is suckling the news out of this great organization who seems to be blowing our minds for the last month. And Rob Bradford is brought to you by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Rob Bradford, what the hell is going on with this team, sir?
First of all, McFarland to you all. And also, as I trademarked the saying, is my prerogative to be wrong. So I like myself personally, and it's my prerogative to be wrong. Which everybody is, by the way. Everybody is. Although I would say that we might have been right about some things, but still, nobody was right about the fact that they could absolutely win a streak like this because they hadn't won more than three in a row all the way to the Yankee series in mid-June. Like, how did you ever feel like this team, a team that had won 3 in a row twice and never won more than 3 in a row, could actually do something like this? Nobody. 0-0-0-0. Even Kelsey Ken.
No.
Like, yeah. No,
I bailed.
Yeah.
Rich was the only one. Rich was the title winner.
Pants off Atlanta series.
Yes, it was.
Well, listen, who could forget that? Even Sonny Gray made a comment.
He said we stink.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, well, I thought we were bad. I said we were bad when we were bad, and we've changed. So if Sonny Gray is even saying that you're full of crap if you thought that this team was going to turn things around, then absolutely, I was the only one. I'll take the credit. So can I just ask you just a basic question first? I mean, this has been really wild to watch, and I know a lot of people trying to pinpoint like when it started. Was there something that kind of triggered a turnaround? Is it all Chad Tracy? Like when you kind of see how things have turned out, like when they write the book on this, when they finally win a championship, when they write the book on this season. What are they going to say turned it all around?
It's a good question. And first of all, I heard you guys talking about the fight maybe being the T-shirt gun for this whole thing, and it wasn't because I go back to when the moment that Wilson Contreras threw his helmet, they did terrible for 2 games. They lost 2 games. Now, they had won the Yankees before, then they won after. I think that there wasn't – a few years ago, 2022, the Seattle Mariners went on a heater almost identical to this. It was incredible. It was about, I think they went 22-3.
Same time of the season.
Same time of the season, but they traded for a guy named Carlos Santana, not the guitarist, but Carlos Santana. And that a lot of people say that's what you needed. You needed to have someone to push you over the edge, get you down that road. The Red Sox didn't do anything like that unless you count Anthony Siegler or someone like that. I do think that an enormous amount of credit has to go to Chad Tracy for this reason. It's because you have to let a lot of this play out, and that's what the front office was banking on. They were banking on their projections being right, this playing out the right way, the process being right, and you have to have a manager who absolutely is on board with that and also is pushing things in just the right direction, pushing just enough when he needs to, but also, as we have pointed out many times, Chad Tracy, he's very, very even keel. It's never been throwing the cougar in the car with Chad Tracy. It's just been, all right, one day at a time, and we're going to figure it out, and I'm going to address things as they come. So I think an enormous amount of credit goes to Chad Tracy.
Okay, but here's some other possible turning points. If you texted in. Rob, you tell me which one of these jumps out at you and scratches right where you itch. Roman sent to Florida, the Venezuela tragedy, Cora fired, the Tarpon Army / Tartan Army, Lorenzo and Greatham G-Swing. Any of those?
All right. First of all, let's go one at a time. Can we go one at a time?
Okay. All right. Roman to Florida.
All right. Estás loco, right? You know what that means?
Something's crazy.
It means you're crazy. That's what William Brady. That was a signature moment in the Red Sox season. William Brady was shouting.
Estás loco. Saturday night.
I'm pronouncing it poorly. I don't care. But it means like you guys are crazy in Spanish. Estás loco, you're crazy. No,
Yo
Roman,
soy
no.
fiesta.
Yeah, exactly. Baseball no es al burrito. No, the Roman thing, I'll say, I said to you guys before, I think it's overstated. Certainly sending him to Florida they were doing well before that. That has nothing to do with that. The conversation with Roman is all about whether or not you think you can get something from him and how you judge adding to the roster off of that. What's the next one?
Venezuela and the emotions.
I think that was in the heart of the chaos against the Nationals. I don't think that did them any favors, to be perfectly honest with you.
Scottish people here?
Absolutely. The Tartan Army pixie dust. The Red Sox this is science and math. The Red Sox are the best World Cup team in Major League Baseball. From June 11th, the day that I first saw a kilt at Fenway Park, that first day when the World Cup started, until the last day of the World Cup, the Red Sox are 23-9, the best record over that span in all of Major League Baseball.
They got swept by Toronto.
It doesn't matter. They implemented the vibes, and they got swept by Toronto, but it carried over.
Bradford, I'm not kidding you. I think that was like the first time that Fenway had actually been like a blast all season, like where you were there and you're like, oh my God, this looks like it's fun as hell. And I know this, and I'm not giving it the credit, like realistically, but I don't know, maybe that stuff's infectious.
I give him credit.
Yeah.
Because think about it, Rich. We were sort of in this morose, woe is us, what a terrible season, what are we going to do all summer element. And there, it revitalized us. The problem is that we thought immediately when they left town, we were going to be like, how many more days till we can talk about A.J. Brown? How many more days can we do anything? How are we going to get through this summer? And I think that's the thing that we sort of grabbed onto right around after that, as you said, the Toronto series. But after that, you got some confidence. And this is the biggest thing for me. It's just that you have some success. You have confidence. Oh, my goodness, we can actually win a game. We're down 3 runs, that sort of thing. And that goes a long way because there is, and I remember Chad Tracy telling you guys that. You're grabbing the bat too tight. You're putting too much pressure. Everybody's telling you you suck. All of it. Like that was a very real thing. And then you have some success thanks in large part to the Tartan Army and their kilts, and you're on your way.
Yep.
Hey, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Todd. Yeah, go ahead.
What? I mean, do you think that's all it was? Was just that the guys were tight? These guys were just feeling the pressure of it all. I mean, there was a lot of their swinging outside of the zone pitches were off the charts. That's gotten a little bit better. They're not striking out as much. Do you think their approach at the plate is now they're just not holding on to that bat as tight?
Ted, I think that was part of it, but that's not the only part of it. When we looked at the Rays when they came in before, and we said, why can't you have a good team like that? To me, it was all the pieces on their team fit perfectly. Everyone knew their role. Everyone knew how they should play the game. Everyone knew this was the strategy. And the Red Sox sort of like, oh, we kind of want to feel that way, but we still aren't, we're still trying to jack home runs when we can't jack home runs. But then I think to answer your question, that they understood that they could do the things that they're doing
more
now.
Bunting, more sacrifice.
More bunting, more, and actually, like, the pieces fit better. And I come back to Siegler, or I come back to whoever. Like, it's for whatever reason, the pieces finally fit like they thought they would all along, because they didn't get the unbelievable middle of the order hitter everyone was screaming about. But as we've seen when the Rays, when they're going well, you don't necessarily need stars up and down the lineup if everybody understands what they can do. And yes, and that goes to obviously your guy Caleb Durbin and Lorenzo and what he can do as well.
He's on Channel 5. He's hot.
He's on Channel 5?
Yeah, his brand has never been
Did they ask him about Carlos Narvaez?
Of course he did.
Probably
He worked
not.
that in. Yes, he worked
Oh, he did? Oh, that was brave of him.
Oh, he got Mookie in there, too.
He did? That was really brave of him then.
Well, if you have a question for the most connected man when it comes to breaking all sorts of news with the Boston Red Sox, Mr. Rob Bradford, you can call us at 617-779-7937. When we get back, Rob, got to ask you about these comments from Craig Breslow and whether it should scare any kind of Red Sox fans that he might not be doing anything and sitting on his hands. I don't like that at all, but we will get to that. 2 minutes, we'll be right back with Rob Bradford.
Well, the feed brought to you by Pre-Flight Airport Parking. Not pre-flight. Sox are in flight. How about the final call of a 13-game win streak yesterday across the network?
Here's a 1-0. Swinging a blooper into left field. On comes Durant. He's there. He has it. And the Red Sox have a 13-game win streak.
Indeed, 4.5 games back to the Yankees, 6 back in the Rays in the AL East, and they welcome the Baltimore Orioles, also hot, 7 in a row. The O's and Pete Alonso in town, 7:10 first pitch tonight across the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Is swung on, fly ball right field. Victor Mesa chasing. He's at the wall. It's gone! He always does it. His 4th home run in 2 days gives the Red Sox the lead.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
Now that is a Cooper Borgasm, if I've ever heard it right there. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and of course the great Rob Bradford here in studio with us at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. So, listen, not everyone can be as excited about baseball right now as Cooper Boardman is, because even the most ardent, the most strongest Red Sox fans are worried about Craig Breslow still having some sort of control, despite all of these moves. And listen, he's proving a lot of people who criticized him wrong. A lot of the acquisitions that he's made, a lot of decisions that he's made, like firing Alex Cora, seem to be paying off. But I said I'm going to hold my judgment on him until we see what happens at the trade deadline. And there was an article that Alex Spear wrote for the Boston Globe where he talked to Craig Breslow, and Craig Breslow won't say we're buying. So he won't commit to it. Now, Rob, does that seem to you like it's just not wanting to show your hand before making a deal, or do you truly believe that that they are hesitant on doing something significant here at the trade deadline?
I think we can compare this to not taking off the interim badge off of Chad Tracy. And the reason they don't do that is because obviously he looks like he's earned that right, but if things fall apart, you don't want to name him, and then you have to fire him. Same thing here. You don't want to – you're only a game up, right? And you've done this, but what if you lose 13 in a row heading into the trade deadline, and then you find yourself 5 back and everything's changed? So I don't think that he definitively wants to say that. I think a lot of these teams are feeling that way. That's probably why there's not a lot of action. But I will say this. A caller yesterday on the Baseballs and Boring show had a really, really good point. He said that I think that one of the things that we have to see Craig Breslow do is be able to obviously function better at the trade deadline compared to what he does in the offseason. In the offseason, you have a lot of time. You have a lot of time to analyze. You have a lot of time to let it play out. You have a lot of time to make decisions. Trade deadline, as we found out last year, you have to pull the trigger or you don't. And that is one thing. If you want to check off a box for Craig Breslow, not only the results, but the actual execution of feet to the fire, no question about it, that you have to make a move or else right now, and it's going to get really, really uncomfortable. That's what he has to show this time around.
Do you think, Bradfo, that part of it is maybe there's not a ton of teams that maybe are clear-cut sellers at this point? You know, there's probably 5 or 6 teams that are just completely out of it, and maybe that just there's not a lot of inventory out there, if you will. So that's maybe a reason why he's tempering expectations.
Yeah, absolutely, Ted. I think that you look at all these teams. Some teams, it's been the sad trombone since the All-Star game. The Houston Astros and some of these other teams, they are on the edge of they're going to have to sell. They have gone the other way from the Red Sox, but that can turn as well. I think there's the vast majority of teams that would be sellers are still not defining themselves as sellers.
All right.
And I think more so than ever before. We hear it all the time, but I think that's a big part of this too with the Red Sox. But I will say this, and I keep saying this about what the Red Sox have to do, especially now that they have shown that they can win the American League, that they can be what they thought they were going to be. When they said they were going to be a World Series team, that's our goal. All right, that was your goal in the offseason. That was your goal in spring training, being a World Series team, taking that next step. Well, okay, it's time to make a World Series team move. Like it's time to make that sort of move, because if you don't, then you're not taking advantage of what is a really, really good situation.
Now, Bradfo, you said you threw out a name that I liked. The Angels, Zach Neto.
Yeah.
Give you credit for that. That's the first I've heard of that. It makes a lot of sense. I have been a Jeremy Pena guy, but they're not trading him. At least that's what they said. Hector Gomez throwing out Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals today. Here's my question, though. What do they do with Trevor Story, and what do they think about Franklin Arias if they go get a shortstop? Because they have a problem there. You can't just keep all 3 of those guys, right?
I think the question is, so you put Trevor Story back. And this is a problem, though, Ken, because you don't know what you're going to get with Trevor Story. You can think you know what you're going to get. You can say that his problems earlier in the year was because of that sports hernia, but you don't know. But I think that they're at the point where they just have to put him at shortstop, and that's the one position you're like, all right, because all these other guys, even if, let's say, C.J. Abrams, like pipe dream, C.J. Abrams, but you can put him at second base. Second base is there's 2 spots to me where you can say you can get a guy and it won't get really, really uncomfortable in terms of guys coming back and everything else. That's second base and potentially turning over Jarren Duran for a piece that fits better. So that's how I view it anyway.
All right, Rob, I want to ask you about this Roman Anthony article that came out this past weekend, once again with Alex Beer. And he said, Chad Tracy was interviewed, and he said, we're not going to resume hitting if there's still discomfort in his hand. He said, that's a big piece of our lineup. It would be great to get him back. The whole point is we don't want that player to play injured, especially when it comes to swinging the bat. So just continuing to get him to where he feels very confident in his mind that hand feels good, that's our goal. And then he adds, this guy can really hit, and he needs his hand to hit. I fully support him. We don't want players in the box if they're not confident that they should be out there. There's a lot of components to it that go beyond just medical scans. Do you believe that there are people around the team or on the team that are frustrated with Roman Anthony?
I don't know if there's that frustration because everyone understands, and I know where you're going, and I know that that's the buzz around this whole situation. But I think they understand that no matter if you say you have a banged up finger or a banged up hand, and if you're Dustin Pedroia, maybe you know how to function with that banged up finger or banged up hand. I don't think they're confident that Roman Anthony, and he said this, that he would be able to function like he needs to with that banged-up finger or that banged-up hand. And that's just the reality of the situation. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks about his pain tolerance or whatever it is. You need, at this point in the season, you need to figure out how you can get the guy who was leading off in Cincinnati on opening day, that guy to come back and be productive. And as currently constituted, that you are not getting that guy, according to Roman Anthony, and also according to Chad Tracy.
Bradfo, who do you think should be up, or you think they would consider being trade bait for the Red Sox? Is it some of the young pitchers? Is it?
Yeah, man. Like they listen.
Who can they afford to?
They can afford. They can afford to trade a bunch of people because good for them. They kept drafting pitchers and they got a ton of pitchers.
Yep.
If you got to be careful about trading Franklin Arias because you don't have a ton of hitters coming up. And Trevor Story isn't the shortstop of the future. And you don't know what you have at second base. So you better be really, really careful in that respect. But if you go out and trade for a C.J. Abrams or a Zach Neto and use Franklin Arias, all right. Like, Ted, I come back to it. You proclaimed that your goal, that you were putting together a team to be in the World Series, to be a World Series team. You have that opportunity. If you think that you can just ride this out with this team currently constituted, 13-game win streak and all, like, that's a pipe dream. That's just not reality. You need help. You need that guy still in the middle of the order, and just like they did in 2021 with Kyle Schwarber. So that's going to get uncomfortable. Sorry, Craig Breslow. Sorry, Red Sox, but that's just the reality.
Rich, one more turning point suggested by the next line. Driveline guy quit. That's a popular narrative. Kyle Bodie left.
You know what?
People love that.
To that, let's go to David on line 1. David, you got a question for Bradfo.
Baseball is not boring.
Yes, baseball, no, it's not burrito.
Ken kind of stole my thunder that the drive guy left. And I know he's not sitting in the clubhouse telling people how to bat, but is it a coincidence that he's gone and now they can bat however they feel like batting, or is it something else?
No. I mean, I like you personally. I respect your opinion, but no, not even close. Like, Kyle Bodie was nowhere to be found this season. And a lot of the guys who they have hired while Kyle Bodie was in the organization, who have come from Driveline, including John Soteropoulos, who's one of their main hitting guys, is the guy that survived and is still there. So, I don't think that there's any question about it. It's funny with the Driveline thing, there's been a lot of it's good, it's bad, or whatever it is. I talked to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who obviously went on a good run there for a while. He loves it. Like, he's all in on it. So I'm not going to go down that Driveline rabbit hole, but the Kyle Bodie thing, it has nothing to do with anything.
All right, Bradford, is there any benefit in naming Chad Tracy the full-time manager before the season is over?
It would be nice. I think he's earned it. But as I said, I think the problem is that what if they hit the skids and then you have to fire the guy you named? Right? I mean, you don't have to fire an interim guy. That's the harsh reality of it, isn't it? I think.
Give him a raise or something. I mean, just like a bonus?
A suite on the road? I mean, like.
Sure.
Can another team swoop in and sign him? Like, are they
right now?
Yeah.
Are you saying they're going to trade Chad Tracy at the deadline?
Yeah, he might. He might look for another job.
There's no benefit to giving it to him, though, right now, is there?
That's the point.
Yeah.
It's like the payoff or the problem is that you give it to them and they hit the skids, and then all of a sudden you have to fire another guy.
What if the Yankees fire Boone and hire Tracy? Like, just right in the middle of the season. Wouldn't that be like?
Oh, that would be spicy. Yeah.
Awesome.
Wait, the kerosene Ken takes are like at peak level now with his 13-game win streak.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask you this, though, because, I mean, there's a lot of people who are giving Chad Tracy credit for this turnaround. I give him a lot of credit. Like, if there was like the big blame pie, I'm definitely giving him a huge chunk of that. But I also
credit
think
pie.
that,
Credit pie.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm thinking about Alex Cora. Like, can you be a great manager, but just not be the right manager for a specific team?
Sure. I mean, I still say, and nobody wants to hear this, but I still say it probably wasn't the right move to do what they did because it took 2.5 months to get this right. Mm-hmm. You can't listen. I mean, this is taking nothing away from Chad Tracy, but we can't definitively say that this wouldn't have happened with his group because it happened with the group like the last couple of years. So, but I do think this, Rich. I think that what we know now with Chad Tracy is that he is a great fit for this group. I don't think that you could say that Alex Cora wasn't a great fit for the group, but Chad Tracy is absolutely a great fit for the group and also a great fit for what happened after they moved on from Alex Cora and the coaches.
And you know that this team has truly earned their respect when Catherine Veritek is saying positive things about them on social media.
But how can you not? There's no way. You have to, right?
You should bring her back to sing the anthem or something.
She was kind. And by the way, I like Catherine Veritek, and I like that she tweets and things, but she was spiking the football when they were crappy. Like there was kind of a little bit of a, hey, now that my guy's gone. But she tweeted, 3 decades of loyalty and respect for this organization don't simply disappear. The guys on the field deserve every bit of the praise. Now, she did say the guys on the field. and not obviously.
She definitely is in the mix to catch the first pitch from Joe Kelly on Baseball is a Boring Night.
All right.
That would be. Hey, by the way, congrats on that. That's a cool, that's a cool
September
thing, man.
2nd. Yeah, all roads. That's going to be a big game, Seattle. All roads lead to September 2nd, right? and I should know, like, let's not sleep on tonight's game. Holy mackerel. And I just want to rattle off this thing from OptiStats, my newfound favorite count. So today's game between the Red Sox and Orioles will be the second time in MLB history in which two teams on win streaks of 7 or more games meet, and the combined win streak is 20 or more games. The other is in 1884.
Wow.
Nice.
I mean, that and Tyler O'Neill out in the field right now with a cutoff baseballs and boring Canadian shirt. You know it's a big night. Let's go.
All right. Well, there we go. Rob Bradford, the man who is so connected with these Red Sox. He's going to go and he's going to who are you interviewing today for the
He's going to Fort Myers right now.
I'm going.
He's going to hang out at Twin Peaks.
Well,
with Roman Anthony.
Look, it's between me and Ken. Ken has more cachet at Twin Peaks than I do, so yeah.
He's the king of Twin Peaks.
Yes,
absolutely.
That is
All
Bradford.
right.
I've been there.
Good stuff, Rob. We have got to talk about how weird Tom Brady has gotten. I think he finally got to the point where he needs a friend. He needs someone to tell him no. And we will talk about that. Not going anywhere. Back in 2 minutes. Thank you, Rob, for coming on. We'll be back.
Rob.
Oh, man. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted, and Tom Brady is someone who has never been a normal human being. He's obviously superhuman. He's a freak. He's an alien. His talent is beyond compare. His drive is like something we've never seen before. It almost seems like if he used it for evil, he would be the world's greatest serial killer.
That's his superpower, Rich, is his competitive nature. That's what makes him the greatest.
It's very rare to see anything close to that. I'm trying to think, even in sports, Kobe might have been as close.
Jordan, Kobe.
It's amazing how rare it is in sports nowadays. I can't think of a lot of modern day players that you can look at as being absolute maniacs about their craft. And I know that like some people come across as being a hardo when they try to show you how tough they are. Like I always joked about J.J. Watt. I know you guys are now good friends after interviewing him because he charmed you over.
Yeah, that's my guy.
He's on his all legacy team. He beat out Lawrence Taylor.
He did. Yeah,
unbelievable.
That's right.
Close, but
But Brady's just the greatest. I mean, and he changed his entire diet. He wasn't like a partier. The guy obviously was one of the hardest workers. But he's never been a normal human being in that he's never acted the way all of us do. And I think that now he's done playing football, there has been a concerted effort by either the people around him or just his own mind on that I need to be more relatable. Like if I'm going to be this guy who's going to sell you products, do these endorsements, I'm going to be someone who, isn't the guy who was hanging out with Alex Guerrero and all of his weird brain concussion sauce stuff. I'm going to be the dude that, isn't eating avocado ice cream for his favorite treat. I'm not going to be the guy railing against, kids' foods on radio interviews. I want to be the guy next door, just hey, I'm a bro just like you. And it's been so horribly awkward. Stiz came out with that clip of him trying to, be Mr. Swear Guy on the whole NFL on Fox presentation that they did, where Gordon Ramsay comes out and goes, "Come on, Tom Brady, you can swear, I can swear," and he just made this horribly uncomfortable. Well, why the F not? So he's did something this weekend. He was at Fanatics Fest along with I think every other major athlete that has played in the last 10 years. Do you know the amount of money they must have spent to get all of those athletes into one place to sign autographs?
That's a great question. So what were they making for it was a different per guy, every guy has a different price they negotiate or what?
Yeah, I think Brunson was making something crazy like $1,000 because it was in New York. I got to thinking of all the autographs that they were having there. Brunson probably was the top tier because they're in New York. They just won the championship, and I think he was charging like $1,000 an autograph. There were like a lot less ones. There were like movie stars there as well. But I mean, it was everybody was at this thing. But Tom Brady was the star of the whole thing. Like he kept showing up and like he was all in like all little skits and stuff. And it started off by seeing a very awkward video of him. I believe it was at the World Cup game. I just know he's in a crowd of something. And you see him pointing at Jake Paul and then giving him a middle finger as if he's pissed. Logan Paul, rather. Sorry, I get the Pauls mixed up. It's very tough to tell them apart. And then Logan Paul is flipping him off, and they're talking like trash to each other as if they're really angry. And I'm like, this is like the fakest kayfabe wrestle crap I've ever seen in my life. No one is buying that this is real. It's like the most least believable work I've ever seen, and a shameless way for him to try to get into the WWE. And then you see this. Have you seen the video that Stiz sent us of him on stage with the coffin?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Just to describe what's going on here, there is a coffin on stage. The Undertaker music starts playing, and it says 28-3 on this giant screen behind the coffin. And here's what happens. Spooky music. What is going on? And then horribly awkward, Tom Brady sits up and goes, like the Undertaker. And nobody really is cheering. It's just like he's moving slow as if he's acting in a movie. And he comes walking out, and it's just weird.
Cringy?
But it's, you know what? I hate using that word. But this dude is the greatest of all time.
Well.
And this just seems so beneath him.
Well, it is, and his father nailed this. I think this was like almost 10 years ago now. Maybe it was not that long ago. But he just said, I'm worried about him after he retires.
Yep.
The paraphrase, he's going to have a void in his life. He's not going to know what to do with it. And
he's right.
It's just, this is midlife crisis on steroids.
It's interesting to see Tom going through the same stuff, just what a lot of guys struggle with after they're done. And I always said this, the longer you play, the harder it is to adjust to regular. So if you only play in the NFL for a few years, you can kind of, pick up where, other people your age are in their lives and kind of maybe, quote unquote, have a normal life. The longer you stay in the game, you play in this game 23 years like he did, when you leave, to know what you want to do next it's very hard. People always looked at you through the prism of you were a football player, and now when you're not playing football, they don't know how to relate to you. You personalize that, so you don't really know. So much of how you look at yourself is through the eyes of how people treat you.
You know
and
what?
when it's different, like it is now for Tom, he doesn't really know who he is at this moment, and it's just playing out for all of us to see.
I think one of the worst things that could have happened to Tom Brady is one of the best things that could have happened to Tom Brady, and that's being friends with Gronk. Being friends with Gronk means you had a ton of chemistry on the field. You did amazing things on the field together. But I think when he retired, he's like, I'm going to do what Gronk is doing. Gronk can naturally, literally do anything, and people go, oh, he's so great. Oh, Gronk, you're so lovable. Look at you, you're playing with kids. Oh, look at you, you're acting in this movie. Ah, you're doing that. Like, Gronk has just got that thing where people accept him doing dumb. Like, if you saw Gronk getting out of that coffin, you'd be like, oh, it's Gronk. There we go, Gronk. but Tom Brady is trying to be Gronk. And
right.
Tom, you're literally the greatest of all time. That's not what the greatest of all time does. Gronk does that. It's like he's trying to take his post-career and be as fun as Gronk is. Sorry, dude. You're amazingly weird, but you're kind of loved for that. Don't try to pull this stuff because it's horribly awkward and strange, and no one is buying it. No one at all.
Like, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, it is, I imagine, like, you want to do different stuff. You retired, like, obviously he's earned the right to try whatever, but there's just so much of it in a short period of time. It's like a barrage of newness that we're not ready for.
And do you have to do things that are so public? Can't you work in the shadows? I think so much of what Tom does, it has to be newsworthy. It has to be reported on. It has to be something that people are going to see, people are going to react to, people are going to have opinions on, as opposed to, I don't know, quietly building your real estate resume, or doing something where it's not in the spotlight.
Be like Belichick. Go to North Carolina. Be under the radar. Just get a good football team.
Yeah, right. Really under the radar all last season. I think that's part of it too, Rich. Is I think he has this, and I saw that you see this with other guys that came out of New England. Like they see themselves as more than football players. They see themselves as stars, and they get so kind of addicted to the fandom and the attention that they have to do things that are going to get people's attention, not just things that fulfill them.
Yeah, but Tom is just so – the thing is, though, is that he's – like, just by default, he's one of the coolest people on the planet.
He doesn't have to do anything, and he's already cool. The more you do, the less cool you are, Tom.
It's so right. Boy, you nailed it. That sentence right there, you're right. He doesn't have to do anything to be the coolest person where he already is, but the more he does, the less cool he's becoming.
That's right. It's true, and he doesn't realize that. I mean, it's amazing when he first started. Like his first endorsement deals were like bravado,
Uggs.
And it was. I don't know how you thought of Uggs, but I thought it was a cool kind of thing. That, he was doing Uggs. He's a Cali boy.
He got mocked for that, though.
He did. But Tag Heuer and and he was
Aston Martin. That was a good one.
Aston Martin. Now it's Pizza Hut, right? Now
WWE.
Right, yeah. It doesn't fit. I would think that the things he does has to fit an image type, and all these endorsements that he's doing really don't make sense. They don't fit together.
And you know what? If he was good at it, that'd be one thing. Like, leave the goofy stuff for Gronk because he's loved for it.
Do you think it's because? Do you think it's because of the broadcast gig? Like, he feels like because he's on Fox, he has to build the brand up in a new way, and he got a lot of criticism at first because he was too plain and too boring.
I don't think he has to do anything. I think Fox because you're the best quarterback to ever play. That's the biggest feather. They don't. It's not like they've. You think Fox is telling him, hey, you got to be more.
Fox is kind of wacky. I don't know. I mean, Gronk is a hit there because he's Gronk. Like,
can I just a side note? Did you guys think that? I'm surprised they didn't do more cross-promotional stuff with Tom during the World Cup for Fox.
They probably weren't allowed to. I bet that those FIFA restrictions are so tight.
Yeah, that's fair.
I honestly think that there was because you're right. I didn't see any kind of tie-ins anywhere. Yep. I think that's by design.
Okay.
But yeah, I just saw that and I'm like, Brady just needs a friend. Brady needs a friend to tell him, man, you don't have to do this. You're the coolest. You're literally one of the coolest people on the planet.
Or one of his kids, can't they be like, Dad, what are you doing?
I know.
You're embarrassing us.
I know, man.
Right. It's so awkward. Him pointing at Logan Paul then flipping the middle finger. Like, all right, dude. Like, you care anything about Logan Paul at all. You're Tom effing Brady. You should give 0 Fs about what Logan Paul thinks of you. What is that whole thing like? Like, why do you care when you're a lion? Why do you care what the sheep think?
Right,
Dude,
right.
you're the effing king of the jungle, Tom Brady. Like, no one's believing that you're going to actually, like, fight Logan Paul and it's going to be for real. Oh, man. Oh, Brady. Just, you need a friend. You need an absolute friend. And not
But it's
Gronk.
funny how a lot of people are saying, like, people are talking about this last thing with Logan Paul as if, like, now they're starting to notice, like, what is Tom doing? Like, this is, like, this past weekend was a tipping point.
It started with the roast, maybe, because although
Yeah.
I guess he had to keep up there, like he got some compliments for that, but it was very out of character.
And I think that was the biggest one that kind of got the conversation started, though. Ken was the roast.
It offended Giselle, and then he was embarrassed for his kid.
A lot of fans that were like, "What?
It
was
was
that?"
the start of him going a weird direction. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he did that because it gave us a lot of awkward moments, which were great. Like, I mean, the Belichick toast and Kraft and all that's like that was all weird. So I thank him for that, and I won't hate him for that. But it's like stuff like this. Like, what is the benefit of doing this stupid Logan Paul thing?
Money.
No one believes it at all. All right, 617-779-7937. We will take your calls next. We got obviously some Red Sox stuff to cover. The World Cup. You want to talk about some strange things that came out of that afterwards. I got to be honest. I'm going to miss the World Cup, but mostly I'm going to miss the World Cup in Boston because I think that the World Cup did a lot of stuff that American sports and the city of Boston can learn about how things were handled here. I'm so glad it happened because they got a blueprint on how you can improve American sports and you can improve the city of Boston. We'll get to that right after this.
Then why the F not?
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Teddy J. 617-779-7937 is the number you can call us. Also go to the Odyssey app, press that microphone, launch a take grenade. We play your message in the 5 o'clock hour. Let's go to Paul on line 2. Paul, what is happening, my man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How is everyone?
Oh, just fantastic.
Excellent.
Great. I was just thinking to myself, if Tom Brady is really worried about being completely relatable to the average guy, if he'd consider starring in a commercial, working behind the register at my local 7-Eleven that I stagger into at 3 o'clock in the morning, buying 3 different varieties of bean burritos and 5 different egg salad sandwiches and paying for it with my food stamp card.
Wow. That would fit, Paul. That would work. And you know the other thing that I think would earn the respect of the common man is to get back with Tara Reid. Get back with Tara Reid. Go sloppy again. Because that's what I'm talking about. Because he's been dining at the nicest restaurants lately. Sometimes you just need a greasy cheeseburger.
Look, I don't think. I mean, a lot of people go back to thinking that he's trying to relate to the common man. I don't think he has any desire. The last thing Tom wants to be is that he's been that way his whole life. I mean, he's always dated stars. He's always wanted to have that. I think he's always kind of detached himself from the team. In certain ways, just the endorsements he took, or where did he travel, or who he'd hang out with in the offseason. I think Tom's just wants to be relevant more than he wants to be known as the common man. I think it's just he wants to be in people's minds. You see him all the time. I think that's what is his biggest fear, is not being relevant anymore. And whatever he's got to do to stay relevant, I think that's what he's chasing.
I am looking at an article right now that is titled, Jake Paul sends fiery message to Tom Brady after dust-up with Logan Paul. Quote, revenge is sweet. It says, Jake Paul has some terse words for Tom Brady after the NFL legend decided to slap Logan Paul during a heated moment at Fanatics Fest in New York City. I saw this. Oh, it looked real, too. They were really angry. And Tom Brady goes, I don't like you so much. I am going to risk my fortune by assaulting you in front of everybody with these cameras, and I'm going to slap you. Says Paul briefly spoke to Fox News Digital at Sports Illustrated Beyond the Pitch, which featured blah, blah, blah. He said, I'm honestly pissed. He said, I wish I was there to back him up. But I have one message for Tom. The Paul brothers are coming for you, and revenge is sweet. Tom, keep your head on a swivel. It says Brady and Logan Paul met on stage with the New York Knicks star Karl Anthony Towns coming in between them. The NFL legend then attempted to slap Paul before they were pulled apart, before things could really escalate. He's the greatest of all time. Why are you doing that?
They're working up a WWE bit. Mark my words. SummerSlam.
You don't say.
SummerSlam is in August, and he's going to make an appearance and do some sort of thing.
Don't we forget, Stiz, Rich, Ken, don't we forget that this is a thing, right? They've been doing this for a little while, going back east, right? The flag football over in the Middle East, didn't they?
The Saudi flag football.
Yeah. Didn't they, to try and hype up that there was.
Yeah.
Haven't these two guys had issues before? Done this before? Is my point.
Yes, it's all setting things up, and but the way that started was that Brady called him a dork. And like, oh, a dork! How dare you? It's like Michael J. Fox in like Back to the Future. Chicken? Oh, I'm gonna go crazy. Like, dork is not an insult that makes you assault somebody in public.
I give this a fair chance of Belichick showing up, actually. He'll rope him in somehow. Now that they're buddies, like, he'll be the manager of the Pauls in the corner, or maybe Kraft will come, too.
I think that would add to it.
Yeah,
that would be the only thing that would make it worth it. If
Right.
Belichick and his man boobs show up and he's in the corner, he's like the what was the assistant of the $1 Million Man, the guy who like held his briefcase and like walked around.
Yeah.
Julio, I forget what his name was. But yeah, I'm looking at this video of Tom Brady slapping Logan Paul. We're like, dude, what are you doing? No one's ever going to touch your record. You're literally the greatest of all time, and you're hanging out with the Paul brothers.
Hey, compare Tom's post career to some people think his equivalent, and that's Peyton Manning. Look how different the two paths are. I mean, Peyton looks very comfortable in his skin.
Yep.
He knows exactly who he shows off his comedic chops. He's got a great sense of humor. I just think he takes gigs that fit him just better than what that Tom does. It just feels like one's kind of comfortably, entered into a post-football career, and the other one is still trying not even really close to finding it, but still trying to find his lane after playing football.
Yeah, he's trying to fit a Brady peg in a Gronk hole. Like this is Gronk's world, man. You're trying to be Gronk. Stop. Yeah. Like Peyton Manning is a derp, and that's why everything works so well. The Mannings are derps. That's why when you see a commercial of him, crushing Pringles, you're like, yeah, I can imagine him crushing Pringles in real life. And then, Brady doing commercials for fast food, and you're like, no, that's not you. What are you doing? Like it's a very strange road. He has some strange management around him. I mean, you just got a mega deal broadcasting. Why is that not good enough for you?
Plus he owns the Raiders. I mean, you could just get in the front office and just be a football guy. Like, what's wrong with that?
I know. It doesn't satisfy him. It's like the more he has, the least satisfied he gets. He's chasing a lot of things and maybe just seeing what sticks, but nothing so far has.
Absolutely. All right, 617-779-7937. We'll take your calls, and we'll get to some of this Red Sox and World Cup stuff next.
It in. Williams battling, knocks it down. It's free. It's a goal. It's Ferran Torres.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. Nice quicksand comeback there. Good call. Great band. You can go to the Odyssey app, press the little microphone button, leave us a take grenade. We play those in the 5 o'clock hour. We are broadcasting from the Ford Clubhouse at Fenway Studio, brought to you by New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. Gentlemen, many of the great philosophers believe that there is balance in the universe. And whereas I was the only person who was completely correct that this Red Sox team, when they were way down in the dumps, 14 behind, would turn it around and become the behemoth that they are today, I will admit I couldn't have been more wrong about the World Cup coming to Boston. How freaking great was the last month living in this city? It has absolutely been, not only from just seeing the Scots all around, which truly was amazing. I want to give a little bit of credit to the Norwegians as well. They were badass. The Iraqi fans were here. They were killing it. Morocco, France, and all the people outside of the hotel trying to get Mbappe's signature. But it was more than that. It was the streets. They had these street parties where not only do they have like the giant screens out there, but you were allowed to walk around with a beer in your hand. In certain parts of the city, they allowed bars to stay open later. It wasn't a requirement, but they allowed a lot of them to do it. I thought so much of this stuff was going to backfire. It was going to be a joke. But, man, was I wrong. If you look at some of the numbers that have come out since then, I guess like the bars saw like an almost 30% spike. I mean, places were running out of beer, as we knew. Airbnbs and hotel rates, they absolutely killed it. I mean, the T said it set ridership records, but it's like, I don't know if that's I think the first the first game, I think, was somewhat of a nightmare. But after that, I think they figured it out. But, you know, it makes me think, Ted, you know, why can't Gillette get a Super Bowl? Like, if you take a look at what this team has done.
That's a big leap. Whoa.
Well, here's why. Is because, first of all, I have said, like, when they had the Super Bowl in the Meadowlands a couple of years ago, I was praying that it would snow because I would love to see a Super Bowl in the snow. To me, wouldn't you guys like to see that? Admit you'd love to see a Super Bowl in the elements.
Oh, no, boy, I wouldn't. You're
Why?
the wrong guy.
What are you talking about?
I'm the wrong guy on that. Nope.
Especially when you've got like a New England team that would thrive in a Super Bowl that's in the elements. You already have that edge.
I'll push back on you on this. It's surprising because I played the game and I love playing in the elements. For the Super Bowl, I want it to be 72 and sunny. I kind of want to know what the elements are going to be. I don't want there to be, just because of what the elements are, it favors a certain team over the other. And I just sometimes Like, if it's such bad conditions and it's cold and it's wet and then you can't throw the ball. It's got to be aesthetically kind of, to me, the weather's cannot be a storyline in the Super Bowl if you can help it. And the reason there's not a Super Bowl here is obviously because the weather could play a huge factor in impacting that game. And I just don't think it's fair for that game to be played where the elements can favor one team or the other.
Why did they give it to New York?
That's how I feel about it.
Like, why did they give it to New York? I know it was
because
a new
they
stadium.
just built a new stadium, and it was a big stadium, and they used to have, I don't know if it's a rule anymore, but any team. That's why I played a Super Bowl in Jacksonville of all places, because they just built a new stadium and they rewarded them a Super Bowl, and so it was to encourage teams to build new stadiums. They would award you a Super Bowl. I don't know what the rules are. I thought, Gillette's a new stadium. They were going to do that. Well, they never did, but I thought they would. But
do you want one in Buffalo, in the new Buffalo Stadium? I mean,
yes, that would be amazing. Super Bowl
but you also have to
Buffalo?
consider all the people that come in for that, all the big money people and all the endorsements. They want golf courses to be there. They want entertainment. They want it to be a good time.
Ted,
the bars close early here.
I will give you Minnesota. That Super Bowl was awesome. And that was the one where it couldn't have been any colder. And that was one of the cooler Super Bowls that we've been.
New
I know that I was there covering it. I loved that Super Bowl. Because, it's like instead of golfing and stuff, there was like ice fishing. Like I remember I went out and did ice fishing when I was out there. I went and saw Prince and his where he lived. What was the name of the Purple Palace, or I forget the name of the place that Prince lived. But I mean, there is a track record of them having Super Bowls in cold cities. And having them, I know just recently in New York, in a place where the elements could have
Minnesota is
affected it.
indoors. Minnesota's an indoor stadium as opposed to Gillette. It's an outdoor.
But they'll never have it back in New York. Do you think they'll ever have it back in New York City?
I do not.
That was a disaster.
Well,
People
it was
were,
a disaster
stuck after the
afterwards.
game, trying to get out of there. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is one of your most shocking takes ever.
Is the new Buffalo Stadium? It's a retractable roof, right? So they could play.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's an outdoor.
I think it's more covered than it used to be, but I don't think it's retractable.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
I just think, and the thing is, too, and Ted, you've gone to so many Super Bowls, not only played in them, but, I mean, from the outside, covering the Super Bowls. When a Super Bowl is in your town, the city is fun as hell for, like, that week leading up to it. It's a blast. They come down there, and, like, everyone from around the country is visiting, so they put up, like, that World of the NFL stuff. There's all, like, downtown comes alive.
NFL
and I know that
is big. Yep.
Yeah, it's awesome, and like it's not going to be out at Gillette and the fun stuff. It's going to be in the city, so you don't have to travel. Like it was the same way that it was in Dallas. Like Dallas had all of the downtown stuff, like the World of the NFL and like the Convention Center and Media Row, but Arlington is where the stadium was. So it's not like you have to go all the way out to Foxborough to enjoy all of that. I just think that it's about time that, there was another cold weather Super Bowl. I have no problem with that whatsoever. And I also think that this city, man, you look at all the reports of people who liked this, like the World Cup, like what their favorite place to go was, it was Boston. Like
but
reports
that's because the Tartan Army saved it. I mean, are they going to be here for your Super Bowl? You have to invite them back.
I'm not sure. I just think that I can't believe you guys wouldn't like to see a cold weather Super Bowl, like one in the elements.
Nope.
No,
Sorry.
not at all.
I love their current track. They got L.A., they're back to Atlanta, and then Vegas in a couple years. That's good. That's where it should be. I just shocking. I mean, do you think if the Tartan Army was not here, Rich, we would still be saying the World Cup was a success? That healed everything. The whole region.
They were a big part of it, but I mean, because I live in the city, and so everything around it, like, I mean, you would go out on like a Tuesday night when there was a random game, and there would be streets that were shut down, and like thousands of people outside watching a huge screen, and that was after Scotland had already been bounced. It was awesome, and it definitely helped all the businesses. I thought it was just it couldn't have been better, even if the Tartan Army wasn't there, even though they were a huge part of it and truly made it special. I just think it's time to have, and change some of these rules. Keep the bars open till 3 if you want to be.
That's what
everything
would have to close at 11:30 if it was a New England Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it being even close to the experience. I mean, you had games midweek that made it fun. The weather here, I mean, I think the weather here in the summer is some of the best that you can ever find in the world. Where here in February, it just looks and feels miserable in February. I think that's a big part of it. Right? I just can't imagine the NFL wants to have a host city, where the weather that's the storyline is the cold weather, and that's a risk you take by having it in Boston.
Because, and the other thing, too, is that if they did get the Super Bowl, I know that there was talk about the Crafts wanting to build a bunch of stuff around there, like a casino. Wasn't there like talk that they were going to build like a second casino out towards there? Then that would help the infrastructure. I think that more people would boost the things around. I am one of those people that I've seen it. There's almost no excuse now. It's been in cold weather towns. It's been in an open place like in New York in the Meadowlands. So, I mean, there's a track record. I think the Crafts have been getting screwed, and the city's ready for it. So, but I'm also
I don't know if that's
saying
something he's pushed. Have you heard that Robert's push for that? I mean, is that something? I feel like I remember him saying that a long time ago. I haven't heard him say he has the desire to have the Super Bowl hosted here in a long time, but maybe he has, and I haven't heard it. I mean, to me, the most obvious next big sporting event to me should be the All-Star game for baseball. That to me seems to be the obvious one.
Yeah, no question. And they should change the World Cup to every 2 years. I have to be honest. I'm going to forget about soccer for a while, but every 4 years is way too long. That was a blast.
You can't tell me made it through the whole final, though, the 1-0 final, and watched every pass of that thing, because it was tough. It was a tough watch there.
See, I'm different. See, I thought just one mistake is what's going to be the difference in the game. So if it's just 0-0.
But the whole action was on one end.
You're right.
Dude, but that Argentina goalie was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was great. That's all they had.
Yeah,
no
I can't believe I'm excited about soccer. As I said, it was bewitching. It was really just a good time.
Go to the Revs games too this week.
But you got to love the fact there's no commercials. I mean,
hydration break.
Yeah, that kind of threw me off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I understand it, but I didn't like it.
617-779-7937. Your Red Sox are absolutely giving us one of the weirdest plot twists in sports history. Who would have thought, except for me, that they would be where they are after that 14 games behind like a month ago? Everything seems to be coming up Red Sox, except for the Roman Anthony situation, which there is some weird stuff coming out of that. We will talk about that. 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. The Red Sox go for 14 in a row tonight. Start a 3-game series with the Baltimore Orioles here at Fenway Park. 7:10 first pitch across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. Peyton Tolley on the mound for Boston. Shane Boz goes for Baltimore. Your lineup tonight out for the Sox will be Siegler, Rafaela Abreu, Contreras, Yoshida, Durbin, Duran, Wong, and Cheng in front of Peyton Tolley. Also, the Orioles announced they will not have Adley Rutschman for this series. He's going on the 10-day IL. Boston Prolotherapy is the place to go. Ted Johnson's been there. If doctors said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Eliminate that joint pain at Boston Prolotherapy. Check them out online, bostonprolotherapy.com. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
2-1 count. Damage guy in the box. Pitch. Swinging a damage swing. Deep to center. In the air. Back towards the wall. It is gone! Dead center! 3 home runs in the last 2 days. And he gives the Red Sox their first lead. 3-2 in the third.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Teddy J. And you can listen to us on the Odyssey app and watch us at Take Grenade. We'll air those next hour. It's messages and press a little microphone. We play them later on. Also, you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. And we are in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball, and that dirty water. Real quick before we get to them Sox, let's go to Mike on line 1. Mike, what is happening?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I just wanted to touch base. I'm a huge fan of the program and a huge fan of Hillman, which so I just was hearing you guys talk about the Super Bowl, the Winter Super Bowl, and I'm a hockey fan, so I'm just wondering if you guys are hockey fans or if maybe some of you aren't, because maybe hockey fans don't like a Winter Super Bowl. Just wanted to touch base on that.
Well, real quick, Mike, before we answer that, are you pro there being a Super Bowl in winter weather like being in New England?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
I like the Winter Classic, in town. We saw that at Gillette once. That was cool. Fenway, too.
Yeah, Fenway a couple times, yeah. Yeah, they even did it in Florida, so.
Yeah, that's a winter sport.
Yeah,
winter
thank you,
sports
Mike.
go well here. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see the leap.
Yeah, I don't understand. I can't understand the leap.
Now, maybe Kraft uses it to get himself a retractable roof. Could he somehow down the road work that into the equation? Like, hey, if I build this, will you give me a Super Bowl?
You know how expensive that would be? Oh, put on an adjustable roof after a stadium's already been built?
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
That would cost about 25 lighthouses, I think.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, probably so.
All right, so this Red Sox team has been just awesome. It's must-watch television over the past several weeks. As I said, there wasn't much that I didn't see this weekend. There's been times where I've, checked in the third inning on games, and there's been times where I've, when they were at the bottom of their pit, where there were several games I only watched a couple pitches. But this entire weekend, I think I watched almost every pitch because they deserve it. They have become, you can't turn it off, even when they're behind. Where it used to be, it was over. Like they're like Chucky in Child's Play. You think it's dead and it comes back somehow. It always comes back from the dead, and they do it against good teams too. So the one thing that you can say about the last 3 weeks is that this does not seem like a fraudulent team. This seems like they're not beating up on crud and racking up their stats.
Well, they are beating up on crud, but it's the American League, so that's all you got is crud.
Sure, but they are also beating the best teams in the American League, and they're sweeping the best teams in the American League. And if you weren't impressed with the way that they won this past weekend, then I don't know what to tell you.
It's not only they're winning, sorry, Rich, but they're also winning by wide margins. All right, I mean they're keeping teams, they're keeping teams from scoring, and they're scoring a lot. So it's not only are they putting away, maybe teams that aren't that good, but they're blowing away these teams.
Yeah, it's true. And
they're scoring runs. I mean, remember earlier in the year, it was like, what was their average at some point?
3.9 was their average for when they're at their lowest point, which is almost more than half a run less than just what average teams score in an average game, which is 4.5.
Well, how about this? I saw this is incredible. I might as well use it for our league leaders and who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James. Since July 2nd, highest scoring team in the American League, right here. 76 runs scored. Drains by James is Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining. At drainsbyjames.com, they give a poop about you.
And it's not because, all of a sudden they're just hitting home runs. It's because they're moving the base runners along the base path. They're hitting sacrifice flies. They're bunting.
Or they get like 3 unearned runs like they did yesterday. Just pass ball. It's a magical run right now.
Yeah.
When do we start saying that Alex Cora might not have been right for this group? That Alex Cora had something to do with the team underperforming. And I said this to Rob Bradford, and he agreed with me. You can be a great manager, but be the wrong manager for a certain group of guys. And I believe that that's what was going on here. I think that he is an excellent manager. You'll never hear me talk trash on the way that he's done things in the past. But just sometimes it's not a good fit. It's Bruce Cassidy. Bruce Cassidy in his final years here with the Bruins, like there was like a massive butting of heads between the players and him. It just there wasn't a gel. But what did he do as soon as he left? The man won a Stanley Cup. It's just you can be a good manager or coach, but maybe not fit the personality of this team. And the strengths of Chad Tracy have been connecting with young players because of his time in Worcester, and God knows he's been doing it with the players that are here now. And he seems to be a guy that protects his own. We've interviewed him a bunch. Obviously, we interview him every week on the show. And he would, when we would ask him about problems with several of the players, to a man, he would defend them. And he would try to shield them and make excuses for them, even when we knew that, most likely he was saying things just to not make them upset and to make them feel like they were always going to be in a safe place when he was the manager. And that's what I think is the biggest difference between the two. I think these players feel protected. I think they feel that there's less in their brain as far as batting is concerned. They have to worry less about being called out by their manager, which Alex Cora was known to do when players weren't playing well. He would slip things in there into post-game press conferences. And I think that not only do you need to give Chad Tracy all the credit, a lot of credit, I think you just have to come to the realization that Alex Cora, being a great manager, was not a great manager for this team.
The only thing I would push back there is he made the postseason a year ago. Are they really that different than they were last year? Maybe the answer is yes. They are definitely more of a small ball team. That's true. That's hard to refute.
I will say the one thing that I think Alex maybe was very reluctant in was fully going in on being a small ball team.
Yep.
I think
Yep, that's true.
They talked about it, but he never really sold out to it, and so, and then maybe Chad Tracy has. I don't know. The one thing I think is I feel like Alex was a little bit passive aggressive. He would say things where you could really read into him. Where you read Chad Tracy stuff, I don't know. I mean, we're reading into his Roman Anthony stuff today, but. There's not a lot of stuff where you look at Chad Tracy and go, what's he really trying to say? Where on a daily basis, that's what we would do with Alex Cora. And maybe that bleeds into the players. Maybe the players feel like he's not, they're not all pulling in the same direction. But it's hard for me to give, the manager that much credit. I thought there was a time where I was like, what is Chad Tracy? I mean, it wasn't until just this recent run where I didn't see what his stamp was. What was he doing with this team that was so different than Alex Cora? Maybe it's just subtle little lineup changes. It's hard for me to really know that. But I mean, what I do like about Chad Tracy is that he's kind of been. I asked him one time a few weeks ago at one of their lowest points what the morale was in the locker room, and he looks me dead in the eye. He's like, "It's great. It's really good." And I was like, "Yeah, bro, come on, seriously, are you kidding me?" But I think that's how he really felt now that some time has gone by, and I think he's just kind of been so steady in his demeanor that it's maybe relaxed the team a little bit.
Let's go to Tarek on line 5. Tarek, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, Tarek.
I think you're spot on. I like Cora, but if you look at the mental makeup of the teams he was successful with versus the ones that struggle, it's almost like he can feed into the energy of a team full of guys that want to, beat the bar or beat the expectation. But when you have people that doubt, he doubts. If he doubts, then they really doubt. If he doesn't have full confidence in you, I mean, I listened to some of the last couple of years, some of the press conferences and some of the interviews, and you can tell that he lacks real sincere confidence in what he's doing, or at least with who he's leading, and I think they feel that. And I think they play down to the level of the expectation, even if it's not said out loud.
I like that.
Great point, Tarek. Yep,
I think it's a great point. I couldn't agree more. And people talk about that's not important in baseball. No, it is, especially when you got a young profile of a team like the Red Sox do. I just think They especially an accomplished manager like Alex Cora, any little subtle kind of he's disappointed or we're disappointing him, it can add to the stress, and you hold that bat a little tighter. And I think there's something to that.
Let's go to Tim on line 1. Tim, what's going on, my man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Rich, especially you. I was just like you, man. I didn't see these guys ever doing this. They were getting buried. But the thing is, you know what? I was there at the game Saturday, and that place was electric, man. Yeah. The crowd was making it insane, and the players were right there with it. You could see them in the dugout with the coach, everybody. I tell you what, they're rolling now, and they're feeling good. I just want to pray that they get a real giant hitter because they need 2 of them to go to the end. I'm sorry to say it, but I hope they keep going.
Yep, no question. And you could tell on TV, too. I mean, everyone's – and as I said, I talking to people, this is obviously a team that's commanded attention. People are paying attention now. And, you know, if you take a look, you know, the one thing that, you know, we were talking to Chad Tracy about, I remember it was like one of the first things I asked him. I was like, you know, you guys, you have players on this team that have never known what it's like to be a winning team at Fenway and don't know how great it can be once you get out there and how the crowd can, you know, as much as it's bad playing bad baseball in front of this crowd, when you win, the crowd rewards you. And now they're finally seeing it. And now we're seeing it as well. And I think that kind of, and Ted, you would know this playing, you know, professionally, that's got to be something you can build off of. You can feel the energy of a crowd, and doesn't that almost like make you more energized to get out there and play every day when you know that there's a crowd that's supporting you because you're winning?
It's huge. It's absolutely huge, and because especially a mental game, football. Baseball is just more mental than it is in football is. I mean, a lot of times it's just fight or flight. You better go or you're going to get your head knocked off. Where in baseball, you got to sit there and think, you know, about your next at bat. You have a bad game, you know, the night before. How are you going to go out the next day in front of all these people that are, you know, expecting you to overcome that and perform the next day? So it's just such a mental game. And if you don't feel like you have the crowd backing you, especially in a historical place like this, I think for this type of team, that stuff matters. I really do.
And now you're within striking distance of the Yankees. Wouldn't it be great to pass them, get a series here, get a rematch of last year here at Fenway instead of at Yankee Stadium? That would be huge.
What's the Aaron Judge status right now?
I have heard he's not until August at the earliest, and maybe September at this point.
Jeez.
So I mean, things have changed dramatically without him in the lineup.
I just looked at it. I didn't realize this. I guess yesterday he was transferred to the 60-day IL.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Holy crap. Well, there you go. I mean, listen, obviously you don't root for injury, but that does leave a nice little open gap. Movement for this team, not too bad. 617-779-7937. We'll continue taking your calls. 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
This Thursday.
Oh, yes.
There we go.
Ken, this is for
September
you, a little
12th?
rush.
A week and a half away. My trip to New York.
Oh, yeah.
Next week at MSG.
Give me a little preview of it.
Yeah. By the way, outside on Lansdowne Street, we got a couple young lads with a sign, first Red Sox game, a little Target sign. Even Roman Anthony made it on the cardboard cutout. So, Ted, you were saying, I don't know, we haven't seen a sellout a couple days here, despite the vibes.
Yep.
Maybe tonight's the night.
Maybe. And maybe it's people. Look, I give them a lot of credit for coming out of the break on such a good run. I was listening to some of the things that Chad Tracy was saying about what they expected them to do when they went into the All-Star break, and they basically were like, look, we don't want to lose any momentum, so get your swings in, get your work in while you're away for the All-Star break so we can pick up where things left off. And I didn't think they'd come out 4-0, guys. I was really skeptical, and they did. So
beat good pitchers, beat Rasmussen yesterday.
Yeah,
not even a close game, 6-1.
Yeah. And Rich, you've been hitting it a lot today. Just they're coming back. How many times? I mean, for most of the season, if they got into a 1-0 hole early in the game, it was it. Forget it.
Yeah.
But now they don't give up and let go of the rope like they did earlier in the season.
And this was the most impressive sweep, I think, of the season so far because, to your point, Ted, they had that week off, but it also included, an all-star break where the Red Sox were like a huge story. Going into it, they were completely on a roll. Wilson Contreras is having his big moment. There is no better time for a team to smell their own farts than a week off when you're the big story.
That's right.
And for them to come back against the best team in the American League and just beat them badly the way that they did and come from behind and have back-to-back Weiler Abreu was just awesome. He just went out there and just had back-to-back games with multiple home runs. Contreras has been great. They did not miss a beat.
Not ruined by the home run derby, Rich. You almost cursed him with that one, but no, he's fine. Swinging.
I was worried about that too.
It's the new format where you're not constantly just like going hard. You get limited number of swings. So, but yeah, I think that this was the most impressive. I think of the entire season. The Yankees one was great, but this one they're truly the best. They beat the best team after a break when they should have been, almost checked out. They had every excuse to check out and they didn't. So,
and I
keep
do
it
think
going,
this
man.
series is interesting because now Baltimore's won 7 in a row. They have Pete Alonso. You played them once this year, and they beat you 2 out of 3, and the games weren't even close. One of those games was Bayo starting, and there were like 12 men to the plate in the first inning, and it was a disaster, and they sent him to AAA after the game. So you've been rolling in the AL East, but you got to handle Baltimore now.
I don't know if this resonates with you guys at all, but it kind of did for me. You go, man, they've won 13 games in a row. Well, how many games have they lost in a row? They did have a stretch where they lost 5 in a row, and then they had 3 stretches where they lost 4 in a row. But you go, okay, well, they had to have a stretch as bad as they were when they were 14 games under 500. At least one point where they had, I don't know, close to double-digit losses in a row. They did it. So, I mean, for this 13-game win streak, I think it makes it even more impressive when you consider their longest losing streak was only 5 games.
All right, let's go to line 4. Ralph, how's it going, my man? What's happening? Oh, he's gone.
He didn't
want Ralph. He had a hot take. He said it's going to be great to get Story back at DH.
Is it? Huh?
I don't know.
It gives him another option, I guess.
The 206 average, the 244 on base percentage guy, that guy.
Even like Yoshida's hitting now. He's 10 for 27 in this streak. He's a couple homers. He's hitting. That's 370. He's been playing good. Like they have contributions from literally everybody.
Yeah,
and
everyone's better than they were with Cora.
Yeah. It felt like Trevor was just kind of off mentally too this year. I felt like he didn't feel is bought in. I think we know he did not like Alex Cora getting fired. That was kind of his binky.
That's true. That's why he agreed to pick up his extension and come back.
Right.
Yeah.
So I just feel like Trevor's story mentally just wasn't in it this year. So I'm not like really hot on him coming back.
But what do you think now, Rich? What do you think of those quotes? The Breslow quotes you were reading them earlier from the Globe story, and also Cotillo. Like they are as far from full throttle in their language. At least Breslow, he's just like we're going to wait and see.
Rich, go ahead. I mean, I don't. But just real quick, it felt like when they were 14 games under, he was more positive.
Yeah.
Than he is right now. I feel like he's tempering his comments. What did you think, Rich?
I think it's and I can't believe I'm giving him credit. I think it's the right thing to say. And the reason is not because I think he truly believes that, but I also think it's like if you just say, yeah, man, we're going all in, that drives the price up of anyone you want to get. On top of that, you don't have to say that right now. You don't have to.
Can't you just at least admit your buyers? Like
No.
Why not?
No.
Just like
I think
everybody knows you are.
I think because it puts more pressure on him to get a deal done. When he
Good.
puts it. So he doesn't want to put any extra pressure on himself. That's what he's trying to avoid. That's what he's trying to avoid.
I can't believe I'm giving him credit, but I read that comment, and a lot of people are getting very angry about that. I just don't believe it. I do think that they are legitimately going to try to make some sort of move. And I believe a part of it is because, Breslow still might not feel safe, even that they had this big comeback, although he's probably feeling safer and safer by the day. I believe they're going to have to, he's going to have to make some sort of effort to make a good move. But, are they going to end up having a half measure? Most likely, probably. And the excuse is going to be no one was selling. But I guess we'll see what other teams do. If the other teams are able to pull off a big trade for a position that you wanted, then you have a right to be pissed. But if not, maybe that's going to be the best that they get because no one's selling. There's just too many teams with this format now that are in it. And in the American League,
he should say. He should say that. Breslow should say, look, we want to buy, but we also want to see who's selling, and we want to get the best deal possible, so we're going to wait a little bit. He doesn't have to go into this whole, well, we're not sure, we're gathering information, and we're not.
I just feel like if he puts that out there, then it's okay. Oh, he said they're going to be buyers. Then he's pressured to actually have to step up and buy, they can be buyers, but it's like little small pieces that
No,
like he did
that's
last
not
year.
going to cut it. I don't think that works. Do you think if he has to get a legit bat that people have heard of?
You don't think he's sitting there thinking, well, we got Roman's going to come back, Trevor Story's going to come back,
I'm
Marcelo
scared of
Meyer's
that.
going to come back?
He might be, but I don't think the fan base will accept that.
I'm scared of that, Ted. That's what I think's coming. I think what's going to happen is they're going to make a small move, and he's going to say, well, listen, we have a feeling that we're going to be getting Trevor and Roman back, and that's our big move that we need. This is going to be.
They don't need small moves. The whole team is small moves, like AAA, Quad A guys that are playing above their heads.
And he's going to say that. Well, look, we didn't think this guy was any great shakes, and look what he's doing now.
What if I put it to you this way? You just say they don't need small moves. If I tell you that they just go 500 the rest of the way, they'll have 82 wins, 83 wins. And that could maybe be enough to get them into the playoffs. That you think if they're looking at the same numbers, I could see them going, we just got to make a tweaker here and there. If we get to 86 wins, they were at 87 wins last year and got in as the third wild card. It's not like you need to do that much.
Yeah, that's tight though. You're one game up on Seattle. There's a bunch of teams behind them. I mean, if you lose this series, you could be out of a playoff spot again. It's that close.
Good point. All right, let's go to Peter on line one. Peter, what's happening, my man? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Nice day. Hopefully the Sox make it 14 in a row tonight. On the Alex Cora thing, I never thought they should have brought him back in the first place. Guy's a cheater. He finished last 3 of the last 4 years in a row. He finished last. Okay. And Teddy, you're picking on Trevor Story. The guy was playing with the sports earlier. Okay. One other thing about Cora, he didn't play Abreu against left-handed pitching, did he? How's Cora doing? How's Abreu doing now against left-handed pitching? Cora was so clueless. He didn't even play this guy against lefties.
Listen, Peter, you're making some good points. I mean, as I said, I think you can be a great manager, but just not a great manager for a specific team. And to a man, almost every player has improved since Alex Cora left. And it's not like a huge change in roster, right? It's because sometimes, you'll see the injured players come back. Most of the people who are injured now were injured when Cora was there. What did he get, like a couple of games out of Roman Anthony, Chad Tracy, before he left? But Crochet's been gone. Trevor Story's been gone. I mean, it's essentially the same guys. And name a player who's been worse. Actually, better yet, name a player who hasn't improved since Alex Cora left.
Okay,
it's
but
tough.
Why did it take so long? Like, they fired him, and it was just another month and a half before it really took off. It doesn't feel like that's the turning point. When you really look back at it.
I agree. It's hard to just I mean, if all of a sudden they got better right away,
right,
then it's easier to make that argument. I feel like you do.
It takes time to change a team's DNA. It takes time to get these people to believe that they are protected, that they can ignore the noise now, that they're not going to be called out. Maybe they needed to see how Chad Tracy worked for a good sample size, 2 weeks to a month. But man, it was pretty quick. When you think relatively, what was he there for? 6 weeks, maybe 7 weeks until things turned around? Dude, that's really freaking fast. But you got to get to know the guy. You got to learn to trust him.
Well, not in Philly. I mean, Mattingly came in and the Phillies went on a tear. I mean,
yeah,
Joe
but they
Morgan,
have tons of talent. but their talent was it's insane. They were well underperforming. Like, this is a team that
and Mattingly was already on the big league roster too.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you guys think about his? Am I being unfair to Trevor's story? Is this hernia he had, was this a factor, you think?
I don't know. I have no
I
idea.
mean, listen, that's the excuse, and I don't want to say excuse. That's not a right term, but that is what he's been. I mean, apparently he was playing with that hernia. I don't know. All I know is that he was disappointing. I'm not as worried about coming back as I am Roman Anthony, and how that's going to affect things. And I'm not calling out Roman Anthony for one thing or the next, but it sure does seem that there's a weird vibe between the team and him. And I just don't know if it's a more than just baseball that's going to affect the game once he gets back, or affect the team.
Well, it's kind of a good point by Bradfo, though. With Roman, there's at least a place to put him because you have a left field /DH gap where he could slot in. Because of Trevor's story, and he's got a year left on his deal, if you go out and trade for a shortstop, you have to also make another move. Like, because there's a lot of shortstops on the market. C.J. Abrams is the big name from the Nationals. But if you trade for him, then where's Story go? It's
going to be hard to trade, too, with his contract.
Yeah, it would be hard to trade.
All right, Ted, this is especially for you. There is a certain ex-coach of a professional football team here in New England who is trying to do everything he can to change the impression that people have of him from the last year of his coaching. And, man, it is going to be tough. We will get to some of this audio and somebody who's absolutely not buying it right after this.
e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at aminet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. Boston Sports Original. WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. Also go to the Odyssey app, press the microphone button, leave us a message. We'll launch your take grenades at the 5 o'clock hour. And honestly, who would have ever thought that the greatest coach of all time in the NFL would end up going to college and bring a woman who is, 26 years? His, it's not senior?
Oh, more than that.
I forget, it's a lot.
Ted has the exact math.
Well, I mean, he's 73, she's 25. I mean,
oh, yeah.
Math. Yeah.
She keeps getting younger every time I talk about her. But it's true. Who would have thought that he would go down to UNC? She would get in the way of everything. He would let her get in the way of everything. And then this team would just absolutely crap themselves. They only won 4 games last season, which is just a sin. Because that Bill went down there saying, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I want to coach in the NFL again. I do. I'm just going to go, play with these little toys and just show them what real winning is like down at UNC. I could sleepwalk through the entire thing. And then all of a sudden they're going to come begging for me to come back. I'm the genius of the college world. I've seen coaches do this before. And sure enough, he goes down there and absolutely embarrasses himself. So he needs a win right now, literally and figuratively. And there has been, ever since he showed up on that Sean Hannity deal, a campaign of him trying to do everything that he can to prove to the world that wasn't his fault last year and that this year is going to be different. And I don't know if you saw any of this interview where he sat down recently and started talking to, I know that it was like on ESPN. He was talking about how this year's different. Apparently, like they've completely overhauled like his coaching staff. I guess he's got a good offensive coordinator down there now. I think somebody sat him down and said, dude, what you're doing isn't working. And I know you're Bill Belichick, but F you, we need to win.
His offensive coordinator is Bobby Petrino, the guy that was the infamous guy that was the head coach of the the Falcons, and then basically left without telling anybody, and then got in that motorcycle, that accident. I think he was on a bike where he was with a young college girl and got his face all scraped up and had the neck roll on. Yeah. So Bobby Petrino, real winner there. That's his new offensive coordinator.
That's unbelievable. Well, I guess according to some of the stuff I'm reading, he actually, unlike last year, is trying when it comes to recruiting. Apparently he did, because I think that was one of the knocks on him last year was that, you're Bill Belichick. You would think that's one of the biggest selling points is that you can go get these players. Now, he did end up joining UNC after a lot of the recruiting process was done, but still, his name could still have pulled some guys in at that point. He apparently did the work this season. And I'll say this too. You aren't hearing about him anywhere on boats, on beaches, riding bikes with his girl like that. This time last year, he was everywhere. He was, wearing the Eras sweater. He was down in Wisconsin and Nantucket doing all of his stuff. You aren't seeing or hearing about any of that right now. And one has to wonder if he realized last year he got a slap of the face reality and just said, I'm never going to coach in the NFL again. And I am how many games away from winning the record? Is it how many?
15.
Is it how many? 50? Okay. That would kill him. I think there's nothing in this world that he wants more than to get that record. And he knows that if he doesn't turn things around this season, it could all be gone. So he's doing everything he can to get people to believe in him. And Paul Feinbaum, who I love, I've been a guest on his show.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right there. What was that for?
Well, because one of my favorite things to do is to play some of his callers on our show because they're
that's right.
the most brain dead human beings. Well, not all of them. Some of them are great. But the great thing about Feinbaum is that he lets these people call in who just, sound like they were hitting the head with a shovel, and he lets them talk, and it's the greatest. And like they get in fights with each other, and to be quite honest, it's highly entertaining. So he got a tape of me talking about him, and he invited me on the show, which I, of course, busted their chops a little bit. But, who am I? I'm no better than them. But either way, I love Paul Feinbaum. And you know who Paul Feinbaum does not like? Bill Belichick. Let's let it roll, Stiz.
I think his college future, no one's taking away his 6 Super Bowls, but ending like he is going to end is really embarrassing and sad. And in many ways pathetic, Peter, because this didn't have to happen. He only took this job because he was bitter that he couldn't get an NFL job. He chose the wrong place. He has tried to use the magic of yesteryear, and it simply hasn't worked. And I'll break it to everyone who is curious how many games they're going to win this year. Their over and under in Vegas is 4.5. 5 wins would be considered a success, and that would mean another embarrassment. And yes, Heather is right. He won't get fired, but he should seriously consider retirement.
Ooh.
That's strong words from a guy that has covered football or college football for a long time. People take very seriously what he has to say. Those were harsh words, I thought.
Yeah, and if you are Bill Belichick, and let's say you have a season where you win 5 games, where do you go from there?
Well, you look for a Sean Payton to bring you back into the fold of the NFL and be like your head coach.
But he's always talking about he's building something. He's 5 wins is better than 4 wins. I mean, even though. Well, who was the coach that the longtime coach that they let go? That was before him. It was at Texas. Mac Brown. So Mac Brown, they fired him because he only won 7 games in the ACC.
Right.
So what Bill's done recruiting wise is he's focused his attention on freshmen as opposed to portal transfers.
Yep.
And so he recruited a lot of just kids that are going to be freshmen. Good luck with that formula. I don't know how making your team a lot younger is going to make you a better team this year. They had 70 players that they brought in for transfer portals last year, and they only won 4 games. I just don't know how having a bunch of freshmen on your team is all of a sudden going to make you a better team this year. But I thought those were pretty...
Very harsh, like almost out of the blue. I feel like last year would have been prime season for those comments, and then nobody would have blinked an eye. Yeah. But now...
But I think hardcore college people don't like Belichick thinking he could come in and then just take over the game like he did in the pros.
Right.
It's cocky. Personal. Yeah, it's cocky, and I also think he's made a lot of enemies. I mean, I don't think that when he went down there and, had Jordan try to be like his personal secretary, and wasn't there a thing where everyone had to send their messages from the school through her before he got them? Like she was basically the middle person between the school and him. Like, dude, that pissed me off.
She's got like she's basically fighting to get, some of the communication on emails between the school and I forget who, but she still wants to catch UNC talking smack about her boy in some, I don't know if she's filed a suit, whatever she's done. She's trying to get
Rich let
the stuff.
Rich let Noah the intern go out and talk to fans. I mean, he's just trying to help the young people of America in their next job. I mean,
you get it?
Sure, why not? And the thing is, too, about Bill is that I think that if he would have finished his NFL career and then went into broadcasting, he would have had a much better chance of coming back, because it happened to everybody. It happened to Sean Payton. Sean Payton went into broadcasting. He was brought back. It happens with a lot of guys. I mean, how many times did you hear after Bill Cowher ended up going into broadcasting? Every single year when there was a new coach's opening, they're like, they got to get Bill Cowher out of retirement. They got to get him out there. Let's get Cowher. And I believe that would have happened with Bill. And that was, but the problem is that he went out there and started doing those underdog betting videos with Matt Patricia, and they were just awful. He had like a little bit of cachet, because I remember when they were doing the greatest NFL players of all time, and he was in that round table, everyone praised him about how good and insightful he was. And if you would have just ended on that note and gone into a group of people that can help you make you look good, set you up, one of those, like, when they have a Boomer and the CBS table and the Fox table,
the pregame show.
The pregame show. He would have shined. But unfortunately, he's kind of blown it on the broadcasting side and the coaching side.
Yeah, but
so
you can always go back to broadcasting. And I do think, like Cowher, when he retired, he never wanted to coach again. He made that clear, and to his credit, he stuck to his guns.
Yep.
But Bill wanted to coach in the NFL, and so isn't it better to stay in the game? And even though he got bludgeoned in year one, at least he's around young people. He's trying to stay with the trends of the game. If he does go back to the NFL next year, he'll be more prepared to coach.
Is this a dumb question? Do you think he would have made more? Don't kid yourself. Don't think Bill doesn't like making money.
Yeah, he's making 20 mil.
He's making
less than that.
10 mil. 10 mil. Do you think he would have made more in broadcasting? Do you think someone would have given him more than $10 million?
Probably not.
To do a studio show?
No, he would have made a lot of money. He would have, but $10 million is a lot in broadcasting. Unless you were like, the guy who's the color commentator for the game of the week. Like if you're Tom Brady, that's a lot of money. Yeah. But he would most likely be one of 5 voices at the table.
Right.
That's where he'd be most effective. And that, could he have made $5 million a year? Sure. He's a big draw. He's the greatest of all time. That's worth something.
He likes power, though. You don't have a studio show. You're not flexing your power with those kids, those parents, those boosters. He can flex power all day and make a lot of money. That was just a more enticing gig for him than TV.
Well, maybe CBS didn't have a job for Jordan. Maybe that was the deal breaker.
Maybe that was it.
Just like Bronny, you got to have like a package deal,
Oh, by the way, all the reports are that LeBron is making his choice today.
I know, but this getting late in the day. You would make it at 5 o'clock.
Maybe he was waiting for the World Cup to end out of respect for the World Cup, because his story would have completely, worldwide, would have, upstaged.
I think there's some comparisons between LeBron and Bill. I don't think the market for LeBron is as hot as people think. I don't think there's a lot of teams that want him.
Really?
That's my take. Yep. So, it's kind of late in the offseason for him to still not have a team, right? Don't you think?
He's filming this, so maybe it's all part of the show. Maybe he's got to get the right footage before he does. He's making a documentary about what could be.
he was calling, Josh Kerr, the guy who won the world record, called the Project 222 Initiative, okay? And it's a reference to a number of seconds in a 3-minute and 42-second mile, which would beat, obviously, the record, which was 3:43. So what did Josh Kerr run to set the new men's world record this past Saturday in London? 3 minutes and 42 seconds, 0.66 seconds. So he got exactly 222, which his Project 222 initiative was, beat the world record by a little bit less than a second that was upheld for 27 years. And that, just so you know, if you're wondering, well, what is the average miles per hour that you got to be going, at that pace? It's a 16.2 miles per hour average. And if you've ever been on treadmills, only go up to 12, and a lot of them break down before you get to 12. If you could ever get your top speed at 16 miles an hour, I'd like to see it. He did it for a whole mile and broke the world record. So, and if you look at him after the race, he's got energy to burn. He could have run another mile. He's like running around, pulling his shirt off and going crazy. And I'm thinking I would be dead after that. 3 minutes. You look at him after the race, he's got energy to burn. He could have run another mile. He's like running around, pulling his shirt off and going crazy. And I'm thinking I would be dead after that. 3 minutes and 42 seconds, the exact number of the initiative he wanted to hit, which is incredible to me. And he beat it by a little bit less than a second, a record that held for 27 years. I find that to be fascinating. I just had to get that in.
Do you know how pissed off the people at the enhanced games are that it didn't happen under their watch?
I know.
Yeah.
How did they let that slip?
I can't believe a sheep would.
Yeah.
A badger?
Badger?
Fast-ass
That's what it
badger.
says. Yeah, it is, man. Don't get a badger.
Jeez, if you don't think 60 miles an hour is that fast, just have someone drive a car 60 miles an hour, and you try and keep up with that car and see how it goes for you.
Was there some kind of like weird training that he did? Because I know that you said it was like this group or the
would.
Yeah.
A badger?
Badger?
Fast-ass
What it
badger.
says. Yeah, it is, man. Don't get a badger.
Jeez, if you don't think 60 miles an hour is that fast, just have someone drive a car 60 miles an hour, and you try and keep up with that car and see how it goes for you.
Was there some kind of like weird training that he did? Because I know that you said it was like this group or the type of method. It had a name, but like, was there a certain method that he used that they've
going faster than 16 miles an hour, so that when you do throttle back for the mile, that you have enough in your tank so that when you finish, so that you can have that kick for that last half mile. So a lot of guys, they long distance guys, they practice sprinting as far as their training for the mile.
I've been worn out doing anything like in my life. I wanted to die at the end of 300 meters, which that's like 3/4 of a track, and it's only 10 hurdles. But they're like, really, I wanted to die at the end of 300 meters, which that's like 3/4 of a track, and it's only 10 hurdles. But they're like really tall. I've never been more worn out in my entire life. More than
that's a full out sprint. You're a quarter mile or less than a quarter mile. I mean, you're full out sprint in those hurdles. So I can see how that'd be hard.
I also shackwackled my dilly a few times. I'm not kidding you. I got my nuts caught on the top of those things. Those are tall. Like when they do 300 meters, like they make them taller. It's not the 100 meter where it's like lower. These are crotch knockers.
Oh, they had different heights for their hurdles, huh? For different events.
Yeah. So if it was a longer distance, they would raise it higher, and then if it was the 100s, it would be lower. Don't ask me why they did that.
Okay.
But my nuts got crushed. Let's go to John on line one. John, what has happened to my man?
Hey, John.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. Ted, big fan of yours in your career. I'm trying to frame this question about the chemistry compared to when you played. And if I'm not mistaken, you played alongside Terry Glenn, correct?
I did, yes, sir, for a couple of years, yep.
And with this baseball team, the Sox, now that you got Anthony, who is being accused of being soft, and Meyer, who also is on the shelf, are you seeing some sort of a comparison to when Terry Glenn played and he was on the sidelines, that all these other kids who had opportunities to play just step up and create this positive chemistry that I think that I'm witnessing right now? So just thought I'd ask your question on that.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, and I'll say the difference, though, is Terry actually played. So, Terry Glenn had his best year ever, the year that Coach Parcells called him a she. during, I think it was during training camp. And Terry Glenn, went out and had 90 catches, and that was. I think he played 10 years. That was his best year ever. Was the year he got. And I will say this to you as well. What people don't realize is what Parcells might do in front of the camera, and how he talks about a player in front of the camera. A lot of times you don't see what he does behind the camera, which is come back to Terry and be like, "Hey, Terry, if I'm hard on you, it's because I think because I believe in you, kid. It's because I think you have a lot of ability. That's the only reason, And then you don't see that, and that's so. There's always, if there's ever a kind of a negative, usually, barb that Parcells would have, he usually follows it up when you don't see with something positive, and that's why guys love playing for him so much. But yeah, I don't really see the comparison between the two. But that was Terry Glenn. Bill really believed in Terry, and he followed up that what felt like harsh criticism, which really that's just kind of Parcells having fun with the guy more than anything.
Could you imagine if in 2016?
$0.25.
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A couple of Red Sox notes for you. Wilyer Abreu has been named American League Player of the Week. He hit .357 with 4 dingers and an OPS of over 1.214 during that 4-game sweep of the Rays over the weekend. Obviously, the big home run to swing it around on Saturday night. And Trevor's story update, he said he's feeling good taking BP and machine work, lateral movements, and sprinting the final hurdle. He is hoping to start a rehab assignment in August. Summer is the easiest season for weight loss. Warm weather, lighter meals, being outside, your body is primed to succeed, and Awaken 180 has your official game plan. Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180 Weight Loss, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Teddy J, and a beautiful day down at Fenway Park. We're broadcasting from the Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and employee pricing for all. You pay what we pay. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. Two teams on massive streaks meeting up tonight. How many has the Orioles won now? Is like 8 in a row, 7 in a row, 8 in a row, something like that?
7 in a row for Baltimore.
7 in a row versus 13 in a row. Should be a good game, obviously, this evening. But first, let us get to Ken versus everyone. Let's go to Chuck on line 1. Chuck, what is going on, my man? How you doing?
Hey, not much. Just living this beautiful life, looking to test my knowledge against Ken.
Hell yes. All right. So as you know, Ken knows a lot about a lot. And he's undefeated up to this point. He has not lost this game yet. So, Chuck, I have high hopes for you. Today will be the day you will break the streak. I can feel it.
Hell yeah.
All right. So, Chuck, here's how it works. You have 5 questions I'm going to ask you in the category of my choice. Ken has left the room. He cannot hear these questions. And if you get more than Ken, then Radio Glory is yours. And you can, and bragging rights, and I'm sure we'll make some sort of cheap trophy for you. Does that sound good, Ken? Or Chuck?
Sounds good to me.
All right, Chuck, here we go. Your category is weird-ass stuff Tom Brady has been involved in.
All right, sounds good.
We were talking earlier about how, for some weird reason, he's picking fights with the Logan brothers and wants to get in the WWE. So, inspiring our category, weird-ass stuff Tom Brady has been involved in. Here we go. Question number 1. Tom Brady did a commercial where he's escorted to a hidden hotel room containing exactly one item and looks at it with the eyes of someone who's ready to hump it. What product was it?
A watch.
That is incorrect. Number 2, in Tom Brady's book, The TB12 Method, Tom Brady inferred that there's no need to use sunscreen anymore if you're doing this.
Drinking enough water.
That's right. You got one for 2. Number 3, Tom Brady produced this movie starring Tom Brady about people who are obsessed with Tom Brady, where Gronk may have slept with a great-grandma.
Was it a 80 for Brady?
That's it. You're 2 for 3. Number 4, what wonderfully tasty kids cereal with a friendly orange mascot did Tom Brady pick a fight with, essentially calling it poison?
Frosted Flakes.
That is correct. You're 3 for 4. And finally, Tom Brady launched his brand activation with the company he invests in called Colossal Biosciences by doing what with his dog?
Cloning it.
Oh, dude! 4 out of 5.
And can I ask the first question, was it a mattress?
I cannot tell you the answer yet. All right, 4 for 5. Not bad. Ken,
okay, I'm back.
Awesome.
I'm here. What happened?
Woo!
Ken, you got your work cut out for you, my man.
Oh no, I could go down today.
He got 4 out of 5. Chuck came to play.
Hey, Ken, which hand would you want me to use? To slap that booty around after I win
right,
here.
Chuck, hang on 1 second. We're going to put you on hold, Chuck, although I like your commentary. It's pretty good. Put Chuck on hold for one sec. All right, so Ken, 5 questions.
Yep.
Let's see if you can do better than Chuck. The category is weird-ass stuff Tom Brady has been involved in.
Oh, no.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, Tom Brady did a commercial where he's escorted to a hidden hotel room containing exactly one item and looks at it with the eyes of someone who's ready to hump it. What
Mattress.
product was it? What's that?
Mattress.
That is correct. Number 2, in Tom Brady's book, The TB12 Method, Tom Brady inferred that there's no need to use sunscreen anymore if you're doing this.
Drinking water.
That is correct. Number 3, Tom Brady produced this movie starring Tom Brady about people who are obsessed with Tom Brady, where Gronk may have slept with a great-grandma.
Slept with
2 seconds.
With Gotham Chopra, but what the hell was the name of them?
That is incorrect. Ooh, number 4. What wonderfully tasty kids cereal with a friendly orange mascot did Tom Brady pick a fight with, essentially calling it poison?
Frosted Flakes.
That is correct. Tom Brady launched his brand activation with the company he invests in called Colossal Biosciences by doing what with his dog?
Cloning?
Oh, that is correct. Oh. That is correct. We have a tie.
Oh, man.
And in my opinion, tie goes to the caller, but you still keep your undefeated status.
Okay.
You are
That's
still undefeated,
fair.
but let's get Chuck up on line one. Chuck, congrats. You have tied. You have not bested him, but you can consider yourself among the greats already who have played the game because no one has even tied him up to this point, Chuck. Congrats.
Yeah, I should have beat him I guess I would have just tied with, or no, I would have beat him because I knew it was a mattress and I messed up by saying a watch.
Yep.
So, I think everyone knows I was the winner.
Well, listen,
Nice
but
job,
you
Chuck.
could tell by his face. He wanted to hump that mattress, didn't he?
Oh yeah. Trust me, I would not want to be the father of that mattress.
All right. Well, Chuck, congratulations. You were the first person to tie Ken and even get to that point. So very, very good. Ken, how does it feel? You have been humiliated publicly. You were still undefeated, technically.
What the hell was the documentary?
80 for Brady.
80 for Brady.
It was a movie, not a
I
doc.
I wasn't even thinking of the right thing. 80 for
Yeah.
Brady. Yeah. I didn't see 80 for Brady. That's a hole in my resume.
I would hope
there you go.
Gronk didn't sleep with a great grandma in a documentary. That'd be odd.
By the way, I was thinking of all the weird stuff he's been involved in because the reason we started talking about this earlier is that, he did this thing with Jake Paul over the weekend, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, everyone knows this is fake. You're, trying to do this wrestling thing, and nobody believes, as my friend who likes wrestling would say, that's bad kayfabe. That would be, of course, a fake storyline.
But Stiz, you're a wrestling fan, right? I mean,
I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself a fan, but Keith got me back into it a little bit. Sure, yeah.
So I feel like maybe if we need to ask wrestling fans, Rich, because you and I are not currently in that world. Maybe they respect it. Maybe this will appeal to a certain demographic, and maybe
I think some wrestling fans, you're right, may like it, Ken. But I think he just looks so weird. Everything he does is just so bizarre. The entrance, the stare he was doing, it's just all so bizarre.
He's trying to be Gronk. He is trying to live Gronk's post-football career. Gronk is one of those guys that you could literally throw him in the middle of anything. Anything. If you wanted to put him in a clown rodeo, he'd fit in a clown rodeo. You want to put him as a guy who's kind of awkwardly wearing a suit at like a fancy thing, and he's the lovable guy that's like, I don't know how to do this. Great. He's perfect. He's Gronk. Tom Brady can't do that. You're like the... By definition, being the greatest of all time, it means you're one of the coolest of all time. This is way below. It's beneath you. Like, you're not. I said this earlier. The reason Peyton Manning could shove a bunch of chips in his face and sell it's because he looks like a derp. Like, him and the Mannings are derps, and they look like they should be doing that. The stuff that they sell, like, they look like they should be shoving Papa John's in his gob. Brady does not. And Brady still continues to try to insist that he's a normal guy. You are not. And when I was, kind of like thinking about stuff when I was doing this, making the questions, he's been involved in so much weird stuff that's just, what are you doing? The cloning of the dogs is odd because that wasn't just him cloning his dog. That was a brand activation of a company he invested in. Like, he thought that everyone would start cloning their dogs if he did this for Colossal Biosciences.
Well, see, that's the thing with Brady. I think he has two things going on here. He wants to try to be cool because he's a single guy now, right? And he's trying to make it in a post-athlete world where he's not impressing people on the field, so that's obvious. But then he's also in for some of the money grabs. So it's a weird double thing where he's just grabbing at everything. Like, because Michael Jordan, he basically disappeared right after his playing career. I mean, he was an owner for a little bit, but you didn't see him much. You didn't see him doing anything outside of the sport, like the basketball court.
Oh yeah, and then he also got involved in NFTs when that came out, and he started that. What was the name of the? It was like Autograph or something like that, where it was all about NFTs, and NFTs were the best because it would be like, you can own this NFT of LeBron dunking in a game that we all watched, and I'm like, I can go on YouTube and watch that. Like, what does it mean that I own it? It's something that everyone has access to. That was one of the few things that I don't know how you couldn't look at it and go, well, this is the worst investment ever. Oh, here's a picture of a confused ape, and a cartoon confused ape worth, you can buy it for $10 million. Yeah, but I could literally screen cap it right now, and now it's on my phone, and I own it. And then he obviously got in trouble with all the crypto stuff that went on. He was on the same board as that Brinkman-Fried guy who got in trouble. It's it's so many misses with him. He just needs a friend to tell him no. No, Tom, you don't need to do that.
I don't know who he's trying to be. I mean, can you think of an athlete that has done this, who has been just so much involved in everything. I guess, like, and not to compare the two at all, but like OJ did a lot of movies, or like you had certain guys that went into a different line of, Derek Sanderson was around, had bars and things of that nature, but I don't remember anybody who every week is involved with something new like this.
But it's always weird. It's not, as I said, it's not like Peyton, where he's involved in Oreos. Like, okay,
right.
You look like you should endorse Oreos. Tom Brady's doing like fast food places. I'm like, dude, we know you don't eat fast food. You're weird. And, and even the mattress thing was like super weird. You're like, what are you doing? Even stuff that's like, a super expensive mattress. I could see Tom Brady, endorsing that. But then he's like, you know what, though? Let's take something that should fit and make it not fit by it being where I want to dry hump it in this room.
You mentioned earlier he's got like a team. I haven't seen that. Like, does he actually have a bunch of marketing people who are like putting this stuff in his ear? Because if he does, he keeps them all hidden, like behind this. It's just all we see is Brady. We don't see his people.
I guess he just needs a friend to tell him when to say no. Like, there's just this Jake Paul thing.
$617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
A pressure-treated deck cracks, rots, and gives up. TimberTech Advanced PVC Decking does not. At Cape Cod Lumber, we stock TimberTech, built to handle New England weather, season after season. No splinters, no staining, no surprises. It's never too early to start thinking about deck season. Planning now means you're ready when spring hits. Get real durability, authentic color, and industry-leading warranties to back it all up. If you want a great deck, you want a TimberTech deck. Everything wood should be. Visit cclco.com today.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Oh, yes. 93.7 WEEI.
By the way, has anybody else on the show seen The Odyssey yet? I've been like dying for somebody else to give a review after my 7.5 last week. Oh.
Yep.
Are you prepared to give a ranking, or Rich, you didn't see it over the weekend?
No, I didn't get to, but I'm going to soon. I know.
Okay.
I'll just quickly say, Ken, you gave it a 7.5, right?
Yes.
Correct? I'm going 8.5.
Okay.
Yep.
So I undersold it. That's good.
And the part that you said that I would love having a horror aspect to it, I absolutely loved it.
Okay, yeah. I think that was the class of the film. That was the shining star of the film, but good. Okay. So
I can't wait.
I cannot wait for Rich to see it. It's like when you see a good movie and you just want your boys to see it. You're like, please go see it so we can talk about it.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Well, you were the one who hyped up Obsession, and I saw it. I thought it was great. That's a good movie. That's one that you can. That was worth the hype. Like there was so much hype over that movie, and it paid off. By the way, I just saw a editor for TMZ just tweeted: Tom Brady and WWE are in talks for a potential partnership and a WWE run for TB12.
Yeah.
It explains all the back and forth between Tom Brady and Logan Paul, the slap, the flipping the bird, etc. Okay, fine. It doesn't mean that it is not the worst setup for a WWE fight I've ever seen. It's like you're so above this and you're not good at this. Like, it's just like you're not, like, this whole, hey, you're a dork. That's like literally what he called him, like a dork. And then they were flipping each other off like this weekend, and he came out of the Undertaker's casket. It was so... Brady, come on, man. You're the best of all time.
Well, I guess he said, too, he wants to be a heel, which is going to make for interesting television. Him trying to act like a bad guy.
Brady was the biggest heel in sports for years. If you didn't live in New England, you rooted for Brady to fail every single time. You were sick of his face. You were sick of New England constantly going to the Super Bowl. What does he want? He wants to be a heel. Hate to break it to you, most of the country hated you, Tom Brady. You were a heel. You were frustrating to everyone that you were so good, and you were always in the Super Bowl. Now, as a fan, I love sitting back and like drinking the tears of all those people. But dude, if you want to be a heel, you were the biggest baby in sports history. So man, he's just so wrong in all this.
Text line is split on this. It might be worth a poll question, whether people are pro or against this. But here's a couple. So 207 texter, Brady is too stiff. He has next to no personality. He's a robot. 413 texter, he's too rich. He became an alien.
Yes.
Dice on the text line says NFTs was like marrying an active prostitute. A little strong. 603 texter, huge wrestling fan. Honestly curious if Brady can do some athletic stuff in the ring. I think it's awesome, says another. So it's kind of all over. But he probably will make some cash off this, right? What does the WWE pay for?
Of course.
Some of this nature?
And that's obviously why he's doing it. He's doing it, to make money. He's probably all of a sudden an investor in the WWE. And if you're the WWE, you're like, hell yeah, you want to do this? Sure. I never would have thought you'd do it, but yeah, hell yeah. Come on over here.
But is he doing it for that, or is he doing it because he thinks it makes him look cool? Like he's calling other guys dorks. Like he's trying to build his image around cool guy.
He
cool guy
wants
Brady.
to be the everyman so bad. And to him, I just want to say, you don't have to be. You're already the coolest dude on the planet. You're the greatest of all time. But every time you do something like this, it makes us go, oh, man, maybe not. It just looks worse and worse. Dude, you're Tom Brady. I don't know. That's just me. All right, let's launch some take grenades, shall we?
Incoming!
All show, you have been leaving messages over there on the Odyssey app, pressing the microphone button and leaving your grenades. And the take grenades brought to you by Milligan and Higgins. OUI and criminal defense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for a free consultation. All right, Stiz, let's launch it.
I got to say, I completely agree with your Tom Brady WWE takes. It just seems so beneath him to stoop so low, fighting some jabroni named Logan Paul. I mean, the Tom Brady that I grew up loving would be headlining WrestleMania in 2027 in his adopted home continent of Saudi Arabia when Tom the GOAT Brady fights CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship because champions win championships.
I mean, you know what? Now I'm rooting for him to do it because it's just going to be so weird to watch. It's going to be weird to watch Tom Brady do this wrestling thing.
I hope he doesn't have to give like a speech, just like that guy was saying. He'll have to get on the mic and talk, and it's going to fall totally flat.
His mic work is going to be awful.
Embarrassing.
It's called cutting a promo, Ted. Ken.
Yes. It's going to be like now. Okay, this is for Ken because I don't know, Stiz, if you would remember this, but you remember the Conan movies? So the sequel to Conan, Wilt Chamberlain starred in it, and it's one of the worst acting performances I've ever seen in anything in my life. I mean,
he was good in Airplane.
No, that's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, that was Kareem. That's Kareem,
No, this is Wilt. Like there was those are the Queen's gods. Why did they attack us? And he goes they were trying to hurt the girl, and that's that's going to be Tom Brady cutting a promo. It's going to be so bad. It's going to be great. All right, let's launch another one.
One of these times we're going to put together what we do in the ninth, the whole game, and we're going to go on a run, and it's going to be sick. Big Swole, May 26, 2026. Fast forward a couple months. Oh, baby, the run's still going. Big Swole, you were right, baby. You manifested it. You manifested it. Series bound. Mark my words. Big Soup saying this. I don't even know what day it is. I think it's July 20th. Mark my words. See you in October, baby. Series bound.
Apparently, Big Swole and I are the only one who believed that this team was going to the World Series.
You're right. You and Jaron Duran knew it. He's right. That Duran forgot about that. Duran said that on May 27th. It's going to be sick.
Yeah.
You believe the whole way through.
Give him credit. Just don't say something mean to him in the stand. let's launch another one, baby.
Bought my baseball as a boring hat, headed to Chicago. Fabulous time. Going in August to San Francisco. Never miss a game. Baseball always, Fenway forever.
Well, Rob Bradford would have liked to.
Stadium tour, yeah, right up Bradford's alley.
That's right. He loves when people wear his merch. And a lot of people, he got his own day. That's kind of nice.
September 2nd, baseball is a boring night. Joe Kelly coming back for that.
When are we going to get a Rich, Ken, and Ted bobblehead day?
I'll push for it.
Nothing is more demoralizing than when you see yourself in bobblehead form.
Especially if it was like, me and you and Ted. I mean, Ted's got the physique and the head is still, the neck and the head are just great size, so he would dwarf us.
It's going to look like,